There were no rats or mice on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Such things could not exist in a cultivation location such as this, not unless they were actually spirit creatures. However, ants were a common thing on the mountain. Ants were an ordinary part of nature, and usually lived in the cracks and crevices of the boulders which could be all over the mountain. They didn't cause problems for the cultivators, and were essentially just an ordinary part of mountain life. As such, few people paid them much attention. Today, however, the disciples on duty around the medicine concocting pavilion were shocked to find that innumerable ants were filing across the ground toward the pavilion itself. The disciples on duty gasped. There were so many ants it was impossible to determine how many they were. The sight itself was enough to make their scalps go numb. What's going on? At the same time, many of the disciples in the various pill concocting workshops cried out in alarm, and the sound of explosions caused by failed batches of pills could be heard. Although the pill concocting workshops were protected by spell formations, they were also built into the mountainside, which meant that the ants could easily get into them through the various tiny crevices that riddled the mountain. All of them were heading toward one particular workshop. That was of course the workshop occupied by Xiaochun, who wore an expression of curiosity as he looked at a black medicinal pill. It was at about this time that he noticed the clamor outside, and suddenly realized that the workshop he was in happened to be filled with ants. The ants almost seemed to have gone insane, and all of them were heading directly toward him. An ant apocalypse has struck Fragrant Cloud Peak, Xiaochun shrieked, leaping to his feet. Unexpectedly, even as Xiaochun leaped to his feet, so did the ants, heading directly toward the black medicinal pill he held. Xiaochun's scalp was completely numb, and the first thing he could think of to do was throw the medicinal pill away. Almost as soon as it left his hand, the ants changed directions, pouncing onto it. The pill was instantly engulfed, transforming into a ball of ants, the sight of which caused the blood to drain from Xiaochun's face. A moment later, the ant ball suddenly collapsed, and the ants scurried back into the cracks and crevices. No trace remained of the medicinal pill. In fact, not an ant remained in the entire medicine concocting pavilion. The ants had come quickly and vanished just as quickly. Of course, many of the disciples who had lost the spirit medicines they were working on felt a bit depressed at what had happened, but there was nothing they could do about it. Furthermore, the disciples on duty, having determined that no major losses had occurred, decided not to report the strange incident. Xiaochun knew exactly why the ants had gone crazy, but as for everyone else, the only thing they saw was a mass of ants passing through. Xiaochun's heart was still thumping in fear. There hadn't seemed to be anything unusual with the pill he had just concocted. However, he had been very focused on doing a perfect job, a job even better than the previous attempt. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had actually made some adjustments to the ratios in the last spirit replenishing pill batch. Could it be that the final spirit replenishing pill was something extremely beneficial to ants? Xiaochun shook his head as he thought about how incredible he was. Not only could he concoct shocking medicinal pills, he could concoct pills drove ants crazy. Upon leaving the workshop, he heard the depressed mutterings of the other disciples, and felt a bit guilty. Ducking his head down, he quickly hurried away. A few days passed, during which Xiaochun confirmed that the incident in the medicine concocting pavilion didn't cause any waves in the sect. Finally, he went back, paid his merit points, then selected a different workshop within which to concoct medicine. This time, he started working on the longevity incense. Concocting incense and concocting pills were two different things, and required the use of different techniques. Pills were consumed, whereas incense was inhaled. Of course, the final form was different too, one being a pill, the other being a stick of incense. Considering what happened last time, Xiaochun was very careful in the way he went about working on the longevity incense. 2 months passed, and after using 10 batches of ingredients, he ended up with 7 portions. He left feeling quite satisfied, 7 portions of longevity incense in hand. Back in his log cabin, he performed a 3-fold spirit enhancement, after which the longevity incense changed to a deep violet color. Although the 3-fold spirit designs were somewhat faint, they were still visible. Furthermore, the feeling he got when looking at the incense was completely different than before. Bai Xiaochun looked thoughtfully at the longevity incense, and realized that he himself was also very different than he had been. Before, he didn't understand much at all about spirit medicine, but after concocting some on his own, he was much more knowledgeable. For example, he knew that any type of spirit medicine would have impurities that shouldn't be absorbed into the body, and yet were difficult to separate out. Such impurities could build up inside the body and eventually become so-called medicinal toxins. That was why many experienced members of the inner sect were hesitant to recommend that less experienced disciples consume medicinal pills. Theoretically speaking, much of the medicinal toxins could be expelled out of the body. However, if someone consumed too many medicinal pills and accumulated too much medicinal toxin, it could influence their future cultivation. Therefore, depending on how many impurities existed within a given spirit medicine, it would be classified as one of 6 different levels: low, mid, high, superior, premium, supreme. He murmured, looking down at the longevity incense. If the medicine was more than 90% impure, it would be considered a toxic medicine and wouldn't be classified in the hierarchy. Furthermore, such medicines would never be consumed unless absolutely necessary. If the medicine was around 80% impure, it would be considered low-grade, which was the most common type of spirit medicine. 60% impurity was considered mid-grade, and such medicines were not common. In fact, only true master apothecaries were known to produce such medicines. Medicines which were only 40% impure were high-grade, and were rare. As for medicines that were 20% impure, they were considered superior grade, and if they were only 10% impure, they were premium grade. Those were medicines that usually only appeared in large auctions. Then there were the spirit medicines that had no impurities whatsoever, the legendary supreme grade medicines. Before, he hadn't really understood what he was doing when he performed spirit enhancements on the spirit medicines. But after closely examining the longevity incense, he realized that it didn't make it more powerful, the way it did with magical items. Instead, it actually improved the quality of the spirit medicine. The longevity incense he held was now only 40% impure, meaning that it was a high-grade medicine. As soon as he realized this, Bai Xiaochun got very excited. Then he considered the matter a bit more, and decided to make a trip to Violet Cauldron Peak. His purpose was not to visit Big Fatty Zhang, but rather, to visit the only spirit enhancement hall that existed on the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect. There, outer sect disciples could spend merit points to get help from the elders in the spirit enhancement hall to perform spirit enhancements. Although there was still a chance of failure, many disciples frequented the place. After looking around the spirit enhancement hall, and also making some discreet inquiries, Bai Xiaochun was able to confirm that performing spirit enhancements on spirit medicine did indeed reduce the impurities and make them more effective. After returning to Fragrant Cloud Peak, Bai Xiaochun looked excitedly at the incense he had made, then finally lit one stick and took a deep breath. Almost immediately, he felt as full as if he had eaten a big meal. Furthermore, as the aura of the incense spread out within him, he felt warm and comfortable. It was as if the flame of his life force had been fueled, and was now burning a bit hotter. Continuing to inhale the incense, he went on to cultivate the undying live forever technique. As soon as the feeling of hunger hit him, he took a deep breath, and the feeling quickly faded. The 7 sticks of longevity incense enabled Bai Xiaochun to cultivate the undying live forever technique for half a month. During that time, he could sense his undying iron skin growing tougher and stronger. Feeling in very high spirits, he organized his bag of holding, then went down to the market and sold some of the things he had acquired from Chen Fei and his friends. Using the profits, he purchased 10 more sets of ingredients for longevity incense, and then once again began to concoct medicine. Thanks to his constant caution and attention to detail, his success rate in concocting the longevity incense increased, rising from 70% to 80%, and eventually reaching 100%. However, he still wasn't satisfied. Although his success rate had reached 100%, the quality of the resulting spirit medicine was merely low-grade. His skill was not something that could be changed in a short period of time, leaving him with only one option: use spirit enhancement to remove the impurities. When he used the longevity incense in cultivation, He would breathe in deeply and feel the true happiness that could be attained in heaven and earth. His undying live forever technique improved with each day, as did his cultivation base, which was now nearing the great circle of the 6th level of qi condensation. His greatest progress was with this undying live forever technique. With only a bit more work, he would be able to achieve a major success with his undying iron skin. Bai Xiaochun's body was far tougher and more durable than before, and when he used the throat-crushing grasp, his fingers were an even deeper black color than before. By that time, though, the longevity incense was beginning to slowly lose its effectiveness. In the end, it did virtually nothing, causing Bai Xiaochun to sigh. He was aware that if you consumed enough of any given spirit medicine, the body would eventually adapt to it, and it would lose effectiveness. If he wanted to continue his cultivation, he would need a spirit medicine that was even better than the longevity incense. Unfortunately, the formulas for spirit medicines like that were strictly controlled. It was impossible to purchase them at the market. They could only be acquired with merit points after being promoted to journeyman apothecary. The only other option would be to go to a larger market, but places like that were some distance away from the sect. After considering the matter, Bai Xiaochun lit up with determination. I'm going to get promoted to journeyman apothecary. Considering his experience concocting medicines, as well as his skill with plants and vegetation, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to qualify for promotion. However, just to be safe, he spent the following several days buying a few more random medicine formulas. After concocting each one a few times, then analyzing his failures, he felt much more confident, and went to sign up for the journeyman apothecary promotion test. Of course, the promotion test wasn't something held for a single individual. Only when enough people had signed up would the test be held. After waiting for another month, even as he was pondering some matters regarding spirit medicines, his identity medallion inside of his bag of holding began to vibrate. When he pulled it out, an ancient voice filled his mind. Tomorrow at dawn, come to the Journeyman Apothecary Hall, where the test for Journeyman Apothecary promotion will be held. The Journeyman Apothecary Hall was located on the south face of Fragrant Cloud Peak. It was surrounded by lush trees and vegetation, and could only be accessed by a narrow limestone path which snaked off of one of the main thoroughfares that ran up and down the mountain. Unless there was a promotion test underway, few people would walk along that path. However, when the time came for the test, it would be packed. In addition to the disciples who had come to take the test, there were also friends who had come to support the test takers, or even people who weren't confident enough to take the test without first observing it being held a few times. From a distance, the Journeyman Apothecary Hall actually looked like a person sitting cross-legged in meditation. In front of that person was a pill furnace, beneath which was a passageway that led into a main square. Set up in that main square were 20 pill furnaces, all of which looked completely identical. Laid out next to each of the pill furnaces was a bag containing various types of plants and vegetation that could be used in medicine concocting. It was dawn, and Bai Xiaochun, worried about getting lost, had come very early. However, when he arrived, he found that there were people who had arrived even earlier than him. There were dozens of people standing around in groups of 2 or 3, chatting quietly, and even some people who stood apart from the others alone, waiting cross-legged in meditation. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the type of person to sit around like an idiot meditating. After glancing around, he caught sight of Su Baokai and walked over. When Su Baokai saw him approaching, he clasped hands in greeting, and the two of them began to chat. It quickly became apparent that virtually nothing went on in the sect without Su Baokai finding out about it. "Elder brother Bai," he said, "did you hear that about half a year ago? Chen Fei and his friends were mysteriously beaten into bloody pulps? They've been bedridden ever since, and for some reason, won't talk at all about what happened." Even as he spoke, he looked at Bai Xiaochun carefully to see his reaction. Bai Xiaochun yawned dramatically, and was just about to start boasting about what had happened when all of a sudden, a buzz of conversation rose up in the crowd. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun felt as if someone had suddenly looked in his direction. When he turned his head, he saw a young woman walking toward him. She wore the long garment of an outer sect disciple, but it did nothing to conceal her curvaceous figure. She had a waist as slender as a willow tree, which only served to accentuate the rest of her curves and make her seem incredibly beautiful. She had long legs and a perky rear end, and as she approached, people couldn't stop from staring. With her pretty face and clear white skin that seemed so delicate it might be broken by a faint breeze, she oozed an attractiveness that could easily prove fatal to almost any man. Bai Xiaochun was a bit disgusted to hear people gulping dramatically, even Su Baokai. Su Baokai licked his lips, and his eyes shone with infatuation. "That's elder sister Du Lingfei," he whispered excitedly. "She's one of the 5 hottest women on the South Bank. She's the immortal beauty of my heart. Oh my goodness. She just looked at me. She's looking at me," Bai Xiaochun said derisively. He simply watched as Du Lingfei got closer. Suddenly, her phoenix-like eyes flickered with a murderous aura as she glared straight at Bai Xiaochun. She had long since come to admit that Bai Xiaochun's skill with plants and vegetation exceeded hers. However, she was still filled with complete and utter revulsion for him. With a slight snort, she walked off to the side. Su Baokai stared at her in a daze, completely oblivious to Bai Xiaochun's derision. In fact, he seemed more infatuated than ever. "So Du Lingfei is going to take the test too," Bai Xiaochun thought. After looking over the 20-pill furnaces, he calmed himself down and focused. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not here to compete with her. This is an exam administered by the sect, not a contest. Everybody has a chance to get promoted. Soon, Chan Xiang appeared, and when he noticed Bai Xiaochun, he hesitated for a moment, then grinned and called out a greeting. Bai Xiaochun smiled and clasped hands in response, after which Chan Xiang sat down off to the side to wait. Eventually, even Zhao Yidwa showed up, whom Bai Xiaochun had first encountered outside the mission's offices. Then, more and more people began to appear, and a good-sized crowd built up. Before too much time passed, the main door of the Journeyman Apothecary Hall creaked open, and an old man walked out. He had a full head of white hair and piercing eyes, and as soon as he appeared, everyone quieted down. The old man's expression was calm as he strode forward with hands clasped behind his back. He came to a stop at the front of the square, looked around at all the outer sect disciples, then nodded his head and began to speak. "I am surnamed Su, and I shall preside over this test for promotion from apprentice apothecary to journeyman apothecary. The test will consist of one portion regarding plants and vegetation, and another regarding medicine concocting. To pass the portion regarding plants and vegetation, simply walk through the passageway." Elder Su didn't seem to want to offer any further explanations. After speaking only 3 sentences, he simply closed his eyes and ignored everyone. Even as Bai Xiaochun blinked in response, a long-faced young man walked out from the crowd. After clasping hands and bowing to Elder Su, he strode toward the passageway leading under the giant pill furnace. As entered the doorway of the passageway, a beam of light appeared, which surrounded him, then vanished. A moment later, the pill furnace trembled, then let out 5 muffled reverberations. Su Baokai leaned over and whispered, 5 reverberations means that his skill with plants and vegetation encompasses the 5th volume. He definitely deserved his reputation of knowing about everything in the sect. Bai Xiaochun blinked again. Before coming, he'd had no idea of how exactly the test would be carried out. Having heard Su Baocai's explanation, he examined the huge stone pill furnace, and suddenly had the feeling that it must be connected to the stone steels outside the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. "What do I do now?" he thought hesitantly. "Zhou Xinqi's fans are still combing the mountain for me." Soon, more people approached, most of whom received 5 reverberations. However, one of them only received 4 reverberations, upon which Elder Su flicked his sleeve, sending that disciple spinning away. "Elder Su!" the disciple exclaimed, face flickering. "I thought Volume 4 of Plants and Vegetation was the minimum requirement to be able to take the test. The rules have changed. Now it's the 5th volume." "But—" the young man stared in shock, then bitterly clasped his hands and bowed. Not daring to say anything further, he left. This turn of events caused the sound of whispered conversations to swell. Su Baocai's eyes flickered with surprise, and he suddenly produced a tiny notebook, within which he began to take notes. Bai Xiaochun looked over and saw a page filled with lines of handwriting, each character as small as the head of a fly. Apparently it was a record of all matters pertaining to the sect, large and small alike. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but admire how seriously Su Baocai took the whole matter. It was at this point that Zhao Yidua stood up and entered the passageway. The reverberations echoed out 6 times, after which Elder Su opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Zhao Yidua clasped hands and then stepped out of the passageway. Chun Xiang's eyes flickered. He and Zhao Yidua had never gotten along, so he snorted coldly and walked into the passageway, after which 6 reverberations could be heard. After giving Zhao Yidua a meaningful stare, and sat back down cross-legged off to the side. The fact that both Zhao Yidua and Chen Xiang had received 6 reverberations caused a buzz of envious conversation to rise up. At the same time, Du Lingfei's eyes flickered, and she walked through the passageway. As she did, 6 reverberations could be heard, which caused even more envious gleams to appear in the eyes of the onlookers. Murmured conversations instantly broke out. Chun Xiang, Zhao Yidua, and Du Lingfei are all persons of outstanding talent within the outer sect. Not only have they mastered 5 volumes of plants and vegetation, but they also have command of the first volume of spirit creatures. I would say that they have a 70 to 80% chance of passing the test and being promoted to journeyman apothecary. Historically speaking, anyone who takes the journeyman apothecary test, having already mastered 6 stone steels, will pass, as long as that disciple's performance in medicine concocting isn't lacking. Even as everyone discussed the matter, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about Zhou Xinqi's fans. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a figure suddenly appeared off in the distance, speeding along the mountain path. It was a middle-aged man, his hair completely disheveled, but his eyes sparkling with life. Even before he arrived, his voice echoed out to be heard by all. I, Han Xianxia, having spent 7 years in secluded meditation, and have finally made a huge breakthrough in my skill with plants and vegetation. Finally, I have emerged once again into the world, not just be promoted to journeyman apothecary, but to become the top journeyman apothecary in the entire test. Looking very proud and lofty, he flickered through the air toward the giant pill furnace's passageway. Elder Su didn't pay the man any heed, not even deigning to open his eyes. However, everyone else in the crowd seemed astonished to have heard the name Han Xianxia. Han Xianxia? Who's that? I've never heard of him before. Considering how old he is, he must be an outer sect disciple from 7 or 8 years ago. He wants to be the top journeyman apothecary, which isn't a very easy thing to do. Even as everyone expressed their shock, Han Xianxia stepped into the passageway, looking extremely proud and confident. Almost immediately, powerful reverberations began to echo out into the air. 1 reverberation, 2 reverberations, 5, 6, 7. Before anyone in the crowd could even react, 8 reverberations echoed out from within the pill furnace. Elder Su's eyes snapped open, and he looked over at the middle-aged man, a broad smile of praise on his face. 5 volumes of plants and vegetation, and 3 volumes of spirit creatures, he said. Excellent. Looking very excited, Han Xianxia clasped hands and bowed to Elder Su. Then he turned, and when he looked at Du Lingfei and the others, the pride in his eyes was very clear. Swishing his sleeves, he sat down confidently in front of the centermost of the pill furnaces. Finally, gasps could be heard from the crowd, as well as the clamor of conversation. 8 reverberations. Not only did he master everything about plants and vegetation, he even got through 3 volumes of spirit creatures. It seems he might be able to do exactly as he said and become the top journeyman apothecary. When Bai Xiaochun witnessed what happened, he was left feeling quite underwhelmed. Therefore, when everyone in the crowd started getting excited, he almost couldn't believe it. He only mastered 3 volumes of spirit creatures, right? He asked of Su Baocai. Why is everyone making such a big fuss? If he remembered correctly, when it came to the 3rd stone steel of spirit creatures, over 1,000 people were listed as having passed it. Even the 10th stone stele had been passed by hundreds of people. Su Baokai rolled his eyes, feeling more contemptuous than ever of Bai Xiaochun. Of course, he didn't dare give voice to that contempt, and instead cleared his throat and said, "Elder brother Bai, you just don't understand. To master all 5 volumes of plants and vegetation is hard enough as it is. The volumes of spirit creatures are even harder. Even mastering one of them is enough to make you the subject of much envy. Obviously, to master 3 is even more shocking. Do you think everyone can be consummate chosen like Zhou Xinqi or the little turtle? Look, just forget about those 2. On all of Fragrant Cloud Peak, there are probably less than 50 people who have passed the stone steles of all 5 volumes of plants and vegetation plus all 5 volumes of spirit creatures. Each and every one of those people are dragons and phoenixes among mortals. Think about it. There are a lot of names on those stone steles, but those name lists are thousands of years old. Plus, many of those people have already moved on to the inner sect, leaving only their names behind here in the outer sect. Furthermore, you only need to master 5 volumes to take this test. This guy has 8. Just as he said, he's definitely going to become the top journeyman apothecary, which will earn him the 5,000 merit point prize. Although Su Baocai's words were actually a bit contemptuous if you paid close attention, Bai Xiaochun didn't really notice. Eyes gleaming with elation, he looked at Su Baocai and said, "Did you just say that Zhou Xinqi and the little turtle are consummate chosen? Are they really that awesome?" "Of course. Especially the little turtle. He's completely shocking. He's the first person in 1,000 years to get first place in all 10 stone steles. Elder brother Bai, I have to say you really shouldn't aim too high." Even as the contempt in Su Baocai's heart rose to new heights, Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily. The more he was around Su Baocai, the more he liked him. Clapping him on the shoulder, he suddenly strode forward. Su Baocai gaped in shock as Bai Xiaochun walked toward the passageway. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was somewhat well known for his skill with plants and vegetation, considering that he had defeated Du Lingfei. It was a given that he would eventually take this test. However, what happened next caused Su Baocai's eyes to bulge. Bai Xiaochun strode proudly into the passageway, after which a flash of light could be seen, and the muffled reverberations began. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Everyone became deathly quiet. However, the reverberations didn't stop. A 9th reverberation echoed out and then a 10th rumble. When the 10th reverberation echoed out, Elder Su's eyes shot open, and they glowed with unprecedented brightness. He looked over at Bai Xiaochun, completely shocked. It must be stated that it would be rare enough for one of the thousands of outer sect disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak to master all 10 of the volumes, including the 5 for plants and vegetation, and the 5 for spirit creatures. Virtually all of them would have already taken this test. For someone to be so patient as to wait until they had mastered all 10 was something that Elder Su had never seen. Not until this very day. Even Zhou Xinqi had taken the test after having mastered only 9. Du Lingfei's eyes went wide as she stared at Bai Xiaochun standing there in the passageway. Although she had already known that he was far more advanced than her in his skill with plants and vegetation, she had never imagined that he would have reached such an astonishing level. Not only had he completely mastered plants and vegetation, he also had shocking skill with spirit creatures. Her mind was spinning, and she could do nothing but gape blankly. She couldn't help but recall how she had demanded to compete with him in skill with plants and vegetation, and how he had cautiously and even nervously asked about her ranking. Then she thought about how anxious he had looked when he had agreed to compete. As of this moment she realized that Bai Xiaochun's nervousness back then had been a front, concealing the wide smile that had blossomed in his heart. "Bai Xiaochun," she thought, gnashing her teeth. Chun Xiang and Zhao Yidua also gasped and stared at Bai Xiaochun in astonishment. As for Han Jianye, who had spent so many years in secluded meditation, he began to tremble. He was glaring at Bai Xiaochun, his mind spinning, waves of shock crashing into him as he realized that Bai Xiaochun was definitely his lifelong archenemy. The most important part of the journeyman apothecary test is medicine concocting, he thought. He might be strong, but I refuse to believe that he can outdo me in concocting medicine. I spent 7 years in secluded meditation just to take the top spot in this test. At the same time, the surrounding outer sect disciples were gasping and even crying out in shock. That was 10 reverberations. That means he mastered all 5 of the volumes of spirit creatures too. He passed all of the stone steels outside the 10,000 medicines pavilion. There aren't even 50 disciples in the entire outer sect who can do that. This guy has incredible patience. He waited to pass all 10 of the stone steels before taking the promotion test. Don't tell me, he's the little turtle? The crowd was in an uproar. Of course, most flabbergasted of everyone was Su Baokai, who was staring at Bai Xiaochun with eyes so wide they seemed to be on the verge of popping out of his head. Moments ago, he had despised Bai Xiaochun for not thinking much of having mastered 3 volumes of spirit creatures. But now, he clearly had every right to have that attitude. Mastery of plants and vegetation and mastery of spirit creatures. Bai Xiaochun was clearly just messing with me, but this is simply unbelievable. He's only been in the sect for a few years. Could it be that he really is the little turtle? Gasping, Su Baokai pulled out his little notebook and began to write down the new developments. Inwardly, he was rejoicing that he had chosen to smooth things out with Bai Xiaochun, and was also rejoicing that he hadn't said anything too derisive earlier. Even as everyone was giving voice to their shock, Bai Xiaochun walked out of the passageway, sighing. Actually, if there had been a way to conceal his accomplishments regarding the 10 stone steels, then he would have. After all, there were still inner sect disciples among Zhou Xinqi's fans. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done about it. He couldn't just give up on the promotion. Despite the fact that he had been forced to reveal the truth, when he saw how excited the crowds were, and when he heard people calling out his name, he was actually quite moved. What wonderful fellow disciples! Ah! If only everyone were like that. Sighing emotionally, and under the eyes of everyone in the audience, he selected a pill furnace and sat down. Elder Su looked thoughtfully at Bai Xiaochun. A smile flickered across his face, but quickly vanished. After recovered his composure, he calmly said, "The bag in front of you has 10 sets of medicinal plants, which you can use to concoct 10 Tier 1 spirit medicines, specifically, ink spirit incense. You will be judged based on your success rate, with a minimum of 2 successes being the requirement to pass. Whoever has the most successes will be awarded 5,000 merit points. You may begin immediately." The outer sect disciples in the audience instantly began to buzz with excitement in response to Elder Su's explanation. This time the test is to concoct ink spirit incense. Ink spirit incense isn't the most difficult Tier 1 medicine to concoct, but it's not easy. It's not like spirit condensation incense or other spirit medicines like that, which many apprentice apothecaries have experience with. They're only refining the ways to test one's qualifications in medicine concocting. Can't you see what's happening? Before, they required 4 volumes of plants and vegetation, now it's 5. They even increased the level of difficulty of the spirit medicine to be concocted. Presumably, things will only continue to get harder in the future. As everyone discussed the matter, the group sitting in front of the pill furnaces in the square had very serious expressions on their faces. Although some of them smiled bitterly when they heard that the test involved ink spirit incense, they didn't allow themselves to be distracted, but instead opened the bags and began to inspect the medicinal plants. Su Baokai had mentioned the matter of the 5,000 merit points earlier. Now that Bai Xiaochun heard confirmation from Elder Su, his heart was thumping. He was already running low on merit points, which he needed to get medicine formulas and medicinal plants. If I can get those 5,000 merit points, it will save me a lot of time and effort. With those thoughts on his mind, Bai Xiaochun opened the bag, within which were the 10 sets of medicinal plants, plus a jade slip, which was none other than the medicine formula for the ink spirit incense. He didn't immediately begin to concoct the medicine, but instead settled his qi and cleared his mind, then began to study the formula. He took his time, which was how he had grown accustomed to concocting medicine. Even the slightest question about anything needed to be analyzed completely until he felt completely confident. His initial research alone took him 2 hours. By that time, Du Lingfei and everyone else had already finished inspecting the plants, and were beginning to actually concoct the medicine. In fact, most of them were more than half finished with their first batch. It didn't take long before everyone except Bai Xiaochun was already in the middle of medicine concocting. Bai Xiaochun was the only one who was sitting there, looking thoughtfully at the jade slip. That sight left Su Baokai somewhat shocked. By now, the first batches of spirit medicine were coming out. Rumbling sounds began to emanate from the pill furnaces of everyone except Bai Xiaochun. Most of them had long faces as black smoke rose up, indicating that their first batches were failures. Han Jianya, on the other hand, threw his head back and laughed loudly. His pill furnace was trembling, and a medicinal aroma began to spread out. Shockingly, a 3-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense appeared. The surrounding outer sect disciples all craned their necks to look. He succeeded with his first batch. This Han Jianya sure has talent in medicine concocting. An excited expression appeared on Han Jianya's face as he glanced around at the other test-takers. His gaze lingered for a moment on Bai Xiaochun, and when he realized that he was still studying the medicine formula, a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Finally, he pulled out the second set of plants and began concocting a second batch. Du Lingfei and everyone else all had unsightly expressions on their faces, and gritted their teeth as they began to work on a second batch. Time passed. By the time the 4th hour of the test had passed, most of the group was finished with their second batch. Muffled rumbling could be heard as not a single test-taker succeeded. It was at about this time that Bai Xiaochun put the jade slip down. His mind was now permeated with the medicine formula for ink spirit incense. However, just when everyone thought he was about to begin, they were stunned to see him take out one of the medicinal plants and begin to study it closely. What is Bai Xiaochun doing? He already studied the medicine formula for 4 hours. What's the point of studying the plants? I know this is a test, but does he really have to go so slow? Su Baocai's eyes were wide with disbelief as he watched everyone else starting their third batches. The audience waited in befuddlement as the 6th hour of the test arrived. By now, 18 of the test-takers had all consistently failed. Soon 8 hours had passed, then 10. Eventually, 4 people succeeded in concocting the ink spirit incense, including Du Lingfei, Chen Xiang, and Zhao Yidua. The aura of the incense spread out in all directions. Han Jianya was chuckling proudly at being the first person to concoct a second stick of ink spirit incense. Looking around proudly, his contempt for Bai Xiaochun grew. At this point, Bai Xiaochun was studying the 4th of the medicinal plants. Occasionally, he would even tear a perforation into the plant itself, which left the audience shocked. Even Elder Su had noticed. Time flew by. Soon, 12 hours had passed. Everyone failed in their 6th batch of spirit medicine, except for Han Jianya, who was the only person to succeed. That caused quite an uproar, and even elicited a slight nod from Elder Su. This Han Jianya has already concocted 3 sticks of incense. Nobody else even has more than 1. In tests passed, 2 successes meant you passed the test, and 4 successes made you a chosen. All Han Jianya has to do is concoct 1 more stick to become a chosen. As everyone discussed the matter, a gleam of self-confidence could be seen flickering in Han Jianya's eyes as he murmured, "I'll definitely concoct a 4th stick of ink spirit incense. I'm going to be chosen, and I'm going to be the top journeyman apothecary." Swishing his sleeve in grand style, he began to work on his 7th batch. Du Lingfei's face was ashen as she gritted her teeth and began working on her own 7th batch. When the 14th hour arrived, Du Lingfei's eyes shone with elation as a medicinal aroma began to spread out from her pill furnace. Even as black smoke rose up from everyone else's 7th batches, she produced the only success. "I've met the minimum, but mere promotion is not enough." Du Lingfei constrained her excitement, taking a deep breath as she, along with the ashen-faced Han Jianya, began work on another batch. In the 16th hour, more rumbling sounds could be heard as yet again. Everyone met with failure. As of this moment, of the 19 other people besides Bai Xiaochun who were taking the test, Han Jianya had 3 successes, Du Lingfei had 2, Chen Xiang and Zhao Yidua both had 1, and everyone else, had nothing but failures. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was studying the last of the medicinal plants. This test is so hard. That was the thought running through the minds of the outer sect disciples in the audience. They could feel the anxious pressure building up. Most of the test takers only had 2 sets of ingredients left. With the exception of Du Lingfei and Han Jianya, who had already met the minimum requirement, and Chen Xiang and Zhao Yidua, who both had 1 success already, the other test takers had to succeed with both sets of ingredients, otherwise they would fail completely. Those remaining disciples were now extremely nervous. Essentially, this 9th batch was the most crucial batch. If they failed, then Elder Su wouldn't allow them to waste the ingredients set aside for the 10th batch. If that 9th batch failed, then their test-taking effort would be a complete failure. Filled with apprehension and nervousness, everyone focused completely on their 9th batches. Each and every step received complete and utter attention. Those who had already met the minimum requirement wanted to get a better final score, and for those who hadn't met the minimum, they had to do everything they could right now to pass. Bai Xiaochun, on the other hand, was sitting there holding the final medicinal plant. Apparently, he was considering some important question about that plant, as his brow was furrowed thoughtfully. By now, few people were paying attention to him. The 18th hour seemed to pass very slowly. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for. Soon, rumbling sounds echoed out. As for the disciples who had not succeeded at all, they rose to their feet, faces pale, chuckling bitterly. After clasping hands to Elder Su, they dejectedly left the square. One by one, the disciples left, until soon only 6 people remained concocting medicine. Soon, rumbling sounds echoed out from the 6 test-takers' pill furnaces, and yet a medicinal aroma emitted from only one of those furnaces, the one belonging to Zhao Yidua. Zhao Yidua's hands were clenched tightly into fists. He was panting, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He was more excited right now than he had ever been before. He had met the minimum requirements. With 2 successes, he passed. Some people were excited, some were depressed. 5 people had failed, 2 of them being disciples who hadn't succeeded a single time. Sighing, they rose to their feet and left. Chen Xiang couldn't be more on edge. He was glaring at Zhao Yidua, heart filled with bitterness and anxiety. Then he looked with bloodshot eyes at the final set of medicinal plants. Du Lingfei frowned, then closed her eyes to think. Han Jianya felt the least pressure of all, and yet he wasn't happy to be stuck with only 3 successes. He wanted to break through to become chosen. The last batch. People took deep breaths as they looked out at the square, and the 5 people left behind. Han Jianya, Du Lingfei, Zhao Yidua, Chen Xiang, and of course, Bai Xiaochun. 3 of them had already met the minimum requirements. Chen Xiang had 1 chance left to do so. As for Bai Xiaochun, people weren't even paying attention to him, and were actually beginning to wonder why he had even come. After 18 hours, all he had done was study the medicine formula and the medicinal plants. Some people were even wondering if he had just come to be a part of the excitement. It was with unprecedented seriousness that Du Lingfei and the others began to focus completely on their 10th and last batch of spirit medicine. As everyone looked on with fixed gazes, the 20th hour slowly passed. Rumbling sounds could then be heard from Zhao Yidua's pill furnace, after which black smoke rose up. He sighed. He had failed in the final batch, but at least he still met the minimum requirements. In almost the exact same instant that Zhao Yidua failed, Chen Xiang's pill furnace began to emit a medicinal aroma. His wasn't the only one. Medicinal aromas were also spreading out from Du Lingfei's and Han Jianya's. In that instant, all 3 of their faces lit up with joy as they realized that they had succeeded. I did it! For sticks of ink spirit incense. I took the top spot. Han Jianya shot to his feet and his excited laughter began to ring out in all directions. Du Lingfei sighed in relief. Although she hadn't reached the level of a chosen, 3 successes was still astonishing. Chen Xiang felt almost as if he had been resurrected from the dead, and began to laugh heartily. As of this moment, the feelings that the 4 of them had been suppressing for the last 2 hours finally erupted out. What a difficult test! The fact that Xianxia could succeed 4 times despite this level of difficulty shows that he really is a chosen. Du Lingfei got 3 successes. Chen Xiang and Zhao Yidua both got 2. They all met the requirements to be promoted. I bet if the test wasn't so hard, they all would probably have been able to get 4 successes. Even as everyone began to discuss the matter, as the friends of the test-takers were cheering in support, as Elder Su nodded approvingly at Xianxia and was about to announce that the test was over, Bai Xiaochun moved. After fully studying the final plant and resolving all of the issues he had, Bai Xiaochun continued to completely ignore all of the clamor around him. He had focused hard on the information in the jade slip, had become completely immersed in the Tao of plants and vegetation, and had even entered a sort of trance. Nothing short of the crash of thunder and lightning would be able to break his concentration, nor did he even glance at the results of the others' concocting efforts. Of course, that attracted the attention of some in the audience, including Su Baokai. Curious expressions could be seen on their faces as they looked over, clearly wondering why Bai Xiaochun had spent so much longer in his initial observations. This Bai Xiaochun is just too slow. Everyone else is finished and he's just starting. Shouldn't the test be over by now? You know what? I don't think I ever heard anything about the Journeyman Apothecary promotion test. Having a time limit? It wasn't clear who exactly said that last sentence, but when people heard it, they began to turn toward Elder Su, blank expressions on their faces. Elder Su hesitated for a moment, but the truth was that the Journeyman Apothecary promotion test really didn't have any time limit. Therefore, he continued to stand there watching Bai Xiaochun concoct medicine. Xianxia wasn't worried at all, and was even chuckling coldly, eyes flashing with disdain. At first, he had been worried that Bai Xiaochun would be a formidable opponent, but after the way this part of the test had played out, he was convinced that there was no way Bai Xiaochun could surpass him. Du Lingfei's brow was furrowed. Bai Xiaochun rubbed her wrong no matter how she considered the matter. Bai Xiaochun's movements were blindingly fast, and his eyes glowed brightly. To him, the entire world consisted only of that pill furnace. The various medicinal plants rapidly changed form as he kneaded them into pastes, broke them down into powders, or made other preparations. Then, after putting all of the ingredients into the pill furnace, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed at the pill furnace, causing the earth flame underneath to burn brightly. 2 hours flew by, and soon a strong medicinal aroma emanated out from the pill furnace. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, causing a 4-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense to fly out. As soon as it landed in his palm, he examined it, and then frowned. Everyone in the audience had very serious expressions on their faces, and Elder Su's eyes were flickering. However, just when everyone was expecting Bai Xiaochun to start his second batch, they realized that instead he was simply studying the incense. What is he doing? He succeeded. Why hasn't he started the second batch? Everyone was looking on, stunned. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was looking at the ink spirit incense, feeling quite unsatisfied. Although he had indeed succeeded, he knew that based on the ingredients he had used, the incense should have been 7 inches long. What went wrong, he thought. Then he contemplated the matter for 6 hours. Just when everyone was getting to the point where they were running out of patience, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered, and he produced a second set of ingredients and began to concoct. Everyone in the audience anxiously watched him work. Yet again 2 hours passed. This time, the medicinal aroma was even stronger than before as a 5-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense flew out. Du Lingfei's face flickered, and shocked expressions could be seen on the faces of both Chen Xiang and Zhao Yidua. As for Xianxia, his eyes flickered, but his expression remained calm. Only he knew that, inwardly, he was starting to get anxious. Of course, what made him anxious was not just that Bai Xiaochun had succeeded 2 times, but that he might continue to succeed. Under the shocked gazes of all present, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, sending the third set of medicinal plant ingredients out. His third batch was now beginning, and all of the outer sect disciples were watching closely. 2 hours passed in silence. Suddenly, the pill furnace shuddered, and a medicinal aroma even stronger than before filled the area as a 6-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense appeared. 3 times in a row. How could this be happening? How is Bai Xiaochun doing this? Could it be that he has actually concocted ink spirit incense before? Cries of astonishment could be heard because of the successive successes. People could hardly believe what they were seeing. Du Lingfei's breath came in ragged pants as she glared at Bai Xiaochun, waves of shock battering her heart. Chun Xiang and Zhao Yidua were both gaping dully. 3 in a row. Han Jianya thought, clenching his hands into fists. His eyes were now completely bloodshot. He must already be familiar with ink spirit incense. Well, he got lucky with this batch. But the next batch will be a different story. Just when everyone was expecting Bai Xiaochun to start his 4th batch, he held up the 6-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense, then frowned and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then everyone waited for 10 hours. If this sort of thing had happened with the first batch, everyone would have left. But after having seen Bai Xiaochun succeed 3 times in a row, they knew that a 4th success would push him past everyone else to the same level as Han Jianya. That was something everyone was itching to see happen. Bai Xiaochun takes way too long. It's only a Tier 1 spirit medicine. Why does he need so much time to think about it? Of course, Du Lingfei and Han Jianya were the most invested of all, and were staring dead at Bai Xiaochun, completely unwilling to leave. It was at this point that Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered brightly. His eyebrows shot up as he waved both hands, sending plants and vegetation flying out as he began his 4th batch. Everyone was now looking on in complete excitement. 2 hours later, rumbling sounds could be heard, but not the type that indicated a failure had been met. Instead, a powerful blast of medicinal aroma spread out, filling the entire area in the blink of an eye. Then, astonishingly, a 7-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense appeared. The 4th batch was another success. The audience went wild. 4 in a row. I can't believe something like this actually happened. Just how many times will Bai Xiaochun actually succeed? 2 successes are the requirement to pass, and 4 makes you chosen. If I remember correctly, elder sister Zhou Xinqi got 7 successes back when she was promoted. As the crowd clamored, Du Lingfei's face turned very unsightly. Although she was aware that Bai Xiaochun's skill with plants and vegetation far surpassed her own, to see that such a vast gap existed between them in terms of medicine concocting filled her with mixed emotions. As for Han Jianya, he was grinding his teeth, and his hands were clenched tightly into balls. He was trembling, and couldn't bear to believe what he was seeing. And yet, everything was happening right in front of him, making it impossible for him to deny it. 4 successes. 4 successes has to be his limit. The rest will definitely be failures. Everyone in the audience was now buzzing with speculation regarding how many total successes Bai Xiaochun would achieve. But then, they realized that Bai Xiaochun was simply staring at the ink spirit incense. What is this guy doing? He's doing more studying? Although they were a bit chagrined, the audience members weren't about to leave now. Instead, they sat there, waiting and watching, looking forward to seeing the results of Bai Xiaochun's next study session. 16 hours passed before Bai Xiaochun finally took a deep breath. His eyes were completely bloodshot. Although no one else realized it, the 4th batch he had just produced had come very close to failing. This ink spirit incense is much, much harder than any of the other spirit medicines I've concocted in the past. Bai Xiaochun was prudent and meticulous. After thinking back to all the other batches he had produced so far, he identified what the problem was, and after confirming that he could prevent it from happening, began a 5th batch. He was completely oblivious to any of the conversations around him. When he was concocting medicine, his level of focus exceeded imagination. It didn't matter what anybody said. He wouldn't begin to concoct unless he was absolutely confident in succeeding. Everyone in the audience had been sitting here for so long that they were completely exhausted and were having trouble staying focused, and yet they were now all craning their necks to see what was happening. It didn't take long before more rumbling sounds could be heard, and a medicinal aroma spread out in all directions, a fragrant odor that sent shock into the hearts of everyone present. The fifth batch was a success. Xianxia sat there dumbfounded, heart overwhelmed with bitterness. After a long moment, he simply sighed quietly. This was the moment the crowd had been waiting for. Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve and began the sixth batch. Before long, more rumbling could be heard, and smell of incense spread out. The sixth batch was a success. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered. Not pausing for even a moment, he pulled out more medicinal plants and started his seventh batch. However, in almost the exact same instant that he started the seventh batch, an acrid odor suddenly wafted out. It was very faint, and could only be detected by Xiaochun, and yet it caused his heart to begin pounding. He performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed out, reducing the earth flame temperature. After manipulating the ingredients with the greatest care, he succeeded with the seventh batch. However, this stick was only 3 inches long, and contained many impurities, leaving it on the verge of being low-grade, almost toxic. However, as far as the audience was concerned, that still counted as a success. At this point, the audience was completely and utterly wrapped up in what was happening. Everyone was panting in excitement, especially Su Baokai, whose eyes glowed with disbelief. 7 successes. Heavens! Bai Xiaochun actually succeeded 7 times. He's just as good as elder sister Zhou Xinqi. I remember hearing that the only person to ever exceed 8 successes was a disciple from years ago named Wang Qingshan, an elder brother who is now in the supreme position of being in the legacy echelon. Succeeding 9 times is completely unheard of. Nobody has ever done it. The audience was in an uproar, but Bai Xiaochun was sitting there quietly, looking at the pill furnace. His eyes were bloodshot, and by this point he wasn't even thinking about the test. He was immersed in thoughts of concocting medicine, and was analyzing the near failure from all angles. Next, he pulled out the ingredients and began to examine them again to try to determine the cause. This spirit plant is called ink fruit, and the ink elements within each one are slightly different. He held the ink fruit in his hand and continued to observe and analyze it. Time passed, and more wry smiles could be seen on the faces of the audience as they realized what was happening. Although they were excited, Bai Xiaochun was so thoughtfully slow in medicine concocting that it could make one bristle with anger. And yet, nobody was willing to leave. The outer sect disciples all sat there cross-legged, some of them meditating as they waited for Bai Xiaochun. Others were so exhausted that they leaned up against nearby boulders to sleep. A strange expression could be seen on the face of Elder Su. Coughing dryly, he sat there cross-legged, waiting. Of course, Du Lingfei and Xianxia weren't going to leave. Although Bai Xiaochun left them physically and mentally exhausted, they had no choice but to sit there quietly. Everything was very quiet, except for the occasional snores which echoed out. And yet, people were still waiting and watching Bai Xiaochun. Su Baokai was among their number. Hours passed, during which some people awoke from their sleep to find Bai Xiaochun sitting there in contemplation. They couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe he's still studying. The sun is rising. Eventually, after more than 20 hours had passed, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. Bai Xiaochun was panting. By this point, he was focused to the point of tuning everything else out. He wasn't even worried about whether or not he would succeed. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was occupied with only one thing: how to be completely and utterly confident. Unless he was totally confident, he wouldn't start the next batch. When it came to concocting medicine, his cautious and prudent personality was fully on display. However, even after all the thought he had put into it, he still couldn't figure out how to solve the problem without first standardizing the ink elements within the ink fruit. Although that wouldn't count as changing the medicine formula, it would be a slight adjustment to it. After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with determination. The only way is to adjust the formula on a case-by-case basis. He quickly crushed the ink fruit. A squishing sound could be heard as juice flowed out, although Bai Xiaochun didn't send it into the pill furnace. Instead, he congealed it in the air in front of him, then began to make adjustments here and there. Most people in the audience were surprised, but didn't really understand what he was doing. Even Bai Xiaochun himself didn't really think that his actions were anything special. He just felt that this was the best course of action considering the circumstances. However, Elder Su had opened his eyes, and a gleam of shock flickered deep therein. Although he had been a bit surprised that Bai Xiaochun had succeeded 7 times in a row, what he was doing now was far more shocking. This Bai Xiaochun is actually trying to adjust the medicine formula. Incredible. No wonder the Peak Lord told me to keep an eye on him while he was away from the mountain. Elder Su continued to observe Bai Xiaochun silently. A moment later, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, flushing away the extra ink elements, leaving behind a drop about the size of a fingernail. After sending it into the pill furnace, he produced the rest of the medicinal plant ingredients and then began his 8th batch. The pill furnace instantly turned bright red. This time it didn't take 2 hours. After enough time passed for 2 incense sticks to burn, the pill furnace trembled, and a medicinal aroma spread out. The 8th batch had succeeded. Elder Su looked at the pill furnace, and what he saw was a 7-inch-long stick of ink spirit incense that was black with violet specks. That's almost mid-grade, Elder Su thought, his eyes shining brightly. Bai Xiaochun could also tell that this stick of ink spirit incense was different than the others. Although he was initially confused, he suddenly realized why all of the other spirit medicines he had produced before were low-grade. The medicine formula isn't standardized. If you adjust things based on your current needs, you can concoct mid-grade spirit medicines or higher. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt as if the world had been opened up to him. Feeling very excited, and before even waiting for the crowd to break out into an uproar, he started his 9th batch. Everyone was panting, and nobody was talking. They were all completely and utterly shaken. They might have been excited before, but now that they had personally witnessed Bai Xiaochun succeed 8 times in a row, they were in a state of complete and utter incredulity. Not only had he surpassed Zhou Xinqi, he was now on almost the exact same level as the legacy echelon cultivator Wang Qingshan. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Bai Xiaochun rapidly went about concocting the next batch. He only used the time it takes an incense stick to burn before rumbling sounds could be heard from the pill furnace, and a powerful blast of medicinal aroma spread out. The 9th batch was a success. This is unheard of. Nobody has ever succeeded 9 times, and especially not with ink spirit incense. Bai Xiaochun spent an infuriatingly long time thinking. But his success rate is completely astonishing. Su Baocai's mind was spinning, and his jaw hung wide open. Du Lingfei felt her heart being battered by waves of astonishment, and couldn't help but think back to the competition, and how Bai Xiaochun had analyzed that grafted plant. Han Jianye simply sighed bitterly. Although he was disappointed, he was no longer enraged. If Bai Xiaochun had surpassed him by a small amount, he might have continued to pursue a grudge, but now he had to admit that he had lost. With only one more success, elder brother Bai will do something nobody has ever done, not even in ancient times. He is going to pull off a miracle. Boy, was it worth it to come watch the test this time. We got stuck here for a few days, but it was definitely worth it. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun was the center of all attention. Everyone was panting, and their eyes gleamed with intense anticipation. Even Elder Su felt completely shocked, and was staring with wide eyes. Finally, Bai Xiaochun moved. His eyes shone with focus as he produced the final set of ingredients. After organizing them into the order that he would use them, he began to feed them into the pill furnace, then performed a double-handed incantation gesture to stoke the earth flame. Time passed in complete silence. The only thing the audience could hear was the beat of their own hearts as they waited for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. An intense rumbling sound could be heard from within the pill furnace. No smoke of failure poured out, and yet, neither did a medicinal aroma. Everyone was shocked. Did he fail? Su Baocai thought, so nervous that his tongue was sticking to the roof of his mouth. Bai Xiaochun stared in shock, but then he suddenly realized what was most likely happening, and his eyes began to shine. It was at this point that everyone watching could see a scintillating light shining out from the joints and cracks in the pill furnace. Elder Su suddenly leapt forward to peer into the pill furnace. within which was a 1-inch long stick of ink spirit incense that was completely violet. His eyes danced with elation. "Mid-grade," he said, laughing loudly. Flicking his sleeve, he collected up all of the pill furnaces and sticks of ink spirit incense which had been concocted. "The final round of the test is over. By Xiaochun, Han Jianye, Du Lingfei, Chun Xiong, Zhao Yidhua, you 5 have all been promoted to journeyman apothecary. By Xiaochun, you take the top spot and are awarded 5,000 merit points." The crowd dissolved into wild commotion, the sound of which echoed out in all directions. 10 successes. He got 10 successes. Plus, the final batch produced a mid-grade product. He's only a journeyman apothecary, but can already concoct mid-grade spirit medicine. Su Baokai, Du Lingfei, Han Jianye, and everyone else present were completely stunned. It was somewhat grudgingly that Bai Xiaochun watched the only mid-grade spirit medicine he had ever concocted be whisked away by Elder Su. He was of a mind to give voice to his discontent, but Elder Su seemed too imposing, and was clearly not going to return the incense. Bai Xiaochun sighed and left the square, exhausted. As he walked through the crowd, people looked at him with excitement and admiration. Obviously, the fact that he had succeeded 10 times in a row was no fluke, and was something that an ordinary disciple could never do. "Congratulations on pulling off a miracle, Elder Brother Bai. This is completely unprecedented. Congratulations, Elder Brother Bai. I truly admire you. Elder Brother Bai, I have some questions about plants and vegetation. Do you think you could help a junior sister out?" Bai Xiaochun blinked. He had been so engrossed in medicine concocting that he had completely tuned everything else out. After seeing what a commotion he had caused, he quickly clasped hands and bowed to the audience. At the moment, he felt nothing short of elated. Back when no one knew who the little turtle was, he had never been able to find the right opportunity to make a big debut. Now that he was experiencing exactly the feeling he had hoped for. As for the female disciples who were asking for his help, Bai Xiaochun instantly nodded in agreement. Furthermore, as for all of the disciples who were calling him Elder Brother Bai, he asked them to call him Bai Xiaochun, lest people be unaware of his full name. Just as he was feeling exceptionally proud of himself, he suddenly caught sight of a young man in the crowd, glaring at him. Bai Xiaochun instantly recognized him as one of Zhou Xinqi's devoted fans. Bai Xiaochun's face flickered, and he quickly extricated himself from the crowd and sped off. After hurrying all the way back to his log cabin, he realized that he was feeling a bit dizzy. Having spent days concocting medicine, he was completely drained and instantly fell asleep on his bed. He slept for 2 days straight. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, he opened his eyes, feeling completely refreshed. Then, he thought back to how he had personally concocted a mid-grade spirit medicine, and how Elder Su had then taken it away. Sighing, he took a look at his identity medallion to confirm that 5,000 merit points had been added, and then felt a little bit better. With those merit points, he could continue to work at concocting medicine, which would also help him cultivate the undying live forever technique. Next, he made a quick trip out of his residence to retrieve 7 or 8 medicine formulas from the sect. After picking one for vital energy replenishment, he spent some merit points to get a large quantity of medicinal plants. The entire process went quickly, but he was jumpy with fear the entire time. Wherever he went, it seemed people recognized him, and he even noticed some of Zhou Xinqi's fans, who glared at him with cold smiles, then produced jade slips to transmit messages to their cohorts. Bai Xiaochun nervously got all the medicinal plants he needed, then headed, not to his courtyard residence, but to the medicine concocting pavilion. Using the remainder of his merit points, he bought an entire year's worth of time, and then holed up. "I was a bit careless this time. Just wait till I come out. I'm gonna make a big breakthrough in my undying iron skin, and if you people mess with me, well, if you come at me one at a time, I'll take you out. If you gang up, then I'll just call for the Peak Lord." Snorting coldly, he began to concoct medicine there in the workshop. He could well imagine how, during those 2 days in which he had slept, word of him being promoted to journeyman apothecary had spread. In fact, it wouldn't take long before the entire Fragrant Cloud Peak was talking about it. And of course, that was exactly what happened. Furthermore, many people were already speculating that Bai Xiaochun was the little turtle. There were too many coincidences for there to be any other explanation. Not only had he shown amazing talent with both plants and vegetation and spirit creatures, but Bai Xiaochun had concocted a mid-grade spirit medicine. He had even passed the journeyman apothecary test with 10 successes in a row. Zhou Xinqi's fans immediately sprang into action, as did Du Lingfei's fans. However, none of them realized how cautious Bai Xiaochun was, so much so that he would never return to his residence, but would instead stay at the medicine concocting pavilion. Then they found out that he had purchased an entire year's worth of time in one of the workshops, and they were instantly enraged. However, the medicine concocting pavilion wasn't a place that they could just barge into. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun's new status struck fear into their hearts. Although they couldn't really do anything to him, if they roughed him up to teach him a lesson, the sect wouldn't care. After all, people who provoked those above their skill level would get what they deserved. However, there was nothing to be done now, so the group which had gathered to catch Bai Xiaochun dispersed begrudgingly. However, there was one of their number, a pock-faced young man, who looked at the medicine concocting pavilion with a cold smile. You think that hiding in there will keep you safe from me? I couldn't care less that you beat up my cousin Qinfei. However, you bullied my beloved junior sister Zhou, and also my most cherished junior sister Du plus, my favorite of all, junior sister Ho won't stop talking about you. Bai Xiaochun, you might have talent in plants and vegetation, but killing you won't be any trouble at all for me. The young man laughed coldly. He was none other than the inner sect disciple surnamed Qian de Jin. Bai Xiaochun spent one carefree day after another in the medicine concocting pavilion, either concocting medicines or cultivating his undying live forever technique. As the days went by, he truly did advance by leaps and bounds in the undying live forever technique. His skin became tougher and more durable, and he could move even faster than before. Another 2 days, and my undying iron skin will be complete. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and his eyes gleamed with elation. However, it was on that very night at dusk that, all of a sudden, a green beam of light shot from the mission's offices toward the medicine pavilion. It completely bypassed the protective shields surrounding the pavilion and appeared right there inside of Bai Xiaochun's workshop. Bai Xiaochun gaped in shock at the command medallion, which was now hovering in front of him. The command medallion was pitch black, and in the very center was the character Justice, which emanated a bleak and somber air. Even as Bai Xiaochun stared in at its shock, a cold voice echoed out into the workshop. Outer sect disciple Bai Xiaochun. After an investigation carried out by the Hall of Justice, it has been confirmed that after being in the sect for several years, you have only accomplished a single mission to raise a spirit plant. Because of this violation of sect rules, you must participate in a mandatory out-of-sect mission, which begins 3 days from now. From the cold and sinister nature of the voice, it seemed apparent that if Bai Xiaochun refused to comply, he would receive the strictest of punishments. The Hall of Justice. Bai Xiaochun's eyes bulged, and his heart began to pound. At the same time, the command medallion transformed into a black glow, and then vanished. Everything was dead quiet. Bai Xiaochun's face flickered with various emotions as he pulled out his identity medallion. Sure enough, he found that a mandatory mission had been added. He had completely forgotten about the rule about a minimum number of missions required for disciples on a yearly basis. However, the abrupt arrival of the command medallion from the Hall of Justice was something that Bai Xiaochun found very odd. After a moment of thought, he left his workshop, walked out of the medicine concocting pavilion, and headed toward the top of the mountain. Something's not right here. Why do I feel like a cold wind is running down my back? Well, I've been in the sect for years now, and have never taken the initiative to go see the Peak Lord. I might as well go pay my respects and see if I can figure out what's going on. Bai Xiaochun was wrapped up in very important thoughts the entire way up the mountain. Eventually, he found Li Qingho's Taoist assistant, only to discover that Li Qingho had been out of the sect for several months. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very bitter and very nervous. Instead of returning to the medicine-concocting pavilion, he went to find Su Baokai. After all, Su Baokai knew everything that was going on in the sect, so perhaps he would have some clue about what was going on. Su Baokai was still an outer sect disciple, and lived on a different part of the mountain than Bai Xiaochun. By now it was evening, and not very many people were out and about. Soon, Bai Xiaochun had arrived outside Su Baocai's courtyard residence. This residence was not as remote as Bai Xiaochun's, and was clustered together with 7 or 8 others. Now that it was dark, firelight could be seen shining out from several of the courtyards. Bai Xiaochun ducked his head down to make himself inconspicuous. Instead of knocking on the main gate, he flew over the wall, after which he caught sight of Su Baokai bent over a little notebook, writing. "Su Baokai," he whispered. Su Baokai was startled, but once he saw who had come, he said, "Oh, hey, elder brother Bai." A bit confused, he rose to his feet and invited Bai Xiaochun into his room. "Elder brother Bai, weren't you in secluded meditation in the medicine-concocting pavilion?" he asked curiously. "What are you doing out here?" "Su Baokai, what do you know about the Hall of Justice?" Bai Xiaochun asked immediately. Seeing the grim expression on Bai Xiaochun's face, Su Baokai could tell that something was wrong, and quickly responded, "The Hall of Justice? Well, there's a southern hall and a northern hall who administer the 2 different parts of the sect. They oversee the outer sect disciples and servants, but usually don't do anything unless there's been a serious violation of sect rules. If a violation does occur, they have a lot of power. There are all sorts of punishments they can enforce. In fact, they even have the power to execute traitors. Essentially, the Hall of Justice is like a sword hanging over the necks of the outer sect disciples, ensuring that none of us ever dare to violate sect rules. If someone does and gets noticed by the Hall of Justice, they'll receive swift and severe punishment. Of course, although the Hall of Justice has a lot of power, that power is limited. As long as you don't violate sect rules, then you don't really have to worry about them at all. As usual, Su Baokai went on to give a very detailed description of the Hall of Justice to Bai Xiaochun, based on everything that he knew. He even went on to tell Bai Xiaochun the grisly fates of some of the disciples who had run afoul of the Hall of Justice. 500 years ago, a traitor rose up within the Spirit Stream sect. The Hall of Justice tracked him down for 7 days before finally killing him and wiping out his soul. 300 years ago, an outer sect disciple flagrantly violated sect rules. Although the Hall of Justice gave him a chance to repent, he ignored it. In the end, the Hall of Justice reported the matter to the sect, and the disciple was punished in the Black Wind Abyss, where to this very day, he is constantly scourged by biting winds. 100 years ago, the Mount Zhou Society planned an armed rebellion. Despite warnings from the Hall of Justice, they refused to back down. When they finally made their move, the Hall of Justice executed all the cultivators from the Mount Zhou Society, sparing only the mortals. As Bai Xiaochun listened to all of this, his expression grew more unsightly than ever, and his heart began to pound. "Are you telling me that normally the Hall of Justice gives a warning first, and resorts to serious punishment only if you don't repent?" "Yeah, exactly. That's one of the limitations placed upon the Hall of Justice. Otherwise, they would have far too much power." By this point, Su Baokai had guessed that the Hall of Justice must have set their eyes on Bai Xiaochun. However, matters pertaining to the Hall of Justice were sensitive, and Su Baokai was intelligent enough to look out for his own interests. Therefore, although he told Bai Xiaochun what he knew, he didn't dare to get any more involved than that. In the end, just before Bai Xiaochun was about to leave, Su Baokai hesitated for a moment as he thought about Bai Xiaochun's skill with plants and vegetation, and then suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Elder brother Bai, do you happen to know an inner sect disciple from Green Crest Peak named Chen Dajin? He's Chun Fei's older cousin, and he also happens to be a member of the Hall of Justice." After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Bai Xiaochun left. As he walked along the path in the sect, he looked up at the moon and thought about everything Su Baokai had said, which only served to confirm what he had already surmised. In the end, he sighed. "I didn't offend anyone in the sect," he thought, clenching his jaw. "Other than Chen Fei, There's only the fans of Zhou Xinqi. Qian Dajin. Qian Dajin. After returning to the medicine concocting pavilion, he sat down cross-legged in the workshop and looked at the pill furnace. Then his face twitched. It's pretty obvious that me failing to complete a sect mission every year is just an excuse. Something like that wouldn't be noticed unless someone specifically looked into it, and even still, it isn't a very big deal. Besides, I couldn't possibly be the only person in the sect who has done that. Since Chen Dajin is a member of the Hall of Justice, he's using his public office to avenge private grudges. After more thought, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were growing increasingly bloodshot. If I go on this mission, he'll definitely make sure something happens to me at some point. Why else would he go through all the trouble of setting this up? However, he would still have to be careful to make sure the sect doesn't find out. Overall, I still have the initiative. If I ignore the mission order, then I would be falling right into his hands. He would be able to take control of the initiative, using his status in the Hall of Justice to directly punish me. Bai Xiaochun thought about it from many directions, but there was no perfect solution. Eventually, he took out his identity medallion and examined the mission. It only took a moment before he realized there was a familiar name in the mission description. Hou Yunfei. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide as he thought back to when he had first become an outer sect disciple, and the detailed introduction to the sect Hou Yunfei had given him. Then he closed his eyes to think more. This mission didn't seem to be a difficult one. A few years ago, Hou Yunfei had accepted a mission outside of the sect, and would check back in every month with news. That was a common arrangement for disciples who took on long-term missions. However, 2 months ago, contact was lost, and no news had come back. Therefore, this new mission had been handed down. 3 outer sect disciples would be sent to investigate, with no specific instructions regarding the clues they were to gather. Search missions like this were common within the sect. All the disciples had to do was investigate a bit, turn up some clues, and then come back to the sect to let someone follow up further. Furthermore, for an outer sect disciple to go missing wasn't a very important matter as far as the sect was concerned. Of course, they were still disciples, so the matter had to be handled eventually. That was why missions like this existed in the first place. Bai Xiaochun thought about it further, and after weighing all the options and facts, clenched his teeth. Fine, I'll take the mission. Panting, eyes bloodshot, he immediately began to concoct more medicine. If he was going to go out of the sect on a mission, then he needed to have a major breakthrough with his undying iron skin. 2 days later, Bai Xiaochun's body was shaking, and his skin was vibrating. Suddenly, a wave of blackness spread out across him, which quickly vanished. However, if you looked closely, you could just barely see red streaks of light flashing across him. The black is iron, the red is bronze. When he pushed down on his skin, a sound like ringing metal echoed out. Next, he shot to his feet and confirmed that he was much faster than before. After a few more tests, he leaped up into the air and pinched his thumb and index finger together. There were no cracking sounds this time, but rather muffled booms. They weren't very loud, and yet Bai Xiaochun could tell that this move of his was at least twice as powerful as before. Breakthrough with my undying iron skin, he thought excitedly. As of this moment, he was a bit more confident regarding the mission. It's too bad I can only concoct Tier 1 spirit medicine appropriate for the 5th level of qi condensation and lower. Bai Xiaochun stood there in the workshop feeling a bit disappointed. However, time was limited, and he simply couldn't produce the type of Tier 2 spirit medicine appropriate for the 8th level of qi condensation and lower. Because of that, his cultivation base couldn't progress very much, and remained in the great circle of the 6th level of qi condensation. Tomorrow at dawn I leave the sect, he thought anxiously. This would be his first time truly leaving the sect since he had joined, and he didn't feel safe at all. In fact, he even took out the shield he had acquired from Chen Fei and performed a 3-fold spirit enhancement on it. That didn't leave him feeling very safe, though. Next, he performed spirit enhancements on the leather coats he had worn in the competition. After more thought, he went out in the middle of the night and found Big Fatty Zhang, to borrow his big black wok that supposedly had an earth flame spell formation built into it. Even still, he didn't feel at ease. However, there was nothing more to be done. Looking very anxious, he returned, not to the medicine-concocting pavilion, but his courtyard, where he waited for the sun to rise. Qian Dejin, you just wait until I get to Foundation establishment. Then I'll show you a thing or two. Bai Xiaochun was more nervous than ever, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He was scared of dying, after all, and now that he was no longer a newcomer to the sect, he was well aware of how the cultivation world worked. For the entire night, his imagination went wild as he thought about all the bad things that could happen, until eventually, the sun rose. At dawn, when the first ray of sunlight poked out into the sky, Bai Xiaochun felt his identity medallion vibrating. He stood there at the front of his courtyard, looked back at what had been his home for the past 2 years, and let out a long sigh. I'm definitely going to need to be very careful. I absolutely must not lose my poor little life. Bai Xiaochun had a very anxious look on his face. He had 8 layers of leather coats on, and was wearing Big Fatty Zhang's huge black walk on his back. Although he was actually relatively skinny, having dressed up in this fashion made him look almost spherical. With a very serious look, Bai Xiaochun left Fragrant Cloud Peak and headed toward the main gate that marked the border of the South Bank. On the way, the numerous disciples who looked at him all stared in shock at his unusual getup. He scowled miserably the entire time, and whenever he ran into people he knew, he would simply wave goodbye to them. Soon he was approaching the main gate, whereupon he saw 2 people who had arrived ahead of him. One of them was a young man sitting cross-legged in meditation. The other was a young woman who was pacing back and forth in front of the gate, but who currently had her back to him and yet looked familiar. Du Lingfei? He thought, a look of shock appearing on his face. It was at this point that Du Lingfei also caught sight of him, and her jaw dropped. Then she noticed what he was wearing, and her brow furrowed. You're the last person in the team going to investigate Elder Brother Ho's whereabouts? She asked. Yeah, what a coincidence, he replied with a dry cough. Then he looked from Du Lingfei over toward the young man. Although his face was expressionless, a murderous aura rippled off of him, and as soon as Bai Xiaochun looked over at him, he opened his eyes and looked back, an enigmatic half-smile on his face. Bai Xiaochun's heart twitched. After analyzing the matter, he had come to the conclusion that the easiest way for Qian Dejin to do something to him was to place a friend within the mission group. Then, after they all left the sect, that friend could strike at him secretly. At the moment, he found both Du Lingfei and this young man to be worthy of suspicion. And yet, he acted completely at ease, and even smiled widely at the young man. Bai Xiaochun at your service, he said. Elder brother, you are? The young man smiled back and replied, Feng Yen of Green Crest Peak. Bai Xiaochun quickly clasped hands in respect. Oh, Elder Brother Feng, I should have known it was you. At first glance, you're obviously an extraordinary individual. This is my first mission outside of the sect, so I really hope you can show me how it's done, Elder Brother Feng. It only took a moment for Bai Xiaochun to assess that Feng Yan's cultivation base was at the 7th level of qi condensation. No problem. You flatter me. A flicker of scorn passed through Feng Yan's eyes. The only reason he'd agreed to take the mission was that inner sect disciple Qian Dejin had promised him a lucrative reward to secretly kill Bai Xiaochun. As far as he was concerned, that wouldn't be difficult at all. All he had to do was be careful and make it look like an accident. Bai Xiaochun was as good as dead. The only thing he had to be careful about was to make sure that Du Lingfei didn't see. Of course, he was mostly convinced that Du Lingfei had taken the mission for the same reason he had, because of Qian Dejin. As for Du Lingfei, she was currently frowning. She had never imagined that accepting a mission outside the sect would result in her being stuck with one of the people she despised the most. After all, no one had forced her to take this mission. She had selected it on her own. Although there might be some danger associated with it, it was a relatively simple mission with a hefty reward of merit points. She had been stuck in the great circle of the 5th level of qi condensation for some time now, and needed some cloud-soaring incense to break through, which of course required merit points. As soon as she thought about cloud-soaring incense, her revulsion for Bai Xiaochun stirred. The lily-livered rat, she thought, glaring at Bai Xiaochun in disgust. She especially despised his sphere-like appearance with all the clothes and the black walk, which made it more obvious than ever that he feared death. Snorting coldly, she completely ignored Bai Xiaochun and turned toward Feng Yan to clasp hands and bow. Elder brother Feng, now that we're all here, please produce the wind skiff. The sooner we get this mission done, the sooner we can come back. Feng Yan gave a slight smile, then slapped his bag of holding, causing a white beam of light to fly out. A blast of wind could be felt as the beam transformed into a small white ship, about 6 meters long. Fluctuations of spiritual power emanated off of the ship, transforming into an extraordinary pressure. Bai Xiaochun looked it over and immediately blurted, "Elder brother Feng, what's that?" This was his first time seeing anything like this. As the ship hovered there in midair, it was obvious that it was some type of vehicle. Even as Du Lingfei's eyes flickered with scorn, Feng Yan smiled. "This is a wind skiff. When missions require us to go some distance away from the sect, we can rent ships like this from the sect to make things easier. We can save some of our own spiritual power at the cost of some spirit stones." With that, he leaped up into the air and settled down into the ship. Du Lingfei quickly followed, as did Bai Xiaochun. The ship wasn't very big and was somewhat cramped, but there was still plenty of room for the three of them. Bai Xiaochun sat down in the very back and began to study ship even more closely. The more he looked at it, the more he realized that it truly was an incredible item. "One of these days," he murmured, "I'm going to get one of these for myself." Seeing Bai Xiaochun looking like a complete country bumpkin, Du Lingfei couldn't hold back from sarcastically remarking, "Even if you sold yourself into slavery, you couldn't afford one." Bai Xiaochun looked over at Du Lingfei, measured her up, then nodded. "True. But if I sold you, I could definitely afford one." "You!" Du Lingfei's phoenix-like eyes went wide, and she was just about to say something more when Feng Yan sent the wind skiff flying off into the distance in a beam of prismatic light. As they sped along at top speed, whistling through the air, a shield sprang up around the ship, creating a barrier against the wind. Although they could hear the wind buffeting the shield, the inside of the ship was very calm. Meanwhile, back on Fragrant Cloud Peak in the Journeyman Apothecary Hall, Elder Su, who had been in charge of the promotion test, was looking at a jade slip and frowning slightly. The Hall of Justice circumvented Fragrant Cloud Peak to force Bai Xiaochun into accepting an outside mission? After examining the jade slip a bit further, his frown faded away. After examining the details of the mission, he realized that although there might be some danger involved, it was nothing deadly. Then he thought about what Li Qingho had mentioned about Bai Xiaochun's personality. If the kid's a bit lazy, then some punishment isn't uncalled for. Finally, he put the jade slip down and continued to concoct medicine. At the same time, Qian Dejin stood outside his immortal's cave in the inner sect, watching the ship flying off into the distance, and a cold smile appeared on his face. With Feng Yan's cultivation base, secretly killing Bai Xiaochun should be as easy as flipping over his hand. "Bai Xiaochun, you might have exceptional skill with plants and vegetation, but unfortunately you'll never have a chance to do anything with it. You're dead." A sinister gleam appeared deep within Qian Dejin's eyes. Smiling, he turned and headed back into his immortal's cave. The azure sky stretched out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun sat there on the ship, feeling somewhat nervous, but at the same time looking out excitedly as the scenery changed. Off in the distance he saw numerous mountain peaks that looked like swords sticking up into the sky, part of a mountain range that looked like a slumbering dragon. There was also a massive, shocking river. "The Heavenspan River," he said, taking a deep breath. After becoming an outer sect disciple, he had done a lot of research and had learned that the entire cultivation world relied on the Heavenspan River. It was actually the source of all spiritual energy. That was why all of the sects were located in areas near it. Furthermore, the further you went into the upper reaches of the river, the stronger the spiritual energy was. Although the Spirit Stream sect was technically in the lower reaches, even that position had allowed them to stand strong and tall for 10,000 years. According to what Bai Xiaochun had read, the Spirit Stream sect hadn't always existed in its current position. It had previously been located in the Delta region. But then an extraordinary patriarch had appeared among the countless sects and cultivator clans there. After distinguishing himself in intense fighting, he gained the approval of a higher-ranking sect, and thus earned the qualifications to establish his own sect in the lower reaches. Supposedly, the sects in the upper reaches of the Heavenspan River are so powerful that the Spirit Stream sect can't even compare to them. Furthermore, according to the legends, there are even more terrifying sects at the source of the river. Bai Xiaochun forced himself to calm down, and reminded himself that he needed to be extra careful in this mission. Off in the distance, the Heavenspan River looked golden, almost like a huge churning sea. Furthermore, hugging the river were 4 towering mountain peaks. That must be the north bank of the Spirit Stream sect, Bai Xiaochun thought. Also visible was the main peak of the Spirit Stream sect, which arched over the Heavenspan River like a huge bridge. Mount Dao Seed. Bai Xiaochun had actually seen all of this when Li Qingho had first brought him to the Spirit Stream sect. However, at that time he had been a mere mortal. Now that he was an outer sect disciple, he got a completely different feeling when looking at it. The ship shot away from the sect at top speed, following the rippling water beneath as they headed deeper into the lower reaches. Junior Sister Du, Junior Brother Bai, I presume both of you have already examined the details of the mission, Feng Yan said coolly, his voice so light that it was almost hard to hear. We're heading to an area in the lower reaches of the Heavenspan River called the Fallen Star Mountains. Junior Brother Ho's last message came from that area. The Fallen Star Mountains mark the boundary of the Spirit Stream sect's sphere of influence. The rest of the mountains count as the territory of the Bloodstream sect. We might find ourselves in some danger on this mission. However, by preparing ourselves mentally, and also being as cautious as possible, we will likely avoid any major problems. However, our final destination is quite a distance away, and will take quite a few spirit stones to get there. Most of our time on this mission will be spent traveling, but with our wind skiff, we will be able to bypass some of the more difficult terrain. With that, a cold gleam flickered in his eyes before he closed them in meditation. Du Lingfei ignored Bai Xiaochun and began to perform breathing exercises. Bai Xiaochun felt more vigilant than ever. Despite also sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, he was really pondering which among these two had been sent by Qian Dejin. It's unlikely to be Du Lingfei, he thought, which means there's an 80 to 90% chance that it's Feng Yan. A day later, when the first spirit stone was completely used up, Feng Yan put the wind skiff away, and the 3 of them stood atop a mountain peak under the evening sky, watching the sun slowly set over the horizon. Soon, darkness blanketed the lands. At the foot of the mountain, the dense jungle echoed with the roars of animals and wild beasts. The air was very humid. After we get past this jungle, we can rest, Feng Yan said coolly. What do you two think? He looked at Du Lingfei and Bai Xiaochun. It's dark, Bai Xiaochun pointed out. That jungle might have some dangerous wild beasts in it. Why don't we just fly over it with the wind skiff? Take a break on your own if you want, Du Lingfei said with a cold snort. It's just some trees. Not concealing her disdain for Bai Xiaochun's fear of death, she flashed into motion, heading directly toward the jungle. A glimmer of scorn stirred deep in Feng Yan's eyes, but he smiled nonetheless and then shot down the mountain. Bai Xiaochun frowned as he watched the 2 of them leaving. Finally he sighed, and followed them down the mountain toward the jungle, more vigilant than ever. The humidity increased when they entered the jungle, and there were even some spots which were marshes or bogs. Animals appeared occasionally, but these were 3 qi condensation cultivators. They didn't slow down at all as they proceeded along, gradually forging their way deeper and deeper into the jungle. Time passed. Eventually, the night deepened. By the time the moon rose, they were already about halfway to the other side. So far they hadn't encountered any fierce beasts. The trip had gone very smoothly. Bai Xiaochun was in the rear position, and even the slightest sound or movement would cause him to leap in fright. Du Lingfei's scorn grew stronger. Watch out, Bai Xiaochun suddenly blurted, stopping in place with a very uneasy expression on his face. Du Lingfei laughed coldly, and was just about to say something sarcastic when all of a sudden, a wild wind blasted toward them, along with an acrid odor. Du Lingfei's face flickered, and she looked out into the jungle to see countless eyes staring back. They were bright red, and in almost the exact same instant that she saw them, the sound of flapping wings could be heard. Numerous bats appeared, each one about the size of a hand, flying in their direction. "Two-headed bats!" exclaimed Feng Yan. "Their venom dries up the blood and seals the throat. Split up and meet at the mountain peak on the other side of the jungle." Face flickering, Feng Yan burst into motion, heading off at top speed. Du Lingfei's pupils constricted, and she waved her hand in front of her, throwing out a paper talisman. As it burned, a blue light spread out, covering her with a shield and also increasing her speed. She picked another direction and sped off. Looking over her shoulder as she left, she was shocked to find that Bai Xiaochun had long since disappeared. Bai Xiaochun had begun fleeing as soon as the wind kicked up. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was very careful and perceptive, and was extremely attuned to danger. Even as he fled, the bats approached, causing a droning sound to fill the air. They quickly split up into 3 groups, which began to pursue the 3 disciples. A cold smile appeared on Feng Yan's face as he sped through the jungle, and he quickly put away the stick of incense that he had just been holding. That stick of incense was what had attracted the bats, and was also why he had chosen to pass through this jungle on the way to their mission. He had sensed that this would be a likely location to contain two-headed bats. The weakest of them are at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun, don't blame me that someone wants you dead. Laughing coldly, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a wooden stick. After blowing a breath of air onto the stick, it ignited with black flames that caused the bats to let out piercing shrieks. Apparently, they hated those flames, and thus instantly dispersed. Feng Yan smiled and then continued onward, feeling much more at ease. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was speeding along through the jungle being pursued by numerous bats. However, the bats couldn't match his speed, and before long, there was quite a distance between the two of them. Occasionally, a beam of sword light would flash out, and a bat would scream and fall out of the air. Bai Xiaochun ran along, and after enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, he looked over his shoulder and frowned. It sure was strange for all those bats to suddenly show up, he thought. He walked back a bit and found one of the bats he had killed with a flying sword, and after examining it closely, his eyes gleamed. These aren't ordinary two-headed bats. They're violet-veined bats. They're just as venomous. But they're different from common two-headed bats in that their fangs are the main ingredient for the Tier 2 spirit medicine blood-burning incense. Back in the sect, you can sell fangs like this for 50 merit points apiece. Bai Xiaochun was immediately delighted. Not very many people would recognize that these bats were actually listed in the 5th volume of Spirit Creatures. Feeling very excited, he began to collect the corpses of the bats. It didn't take long before he had 10 bats, from which he began to extract the fangs. "These bats aren't that strong after all," he said, chuckling. Soon, a shield sprang up around him, and he began to search through the jungle. Before long, an entire group of violet-veined bats was flying toward him. He quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, sending a flying sword bursting out toward the bats. Its speed was incredible, and before they could even get close to him, miserable shrieks filled the air, and numerous bats began to fall to the ground. The few that made it past the sword slammed into his shield and were sent spinning away. Bai Xiaochun collected the dead bats. Realizing that he was actually in no danger, he felt more at ease than ever. Puffing his chest out proudly, he continued to search through the jungle. It was in that fashion that he made his way along, collecting more and more fangs. For hours later, Feng Yan made his way out of the jungle to the appointed meeting spot on the mountain peak. There, he sat down cross-legged, a slight smile on his face as he waited. Another 2 hours passed, and Du Lingfei shot out from the trees, looking very bedraggled. As she sped up the mountain, she looked back anxiously at the dark jungle. Eventually, she reached Feng Yan, and realized that Bai Xiaochun was nowhere to be seen. "Bai Xiaochun hasn't come out yet?" she asked. Feng Yan sighed and shook his head. I wish junior brother Bai all the best. Unfortunately, two-headed bats are most active at night. If we go back in looking for him, we would be in a lot of danger. In order to make things look even more realistic, he didn't rest, but instead craned his neck anxiously toward the jungle, as if he were waiting for Bai Xiaochun to appear. Du Lingfei maintained her silence. Although she hated Bai Xiaochun, she didn't hate him so much that she wished him dead. After all, they were fellow members of the same sect. Finally, she sat down cross-legged and looked down at the jungle, sighing. Time passed, and soon it was almost dawn. After waiting through the entire night without seeing Bai Xiaochun, Du Lingfei was getting a very uneasy feeling. Feng Yan rose to his feet. After having stayed up the entire night, his eyes were bloodshot as he looked dejectedly toward the jungle. If he hasn't appeared by now, I'm afraid it means that Bai Xiaochun has met with disaster. It's all my fault. If I hadn't suggested to go through the jungle, junior brother Bai wouldn't have. AI. Elder brother Feng, don't blame yourself, Du Lingfei said. Who would ever have thought that there would be two-headed bats in this place? Maybe Bai Xiaochun isn't dead yet. Besides, if he is dead, then as fellow disciples, we should go retrieve his corpse. She was unsure of exactly what sort of emotions she was experiencing, which was a very strange sensation. Although Bai Xiaochun annoyed her, she somehow felt disturbed. After all, there was no deep grudge between the two of them. Feng Yan sighed and nodded seriously. You're right, junior sister, no matter what has happened, we can't give up on him. With that, the two of them prepared to head back down the mountain to begin the search. However, it was only a moment later that they caught sight of Bai Xiaochun strolling out from within the trees, yawning. As soon as he was out of the jungle itself, he stretched lazily. Du Lingfei's eyes went wide, and Feng Yan almost couldn't believe what he was seeing, as Bai Xiaochun casually began to walk up the mountain path. He almost looked like he had just woken up from a good night's sleep. He seemed excited and energetic, as opposed to Feng Yan and Du Lingfei, who were weary from a night without rest. Soon, Bai Xiaochun was at the top of the mountain. When he caught sight of Feng Yan and Du Lingfei, he hurried over and called out, "Good morning, elder brother Feng, elder sister Du. That jungle is way too scary. I almost lost my little life." Bai Xiaochun truly had rested well that night. After clearing the entire jungle of bats, not only had he profited handsomely, he'd found the bat's cave, where he had experienced wonderful night of sleep. An unsightly expression could be seen on Du Lingfei's face as she glared at Bai Xiaochun. Snorting coldly, she thought back to the complicated feelings she had felt, and suddenly felt even more annoyed with Bai Xiaochun. A cold glitter passed through Feng Yan's eyes, although his expression was one of joy. "Junior brother Bai, I'm so glad to see you safe. We worried about you the entire night." Bai Xiaochun chuckled, and although his expression seemed normal, deep within his eyes, a cold gleam flickered. Soon, the three of them were on their way again, seated in the ship. Considering what had just happened, Bai Xiaochun suggested that they fly on the ship at night and proceed along on foot during the day. In rare fashion, Du Lingfei agreed, and as for Feng Yan, after a moment of thought, he nodded. Thus, they proceeded along down the Heavenspan River as they headed through the lower reaches. A month passed. This was the farthest Bai Xiaochun had ever traveled in his entire life. He saw numerous mountains and jungles, places where there was no sign of human habitation at all, and everything was like a huge wilderness. At one point in their travels, the ground began to quake, and Bai Xiaochun looked off into the distant mountains to see something completely astonishing. It was an enormous giant covered in thick fur, which caused the ground to shudder with each step it took. The sight of the giant caused Bai Xiaochun to gasp. One night when they were flying along, lightning crashed off in the distance, and Bai Xiaochun saw an enormous bird that was just as large as Fragrant Cloud Peak. As it whistled along through the air, countless bolts of lightning danced across its body. The mere sight of such a creature flying along in the middle of the night was completely astonishing. The most memorable thing Bai Xiaochun saw was during the daytime when he caught sight of a beast on the south bank of the river. It had 4 stumpy legs, and a head as huge as a mountain. Suddenly, A huge 30,000-meter golden crocodile burst out from within the heaven-span river and gobbled up the first creature. As the crocodile sank back down into the water, it cast a cold glance at Bai Xiaochun and the others. That single glance caused their minds to reel, and blood to ooze out of the corners of their mouths. Splitting pain tore at their eyes, and it took a long moment for them to recover. Bai Xiaochun shivered and then muttered, "Terrifying. The outside is so terrifying." Although Feng Yan had been on many missions outside the sect, this was his first time traveling so far away. Even his scalp numbed after what had just happened, let alone Du Lingfei, who was petrified. Thankfully, none of the incredibly powerful creatures they encountered showed any interest in attacking them. At the most, they would look over curiously. Apparently, the auras cast off by the group of three caused such creatures steer clear of them. Bai Xiaochun got the feeling that it was because they were disciples of the Spirit Stream sect. Although this area was far away from the sect, it was still within their sphere of influence. Despite the fear the group felt, they continued onward. After the first month of travel, they made contact with the sect on a pre-appointed day, informing them of their current location. The same thing happened after the second month. It was around that time that they reached the area in the Fallen Star Mountains which was the border of the Spirit Stream sect's territory. Along the way, Feng Yan had considered making a secret strike against Bai Xiaochun, but the things he was seeing along the journey left him unnerved. He was in no mood for fighting, and when you coupled that with how cautious Bai Xiaochun was being, and how close he stuck to Du Lingfei, Feng Yan was simply too apprehensive and couldn't find a chance to make his move. In the end, he was forced to simply bide his time. When Feng Yan looked at Bai Xiaochun, an imperceptibly sinister flicker could be seen in his eyes. "So, he's really determined to kill me, huh?" Bai Xiaochun thought, eyes narrowing. "Hates me that much?" Bai Xiaochun was getting worried. He was a perceptive person, and was now very sure of what was going on in Feng Yan's head. The Fallen Star Mountains formed a mountain range that swept from north to south. They looked endless, like an enormous sleeping dragon that split apart the lands. In fact, even the sky looked different above the mountains, almost as if it were tinged with blood. According to the legends, many years ago, a star had fallen from the skies and slammed into the earth, causing some of the lands to collapse, and other parts to rise up into the form of this mountain range. The mountains were covered with dense jungle and filled with wild beasts. However, numerous rare types of plants and vegetation could be found there. Because of that, there were always cultivators willing to go in and brave the danger, however terrifying it might seem. "These are the Fallen Star Mountains," Du Lingfei said. The long journey had left her exhausted, so to catch sight of their final destination after all this time caused her to sigh with relief. "The last messages sent to the sect by Junior Brother Ho came from this area," Feng Yan said, producing a magical device from his bag of holding. The feng shui compass had a silver needle on it, which was currently spinning around in circles. According to sect rules, disciples on outside missions are supposed to notify the sect of their location every month. This spirit stream compass should help us locate Junior Brother Ho's last known position. Even as he spoke, the silver needle on the feng shui compass suddenly pointed off in one particular direction. "Got it," Feng Yan said, flashing into motion. Du Lingfei's expression flickered as she followed along behind him. Bai Xiaochun looked out over the Fallen Star Mountains and the thick vegetation which covered them. It was like a sea of plants, within which could be heard the cries of various beasts. Even the occasional roar echoed out. Bai Xiaochun had a very serious expression on his face as he activated the shield from his jade pendant. With that in place, not even the slightest breeze would get past him unnoticed. Only then did he cautiously follow after Feng Yan. Feng Yan and Du Lingfei proceeded along without pausing for a moment, speeding along through the Fallen Star Mountains until they found themselves deep in a valley. The valley was filled with trees that had been growing together for so many years that their branches were all interlocked. The knotted and gnarled bark added to the effect. If it were nighttime, the entire scene would be extremely terrifying. After proceeding along through the valley for 2 hours, they suddenly came to a stop. Feng Yan looked down at the feng shui compass. the needle of which was pointing toward a tree with a trunk so wide that 10 people could circle around it with arms extended. Feng Yan looked at Bai Xiaochun and then pointed toward the huge tree. "Junior brother Bai, please go investigate." Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, then looked the tree over. Seeing nothing initially suspicious, he tapped the jade pendant hanging at his waist, causing the green shield to grow a bit stronger. He also placed some paper talismans onto his body before finally edging closer. "So afraid of dying, and yet you still want to practice cultivation?" Du Lingfei gave a cold harumph. She had never liked Bai Xiaochun, so even though she herself was afraid of the dangers they had witnessed, to see him so incredibly terrified of dying made her look down on him even more. Bai Xiaochun didn't have the time to worry about Du Lingfei. Cautiously approaching the tree, he noticed a portion of bark that seemed to have grown recently. Taking out a flying sword, he cut away that portion of the tree and found that a jade slip was hidden inside. After removing the jade slip from the tree, Bai Xiaochun scanned it with divine sense, whereupon his expression flickered, and he tossed the slip over to Feng Yan. Within that jade slip was a single fragment of information. "I found some other clues, and I'm going to the Luochen clan to get proof." After looking at it for a moment, Feng Yan frowned, and then handed the jade slip to Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei looked at it, whereupon her expression turned grim. "The Luochen clan," she murmured after a long moment. Then she turned to stare deeper into the Fallen Star Mountains. These mountains were very large and filled with numerous natural resources. Considering that this place was on the very edge of Spirit Stream Sect territory, where it bordered with the territory of the Bloodstream Sect, it was only natural that the Spirit Stream Sect would have the area guarded. Those guards were none other than the Luochen clan. The Luochen clan was a relatively large clan, which had stood guard in the Fallen Star Mountains for 1,000 years. Every generation of the clan had foundation establishment patriarchs. Generally speaking, the mere threat posed by such people was more than enough to help them in their duties of guardianship. In fact, the mission instructions even said to make contact with the Luochen clan if they ran into any danger. However, Ho Yunfei's jade slip seemed to indicate that the Luochen clan was where he had been heading to find some sort of evidence. After that was when he lost contact. "What do you guys think?" Feng Yan asked. "Should we go check out the Luochen clan?" Feng Yan glanced over casually at Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun immediately said, "Elder brother Feng, elder sister Du, having found this jade slip, our mission is complete. We should put safety first. What's the point in going on?" This entire place made Bai Xiaochun feel as if an invisible pressure was weighing down on him. Du Lingfei hesitated for a moment. If they went back now, they would only be able to acquire the minimum amount of merit points. However, if they investigated further, they might be able to get more. Feng Yan could see that Du Lingfei was hesitating, and he frowned, thinking about how going back now might reduce the chances he had to kill Bai Xiaochun. After a moment, he said, "I think we should go to the Luochen clan and look around. We've come all the way here, how could we simply go back now? After we find out exactly what befell junior brother Ho, we might even be able to get help from the Luochen clan in finding him. If we do, we'll be rewarded with many more merit points. Furthermore, as long as we don't go into the depths of the Fallen Star Mountains, we should be relatively safe. Besides, if you're worried about the Luochen clan, don't forget that all of the Cultivator clans in Spirit Stream Sect territory have special seals placed into their blood, making it impossible for them to turn traitor. How could they possibly treat us with any disrespect?" After he finished speaking, Feng Yan looked over slowly at Du Lingfei. She nodded. After all, what he said made sense. "Very well. We'll go to the Luochen clan to look around. Who knows, maybe junior brother Ho left the Luochen clan and then went missing." Seeing that she had agreed, Feng Yan smiled. Then he turned to look at Bai Xiaochun, and his gaze grew a bit colder. Frowning, Bai Xiaochun asked, "We accomplished the mission. Why let ourselves get dragged into side issues? If you're so scared, then just don't come with us?" Du Lingfei said, turning a cold shoulder to Bai Xiaochun as she headed off. "Junior brother Bai," Feng Yan said, "I'm responsible for evaluating our performance on this task. We're supposed to make our decisions unanimously. If you don't come with us, it will make it hard to make my evaluation." With an enigmatic smile, he began to follow Du Lingfei. In his opinion, Bai Xiaochun was sure to come along. If he didn't, Du Lingfei would be able to corroborate the fact that the had committed dereliction of duty. When that happened, the Hall of Justice surely wouldn't let things slide. Bai Xiaochun's face darkened, and his blood began to surge through his veins as he stared with bloodshot eyes at Feng Yan walking away. He might be afraid of death, but as of this point, he was coming to the conclusion that he needed to take control of the situation. Only by settling things with Feng Yan could he ensure that his own position was stable. "Feng Yan, you're forcing my hand," he thought. After standing there reticently for a few breaths of time, he bowed his head for a moment, then strode forward to follow Du Lingfei and Feng Yan. Soon they disappeared into the jungle. For hours later they were still hurrying along. Evening was falling, and the sun was setting, ensuring that the jungle was slowly getting darker and darker. "We're here," Feng Yan suddenly said. The three of them stopped walking and looked off into the jungle. Up ahead, the trees thinned out, and numerous limestone boulders could be seen protruding out of the ground. A large number of courtyard houses were visible, which were organized into the larger form of a mansion that could apparently house hundreds of people. At this time of evening, a clan would normally be at its most active, but unexpectedly, the mansion was completely dark and quiet. Considering the darkness of the sky, the entire place seemed almost abandoned. The only light provided was by two lanterns which hung at the main gate. Even though there was no wind, the two lanterns swayed back and forth, casting flickering shadows onto the guardian stone lions beneath them. The scene caused Feng Yan and Du Lingfei's faces to flicker. As for Bai Xiaochun, as soon as he laid eyes on the mansion, a feeling of impending danger rose up in his heart. It felt like every inch of flesh on his body wanted to scream. "Something's off about," Feng Yan said, his heart thumping. However, before he could even finish speaking, the main gate slammed open, and a vile wind blew out. At the same time, a figure emerged noiselessly through the gate. The courtyard gate opened, and Du Lingfei, Feng Yan and Bai Xiaochun were completely on guard as they peered inside. Bai Xiaochun was so nervous that he started slapping paper talismans all over himself. The figure which had just appeared held a lantern in its hand, and stood in the opened gate, wreathed in shadows as it gazed at the three of them. "Why, might I ask, have the three of you come to the Luochen clan on this dark evening?" The flickering light of the lantern just barely revealed a young man, standing there looking at them calmly. He wore a long green robe, and his face was pale and devoid of any color of blood. After seeing that it was a person who had appeared, Feng Yan and Du Lingfei breathed sighs of relief. Somehow, the creepy feeling they had experienced moments ago had subsided a bit. Feng Yan clasped hands and said, "Hello, fellow Taoist. We are disciples of the Spirit Stream sect, paying a visit to ask a few questions." By this point, Du Lingfei had noticed the numerous shields which were flickering around Bai Xiaochun, and her brow furrowed in response. Bai Xiaochun didn't notice Du Lingfei's look. For some reason, the fact that a young man had appeared hadn't caused his sensation of intense danger to lessen at all. "Ah, fellow Taoists from the Spirit Stream sect," the young man said. "Please, come in, and we can discuss matters." The flickering of the lantern cast shadows on the young man's face, making it difficult to see him clearly as he turned and walked off. The courtyard gate then opened wide to allow the three disciples to enter. Feng Yan hesitated for a moment, then walked through the gate. Du Lingfei followed along behind him. As for Bai Xiaochun, he looked around for a moment before gritting his teeth and cautiously entering the courtyard. Even as the large gate closed behind them, the two stone lions beneath the lanterns outside suddenly turned to look in the direction of the gate, their eyes flickering with a blood-colored light. Inside the courtyard was a green limestone path that wound through various plants and decorative rocks. Faint moonlight shone down, casting everything into partial shadow. The only light came from the lantern, which swayed back and forth in the young man's hand. The four of them walked along the path, surrounded by gloomy silence. This place almost seemed like a different world than the one beyond the gate. On the right-hand side of the path were several fruit trees, laden with red fruit. Strangely, despite a lack of any breeze within the courtyard, the leaves on those trees suddenly rustled. Du Lingfei and Feng Yan seemed more on guard than ever, and Bai Xiaochun, who was last in line, looked around cautiously in all directions. For some reason, those rustling fruit trees seemed very bizarre. Gradually, a smell like that of fresh blood rose up, faint, but simultaneously distinct. Bai Xiaochun's heart began to thump, and he was just about to say something when, all of a sudden, fruit began to fall off of the fruit trees, landing on the ground and rolling toward Bai Xiaochun and the others. Strangely, faces could be seen on the fruit, childlike faces with broad smiles that almost seemed to have been painted on. La la la. Hello! Arms and legs sprouted out of the fruit, and as they ran toward Bai Xiaochun and the others, they clasped hands and then began to skip in circles around the shocked group of three. At the same time, the fruits began to cry out in excited voices. Auntie said to be good and not cry. We can only laugh. Ripe fruit is the best fruit. Their voices were very charming and sweet as they danced around and began to sing children's lullabies. Now that they were so close, it was possible to smell a sweet fragrance wafting about. It was so sickly sweet, in fact, that upon inhaling it, Bai Xiaochun and the others felt as if they were about to puke their guts out. When the fruit got too close to the young man with the lantern, he completely ignored them and even stepped on some of them, crushing them. However, the crushed fruits simply crawled back to their feet, smiling as they continued to dance and sing. What the hell are these things? Feng Yan exclaimed, eyes flickering. He waved his sleeve, causing a gust of wind to kick up and send some of the fruits flying away. After splatting onto the ground, they lurched back to their feet and rejoined the circle, laughing just as loudly as before. Bai Xiaochun felt goosebumps rising up all over him, and by this point he was fully surrounded by flickering shields. Du Lingfei looked at the fruits all holding hands and singing, and her facial expression flickered with fear. Pushing down the disgust in her heart, she gritted her teeth, and her phoenix-like eyes flashed with anger. She was just about to perform an incantation gesture when suddenly, the fruits' faces fell in terror. "Auntie's coming!" they cried, running pell-mell back to the tree and leaping up into their original positions. Soon, their laughter and singing had faded away, and they looked like nothing more than ordinary fruit. The young man from the Luochen clan didn't look back at them, but they could hear his voice as he said, "Those are some spirit fruits the patriarch brought back from the depths of the Fallen Star Mountains. What do you think of their singing, fellow Taoists? They love to sing." Unsightly expressions appeared on the faces of Feng Yan and Du Lingfei as they followed along. Bai Xiaochun was still in the very back. Suddenly, the cold feeling of fear rose up inside of him as he realized that another set of footsteps could be heard. Step, step, step. It was impossible to determine when exactly this development had occurred, but as of this moment, there were clearly 5 people walking along the path. Perhaps those footsteps had been mingled in with theirs from the moment they had entered the courtyard, and they hadn't noticed because of the strange fruits. But now, in the silence that followed the fruit's outburst, the sound of the additional footsteps was extremely conspicuous. The echoing footfalls caused Bai Xiaochun to shiver. What was most frightening was that the footsteps were coming from right behind him. Suddenly, an icy breeze seemed to run down his back, as if someone were behind him, breathing on him. "Hey guys," he said. "Did any of you realize there's another set of footsteps?" As the hairs on the back of Bai Xiaochun's neck rose up, Feng Yan's face flickered as he also detected the footsteps. Du Lingfei's pupils constricted, and she began to pant. The 3 of them suddenly stopped walking, and as they did, the sound of the other footsteps vanished. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding. Gritting his teeth, he slowly turned his head to find himself staring into the eyes of a young woman wearing a red robe. Her robe swayed gently, and her face was as ashen, as if she were dead. She smiled oddly at Bai Xiaochun for a moment before her lips twitched, and she said, "This fire won't do, help me." The suddenness of what had just occurred caused Bai Xiaochun to leap into the air and scream. The red-robed young woman suddenly transformed into a streak of light that vanished in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale white as he looked around, but nothing was there, except for the echoing sound of his own scream. Du Lingfei and Feng Yan looked around in fright. Although they didn't see any unusual figure like Bai Xiaochun did, their hearts were still pounding. Then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, singing a song. The lyrics drifted throughout the courtyard, strange and mysterious, almost like a lullaby being sung to soothe a baby. The mere sound of it caused the darkness to seem even more spine-tingling than before. Good little baby, it's time to sleep. The wind is blowing and the flames do leap. Don't you weep and don't make a peep. Enough with the parlor tricks. Feng Yan blurted, clearly nervous. He instantly performed an incantation gesture, summoning a flying sword, which began to swirl around him. Simultaneously, the young man with the lantern turned around to look at them. The flickering light from the lantern made him appear stranger than ever. What are you standing there for? Come on, let's keep going. He smiled, a smile that was somehow very abnormal. Feng Yan took a deep breath, and then his eyes glinted with a fierce light as he said, "No, we're not going anywhere. Look, we're here to investigate the disappearance of one of our fellow disciples. Fellow Taoist, do you happen to remember anyone like us coming around here about 5 months ago?" Du Lingfei had already pulled out a magical device, and her eyes were shining in concentration. "No, I don't think so," replied the young man. His softly spoken words floated out into the air and seemed to harmonize with the woman's singing voice. "Fellow Taoist?" Du Lingfei suddenly said. "How come none of your fellow clan members are around?" The young man's smile widened to the point of looking unnatural. "Oh, they're out on business. Are you done with your questions?" "Yes, we're done here," said Feng Yan. "We'll take our leave now." With that, he turned to walk the other way back down the path. Du Lingfei followed suit, and as for Bai Xiaochun, he had long since taken to flight, and was further on ahead of them. The young man's smile was now so wide that the sides of his mouth began to rip open, almost as if his head were about to be torn in half. "If you don't want to go any further, the least you could do is stay behind. Stay behind to keep us company." The lantern suddenly turned a greenish color, making the entire courtyard even darker than before. Even as the words left the young man's mouth, he began to float through the air toward Feng Yan. Feng Yan's face fell, and he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, sending his flying sword speeding toward the young man. A boom rang out as the young man let the sword stab through him. Then, his smile widened even further as he shot toward Feng Yan. Panting, Feng Yan fell back, simultaneously pulling out a black medicinal pill, which he threw down onto the ground. A rattling boom echoed out as the pill then exploded. The charging young man was hit by the blast and sent tumbling backward, his body riddled with wounds. However, he apparently didn't feel any pain whatsoever. Smiling the same as ever, he arced through the air as fast as a kite on a windy day, to once again charge toward Feng Yan. In the spot where the medicinal pill had exploded, numerous glowing lines were now visible, all of which emanated a strong aura of death as they began to form together, as if they were repairing themselves. As soon as he saw the designs on the ground, Feng Yan cried out in alarm. "There's a spell formation here. It's a shadow hell formation." At the same time, the green limestone beneath Du Lingfei's feet began to vibrate, and then eyes popped open upon them. Emaciated, corpse-like arms as skinny as twigs stretched out. Just beneath the surface of the skin of those arms were countless, worm-like creatures, wriggling and writhing. Those arms grabbed Du Lingfei's right leg. Voices rose up from the green limestone, sinister, fear-inspiring voices. "It hurts when you step on us. Come be with us." Du Lingfei's face was ashen. She quickly performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing a flag to fly out from her bag of holding. It instantly transformed into 2 mist beasts, which swirled around her defensively. Simultaneously, a flying sword appeared, and the sword light that shimmered out severed the hands which had grabbed onto her leg, allowing her to fall back. As for Bai Xiaochun, the woman's singing suddenly grew louder in his ears. "Don't you weep and don't make a peep." Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it would explode. Eyes crimson, he let out a powerful shout as he slapped more and more paper talismans down onto his body, causing more and more shields to spring up. Soon, he was surrounded by a barrier almost 2 meters thick. Almost in the same moment that all the shields sprang up, the red-robed woman suddenly lunged out of the darkness toward Bai Xiaochun. A bang could be heard as she pierced roughly 30% into the shield barrier before being stopped in place. Then she screamed, a scream that was apparently capable of piercing through the shields. When the ear-splitting sound stabbed into Bai Xiaochun's ears, he began to lose consciousness. Shocked, he bit his tongue hard, which made things clear just in time to see the woman transforming into a swarm of countless red beetles, which then began to batter against his shield. However, the shield was too thick, and the red beetles were incapable of piercing through the 70% that remained. After bouncing back, they flew back and reformed into the shape of the red-robed woman. She stared at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, then began to laugh as she charged toward him once again. Simultaneously, popping sounds could be heard as the ornamental rocks began to ripple and rise up, transforming into stone golems. The fruit trees also sprouted arms and legs, wrenched themselves out from the ground and began to walk forward toward Bai Xiaochun and the others. Especially bizarre was the fact that the fruit on the trees began to laugh and sing nursery rhymes again. One of the trees joined the red-robed woman to specifically target Bai Xiaochun. "Puppets!" Du Lingfei gasped. Bai Xiaochun was trembling violently. In all the years in which he had lived, he had never experienced such a sensation of imminent danger. As the woman closed in on him, he quickly performed an incantation gesture, drawing upon all his spiritual energy as he waved his finger at her. Instantly, his wooden sword flew out at top speed, a black streak that kicked up a huge blast of wind. Then, a boom echoed out as the sword stabbed into the woman's head. The woman let out a shrill scream, and her body suddenly dissolved into a mass of red beetles, which twitched and spasmed as they fell down onto the ground and then shattered into pieces. The wooden sword didn't vanish. After stabbing through the woman's head, it continued to speed onward toward the fruit tree behind her. It stabbed through the tree, which lurched to a stop and then suddenly exploded. Instantly, the fruit on the tree shriveled up, and yet continued to sing happily even as they died. Everything that was happening caused the hair on Bai Xiaochun's body to stand on end. Thankfully, his wooden sword was extremely powerful, and after stabbing through the tree, it continued to sail through the air and then blasted a hole into the nearby wall. As soon as the hole appeared, though, tentacle-like tendrils began to swirl out from the broken sides, as if the wall were preparing to reform itself. "Get out through that hole!" Du Lingfei cried, instantly flickering into motion. However, Feng Yan was the closest of all of them to the hole in the wall. Wincing at the pain of wasting such a valuable item, he produced another of the black medicinal pills and then threw it down in front of the young man with the lantern. A huge boom echoed out. Feng Yan then borrowed the force of the resulting explosion to fly toward the hole. Just when he was on the verge of shooting out through the hole, though, his face fell, as 2 huge stone lions leapt in from outside. Roaring, they charged, one of them toward Feng Yan, the other toward Bai Xiaochun. Astonishingly, these were the same 2 stone lions which had been standing guard outside the main gate. "You can't escape," said the young man with the lantern. "Everyone from the Spirit Stream sect shall die." He began to laugh as he once again began to fight with Feng Yan. When Feng Yan saw that the hole in the wall was already beginning to mend itself, he roared, hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture as he summoned a head-sized fireball. That fireball emanated blistering heat as it expanded, sending a wave of flames out in all directions. The stone lions were shoved back, and the young Luochen clan cultivator's face flickered. There were also 2 tray ants who were caught up in the flames, one of which exploded. The other tray ant tried to fall back, but was then directly hit by Du Lingfei's deadly flying sword. Rumbling booms echoed out as green sap exploded out from the destroyed tray ants. At the same time, it was revealed that inside of the 2 tray ants were emaciated, gasping figures, whose life force seemed to have been almost completely absorbed. One of those figures collapsed, unconscious, whereas the other struggled to open his eyes, and then looked excitedly at Du Lingfei. "Elder brother Ho!" she cried. Having instantly recognized Ho Yunfei, she immediately scooped him up into her arms. At the same time, the weakened Ho Yunfei grabbed Du Lingfei's arm and poured his last remaining bit of spiritual power into her. "The Luochen clan has turned traitor. We have to get out of here and warn the sect." Du Lingfei's spiritual energy instantly swelled. Gritting her teeth, she held Ho Yunfei in her arms as she shot toward the hole in the wall with even greater speed. When Bai Xiaochun looked over, he instantly recognized Ho Yunfei. Then, he flickered into motion as he dodged the stone lion and sped toward the hole in the wall. As of this point, Du Lingfei was now closest to the breach in the wall, with Feng Yan and Bai Xiaochun close on her heels. The fastest of them all was Bai Xiaochun, who was quickly closing the distance between himself and Du Lingfei. Feng Yan's face was pale white. The fireball he had just unleashed had taken quite a toll on him. However, after noticing the speed with which Bai Xiaochun was moving, his eyes suddenly flickered with a cold glow, and he held up his hand, within which could be seen a black medicinal pill. "Junior Sister Du, you have to get word back to the sect. I'll give you a bit of extra power." With that, he flung the black medicinal pill down into the space between Du Lingfei and Bai Xiaochun. As the medicinal pill exploded, a powerful force blasted out, pushing Du Lingfei toward the hole even faster than before. Then, a plopping sound like splashing water could be heard as she burst out. In contrast, Bai Xiaochun was blocked by the explosion, and was suddenly set upon by the stone lion. Instantly, his eyes turned bright red. "Feng Yan!" he bellowed. A wind blasted out as the stone lion pounced. Just as Bai Xiaochun was about to dodge, 3 tray ants closed in. There were now 4 puppets all attacking him simultaneously, making it impossible to evade. A popping sound could be heard as his shields glittered brightly and then began to shatter. Even the green shield from the jade pendant faded and shattered. Although the majority of the force of the blow was dissipated, the stone lion was extraordinary, and its attack landed fully on Bai Xiaochun's chest. The massive force sent Bai Xiaochun flying, his entire body shaking. "Junior brother Bai!" Feng Yan cried said, although a cold smile twisted his lips. His words sounded bitter and lamenting. And yet, he didn't slow down at all. In the blink of an eye, he passed into the rippling hole in the wall. Just when he was about to burst through to the other side, the young Luochen clan cultivator let out a piercing shriek, then suddenly exploded into a mass of countless chunks of flesh, all devoid of blood, which then shot toward Feng Yan. Before Feng Yan could pass through the gap in the wall, the chunks of flesh wrapped around him and began to drag him backward. Feng Yan let out a roar of rage as he was pulled out. By this point, the hole in the wall was on the verge of closing up completely. After gritting his teeth for a moment, he then bit down on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed onto his flying sword. The flying sword instantly turned crimson. Instead of shooting out an attack, it then exploded, transforming into a cloud of shrapnel that shot back toward him. Although it was injurious to himself, the hail of shrapnel also managed to slash away the chunks of flesh which had grabbed a hold of him. He was now freed, but was also covered in a mass of cuts and wounds. The pain from his mangled flesh threatened to render him unconscious, but he was still able to clench his jaw and shoot back toward the hole in the wall. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun had been slammed by the lion's paw, sending him tumbling backward, screaming. And yet, even as his scream was still echoing out into the air, Bai Xiaochun looked down in surprise at his chest to discover that, although his clothing was shredded, his skin hadn't been harmed at all. In fact, he didn't even feel any pain. After performing a quick inspection, he confirmed that, although the situation had seemed extremely dangerous, he hadn't been hurt in the least. The stone lion's blow had sent him flying, but other than that, it had done virtually nothing. Even as his elation grew, the tray ants closed in, and one of them punched him in the back. Although he was thrown forward, he felt no pain at all, whereupon he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. I can't believe I'm actually so strong. Fudge. What do I have to be afraid of? Enlivened, and now fully confident, he shot into the air toward the gap in the wall, moving with even greater speed than before. In the blink of an eye, he was at the gap. Feng Yan was now about halfway through the gap, and didn't even notice Bai Xiaochun and his sudden burst of speed. In his mind, Bai Xiaochun had probably already been killed by the numerous puppets. Just as Feng Yan was about to free himself, a furious gleam appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and he reached out toward Feng Yan's shoulder, which was already outside of the hole. Free at last. Feng Yan laughed, but then, he suddenly felt a huge force dragging him back through the hole. No! He howled. Before he could even see what was dragging him, he felt his bag of holding slip away, and then he was flung deep into the courtyard, away from the gap. It was only at this point that he saw Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun! He howled, eyes bloodshot. However, he was now cut off by the two stone lions. Booms rang out, followed by a miserable scream. Elder brother Feng! Bai Xiaochun screamed, simultaneously leaping through the hole in the wall. Just as he emerged on the other side, the hole finished closing up. He was now outside, no longer in the courtyard of the Luochen clan. As for Du Lingfei, she had continued to run as soon as she had emerged, and was now waiting some distance off at the edge of the forest. When she saw Bai Xiaochun appear, she was just about to call out to him when he suddenly began to wail miserably. Elder brother Feng, not only did you give me your bag of holding to help me escape, you also held off the puppets. Oh, elder brother Feng. After hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Du Lingfei felt horrible. However, the gap was closed, and Bai Xiaochun was just standing there in grief and indignation. So she quickly said, Bai Xiaochun, come on, let's go. Not needing any further coercion, Bai Xiaochun began to run, tears streaming down his face. Helping Du Lingfei support Hou Yunfei, they vanished into the forest. Looking over his shoulder, Bai Xiaochun frowned sadly and said, Elder brother Feng, such a good guy. Du Lingfei was very upset. She had never imagined that the mission would be this dangerous. Then she remembered Bai Xiaochun's suggestion to not come to the Luochen clan, and realized that if they had listened to him, Feng Yan might not have died. And when she saw that Bai Xiaochun was in so much grief that he was on the verge of beating his own chest, she felt even worse. Finally, she sighed. Junior brother Bai, she said, looking at him bitterly. Let's hurry up. If the Luochen clan has turned traitor, they won't want the sect getting wind of it. I just tried to send word back, but there's interference in the area. Transmission jade slips won't work. Bai Xiaochun shivered, feeling more in danger than ever before. Meanwhile, beneath the Luochen clan mansion was a sprawling underground necropolis. In one part of the necropolis was a lake of simmering blood, filled with countless floating skeletons. The glitter of a spell formation could be seen surrounding the entire thing, and countless members of the Luochen clan were prostrating themselves around the lake. There were men and women, youngsters and old-timers, all of whom knelt at key nexuses within the spell formation. It was with utter solemnity that one by one, they would slice open their right hands and squeeze blood down onto the nexuses, which carried the blood into the central lake. In the very middle of that lake of blood, an old man sat cross-legged. His hair was long and white, and he seemed threatening without being angry. With every breath he took, the lake of blood bubbled. Suddenly, the man's eyes opened, and they gleamed with a blood-colored glow. What's going on? He demanded, his cold voice echoing throughout the necropolis. One of the clan members closest to him was a young man, who looked exactly like the young man from up in the courtyard who had tried to kill Bai Xiaochun and the others. He leaned over and whispered, Patriarch, 3 disciples from the Spirit Stream sect showed up. It happened so quickly that I was caught unprepared. I was worried that it would influence the larger task at hand, so my puppet body on the outside, along with the spell formation and the other puppets, tried to kill them. Unfortunately, I'm so useless, Senior. I only managed to kill one. The other 2 escaped and they took the other disciple we caught last time with them. The young man was feeling quite discouraged. Normally speaking, if a disciple of the Spirit Stream sect went missing, it would take at least half a year before the sect officially declared them as missing. Only then would other disciples be sent to investigate. Considering that, by the time such disciples arrived in the Fallen Star Mountains, at least 9 months should have passed. However, only 4 months had gone by, and yet disciples from the Spirit Stream sect had already arrived. It wasn't just this young man who was taken aback. No one in the entire Luochen clan could have guessed that the disappearance of a mere outer sect disciple was anything to worry about. Logically speaking, no one should have been sent to investigate so quickly. Furthermore, if Hou Yunfei hadn't managed to uncover the secrets of the Luochen clan, they would never have taken him captive. According to their original plan, they needed half a year to be completely prepared, then rise up and free themselves from the control of the Spirit Stream sect. However, that meant they still need a month of time. 2 outer sect disciples? The defensive spell formation has already been activated. Seal the area and send people to track them down and kill them. We only need 1 more month. And then nothing will be able to stop us. The old man didn't seem to be worried at all about what had happened, and closed his eyes to continue meditating. The young man sighed, bowing his head in compliance. It didn't take long before 7 figures emerged from within the Luochen clan. The one in the lead position was the same young man, whose cultivation base was in the 8th level of Qi condensation. Of the other 6, the weakest were in the 6th level of Qi condensation, with 2 being in the 7th. They won't be able to get far. Let's go. The 7 cultivators shot into the jungle, eyes shining with killing intent. Out in the jungle, Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei were moving along as fast as possible while simultaneously propping up Hou Yunfei. They tried to use their windskiff, but apparently the same interference from the spell formation that made transmission jade slips inoperable had the same effect on the ship. The expressions on the faces of Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei grew even darker. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, and the sensation of imminent crisis within him couldn't be greater. Every inch of flesh and blood within him was screaming out at him to flee as fast as he could. If he went any slower, he would surely die. The sensation of danger was far greater than what he had felt from Feng Yan. After all, even though Feng Yan had tried to kill him, he had been nervous about it and tried to do it secretly. Bai Xiaochun had known all along that as long as he was careful, he would most likely be able to avoid whatever move Feng Yan made against him, and could probably even strike back at him. But now, the instant he thought about the information in their possession, he trembled, and sweat began to pour down his face. Considering that they knew about the Luochen clan's betrayal, it was obvious that they wouldn't hesitate to kill all of them. They would no doubt go to any and all lengths to ensure their silence. Furthermore, they wouldn't strike out in secret, they would attack like a lightning bolt, nor would they allow much time for them to get very far away. In fact, there were almost certainly members of the Luochen clan chasing after them already. Damn you, Hall of Justice, this mission is not the type that outer sect disciples can handle. Then Bai Xiaochun remembered that the Luochen clan had a foundation establishment patriarch, and he began to shake even harder. Foundation establishment. The difference between Qi condensation and foundation establishment is like the difference between being mortal and being in Qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun was so nervous that his eyes were bloodshot. I practice cultivation to live forever. Bai Xiaochun wanted to cry, but no tears would come. He looked over at Hou Yunfei and knew that he would never be able to abandon him just to gain some speed. That was something he could never bring himself to do. Du Lingfei's face was pale. Her cultivation base was the weakest of them all, and her internal spiritual energy was recovering very slowly. The more time passed, the worse she felt about the situation. She knew that they were facing almost certain death. Perhaps someone in the 7th level of Qi condensation might be able to fight back against a foundation establishment patriarch. But now, Feng Yan was dead, and she was only in the 5th level of Qi condensation, with no hope of being able to break through to the next level anytime soon. As for Bai Xiaochun, considering how scared he was of dying, Du Lingfei would never place any hope in him. I never imagined I would die on my first mission outside of the sect, she thought, laughing bitterly. However, things weren't over yet, and it wasn't the time to give up. so she gritted her teeth and produced a medicinal pill from within her bag of holding and popped it into her mouth. Then she looked over at Bai Xiaochun, who was pale-faced and shivering, and she sighed. At the moment, she no longer felt any scorn for him. Producing a medicinal pill bottle, she tossed it over to him. Junior brother Bai, make sure to keep your internal spiritual energy up. Bai Xiaochun stared in shock at the medicinal pill bottle, then opened it and consumed one of the pills. It was at this point that he suddenly remembered something, and produced 2 medicinal pill bottles from Feng Yan's bag of holding. Elder brother Feng had some medicinal pills, he said, handing one of the bottles to Du Lingfei. She accepted it silently, and the 2 of them proceeded along as fast as possible. Before long, they were back in the location where they had discovered Ho Yunfei's jade slip. When Du Lingfei saw that tree, she sighed inwardly. By now, it was useless to have regrets, so without another word, they continued to speed along. Gradually, Du Lingfei began to slow down, which made Bai Xiaochun even more nervous. Finally, he then grabbed her by the arm and pulled her along, carrying Ho Yunfei at the same time. Du Lingfei had long since noticed that Bai Xiaochun was much faster than her. When he grabbed her arm, she almost pulled away, but when she saw the look of terror on his face, she sighed and allowed him to pull her along. It was at this point that Ho Yunfei shivered, and his eyes slowly opened. He looked exhausted. After assessing his current position, he laughed bitterly and said, "Junior brother Bai, I never thought that, after all these years, we would meet again like this." Seeing that Ho Yunfei was awake, Du Lingfei quickly offered him a medicinal pill. Bai Xiaochun looked at Ho Yunfei and sighed. "Elder brother Ho, there's still hope for us," Ho Yunfei said. For their own personal benefit, the Luochen clan slaughtered people from the mortal world, extracting their blood and bones for use in a spell formation. Their foundation establishment patriarch is currently presiding over an inverse blood grand magic, so he can't personally come after us. Furthermore, the entire Luochen clan is maintaining the spell formation. Therefore, they won't be able to send very many people after us. Ho Yunfei smiled, took the medicinal pill from Du Lingfei, and swallowed it. Then, his eyes began to shine as he said, "Although we can't get a message to the sect from this location, if we get far enough away, we'll definitely be able to. Something big like this, an entire Cultivator clan rebelling, will definitely provoke a huge reaction from the sect." Thanks to the medicinal pill, he no longer needed help from Bai Xiaochun, and began to speed along on his own power. Because of that, they managed to pick up speed. Soon, the borders of the Fallen Star Mountains became visible, and eventually, they shot out into the open, whereupon Du Lingfei pulled out a jade slip and tried to make contact with the sect. Moments later, her face drained of blood, and she shook her head. "Still not working?" muttered Bai Xiaochun, his heart pounding. Ho Yunfei merely stood there silently. None of them spoke any further as they continued on dejectedly. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, a whistling sound could be heard from behind them. Their faces fell as 7 figures burst out of the trees not too far away. In the lead was the young man in the 8th level of Qi condensation, who looked at Bai Xiaochun and the others, eyes flickering with killing intent. "Like I said, you can't get away. Never forget that the person who killed you is named Chan Yu. Kill them." The Luochen clan members immediately pulled out magical devices, and cold light appeared in their eyes as they closed in. The faces of Bai Xiaochun, Du Lingfei, and Ho Yunfei flickered, and they gritted their teeth as they tried to pick up speed. Chan Yu was laughing coldly as he flicked his sleeve, causing a violet skull to appear. As it sped through the air, it cackled madly, and within the blink of an eye, it was almost directly upon Bai Xiaochun and the others. At that point, Chan Yu waved his finger, and the skull exploded. The resulting shockwave sent the 3 Spirit Stream sect disciples spinning apart. Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei suddenly lost their momentum, and were almost instantly surrounded by the Luochen clan members. Bai Xiaochun, however, kept speeding along. Before, he had been somewhat held back by the other 2, but now that he was on his own, he burst out with incredible speed, breaking free of the Luochen clan members. It only took a moment for him to put dozens of meters between them, and from the look of it, he was only starting to pick up speed. Even Chen Yu, the only member of the Luochen clan present who was in the 8th level of qi condensation, could do nothing but stare in shock. "He's fast," Chen Yu said coolly. "First kill these two, then we'll go after him." Waving his sleeve, he turned to Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, killing intent boiling. Du Lingfei coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body was already spattered in blood. She was surrounded and certain that she was going to die. As she looked at Bai Xiaochun fleeing off into the distance, she began to laugh bitterly. She was well aware that Bai Xiaochun feared death, so although she wasn't very surprised, she couldn't help but feel bitter and hopeless. "Junior brother Bai, I hope you managed to get away," she thought. At the same time, she performed an incantation gesture, sending a flying sword out with the power of lightness in heaviness. Coughing up more blood, she continued to try to defend herself. Hou Yunfei was also laughing bitterly, but his eyes shone with a cold light. He let out a roar, and although his spiritual energy was mostly depleted, he wasn't ready to just give in. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to take some of the enemy with him as he died, if only to buy some more time for Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale and his heart was pounding. The sensation of danger left him so alarmed that he felt like he might die at any moment, leaving him shaking uncontrollably. He had never been this frightened before in his entire life. Not when he had left his village to light the incense and brave the lightning. Not when Li Qingho had taken him to 10,000 Snakes Valley. Not even when he had seen all those fantastic and powerful creatures while traveling. In all those situations he had been nervous, but he had also been confident that he wouldn't die. But today he had the distinct sensation that he was really going to die. As he flew along, he suddenly realized that he was alone. Then he looked back in shock to see that the 7 members of the Luochen clan had surrounded Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei several hundred meters back. He also saw that Du Lingfei was coughing up blood. Anyone in this situation would be able to tell that she and Hou Yunfei wouldn't be able to hold on for very long before they were cut down. A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun as he stood there watching. He began to shake even harder, and his eyes were completely shot with blood. He could feel his very soul screaming at him to run away as quickly as possible. In fact, Bai Xiaochun was quite sure that, considering the speed he could maintain, and given that Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei were preventing the enemy from giving chase, there was actually a good chance that he could get away. If he did, he could keep on living, he could continue to practice cultivation, and he could pursue what he really wanted: eternal life with no death. Not only would the sect not punish him if he survived, they would even reward him. However, if he simply ran away, leaving Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei to their deaths, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. He felt as if his entire body had been split in half, with one half telling him to flee at top speed, otherwise he would die. The other half was telling him that if he left his fellow sect members to die, that he would never be able to rest at ease for the rest of his life. Panting, he let out a frustrated cry of anger. Blue veins bulged out on his forehead, and he was shaking as hard as a tumbling die. At the moment, he wasn't thinking much about the specifics of the situation or the potential consequences. His hands clenched into fists as a single thought ran through his head. "I might be afraid of dying, but I'm not gonna just run away." He suddenly began to beat at his chest with his fists. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he let out a thunderous roar as he suddenly turned and shot back toward Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei. He moved so quickly that whistling sounds echoed out in all directions. Hou Yunfei trembled at the sight of Bai Xiaochun's sudden reversal in course, and his expression was hard to read. He looked astonished, thankful, and all of a sudden he started laughing. Then, determination glimmered in his eyes, and without even thinking about defense, he charged toward the Luochen clan members with everything he had. Simultaneously, Du Lingfei, whose body was splattered with blood from where a flying sword had slashed across her, looked up to see Bai Xiaochun, eyes bloodshot, roaring as he charged in their direction. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her jaw dropped. Tears began to roll down her cheeks as numerous emotions flooded through her. She was touched, excited, and shaken. She knew how much Bai Xiaochun was afraid of dying. So when she saw him flying toward them, physically trembling, eyes crimson, she could only imagine how much bravery he had summoned, to stop running away, turn around, and then come back for them. "Get out of here, you idiot! Run! Don't get yourself killed!" Tears streamed down her face. As Bai Xiaochun ran toward them bellowing at the top of his lungs, she didn't notice that one of the Luochen clan disciples in the 6th level of qi condensation was unleashing a palm strike toward her back. A boom rang out, and blood sprayed out of her mouth. Her vision swam as she tumbled to the ground. Then, one of the Luochen clan cultivators' flying swords began to speed through the air toward her head. When Bai Xiaochun saw what was happening, he let out an even more violent roar and pushed forward with another burst of speed. Reaching his very limit, he streaked through the air, turning into a beam of light that shot toward Du Lingfei. Even as the flying sword bore down on her, Bai Xiaochun landed at her side, scooped her up with one arm, then clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out toward the flying sword. A boom echoed out as the flying sword was sent spinning away by the force of Bai Xiaochun's blow. The Luochen clan members were all greatly shocked. Chan Yu's eyes flickered with surprise, but then quickly began to radiate icy killing intent. "Nice. An expert in disguise. I should have noticed you back when you were in the Shadow Hell formation. Listen up, everyone. Ignore the other two and kill this guy." As soon as the words left his mouth, murderous looks appeared in the eyes of the other Luochen clan members, and they began to close in on Bai Xiaochun. Du Lingfei was in a bit of a daze as Bai Xiaochun held her in his arms. Before she could do anything, he put her down off to the side and then shot toward the incoming Luochen clan cultivators. His eyes were bright red, and it almost seemed that, as of this moment, he wasn't thinking about dying at all. In fact, he wasn't thinking about anything except save Hou Yunfei, save Du Lingfei, kill all enemies. The nearest of those opponents was in the 6th level of qi condensation, and as he closed in, his hands flickered in an incantation gesture. In response, a glowing all suddenly appeared, which shot viciously toward Bai Xiaochun. "Screw off!" Bai Xiaochun roared, unleashing a ferocious palm strike. The little all began to wobble, and when Bai Xiaochun's palm slammed into it, the glowing light shattered, and the all was sent spinning away. The cultivator who had summoned the all gasped, and an expression of shock flickered across his face. Just when he was about to fall back in retreat, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. His wooden sword appeared and shot out like lightning. It didn't matter that his opponent was in the 6th level of qi condensation. He was incapable of evading, and in fact, didn't even have time to react before the sword stabbed into his forehead. A miserable shriek echoed out as the wooden sword stabbed all the way through him, coming out the other side in a spray of blood. Then it circled through the air and headed toward the next enemy. At the same time, one of the Luochen clan members in the 7th level of qi condensation performed an incantation gesture, causing mist to roil up around him, making him look like an enormous mist giant. Even as he closed in, Bai Xiaochun's hand suddenly shot out, and his thumb and index fingers connected. Black light flickered, and the defenses provided by the mist could do nothing to stop the black light. Throat-crushing grasp. Cracking sounds rang out as the mist dissipated. The cultivator's eyes went wide at the sight of the arm grabbing his neck. Then, his throat was completely crushed. Everything happened with incredible speed. Only a few breaths of time had passed since Bai Xiaochun had begun his charge, and already, 2 members of the Luochen clan had been killed. Hou Yunfei, who had already fallen back to stand at Du Lingfei's side, gasped, and his eyes went wide with shock. Du Lingfei was completely and utterly taken aback. The Bai Xiaochun she was seeing right now was completely different from the one she remembered, causing her to pant in disbelief. Was this really the same Bai Xiaochun who was so afraid of dying? At this point, the remaining shocked members of the Luochen clan finally unleashed their killing moves. These were their most powerful trump cards, one being a flying sword, another a pearl, and the last a little cauldron, all of which shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Astonishingly, the 3 of them were joining forces to attack simultaneously. Of that group of three, two were in the 6th level of chi condensation, and one was in the 7th. Their combined attack was completely vicious as they went all out with everything they had to try to strike down Bai Xiaochun when he couldn't dodge. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were glowing red as the three closed in on him. Even as their magical devices bore down on him, he curled his arms and legs up until he looked like a ball. Previously, Du Lingfei had mocked the big black wok he wore on his back, but now, it covered him up completely. The little cauldron which had been unleashed by the 7th level cultivator slammed into the black wok, causing a boom to echo out that could shake heaven and earth. Cracks spread out across the wok, but it held strong against the cauldron. Next was the pearl. Rumbling sounds echoed out as it slammed into the wok. The wok couldn't hold up any longer, and exploded, transforming into countless black fragments that showered out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun shot out from the wreckage, flying toward the 7th level cultivator. When the man saw Bai Xiaochun flying toward him, his face fell. He immediately fell back, but couldn't move fast enough. None of the magical protective items the man had could do anything to stop Bai Xiaochun, who slammed into him, causing the cracking sounds of breaking bones to ring out. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun went in for another attack, butting him with his head. Boom! No! Screamed the man. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and a look of despair filled his eyes, but he couldn't break free from Bai Xiaochun. Off to the side, his fellow clan members in the 6th level of chi condensation were nearly scared out of their minds. Trembling, one of them sent a flying sword toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun completely ignored it as he once again lunged toward the middle-aged man. The flying sword slammed into Bai Xiaochun, and in a completely shocking twist, it didn't stab into him, but rather bounced off and was sent spinning away. Bai Xiaochun let out a roar, striking the middle-aged man once more. A blood-curdling scream echoed out as the man died. To the other two clan members in the 6th level of chi condensation, Bai Xiaochun, with his bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair, looked like a wild beast. Their scalps began to tingle as he slowly turned to look at them. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned and fled. Off in the distance, Xianxia was completely shaken by what had just occurred, and he could scarcely even believe what he had just witnessed. Seeing that the two 6th level cultivators were fleeing, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture, then waved his finger. His little wooden sword instantly flew through the air, slashing across the neck of one of the cultivators. His companion's eyes instantly shone with an unprecedented level of astonishment and terror. They were the ones who were supposed to be doing the chasing and killing, but now, the tables had turned, and they were being cut down. In a few short moments, Bai Xiaochun had already killed 4 people. The remaining 6th level cultivator had an ashen face as he went all out to try to escape. His heart was pounding, and he was trembling all over. How could he ever have imagined that the slender, pure and fair spirit stream sect disciple could be so utterly terrifying? Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with a savage gleam, and he was just about to give chase when, all of a sudden, a sensation of danger welled up in his heart. At the same time, Du Lingfei cried out urgently, "Watch out!" Bai Xiaochun immediately leaped backward. In almost the exact same instant, a 3-meter-tall violet skull shot into the area where he had just been standing, then exploded. A boom rang out as the power of explosion blasted out, slamming into Bai Xiaochun. For the first time, his undying iron skin felt pain, and blood even oozed out of his mouth as he flew backward. The person to attack him had been none other than Xianxia, who was in the 8th level of chi condensation. His expression was unsightly, and a very serious look could be seen in his eyes. After saving his fellow clan member from danger, he flashed through the air toward Bai Xiaochun. Behind him were 2 other cultivators who were in the 6th level of chi condensation. They gritted their teeth and followed along. 3 people were now charging toward Bai Xiaochun. Hou Yunfei wanted to help, but was simply too weak. The attack he had made earlier drained him of the last scrap of spiritual energy he had, and blood was currently seeping out of the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, he was in no state to fight. Du Lingfei had been seriously injured, and as she anxiously watched Bai Xiaochun fighting, she realized that all of the previous hostility and prejudice she had felt toward him were gone. Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen as more blood oozed out of his mouth. He appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, and had seemingly lost much of the speed he had been capable of earlier. Seeing that, Chun Yu and his companions closed in for the kill. However, as they closed in, a brutal gleam appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. While it was true that his undying iron skin couldn't completely block Chun Yu's attack moments ago, the truth was that it had absorbed the majority of the force of the attack. His current weak state, and even the blood oozing out of his mouth, were all an act. In the blink of an eye, he redoubled his speed. Furthermore, instead of retreating, he switched directions, passing Chun Yu toward his true target, the two 6th-level Luochen clan cultivators. Chun Yu's face flickered, and even as he made to block Bai Xiaochun's path, Bai Xiaochun's wooden sword shot toward him. Chun Yu performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, summoning the same skull from earlier. Rumbling sounds echoed out, but Chun Yu was incapable of stopping Bai Xiaochun. A fierce gleam appeared in Chun Yu's eyes, and he waved his sleeve, causing a lantern to materialize, which expanded out in a fireball that sped toward Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the two weaker cultivators were crying out in shock and falling back in retreat. However, Bai Xiaochun moved as fast as lightning, and was almost instantly upon one of them, whereupon he reached out with his thumb and index finger, causing a flickering black glow to appear as he pinched his fingers together. Throat-crushing grasp. The nearest Luochen clan cultivator screamed, and then a cracking sound echoed out as his neck was crushed. At the same time, the blisteringly hot fireball was closing in on Bai Xiaochun from behind, and there was clearly no time for him to jump out of the way. Instantly, it slammed into him. A sea of flames exploded out, surrounding Bai Xiaochun, and causing both Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei to shout out in alarm, "Bai Xiaochun!" Further off, the surviving cultivator among the duo seemed delighted at the sight of Bai Xiaochun being consumed by the fire, and even started laughing. But then something barreled out from within the sea of flames to appear directly in front of that laughing cultivator. His eyes went wide, and before he could even retreat, Bai Xiaochun kicked down viciously, crushing the man's head into his torso. He didn't even have a chance to scream before he was completely dead. By this point, Bai Xiaochun was panting, and his eyes were even more shot with blood than before. Wounds riddled his body, and blood was oozing out of his mouth as he slowly looked up to glare at the last member of the Luochen clan. Chun Yu. Being stared at in such a way caused Chun Yu's heart to prickle. His cultivation base was in the 8th level of qi condensation, and he could be considered one of the chosen in his clan. Although he didn't quite have the status of crown prince, he had the approval of the patriarch and had experienced numerous deadly battles with beasts in the Fallen Star Mountains. Such deadly tempering had given him extraordinary battle prowess. As such, he completely looked down upon disciples of the Spirit Stream sect. Although they far exceed him in terms of status, to him, cultivators from the big sects were like flowers in a flower pot. Although they had extraordinary divine abilities, when it came to battles of life and death, they couldn't possibly match up to him. And yet now, Bai Xiaochun caused terror to well up inside of him. In fact, the moment that Bai Xiaochun's eyes locked onto him, he felt more frightened than any time he had encountered a wild beast in the Fallen Star Mountains. That gaze contained a ferocity that seemed to wish to consume him alive, and caused coldness to spread out in Chun Yu's heart. When he thought about the fact that this person had slaughtered 6 of his fellow clan members in quick succession, he was completely and utterly shaken. In fact, what was most unbelievable of all was that this person's cultivation base was merely in the great circle of the 6th level of qi condensation. He's way too powerful and fast. He obviously cultivates some sort of body refinement magic, and has cultivated it to the level that he can kill people in one blow. Furthermore, his defenses are terrifying. He doesn't have any magical techniques, but his control over his flying sword is incredible. The sword not only moves with unimaginable speed, it's backed with astonishing power. And that wooden sword is definitely no ordinary item. It's obviously something so incredible it can kill someone in the 6th level of qi condensation. This guy must be a famous chosen from the Spirit Stream sect. How come I've never heard his name before? Bai Xiaochun. In his shock, Chun Yu felt a desire to fight burning within him. He waved his hand, causing 3 fist-sized jade skulls to fly out. His expression was very serious as he looked over at Bai Xiaochun. I underestimated you, but that's not going to happen again. Let's see which is more powerful, the magical techniques of your Spirit Stream sect, or the killer ghouls of my Luochen clan. Even as his words continued to echo out, Chun Yu performed an incantation gesture, causing the 3 skulls to suddenly begin to scream in very lifelike fashion. They also rapidly grew larger, until each one was fully 3 meters tall. Then they all shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's breath came in ragged pants. His mind was a blank, devoid of any thinking. He had forgotten about the possibility of dying, and the only thing he had was the impulse to cut down his opponent. As the skulls closed in on him, he quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then waved his finger, sending his little wooden sword screaming out, to be joined by 2 other ordinary flying swords. Instantly, massive amounts of sword light filled the area as Bai Xiaochun began his charge. There was also a little shield which appeared and began to fly around him, radiating magical light. A moment later, Bai Xiaochun and his flying swords slammed into the skulls, causing massive rumbling sounds to echo out. Instantly, fierce fighting broke out between Bai Xiaochun and Chun Yu. Chun Yu was in the 8th level of qi condensation, with a cultivation base much more profound than Bai Xiaochun's. However, in terms of power and defense, as the two fought, it became obvious that they were about even. Waves of shock battered Du Lingfei's heart. She was so nervous that her hands were clenched into fists, and her fingernails dug painfully into her palms. The annoying Bai Xiaochun she remembered from the competition was nowhere to be seen. He had been replaced by someone with veins of steel, someone who was able to fight with Chun Yu of the Luochen clan. I misjudged him. This is the real Bai Xiaochun. He really is afraid of dying, but to come back and fight to the death like he has done takes far more courage than that possessed by most ordinary people. As she looked at Bai Xiaochun, Du Lingfei's eyes glowed with increased vigor. Even though he fears death, his heart is strong, and he has principles. Even if he is afraid of getting killed, he won't give up on his companions. Ear-splitting booms rang out constantly. Before long, Bai Xiaochun's 2 ordinary flying swords were destroyed. Only his wooden sword remained. However, the 3 skulls were much dimmer than before, and were clearly significantly damaged as they flew back to Chen Yu. Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the opportunity that provided to launch another attack. Blood sprayed out of Chun Yu's mouth as Bai Xiaochun's throat-crushing grasp latched onto his arm. Cracking sounds rang out as the bones were shattered. However, Chun Yu still managed to spit a tiny sword out of his mouth, which shot toward Bai Xiaochun and stabbed a full inch into his shoulder. Not even the undying iron skin could stop it, and blood immediately began to flow. Chun Yu instantly shot backward, but before he could get very far, Bai Xiaochun, eyes bloodshot and completely disregarding his own injuries, gave chase at top speed. Chun Yu's face looked extremely unsightly as he clenched his jaw in the face of the deadly situation that was developing. He quickly performed an incantation gesture and then tapped his forehead, causing his entire body to tremble. Even as all of the qi and blood in his body began to surge violently, he slapped his hand down onto the crown of his head. Bai Xiaochun, someone is going to die today, and it will be either me or you. On any other occasion, Chun Yu would have already ceased fighting. But this was a critical moment for his clan, and he knew that he had to kill Bai Xiaochun. He quickly spit out some of his lifeblood, which was voraciously consumed by the 3 skulls. Ghoul bloodbath! He howled as he unleashed his secret magic. The 3 skulls' eyes began to glow with mysterious light as they shot toward Chun Yu and began to madly chew away at his flesh and blood as they tried to burrow into his body. The bizarre sight caused Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei to gasp. Simultaneously, Chun Yu let out a miserable howl. His entire body was shaking, and his expression was completely vicious as a black fog roiled out from inside of him, transforming him into a 3-meter-tall ghoul. Die! He roared, shoving his hand out as he shot toward Bai Xiaochun. You'll be the one to die, Bai Xiaochun howled. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and then he pointed up into the air. Spiritual energy roiled madly out of him, shooting up into the air to form the shocking image of a cauldron. This was none other than Violet Qi Cauldron Summoning. Violet Qi Cauldron Summoning? Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei were both shocked, and expressions of intense astonishment appeared on their faces. That was especially true of Du Lingfei. Having mastered the art of lightness and heaviness, she knew how difficult Violet Qi Cauldron Summoning was, and that on all of the South Bank only a few people could do it. Rumbling echoed out as the huge cauldron slammed into the ghoul. The ground quaked as it screamed and collapsed into numerous strands of black fog that roiled out in all directions, revealing Chenyu. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he slammed down onto the ground. Looking up bitterly at the huge cauldron, he murmured, Violet Qi, Cauldron Summoning. With that, he struggled to turn his head to look one more time at Bai Xiaochun before passing away into death. The secret magic he had unleashed inflicted serious damage on his internal organs. That, coupled with a blow from the Violet Qi Cauldron Summoning that destroyed even the ghoul, ensured that he had no hope of surviving. Even as he died, his eyes were still staring at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked at the dead Chenyu, and then suddenly sagged in place. His internal spiritual energy had been vastly depleted, leaving him dizzy and as weak as a deflated balloon. He stood there, shivering, swaying back and forth, his face pale. He almost didn't dare to believe that he had actually killed all these people. As he thought back to the events which had just played out, he suddenly noticed a sweet taste, which was the blood oozing out of his mouth. I'm bleeding, he thought. I almost got killed. Everywhere hurt, especially his shoulder. There were also numerous burns all over his body, which pulsed with pain. As Bai Xiaochun thought back to the fight, fear welled up within him, and he trembled. Why did I come back? That was so dangerous. I might have lost my little life. I, Bai Xiaochun, am always careful in everything I do. How could I have been so impulsive? Just as post-traumatic stress was about to hurl him into regret, something extremely soft and yet simultaneously firm leapt into his arms. He could feel curves and could smell a delicate fragrance. It was none other than Du Lingfei. At first he was surprised, but his expression quickly turned serious. Holding Du Lingfei tight, he calmly said, Elder Sister Du, fear not. With Bai Xiaochun here, no one will be able to harm a hair on your head. Even as he spoke, his hand suddenly found itself resting on a soft, curved surface. Thank you, she gushed emotionally, tears streaming down her face. It took her a moment to realize that somehow she was in Bai Xiaochun's arms. And then she realized what his hands were doing behind her, and her face reddened. She quickly backed up and looked at him angrily. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, savoring the sensation he had just experienced, and mused that Du Lingfei definitely deserved to be known as one of the top beauties on the South Bank. A strange expression could be seen on Hou Yunfei's face. Clearing his throat, he smiled at Bai Xiaochun. Junior brother Bai, we'll have time later to think about everything that has happened here. The Luochen clan is definitely going to send more people to kill us, and this time it will most likely be the most powerful experts they have under the level of Foundation establishment. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Bai Xiaochun shivered. He had just used every trick he had at his disposal to beat these people. The mere thought of anyone showing up who was more powerful than Chun Yu caused Bai Xiaochun's face to grow pale. Looking at the chaos around him, he instantly nodded. Yeah, you're right. Let's get out of here as quickly as possible. With that, he instantly began to run away. He cut a very different image than the vicious fighter with veins of steel. However, this time, Du Lingfei didn't find it annoying, but actually rather charming. As she followed along, she thought back to the vicious fight he had gone through to rescue her, and the glow in her eyes grew stronger. Hou Yunfei shook his head, quickly gathering up the Luochen clan members' bags of holding. He caught up with Bai Xiaochun and handed them over. Junior brother Bai, These are your spoils of war. Bai Xiaochun threw them into his robe without even looking at them. As of this point, he couldn't stop shaking, and could only think of one thing: fleeing. A short time ago, back in the Fallen Star Mountains, in the Luochen clan's necropolis, the Lake of Blood was surrounded by the various nodes that formed the spell formation. When the first Luochen clan member fell to Bai Xiaochun's hand, one of those nodes collapsed, and the blood inside dried up. This scene caused the Luochen clan members to stare in shock. However, before any of them could react, the same thing happened to a second node, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Rumbling sounds echoed out continuously. The Luochen clan was completely in shock, and one face after another fell. Then, the patriarch in the middle of the Lake of Blood slowly opened his eyes. In that exact moment, a boom rang out from the node which Chun Yu had recently occupied. "I can't believe that Chun Yu was just killed. They're all dead. All 7 people who were sent out have been killed. How is this even possible? Weren't they going after 2 lowly outer sect disciples? Could it be that the Spirit Stream sect knows about us and sent a Foundation establishment cultivator?" The Luochen clan members couldn't suppress their shock, and a huge commotion instantly broke out, along with looks of fear and terror. "Pipe down," said an icy voice, which cut through all of the clamor. It was none other than the Foundation establishment patriarch. His voice echoed out like a thunderclap, causing the rest of the clan members to tremble and look nervously over at him. "The heaven-defying chance to change our destiny, to expel the seal from within our blood, is a chance we will only come across once in 1,000 years, he said slowly. "Since the decision has been made, there is no need to let our imaginations run wild. If a Foundation establishment cultivator had set foot into the security spell formation I have set up, I would have detected it. As of this moment, no Foundation establishment cultivator has come, nor have any words been sent back. What are you people getting flustered for?" An unsightly expression could be seen on his face. Were it not for the fact that he had to maintain the spell formation, he would have personally gone out to wipe out Bai Xiaochun and the others. However, if he left, the inverse blood spell formation, which was the only way their clan could break free from the Spirit Stream sect, would unleash a powerful backlash. Although he might be able to survive, the rest of the clan would find their blood flowing in reverse and would die. It wouldn't necessarily take a Foundation establishment cultivator to kill Chun Yu and his group. Those 2 outer sect disciples were either concealing the level of their cultivation bases, or have some sort of rare magical items. Even if they were concealing their cultivation bases, at the most they might be at the 8th level of chi condensation. As for magical items, the more powerful they are, the harder they will be for chi condensation cultivators to use. Hunger! The old man's eyes glittered brightly as he slapped his hand down onto the surface of the Lake of Blood. Immediately, the blood began to ripple as a young man rose up from within, clad in a blood-red robe. He was exceedingly handsome, with chiseled features, and as soon as he opened his eyes, they glowed with the color of blood. Even as his energy surged up, 9 blood-colored ghouls appeared around him, which emitted soundless howls. When the surrounding members of the Luochen clan saw the young man, excited expressions could be seen on their faces, and they clasped hands and bowed their heads. When the patriarch looked at the young man, his eyes gleamed with kindness and praise. His voice was soft as he said, "Hunger, you are the crown prince of the Luochen clan, and with a cultivation base of the 9th level of chi condensation, you are our most powerful expert next to me. You are well qualified to handle this task. Take 9 people with you, and kill all of the outer sect disciples of the Spirit Stream sect." The young man nodded, then coldly responded, "I won't return until they're dead." He leapt up, and the 9 blood-colored ghouls transformed into a blood mist that lifted him up into the air. One by one, he nodded at 9 other clan members, after which the 10 of them left. Soon, 10 figures were speeding out of the Luochen clan mansion. The young man named Chun Hung then waved his hand, causing blood mists to appear beneath all of their feet, after which they flew off at top speed. They moved with incredible speed as they used a clan blood tracking technique to head toward the area where Chun Yu and the others had been killed. Chun Hong was in the 9th level of qi condensation. As for the rest of the group, 5 were in the same level as Chun Yu had been, the 8th level of qi condensation. The rest were in the 7th level. A squad like this was the most powerful force that the Luochen clan could afford to send out at the moment. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, Chun Hong and his group burst out of the jungle of the Fallen Star Mountains to appear in the location where Chan Yu and his group of 7 had died. The shocking sight of all the corpses caused the faces of the other 9 clan members to flicker. However, Chun Hong looked coldly at the corpses, and especially at those whose necks had been crushed, and his eyes began to shine with a mysterious light. A body refinement cultivator. He suddenly flickered through the air to appear next to Chun Yu's corpse. After studying it thoughtfully for a few breaths of time, he reached down, pushed his hand onto the ground and closed his eyes. After a moment, his eyes opened. Interesting. I can sense the lingering fluctuations of violet chi cauldron summoning. That means he simultaneously cultivates both magic and his body. With such shocking fleshly body power and an impressive magical technique, it's no wonder he cut down Chen Yu and the others. He must be one of the chosen of the Spirit Stream sect. Shangguan Tianyu, perhaps? Or is he Lu Tianlei? A brutal gleam rose up in Chen Heng's eyes, within which flickered a deep desire to do battle. All of you pick a different direction to search in, he said, his voice as cold as ice. Once you track them down, send me a message immediately. With that, the others nodded in affirmation and then scattered in different directions. With a cold snort, Chun Hong picked a direction to begin searching and flew off. The security spell formation is vast. You won't be able to leave it for the next half-month. You people are dead. At dusk on the following day, Bai Xiaochun and the others were still speeding along. Occasionally, they would make attempts to use their transmission jade slips, but never succeeded in making contact with the sect. Thankfully, they had plenty of medicinal pills. The 7 Luochen clan cultivators Bai Xiaochun had killed had all had bags of holding. Although the resources inside weren't at quite the same level as what was available in the Spirit Stream sect, at a time like this it was more than sufficient. With medicinal pills to bolster them, Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei were in high spirits. With their injuries under control, they managed to continue on through the entire night. Bai Xiaochun trembled in fear the entire time. The slightest breeze or rustling leaf would cause sweat to break out on his forehead. His heart felt tight, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He was also still sore from the fighting, which often left him gritting his teeth from the pain. It wasn't that the pain was unendurable. Actually, it didn't measure up at all to the pain he had felt while cultivating the Undying Live Forever technique. What bothered him was the actual sight of the blood and wounds, and the fear that they might worsen and eventually become life-threatening. He couldn't help but grimace in anxiety at the thought of it. Back before all of this had started, Du Lingfei would definitely have mocked him for that, and thought less of him than before. But now, everything was different, and a warm look could be seen in her eyes as she continuously comforted him. It's okay. Don't be scared, junior brother Bai. This wound looks bad, but it's not life-threatening. Don't move. I'll put some more medicinal ointment on it. Seeing Bai Xiaochun wince in pain despite the critical danger they were in caused Du Lingfei to secretly smile. Within that smile were numerous undefinable emotions. She knew how much Bai Xiaochun feared death, and it was that knowledge that left her so moved and shaken that he had returned. In fact, she even felt as if there were a superlative bravery lurking somewhere inside of him. That bravery could give birth to a figure with veins of steel, which was something she would never be able to forget. With Du Lingfei constantly comforting him, Bai Xiaochun started to feel more and more pleased with himself, and was starting to get the feeling that taking such a deadly risk had definitely been the right thing to do. After all, it had resulted in the beautiful Du Lingfei treating him so warmly all of a sudden. When Ho Yunfei saw what was happening, he looked on with smiling eyes. Considering that they were all fleeing for their lives together, it was only natural that warm feelings would develop between all of them, and that they would become closer. Junior brother Bai, junior sister Du, he said, his tone serious. If we can make it back to the sect alive, then I'll remember this kindness you've shown me for the rest of my life. If we can make it back? A look of longing appeared in Du Lingfei's eyes, but she quickly sighed and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Pain rose up in her heart as she realized that the chances of the three of them getting back alive were minuscule. Bai Xiaochun sank further into silence. Time passed. 2 days went by, during which the three of them continued along with almost no rest. Repeated attempts to use their jade slips all ended in failure. Hou Yunfei's injuries were becoming more serious, as were Du Lingfei's, whose face was becoming more and more ashen. Gradually, even their mental faculties were degrading. Hou Yunfei sighed, turned to Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei and said, "It's too bad we can't just hide somewhere and weather the storm, but we really need to get word back to the sect. Of course, if my calculations are correct, the Luochen clan ceremony will be ending soon, and once that happens, their foundation establishment expert will be coming after us. No matter how we try to hide from him, we would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt." It was at this point that Bai Xiaochun's face suddenly flickered. Grabbing Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, he leaped into a nearby ditch and squatted down. Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei both had very serious expressions on their faces, and they immediately ceased any chatter. Before much time had passed, a beam of light appeared in the air up above, which was actually a blood mist. Within the mist was a Luochen clan member in the 8th level of Qi condensation, who was looking around carefully in all directions. However, because Bai Xiaochun had led the group into hiding, they weren't noticed, and the Luochen clan member proceeded along into the distance. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding as he watched the cultivator disappearing. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he almost wanted to jump out and attack the man. However, he couldn't do that unless he was certain that he could kill him. Otherwise, other members of the Luochen clan might show up. "They've caught up," said Du Lingfei, sighing. She looked over at Bai Xiaochun and hesitated, as if there were something she wanted to say to him. However, before she could, he grabbed her hand and started running again. The three of them said nothing as they proceeded along. They felt as if everything were weighing down on them, crushing down onto their hearts. The shadow of death loomed over them larger than ever, threatening to consume them completely. "There's still hope," Hou Yunfei suddenly said. "Although the patriarch of the Luochen clan is a foundation establishment cultivator, far beyond us in terms of cultivation, his spell formation has to have limits. One of the patriarchs of my Hou clan is also a foundation establishment cultivator, and I was once lucky enough to see a security spell formation that he set up. It could cover a distance of 5,000 kilometers, and required sealing certain spell nodes ahead of time." Du Lingfei's eyes gleamed as she responded, "Elder brother Hou, do you mean that even though the spell formation was set up ahead of time by the Luochen clan patriarch, even if it exceeds 5,000 kilometers, it won't be by much?" "Exactly," Hou Yunfei declared. "Therefore, the further away we get from the Luochen clan, the greater the chances that our jade slips will work. If we can just get word back to the sect, they'll definitely send someone to save us." 5,000 kilometers, Bai Xiaochun muttered, gritting his teeth. "At our current speed, that will take 8 or 9 more days to reach the border." As they proceeded along, they were forced to hide on numerous occasions when Luochen clan members neared. However, each time, Bai Xiaochun's uncanny ability to sense danger kept them safe. Considering how on guard he was, and the fact that he was pulling Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei along with him as they fled, Bai Xiaochun was getting more and more exhausted, his face more and more ashen. Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei's injuries continued to worsen, and as a result, their speed suffered. It eventually reached the point where Bai Xiaochun was virtually carrying both of them. Bai Xiaochun was more cautious than ever as he led them along for 3 days straight. 3 days of running and hiding left Bai Xiaochun more and more drained. His face was gaunt as he led the group into a valley. However, after taking only a few steps inside, his face flickered, and he pulled Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei off to the side, where they hid behind a boulder. Unfortunately, they were a bit too slow, and moments later they could hear the sound of someone whistling through the air toward them. A beam of white light descended from midair, slamming down into the rock they were hiding behind, completely shattering it. Hou Yunfei coughed up a mouthful of blood, and Du Lingfei couldn't prevent blood from oozing out of the corners of her mouth. A cold snort rang out through the air. So, this is where you've been hiding. A Luochen clan cultivator appeared, standing on a blood mist. He was in the 7th level of qi condensation and held a mirror in his left hand. As soon as he saw them, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a jade slip. Just when he was about to transmit some information, Hou Yunfei cried out, "Don't let him make contact." The ashen-faced Du Lingfei was just about to unleash a flying sword when Bai Xiaochun, who had been slowly backing up, gritted his teeth and stopped in place. Eyes bloodshot, knees quivering. He focused his qi and blood, and then the ground beneath his feet shattered as he launched himself into the air, turning into a beam of light. Even as the Luochen clan cultivator was about to transmit the information, Bai Xiaochun burst toward him with incredible speed. The cultivator's face fell, and he fell back, unable to successfully make contact. Performing an incantation gesture, he swung the mirror with his left hand, causing a beam of light to shoot toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered with a ferocious light. Instead of dodging, he allowed the white light to slam into him. His charge carried him forward toward the shocked Luochen clan cultivator, whereupon he reached out with his right hand, touching his thumb and index finger together. A black light shot out and latched onto the cultivator's throat. Throat-crushing grasp. A cracking sound rang out, and the cultivator's eyes went wide. Blood oozed out of his mouth, and he toppled over dead, the message to his fellow clan members unsent. Blood was also oozing out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he collected up the enemy's bag of holding, then walked back over to Du Lingfei. There, he trembled and almost fell to the ground, but gritted his teeth and managed to stay on his feet. "Let's go," he said, pulling Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei along. "Let go of me," Hou Yunfei said. "You two go. Without me, you'll be a bit faster." His gaze was one of determination as he looked at Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun, and suddenly said something she had been contemplating saying for the past few days. "Junior brother Bai, why don't you go alone?" "Shut up," Bai Xiaochun yelled. "I'm scared of dying, but I'm risking my life. There's no way you two are going to make that sacrifice mean nothing. Come, let's go. Together." Not giving them any chance to speak further, he pulled the two of them along. Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei didn't say anything further, but they were more moved than ever. Bai Xiaochun was extremely cautious as he led them forward, constantly changing directions, and being careful to avoid the Luochen clan cultivators when they got close. 3 more days passed. It was evening, and the occasional bolt of lightning danced across the sky. Black clouds were forming, and rain began to fall, great bead-sized drops that caused splashing sounds to fill the air. It started to get very cold, causing Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei to shiver. Their faces were only getting more ashen. Nervousness clutched at Bai Xiaochun's heart. Knowing that the other two wouldn't be able to survive in such bitter cold, he found a cave in a mountain, where he started a fire. After sealing the entrance of the cave to make sure the light of the fire didn't seep out, he sat down cross-legged across from Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei. The fire hissed and popped, and let off enough heat to gradually dispel the cold. A bit of color gradually returned to the faces of Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, although they still looked very pale. The 3 of them sat silently in the cave, watching the fire and stewing in anxiety. Finally, Bai Xiaochun chuckled and broke the silence. "In 3 more days, we should be able to pass that 5,000-kilometer mark. Ha ha ha. Just wait until we get back to the sect. This is definitely going to count as a big meritorious service. I wonder what reward we'll get." Du Lingfei looked at him, her gaze soft. Hou Yunfei was about to laugh, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he coughed up some blood, and his face paled as he swayed on the verge of collapse. After all the days of running, they had long since run out of medicinal pills. Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet and was just about to go over and examine Hou Yunfei, when suddenly his face flickered. He waved his sleeve out to protect his two friends as the stone he had rolled into place to block the firelight suddenly exploded. A huge boom echoed out as the rock shattered. As Bai Xiaochun waved the shrapnel aside, cold air came rushing in. The fire danced, its flickering light revealing a tall, sturdily built man standing outside. He was in the 8th level of qi condensation, and seemed to be even stronger than Chan Yu had been. "The Crown Prince was dead on," he said. "With rain like this and injuries like yours, you couldn't handle the cold, and were forced to find a place like this to hide. I had to search over 100 mountains before I found you. But here you are." Even as the words were still leaving the man's mouth, Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with ferocity as he leaped into action. Although the burly man seemed like the impulsive type, he was actually quite cautious. Instead of charging into the cave to fight, he actually fell back. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun was out of the cave and in the pouring rain. Clearly, the burly man didn't intend to actually fight, and was focused completely on defense. That caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to begin to thump. He was getting a very bad feeling, and yet he gritted his teeth and ignored any possibility of injury as he charged forward in a mad attack. A gust of frigid wind blew into the cave, extinguishing the fire. Hou Yunfei tried to struggle to his feet, but then coughed up another mouthful of blood. Du Lingfei gritted her teeth and hobbled to the mouth of the cave, where she performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, sending a flying sword shooting toward the burly man. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoed out into the stormy night. The burly man had been stabbed through the chest by a wooden sword, and yet, in the moment before dying, he hurled his spear out, which partially stabbed into Bai Xiaochun's right thigh. The burly man glared at Bai Xiaochun. Groaning, he said, "You won't get away. The Crown Prince will be here soon." Then he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his head slumped over in death. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, and he was trembling. In order to kill the man as quickly as possible, he had drawn upon so much energy that his injuries had worsened. Pain radiated up his right leg, and when he looked down, he saw the spear still embedded into his flesh. He was also soaked with rainwater, which intermixed with the blood to flow down onto the ground. He felt half frozen to death. Du Lingfei staggered over, and when she saw his leg, she began to weep. She reached out, grabbed hold of the spear, and gingerly pulled it out of his leg. To Bai Xiaochun, it felt as if his flesh and bones were being ripped apart. He trembled, but held back from shouting out. The dying words of his opponent, plus the fact that the man had obviously been trying to buy time, caused his heart to sink even lower than before. He could even sense fluctuations in the wind that told him it wouldn't be very long before more pursuing members of the Luochen clan showed up. Du Lingfei threw his arm over her shoulder, and the two of them managed to get back into the cave. Bai Xiaochun kept the spear. Back in the cave, Bai Xiaochun began to pant. His right leg hurt, but thankfully the spear hadn't stabbed into the bone. After binding the wound, he could still feel it, but considering the mortal danger they were in, it wasn't a major issue. "We need to go. The Luochen clan could show up at any moment." Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaochun slowly rose to his feet. He looked down at Hou Yunfei and saw him laying there, struggling for breath. Their days of flight had been like a torment, and he was losing his ability to keep his injuries under control. Du Lingfei was sallow and wan. Her qi passageways had been severely injured, and some had even been severed. It had been an incredible struggle for her to emerge and help Bai Xiaochun in the fight earlier, and now all she could do was look up at him. In the darkness of the stormy night, her eyes seemed especially beautiful. "Junior brother Bai," she said softly, "forget about us. You're much faster on your own. Go." Off to the side, Hou Yunfei struggled into a sitting position. Looking exhaustedly at Bai Xiaochun, he nodded in agreement. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot as he said, "We can get out of the 5,000-kilometer area in only 3 days. Guys, shut your M." Before he could finish his sentence, Hou Yunfei cut him off. "Junior brother Bai, you escaping and getting word to the sect is the best chance junior sister Du and I have." Bai Xiaochun chuckled bitterly. He was no 3-year-old child to believe a lie like that. He knew that even if he did escape and get word to the sect, by the time anyone arrived to help, Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei would already be dead. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun seemed determined to stay, Hou Yunfei started laughing. Fine. If I die, then you'll leave, right? A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun as he realized that Hou Yunfei was stirring his last bit of spiritual energy, as if to destroy his own qi passageways. Hou Yunfei looked at him calmly and continued, Junior brother Bai, are you going to go, or not? Bai Xiaochun was miserable and heartbroken. He took a few steps backward, mixed emotions on his face as he stared at Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei. A gust of wind blew a strand of Du Lingfei's hair across her face. She tucked it behind her ear and looked at Bai Xiaochun. Although her face was ashen, somehow, she looked even more beautiful than ever. Her voice soft, she murmured, I hope, if there's another life after this one, that I'll have the chance to meet you again. Junior brother Bai, you have to stay alive. The instant Bai Xiaochun heard the words, stay alive, a violent tremor ran through him, and he felt as if he had been struck in the chest by a hammer. Taking another long look at Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, he finally turned and walked out of the cave, unsure of what exactly he was feeling inside. A moment later, he was speeding through the stormy night. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun had finally chosen to leave, Hou Yunfei let out a soft sigh. Du Lingfei watched him leave, wishing him the best in her heart. She truly wished that she could make time flow in reverse, that she could return back to the time when she had first met Bai Xiaochun. Everything was quiet for a moment, but then Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei suddenly looked out in Bai Xiaochun's direction, and their faces flickered. His cultivation base was erupting with power, his internal spiritual energy surging outward, even causing the rainwater to distort. He was like a brightly burning torch on a dark night that not even the coldness brought by the rain could dispel. Even someone very far away would be able to sense it. Lightning snaked across the sky as Luochen clan cultivators from several different directions suddenly sensed Bai Xiaochun. Chun Heng's eyes glittered as he looked in the direction of the upsurge of power. Bai Xiaochun flickered into motion, flying up the mountainside past the cave. As he flew by, Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei could hear him whispering something to them. I'll get their attention. You two find a way to escape. Come on, go! Tears began to stream down Du Lingfei's face as her heart was battered by incredible waves of emotion. Hou Yunfei was likewise shaken. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun burst out with incredible speed as he picked a different direction to flee in. Bai Xiaochun sped along, cackling madly and crying out at the top of his lungs, Dead! They're dead. Luochen clan. I can't wipe all of you out, but the Spirit Stream sect will definitely come and kill you all. He appeared to be heading in a direction which would quickly lead out of the 5,000-kilometer area. Furthermore, from the way he was yelling, it seemed obvious that his two compatriots were dead, and that he was hysterical. Even if he might die in the attempt, he would break out and pass word to the sect, to make sure that revenge was had. Chun Heng instantly realized what was happening, and his face flickered. Although he couldn't be sure whether or not Bai Xiaochun was putting on an act, he could tell that, based on his current speed, he could succeed. Chun Heng definitely didn't dare to gamble with the fate of his sect by ignoring the threat. He immediately transmitted a message to the other Luochen clan cultivators. Everyone kill him. Even if his friends aren't dead, they're definitely seriously injured. We can track them down after we kill this one. All of the Luochen clan cultivators shot through the rain at top speed toward Bai Xiaochun. Lightning crashed and rain fell. Back in the darkness of the cave in the mountain, Du Lingfei gritted her teeth and wiped the tears off of her cheeks. Then, her eyes began to glow with determination. She knew that the only way to save Bai Xiaochun was to escape the 5,000-kilometer area and get word back to the sect. She looked over at Hou Yunfei, whose eyes flickered with the same determination as hers. Don't worry about me, he said. Let's split up. Whichever of us gets out first can bring help from the sect to save junior brother Bai. Hou Yunfei was determined to use his last bit of energy to try to break out and get help for Bai Xiaochun, even if he died in the process. The two of them took deep breaths and then ran out into the rain, splitting up and heading in two different directions, calling upon all the strength they could manage. They were already on the verge of collapsing, but by sheer force of willpower, they managed to exceed the limits of their bodies. Thunder boomed and lightning fell. Bai Xiaochun was speeding along as fast as he could. He had already lost sensation in his right leg, and his eyes were crimson. A sensation of deadly crisis thrummed in every inch of his body. He was scared, terrified of dying, certain that death was right on his heels, on the very brink of swallowing him up. He wasn't sure if his actions just now had been impulsive or not, or whether or not he might regret his decision. After all, the purpose of immortal cultivation was to live forever. In fact, there was still a voice in his head telling him to run away on his own. However, he couldn't forget the feeling of what it was like to be struggling with his two friends to survive. That feeling of facing the danger as a team was something he couldn't get rid of. He couldn't forget how Hou Yunfei had threatened to kill himself to get Bai Xiaochun to leave, nor the beautiful smile on Du Lingfei's ashen face. If he could only pick fear of death or loyalty to friends, he would pick the latter. Elder sister Du, elder brother Hou, you have to stay alive. Gritting his teeth, he flew onward with reckless abandon. You want to wipe us out, Luochen clan? All right, bring it on. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glowed with savage fury, like a caged animal ready to fight for its life. Rain fell in sheets, thunder crashed, and lightning danced across the sky. The world was a mix of darkness and light, filled with rumbling booms and the sound of raindrops smacking onto the ground. From a distance, everything seemed to be a haze of rain, completely somber and desolate. Bai Xiaochun trembled as he sped forward with all the speed he could muster. He flew along, feet pounding the ground, occasionally leaping into the air over some obstacle. He was like an arrow loosed from the bowstring, whistling through the air. Have to stay alive, he muttered. You guys have to stay alive. That was what he kept repeating to himself as the images of Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei continued to flash in his mind. The shadow of death loomed, fusing with the rain, making everything around him seem even colder than usual. By this point, roughly 9 figures were speeding toward him from various directions. The furthest person away from him was Chun Hung, but he was also the fastest. He was like a beam of light stabbing through the sheets of rain, moving faster and faster, causing rumbling sounds to echo out. You can't escape. Nobody can escape from our patriarch's spell formation. Killing intent flickered in Chun Heng's eyes. He had never imagined that 3 outer sect disciples of the Spirit Stream sect would manage to evade him for so many days, and in fact, even get close to the border of the spell formation set up by his patriarch. As for the disciple they were currently closing in on, he had a profound cultivation base, sufficient to not only strike down Chenyu, but numerous other members of the Luochen clan. He was now more convinced than ever that this person was one of the famous chosen from the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect, either Shangguan Tianyu or Lu Tianlei. After all, when it came to the affairs of the south bank, the north bank usually wouldn't interfere. Spirit Stream sect chosen. Chun Hung thought, eyes glittering with killing intent, and even a spark of amusement. Rumbling thunder filled the air as Bai Xiaochun sped along with gritted teeth. He was panting, and his internal spiritual energy was fading quickly. Because of the rain, it was hard to see anything, and he almost felt as if some primordial ancient beast had swallowed up heaven and earth. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun looked up with bloodshot eyes, looking fiercely at certain fluctuations in the rainwater a few dozen meters up ahead. Popping sounds rang out as countless raindrops then exploded and shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Behind that sheet of rain was the first Luochen clan member who had arrived to intercept Bai Xiaochun. He was a middle-aged man, and the ugly scar which ran down his face made him look extremely ferocious. On top of that, he had a cultivation base in the great circle of the 7th level of qi condensation. He shot toward Bai Xiaochun, hefting a gigantic battle axe in his right hand. As he closed in, he gripped the haft of the axe with both hands, lifted it high into the air, and swung it down viciously toward Bai Xiaochun. You're not going one step further, the man barked, his voice booming like thunder. Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for even a moment. As the axe descended, he sped forward, shooting his left hand out toward the axe itself. The middle-aged man laughed coldly, pouring more cultivation-based power into his hands, causing the axe to scream madly through the air toward Bai Xiaochun. In the instant that Bai Xiaochun extended his left hand, a black flicker of light could be seen as his undying iron skin was unleashed. Even as his left hand made contact with the axe head, it turned completely pitch black. A boom rang out as Bai Xiaochun's left hand clamped onto the axe with such incredible force that the surrounding rainwater began to vibrate, and then exploded into a haze. Pain exploded out within him, and blood flowed, and yet the power of his undying iron skin kept his hand safe, albeit injured. The middle-aged man frowned, then tried to jerk his axe away. However, Bai Xiaochun's grip was like an iron vice that kept the giant axe completely locked down. No matter how the middle-aged man struggled, he couldn't move it even a teeny bit. The man's face flickered, and then he looked up and realized that Bai Xiaochun's eyes were blazing with flames of madness. It was a madness that this man had only ever seen within the eyes of various wild beasts in the Fallen Star Mountains. The man's heart instantly began to pound, and in the blink of an eye, the glow of defensive shields sprang up around him. Without any hesitation, he let go of the axe and fell back. He was fast, but Bai Xiaochun was faster. Even as his left hand maintained its grip on the axe, his right hand flared with black light and simultaneously shot out toward the middle-aged man. His hand pierced through the man's defensive shields, causing cracking sounds to ring out as one layer after another was destroyed. Bai Xiaochun cut through them like a razor-sharp blade through bamboo. At the same time, because of the current state Bai Xiaochun was in, his throat-crushing grasp suddenly did something it had never done before. Unexpectedly, a gravitational force appeared, causing the middle-aged man to lurch to a stop. Before he could even react, his entire world was completely superseded by Bai Xiaochun's pitch-black hand. A boom rang out as Bai Xiaochun's hand clamped onto the man's throat and then clenched down hard. Crack! A flicker of disbelief passed through the man's eyes, and then blood oozed out of his mouth. There was no time for him to scream as the bones in his neck were crushed. Then his head sagged to the side. He was dead. Disbelief could still be seen in his eyes. Although he had been aware that the person they were chasing was powerful, and had even been prepared going into the fight, the blow he had unleashed moments ago had not been a lethal one. He had only been trying to stop Bai Xiaochun and buy some time. How could he ever have imagined that this skinny outer sect disciple of the Spirit Stream sect would be so utterly powerful? In the moment that the man died, two more figures appeared off in the distance. Shockingly, one of them had a cultivation base in the 8th level of qi condensation. Seeing their dead comrade in Bai Xiaochun's hand, they let out roars of rage. "Chun Zhong! You people are forcing me to do this!" Bai Xiaochun growled. He tossed the corpse aside, then quickly changed directions and shot off at top speed. He was shaking, panting, and yet his eyes gleamed with an even more intensely brutal light than before. He knew that he couldn't afford to stop for even a moment. After all, the whole crux of his plan was to get the Luochen clan members to follow him. As he changed directions, he could see a sprawling mountain range off in the distance. Because that particular mountain range wasn't a specific border region, it didn't have a name. It was a separate mountain range than the Fallen Star Mountains but was comparable in size, and in fact perhaps even a bit larger. The rain there fell at a steep angle, and the entire area was crashing with lightning. In fact, when Bai Xiaochun looked over, the lightning seemed to mass into a sphere which then exploded out into the rain. Bai Xiaochun sped in the direction of the mountain range, the two Luochen clan members hot on his trail. At the same time, more cultivators were closing in. There was even a bright beam of light which was none other than Chen Heng, who was getting closer by the moment. As the Luochen clan cultivators closed the distance to Bai Xiaochun, he got closer and closer to the tree-covered mountains. He was now several dozen meters away, completely soaked as he ran along. As of this moment, he was on the verge of making it into the jungle itself. "Stop him," Chen Heng said grimly. The cultivator closest to Bai Xiaochun was in the 8th level of qi condensation. He let out a roar, then reached out and grabbed the 7th-level clan member next to him. They exchanged a glance and were instantly thinking the same thing. The 7th-level clan member curled up into a ball, and then the other clan member hurled him forward as hard as possible. Rumbling sounds filled the air as he called upon all the power of his cultivation base to propel his companion through the air. The second cultivator shot through the rain with explosive speed, and in the blink of an eye was right upon by Xiaochun. As he closed in, he unleashed his cultivation base, causing thunderous rumbling sounds to echo out. Bai Xiaochun lurched to a stop, spun, and performed an incantation gesture. The wave of a finger sent his wooden sword flying out, and yet the Luochen clan cultivator actually allowed it to stab into him. Even as he passed away into death, a bizarre smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he exploded into a cloud of blood and gore that then transformed into a rope of blood that began to entangle Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's face fell, and he turned to flee. However, in that moment of distracted retreat, a screaming sound rose up from behind him, which was an arrow. That arrow had been shot from none other than the cultivator in the 8th level of Qi condensation, who currently held a quivering bow in his hand. The sacrifice of the other cultivator led to a critical moment in which Bai Xiaochun was incapable of dodging. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. Stopping in place, he suddenly shot directly toward the speeding arrow. A boom rang out as the arrow stabbed into Bai Xiaochun, causing an explosion of pain that left him pale-faced. The arrow pierced the bone in his shoulder, shattering it. The arrow itself was made from extraordinary materials, and backed by the power of the 8th level of Qi condensation, making it incredibly strong. After snapping the bone, it actually sent the skinny Bai Xiaochun flying through the air past the blood rope. Thump! The arrow slammed into a nearby tree, simultaneously impaling Bai Xiaochun. Delight flickered in the eyes of the 8th level cultivator as he flickered into motion, shooting forward and preparing to unleash a second arrow to cut down Bai Xiaochun. The other Luochen clan cultivators had brutal grins on their faces as they closed in. However, it was in this moment that Chun Heng's expression suddenly flickered. "Watch out!" In almost the same moment that Chun Heng's voice echoed out, Bai Xiaochun, who was still pinned to the tree, looked up. A valiant gleam appeared in his eyes as he reached up, grabbed the arrow which was protruding from his shoulder, then viciously pulled it out, ignoring the stabbing pain that resulted. Blood spurted out, and the arrow itself dragged out chunks of flesh. The pain itself was so intense that Bai Xiaochun trembled. And yet, without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed the violet Qi cauldron control art. Using heaviness and lightness, he flung the arrow back at the Luochen clan cultivator. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the arrow accelerated rapidly. Because of the use of heaviness and lightness, the force of the arrow was like a towering mountain. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's hands flashed in an incantation gesture, sending his wooden sword flying out in a second deadly attack. A somber, bleak aura raged. His successive deadly encounters with the members of the Luochen clan had provided Bai Xiaochun with incredible hands-on experience in battle. Furthermore, it showed that he seemed to have incredible talent as a fighter hidden deep in his bones, something he rarely revealed to the world. It was only on display now because of the numerous life and death situations he had faced. The Luochen clan cultivator, who had been just about to fire a second arrow, was taken aback. He had never imagined that Bai Xiaochun could be so vicious. In fact, now he realized that Bai Xiaochun might very well have intentionally let himself be struck with the arrow, all with the purpose of being able to make this almost instant counterattack. The man fell back instantly. He was in the great circle of the 8th level of Qi condensation, and as someone who frequently fought various dangerous beasts in the Fallen Star Mountains, was very experienced. He knew that he had lost the initiative in the fighting, but even as he retreated, he chose not to activate any defenses. Instead, he took advantage of the brief moment he had to finish drawing the bow. "Are you going to block this one?" he roared, a vicious gleam in his eyes as he launched a second arrow. In his estimation, Bai Xiaochun would definitely use his wooden sword to block the arrow, which would eliminate one of the two deadly threats which were heading his way, and would give him back the initiative. However, It was in this very moment that Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bright red. He knew that he couldn't give his opponent even the slightest opportunity to make a move. If he did, then he would most likely be killed. Gritting his teeth, he decided not to use the wooden sword in defense, and instead allowed the arrow to close in and stab into his abdomen. At the same time, the arrow he had thrown rocketed forward and pierced into the man's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere as the man screamed, his eyes shining with surprise as the force of the blow shoved him backward even faster. That was when Bai Xiaochun's wooden sword bore down on the man as though it demanded to end his life. With a swift slashing motion, it completely severed the man's head, which toppled down to the ground. Having accomplished these things, Bai Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood, and yet didn't hesitate for a moment to race into the cover of the trees, whereupon he vanished. After a few dozen breaths of time passed, numerous other Luochen clan cultivators arrived on the scene. As they looked around, expressions of shock appeared on their faces as they realized that Bai Xiaochun was so vicious that he would even injure himself to slay his opponent. A moment later, a flash of light could be seen as Crown Prince Chen Heng appeared. He looked at the severed head of his fellow clan member, and then at the other traces of blood in the area. His expression turned grim, and fierce killing intent radiated out from him. Also in the area were 5 other clan members, 3 of whom were in the 8th level of qi condensation, and 2 being in the 7th. Chen Feng, Chen Gu, the 2 of you go search for the others. We can't let ourselves be drawn out of our territory. The rest of you, you're coming with me. We're bringing back this guy's head. With that, Chen Heng flicked his sleeve and headed into the trees. The 2 who were in the 7th level of qi condensation complied with Chen Heng's orders and resumed their searching. The other 3 followed Chen Heng into the trees, eyes flickering with the desire to kill. Within the jungle that covered the nameless mountain range, Bai Xiaochun proceeded along, dizzy and vision blurred. His shoulder, his abdomen, and his right leg were all seriously injured. Because of the cold brought by the rain, he was shivering even more violently than he would have normally been. Am I gonna die? He thought, chuckling bitterly. The sight of all his injuries, and the bone-stabbing pain that came along with them, caused tears to well up in his eyes. He suddenly recalled an image of his parents, lying sick on their deathbeds. Then he remembered how he had watched their bodies slowly growing colder in death. Perhaps that was when he had started to especially fear the idea of dying. I want to live, he thought. He wiped the tears off of his face with his left arm, then gritted his achingly cold teeth as he sped along through the jungle. He had no idea where exactly he was, nor did he have a plan about what to do. There was only one thought in his head. I have to stay alive. It was actually his fear of death which seemed to give him unending power, and kept him going as he sped along through the stormy night. Gradually, he came to realize that after all the fighting, his cultivation base was stirring, and he was actually not very far away from breaking through to the 7th level of qi condensation. Eventually, the sun became visible off in the distance, and as the rays of light pierced through the leaves, they reflected off of the falling raindrops, creating a beautiful scene. Chen Heng and the other 3 Luochen clan cultivators were following him at top speed. Chen Heng's face was growing increasingly unsightly as he realized that their quarry, despite being so seriously wounded, was moving so quickly through the jungle that they weren't making any headway in catching up. After following him for an entire night, they still had no idea exactly where he was. Furthermore, the rain ensured that the evidence of his passage was quickly washed away. Despite the fact that they were from a cultivator clan in the Fallen Star Mountains, who frequently hunted beasts in the jungle, they were still unable to track him. All right, let's split up, Chen Heng said through gritted teeth. He's wounded, so he won't be able to run for long. The 3 of you stay about 300 meters apart. When you find him, don't engage. Send me a message immediately. With that, the other 3 clan members nodded and headed off in different directions. Time passed. The next day, Bai Xiaochun was completely worn out and was reaching his limit. If it weren't for the fact that he was running for his life, he would have long since collapsed. His lips were parched and cracked, his face haggard, his pace slowing. after proceeding for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. His face suddenly flickered as he saw a blur of motion to the right. However, no one attacked him. Instead, the figure fell back immediately. It was a long-faced young man, one of the 3 Luochen clan members who had fanned out to search for him. Even as the young man fell back, he pulled out a jade slip which he pressed down onto to send a message. Bai Xiaochun's face sank, and he pushed onward into the jungle even faster than before. The long-faced young man watched him go. Bai Xiaochun frightened him, and even as he debated whether or not to give chase immediately, he saw 2 figures speeding toward him from off in the distance, and his expression brightened. Those were the 2 other clan members, and further off in the distance, he could even see Chen Heng. Based on how fast they were moving, the 2 other clan members would arrive in about 10 breaths of time. Chen Heng was a bit further away, and would need roughly 20 breaths to arrive. The long-faced young man began to laugh heartily. Without any further hesitation, he powered up his cultivation base, simultaneously summoning numerous shield layers. He also slapped his bag of holding to produce a long sword. It was a great sword, over 2 meters long, with an ancient and crude appearance. The young man hefted it, and then swung it through the air, causing whistling sounds to ring out from the sharpness of the blade. Killing intent flickered in his eyes, and he smiled viciously as he shot after Bai Xiaochun at top speed. Killing a chosen from the Spirit Stream sect is definitely going to be fun. Much funner than killing random rogue cultivators. Laughing, he slashed the sword through the air, causing a beam of sword light to fly out, accompanied by a sound like rushing wind. He then performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pointed his finger out, causing a fist-sized fireball to shoot in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Despite the falling rain, the fireball exploded with scorching heat as it shot through the air. A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun, and when he turned to look back, killing intent flickered in his eyes. He was well aware that if he didn't take out this opponent immediately, it would be impossible for him to escape. However, in the moment that Bai Xiaochun turned, the long-faced young man suddenly fell back, eyes flickering with derision. There was absolutely no way he was going to give Bai Xiaochun the chance to get close to him. His only goal at the moment was simply to buy time. Bai Xiaochun's hands clenched into fists, and he began to run again. However, the long-faced young man quickly interfered, delaying him again. A few breaths of time passed, and the other 2 clan members were closing in. When they saw Bai Xiaochun, their cultivation bases flared with power. At the same time, the long-faced young man began to laugh. Instead of dancing around like he had been, he unleashed all the speed he could muster. Along with his 2 fellow clan members, he shot murderously toward Bai Xiaochun. 3 cultivation bases at the 8th level of qi condensation. When Chen Heng saw the killing attack being unleashed, he felt a bit more at ease. He was quite confident that, no matter what tricks Bai Xiaochun pulled, he would definitely be killed. "What a pity," he said coolly. "He won't even have a chance to grow up." However, before he could even blink his eyes, his expression flickered. Even as the 3 figures closed in on Bai Xiaochun, unleashing various deadly divine abilities and magical techniques, Bai Xiaochun's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. His wooden sword flew out toward the middle opponent, and he threw out a punch toward another. A boom rang out as the wooden sword was blocked. However, the fist strike landed, sending its target tumbling back, blood spraying out of his mouth. Bai Xiaochun also coughed up blood as his injuries worsened. However, before he could retreat, the long-faced youth closed in and slashed out with his long sword, sending a blast of sword light toward Bai Xiaochun. In the moment of critical danger, Bai Xiaochun barely managed to twist his body to avoid a blow to the heart. The blade stabbed into him, instantly causing sweat to break out all over his body. He shivered, and at the same time, the long-faced young man began to laugh. Then, just when he was about to pull the sword back, Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed the blade, then yanked himself forward down to the hilt. It was a heavy price to pay, but it put him directly in front of the long-faced young man, whose scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. A sudden feeling of intense, deadly crisis washed over him. Just when he was about to drop the blade and jump backward, black light appeared on by Xiaochun's right hand as he grabbed the young man's neck. "You?" the young man said, eyes widening. Before he could say another word, a cracking sound rang out. His neck was crushed. The sudden development occurred too quickly. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, the number of cultivators who were in the 8th level of qi condensation was reduced from 3 to 2. The remaining 2 gasped, but had little time to ponder the matter, and continued to charge toward Bai Xiaochun. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth as he flew back, slamming into a tree and simultaneously pulling the great sword out of his chest. He quickly slashed the sword out at one of the 2 remaining opponents. However, his target nimbly dodged to the side, allowing his companion to close in, whereupon his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. An incredible power exploded out. A boom echoed out as Bai Xiaochun was sent flying through the air, blood spraying everywhere. His clothes were now completely soaked with blood as the 2 Luochen clan cultivators bore down on him. It seemed like a no-win situation, but Bai Xiaochun hadn't given in to despair yet. He desperately wanted to live. Roaring, he performed an incantation gesture, summoning a long spear, a huge axe, and 2 flying swords. Using the violet Qi cauldron control art, he sent the weapons slashing viciously toward his enemies. The faces of the 2 Luochen clan cultivators fell. They quickly unleashed magical techniques, causing a boundless black fog to spring up. Booms rang out, and the magical devices Bai Xiaochun had just launched clattered to the ground. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun himself staggered backward, blood spilling out of his mouth. Time to end things. For the 3rd time, the 2 cultivators attacked. As the power of their cultivation bases erupted out, it seemed like they would strike Bai Xiaochun down at any moment. "Stay alive," he said in a hoarse voice, a gleam of madness in his eyes. "I've got to stay alive." His internal spiritual energy was flickering on the verge of sputtering out completely, but he let out a roar, and all of the power he had built up in his years of cultivation, power which had seeped into his qi passageways and bones, exploded out like hundreds of flowing streams. Ruoyue Yumbel. Up to this point in the fighting, Bai Xiaochun had not called upon these scraps of spiritual energy. But now, in this moment of critical danger, he did. They poured into the main qi passageways, and in the blink of an eye had transformed into a huge river. As it flowed through his body, a sound like pounding drums burst out within him. At the same time, the cultivation base fluctuations of the 7th level of qi condensation suddenly erupted out. When his 2 opponents, who were in the 8th level of qi condensation, suddenly sensed those cultivation base fluctuations coming off of him, their faces flickered with shock and disbelief. Making a breakthrough in the middle of fighting? How is that even possible? As they reeled in shock, Bai Xiaochun looked up, and his eyes were glowing brightly. The surge of spiritual power couldn't heal his wounds, but it could revive him from his state of listlessness, and give him one more chance to make it out of the situation alive. He sprang forward toward the 2 Luochen clan cultivators, who cried out in alarm as black light covered his right hand, and the throat-crushing grasp was unleashed. A cracking sound was heard as one of his opponents, unable to dodge, was pulled toward Bai Xiaochun's right hand. It was almost as if some invisible force were dragging him to Bai Xiaochun, who summarily crushed his neck. His companion looked on, scalp tingling in shock. When Bai Xiaochun turned to look at him, the man screamed, eyes shining with terror as he fell into retreat. "Crown Prince, save me." This was the sole surviving clan member in the 8th level of qi condensation, screaming for help. At the moment, Chunheng was still 90 meters away. Seeing what was happening, he let out an enraged roar. "Are you looking to die?" Bai Xiaochun didn't even look at him. He instantly flashed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed out. Immediately, the fallen magical devices in the area began to tremble, and then emitted droning sounds as they apparently sensed Bai Xiaochun calling to them. Then they suddenly flew up into the air, moving far faster than they had before, speeding toward the approaching Chunheng to block his path. Banging sounds rang out as Chunheng was forced to deal with the weapons. He was in the 9th level of qi condensation, but even he couldn't instantly bypass them. As Chun Hung was being delayed, Bai Xiaochun closed in on the remaining cultivator. Eyes flickering with killing intent, he unleashed a fist strike. A boom echoed out, and blood sprayed from the man's mouth. He was just about to continue to fall back, but didn't notice that Bai Xiaochun had just performed an incantation gesture with his left hand. A wooden sword appeared behind the man, closing in noiselessly and then stabbing through his head in a shower of blood. The man's eyes went wide as he toppled down to the ground, where he twitched a few times, blood flowing out of his mouth. Then his eyes faded, and he was dead. Having accomplished these things, Bai Xiaochun staggered to the side. Although he had just experienced a cultivation-based breakthrough, the series of deadly moves he had just unleashed had almost completely drained him. Blood oozed constantly out of his mouth as he once again lurched off into the jungle. He knew that his final opponent was the strongest of them all, and was already able to sense that he was in the 9th level of Qi condensation. 9th level of Qi condensation, he thought bitterly. His burning desire to live caused his blood to surge through his heart. He knew that this time either he would die or his opponent would. There was no third option. As he made his retreat, Chun Hung let out an enraged howl. He was surrounded by a blood mist, which caused the magical devices to tremble and then begin to crack. Moments later, they exploded, and Chun Hung shot out from within the blood mist. When he looked around at his 3 dead compatriots, he roared in fury, then shot after Bai Xiaochun. The 2 of them sped through the jungle of the nameless mountain range, heading deeper and deeper in. Thunder boomed, even though it was daytime. No lightning was visible, but the rain poured down harder and harder. "Are you Shangguan Tianyu, or Lu Tianlei?" Chun Hung yelled. He quickly performed an incantation gesture, causing 9 streams of blood mist to shoot toward Bai Xiaochun, like 9 blood-colored anacondas. "I'm your grandpa," Bai Xiaochun retorted, despite how ashen his face was. After evading the attacks, he glanced back at the crown prince, who was getting closer by the moment. Trembling, he crouched down, then shot forward with even greater speed. Even as Chun Hung prepared to do the same, Bai Xiaochun's foot slammed into a tree, stopping him mid-flight. Then, he twisted, borrowing the momentum of the tree, as it snapped back to shoot toward Chun Hung. "I don't care who you are," Chun Hung said. "Today you're gonna die." Killing intent flickered in his eyes, and his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. 9 blood anacondas once again shot toward Bai Xiaochun with gaping maws. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bright red as he let out a howl. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as he drew upon what remained of his spiritual energy to form a violet cauldron. The cauldron instantly spread out to surround him, completely blocking the path of the 9 blood anacondas as he smashed toward Chun Hung. "Child's play," Chun Hung said with a cold laugh. Another incantation gesture transformed the 9 blood anacondas into a fog, which then reformed around him in the shape of a blood-colored skull. Then the skull shot toward the violet cauldron. Massive booms rang out as the violet cauldron cracked and then exploded. The blood fog skull was significantly damaged, but remained in one piece. After the collision, the collapsed cauldron revealed Bai Xiaochun, who shot out of the fragmented remains toward the fog beneath him. At the same time, Chun Heng's eyes flickered. Then he leaped upward out of the fog, right hand flashing an incantation gesture to produce a vicious ghost face. At the same time, he threw his head back and glared at Bai Xiaochun. Their eyes met, and then they slammed into each other, one using a fist, the other a palm. Black light flashed as the undying iron skin went into action to meet the bizarre magical technique that was the ghost face. A deafening boom rang out. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth, and cracking sounds rang out from within him as he was sent tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut, to slam into a nearby tree. Chun Hung was shaken, and his face was ashen. His qi and blood were churning, and shock filled him regarding how powerful Bai Xiaochun was. However, he instantly shot back toward his opponent, raising his right hand, which caused all of the fog in the area to form together into a huge, blood-colored face which crushed down toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with the ferocity that comes from being pushed into a corner. He twisted in mid-air, pointing toward Chen Heng to unleash the violet chi cauldron control art. He wasn't using it to control random objects, but instead, Chen Heng's body. It was a technique Chen Heng had never even heard of before. Suddenly, a powerful force wrapped around him, as though a gigantic hand had grabbed him. He laughed coldly as his cultivation base erupted out, and the blood-colored face howled, causing Bai Xiaochun's spiritual energy to shatter. At the same time, Chen Heng quivered. It was in that moment that a wooden sword shot toward him, and Bai Xiaochun also charged forth, holding nothing back as he called upon the full power of his undying iron skin. "What a joke!" Chen Heng said, flicking his sleeve. The blood-colored face passed through him, crushing toward the wooden sword. When the two met, the wooden sword trembled, but didn't break. Instead, it stabbed through the face, opening up a gap. Bai Xiaochun dove in through that very gap, relying on his undying iron skin to deal with the injuries. As he shot out, Chen Heng's eyes flickered, and he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. The wave of a finger caused an arc of blood-colored light to appear, a curving blade that sliced toward Bai Xiaochun. In the blink of an eye, the curving blood-colored light hit Bai Xiaochun, who coughed up a mouthful of blood. And yet, his fist, backed by the full power of his cultivation base, rocketed out. A boom rang out as Chen Heng was shoved backward by several paces, his face draining of blood. However, Bai Xiaochun wasn't done yet. As of this moment, it seemed he was completely overdrawing on his strength and even his life force to unleash an explosive attack. Ruoyue Yumbel. Bai Xiaochun moved so incredibly fast that Chen Heng didn't have time to react. Punches and kicks instantly turned into a maddening storm of attacks. Chen Heng's expression was extremely unsightly as he performed incantation gestures to summon protective shields. Rain pelted down in the jungle, and booms echoed out as he fought with Bai Xiaochun. The battle so far left Chen Heng dumbfounded. Earlier, he had already acknowledged that this particular outer sect disciple of the Spirit Stream sect was formidable, but it wasn't until actually fighting that it became clear how much he had underestimated him. To be able to slaughter over 10 of his fellow clan members, including cultivators in the 8th level of chi condensation, with seeming ease, indicated he had a high level of skill. That was not something that an ordinary chi condensation disciple could do. The Spirit Stream sect was one of the great sects, so it was expected that their disciples would surpass the local cultivator clans in terms of latent talent, but he had never imagined that the disparity would be like this. His fleshly body is too resilient. What body refinement technique does he use? Don't tell me that his power and speed are both a result of body refinement. Chen Heng flicked his sleeve, sending a fog rolling out to defend against Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun ignored any potential injuries as he attacked again. At the same time, Chen Heng's face grew more and more pale. Most terrifying are his powers of recovery. If his cultivation base were at the 8th level of chi condensation, I wouldn't be a match for him at all. Chen Heng couldn't imagine how someone could receive so many injuries, and yet still be able to unleash such explosive power. Virtually anyone else who was on the receiving end of such punishment would have long since passed out. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun was like an oil lamp running out of oil, just barely holding on. I need to get this battle done with and kill him, Chen Heng thought, eyes glittering coldly. That way no other complications will arise. However, it was at this point that Bai Xiaochun's eyes also glittered, and he suddenly fell back, performing a double-handed incantation gesture. Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning sent a huge cauldron rumbling toward Chen Heng. Chen Heng's eyes narrowed as the fog, which surrounded him, transformed into a huge hand that shot toward the cauldron. The two collided, and the cauldron instantly collapsed, as if it hadn't been backed by even the smallest bit of power. Chen Heng instantly realized that he had been fooled, but he didn't seem fazed at all, and in fact his eyes glinted sharply. "Red Devil Grand Magic," he said coolly. Immediately, massive amounts of red light shone out, and his skin turned crimson. Even as that happened, Bai Xiaochun leaped into the air, and swung his left leg toward Chen Heng in a powerful arcing kick which kicked up a huge wind. Chen Heng chuckled coldly, thrusting his right forearm out to block the kick. Boom! A sound like thunder rang out, accompanied by cracking sounds. Tears streamed down by Xiaochun's face as he staggered back, heart thumping. How did this guy get so strong so fast? He thought. Red Devil Grand Magic? His skin is red, and now he's way more powerful. Bai Xiaochun was in so much pain that his heart was shaking. His left leg was twisted at an odd angle, and although his skin remained intact, the flesh underneath was mangled, and bones were broken. His breathing was ragged, and he was exhausted. Each time his injuries worsened. Bai Xiaochun felt as if he couldn't go on any further. By this point he had come to the realization that his body was constantly fixing itself. The strange regenerative power ensured that even the most serious of injuries were slowly healed. He wasn't sure, but guessed that it might be an outworking of the undying live forever technique. Chen Heng's right arm seemed to be fine, but closer examination would reveal that it was shaking. His skin was even redder than before, and the bones inside were broken. You have your body refinement technique, and so does my Luochen clan. Chen Heng began to advance with speed that seemed even greater than Bai Xiaochun's. It was almost like he was a different person, a person with boundless power at his disposal. In the blink of an eye, fierce fighting was once again underway within the jungle. Booms rang out constantly. Bai Xiaochun's right leg was seriously hurt, and the bones of his left leg were broken. He could barely stand straight and was suffering setback after setback. The sensation of imminent death grew stronger. This Chen Heng was by far the most powerful opponent Bai Xiaochun had ever fought. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot as his right hand shot out. Black light shone as the throat-crushing grasp was unleashed, like a bolt of black lightning that shot toward Chen Heng's throat. Chen Heng's eyes shone with an intense light when he realized that this was a move he had seen before and was prepared to face. Red light flashed around him as Bai Xiaochun's right hand closed in. Chen Heng reached out casually, grabbed Bai Xiaochun's right hand, then crushed it hard. Cracking sounds rang out as Bai Xiaochun's hand was completely shattered. Chen Heng frowned. He hadn't expected things to be this simple. But then his heart seized as he thought about the vicious tactics Bai Xiaochun had already used in the fighting, and how he would even allow himself to be injured in order to unleash a devastating attack. Chen Heng instantly pushed back, and especially tried to move his neck out of the way. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's left hand shone with black light, shooting past Chen Heng's neck and latching onto his shoulder. The power of the throat-crushing grasp erupted, and a cracking sound rang out. Chen Heng's face was ashen, and sweat was pouring down his face. The bones of his left shoulder instantly shattered, and the intense pain caused him to let out a bellow of rage. Red light shimmered around him as he unleashed massive power, grabbing Bai Xiaochun's left hand. Although Bai Xiaochun was inclined to pull his hand back, Chen Heng was too fast, and in an instant, his hand locked onto Bai Xiaochun's. Die! He howled, eyes bloodshot as he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, and then reached out to tap Bai Xiaochun's forehead. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with a vicious gleam as he suddenly leaned to the side, allowing the bones in his left hand to snap as his right leg shot through the air and slammed into Chen Heng's body. Blood sprayed out of Chen Heng's mouth, and he was sent tumbling backward, with no choice other than to release his grip on Bai Xiaochun. That in turn allowed Bai Xiaochun to fall back at high speed. Within an instant, roughly 30 meters of space opened up between the two of them. Bai Xiaochun's hands were both crippled. His right arm was mangled, and although the left one was intact, his twisted fingers were incapable of unleashing the throat-crushing grasp. Both of his legs were shaking. The left one was distorted into an odd shape, and blood soaked his right leg. The kick he had just unleashed had come with a terrible price. He could barely stand up, and was in fact forced to lean back against one of the towering trees. He bit down on his tongue to force himself from lapsing into unconsciousness. He was now at his very limit. The only limb he could actually move was his left arm. Everything was numb, and yet he still looked like he wanted to fight. As for Chen Heng, his eyes were bright red. His left shoulder felt like it was on fire, and he couldn't even lift his right hand. Several of his ribs were broken, and blood oozed constantly out of his mouth. "I underestimated you," he said hoarsely, glaring at Bai Xiaochun. He could never have imagined that, with a cultivation base like his own, it would be so difficult to kill the injured Bai Xiaochun. From the look of it, Bai Xiaochun's body refinement practices had led to some sort of undying secret magic that kept him alive despite such serious injuries. In fact, to deal with him, Chun Hong had used almost every magical technique at his disposal, even the Red Devil Grand Magic. "All right, it's time to end this fight." Chun Hong took a deep breath. Suddenly, all of the redness in his skin seemed to evaporate, transforming into a mist that rose up into the air. Normal color rapidly returned to Chun Heng's skin, and he seemed to weaken dramatically. The fight had been a difficult one even for Chun Hong. His opponent's tenacious desire to stay alive, his shocking restorative powers, and his willingness to sustain damage to inflict fatalities was completely shocking. Red Devil Secret Magic, Blood Saber, Attack. Chun Hong bit down on his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood merged into the blood mist from moments ago, which then roiled and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a long, blood-colored saber. The illusory saber was over 3 meters long and, shockingly, was covered with innumerable faces, all of which were emitting torturous screams. Chun Hong waved his finger, and the blood-colored saber began to move toward Bai Xiaochun. Utilizing this secret magic caused Chun Hong to sag again in weakness, and he was forced to reach out and support himself on a nearby tree. His face was ashen, and some of his hair had even turned white. "Die!" he growled, giving Bai Xiaochun an enraged stare. An unprecedented sensation of crisis exploded up within Bai Xiaochun as he realized that no matter what he tried to do, he would not be able to dodge or evade this blow. He was stuck. A crevice snaked toward him on the ground, and the tree behind him withered as the long, blood-colored saber rose up high, and then slashed down toward him. Bai Xiaochun trembled, and his pupils constricted. He didn't want to die, and in fact was terrified of it. Unfortunately, the regenerative properties of his undying live forever technique weren't so heaven-defying that they could keep up with his current injuries. However, even as the blade descended, a sudden bit of inspiration flashed in his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he waved his left hand, and a black beam of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it grew larger, right there in front of him, forming into the shape of a wok. It was none other than the turtle wok. As soon as the wok appeared, the blood-colored blade slashed down onto it, and a deafening boom rang out. The blood-colored blade began to vibrate violently, and then shattered into countless pieces. As for the turtle wok, not even the slightest crack appeared on its surface, although the force of the attack transformed it into a black beam of light that shot back inside of Bai Xiaochun. Impossible! A tremor ran through Chun Hong, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, an incredulous look on his face. He had already been in a weakened state when unleashing the magic, and now that it was broken, the backlash power slammed into him, instantly evaporating his spiritual power and turning his vision dim. What is that thing?" "A turtle shell, you bastard," Bai Xiaochun growled as he stood there, clinging onto life. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and he rocked back and forth as he stood there. He stepped back, sliding down the trunk of the tree into a sitting position, and began to laugh bitterly. "Too bad I don't have any weapons." He could sense his life force fading away, and his vision was swimming. He thought of summoning his wooden sword, but simply didn't have the energy. Calling forth the turtle wok had taken the last scrap of spiritual power he had. He couldn't even open his bag of holding. "I don't care what secrets you hold. Once you're dead, everything you have will belong to me," Chun Hong said, breathing raggedly. He was also like an oil lamp on the verge of sputtering out, although he was in a slightly better position than Bai Xiaochun. After a few breaths of time passed, he struggled to his feet and produced a long sword from his bag of holding, hefted it, and began to walk toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked at him silently, eyes somewhat blank. He thought back to life in his village, and then he thought about Big Fatty Zhang. He recalled Li Qingho, the Spirit Stream sect, and the other amazing people he knew. Du Lingfei, Ho Yunfei, Ho Xiaomei. Chen Heng slowly approached, then looked down at Bai Xiaochun, who was already emanating a powerful aura of death. He could see that Bai Xiaochun was riddled with wounds, and that he didn't even have enough spiritual energy to open his bag of holding. Remember my name. I'm the person who killed you, Chen Heng of the Luochen clan. He raised the sword, which he normally could send flying out with the flick of a sleeve, but now seemed extraordinarily heavy. It's a wonderful feeling being able to kill a chosen. Chen Heng was so tired that he was on the verge of passing out, but his eyes glinted with cruelty as he stabbed the sword down toward Bai Xiaochun's chest. However, even as he did that, Bai Xiaochun suddenly swung his left arm, slamming it into the ground. The bones snapped, and one of them even pierced out through his skin by about 3 inches. Then he lurched to his feet, propelling his left arm with the last bit of energy he had. Even as the sword stabbed into his chest, his arm slammed into Chen Heng's neck, and the bone pierced directly into his throat. Then Bai Xiaochun fell to the ground and, energy completely spent, lapsed into total unconsciousness. A tremor ran through Chen Heng. Everything had happened too quickly, giving him no time to prepare or react, and he had been too exhausted to dodge. Once the bones stabbed into his neck, blood began to pour out onto the ground. He tried to cover the wound, but it did no good. He stared down at his own blood on the jagged bones which protruded from Bai Xiaochun's arm, and couldn't help but marvel at how ridiculous the situation was. It didn't even seem possible. Eyes flickering with an unyielding gleam, he thought about all of his goals and pursuits in life, and then laughed a bitter laugh. That was your dying blow, huh? He staggered back and toppled to the ground, dead, his eyes staring up into the sky. Deep within the jungle of the nameless mountain range, the rainfall eventually began to lighten. Around evening, it stopped, and the setting sun just managed to create a little bit of a rainbow. However, as the sun set, the rainbow gradually faded away. The jungle was quiet. Even the stench of blood had vanished. However, the corpse-lined path stretching backward bore testament to the deadly fighting which had played out. As Chen Heng slipped away into death, his eyes continued to shine with an unyielding, incredulous expression. Next to his corpse, Bai Xiaochun lay still and unmoving. The flame of his life force was roughly 90% extinguished, with only a little spark left behind, struggling to stay alive. Eventually, footsteps could be heard from off in the distance. Someone was walking through the muddy rainwater and fallen leaves, to eventually come to a stop next to Chen Heng. It was an old man wearing a long black robe. He had flowing white hair, and his face was covered with wrinkles, making him seem profoundly ancient. Apparently, he had lived for so long that an aura of death was already seeping out from him. Intense focus has bolstered his soul. He's dead, and yet his soul hasn't dispersed. But that won't last for long. The man's voice was raspy, but also vague and bizarre as it echoed out into the jungle. Suddenly, the forehead of Chen Heng's corpse split open, and a green wisp of qi floated out. It swirled together in midair, forming into the blurry image of a soul, about the size of the palm of a hand. This was Chen Heng, although his eyes were blank and he was trembling, as if his mind and consciousness were gone. The old man extended a finger, and Chen Heng's soul flew toward him and disappeared inside. After taking away Chen Heng's soul, the mysterious old man looked over at Bai Xiaochun, mixed emotions playing out on his face. He even seemed to be reminiscing about the past. I never imagined that I would once again lay eyes on the undying live forever technique. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then sighed. That sound seemed to transform his surroundings. Time seemed to suddenly flow differently, as if the entire area were being separated from the rest of the world. The innumerable plants in the area suddenly went still, as if in death, and then transformed into ash. Chen Heng's corpse instantly withered up, and within the space of a few breaths of time, was nothing more than a skeleton. Even that turned into dust, which crumbled down into the muddy ground. Only Bai Xiaochun wasn't affected. In fact, vast amounts of life force poured into him, rapidly healing his various injuries. The old man stood there with his eyes closed, as motionless as a statue. It almost looked as if he possessed no aura whatsoever, nor any life force. It was like he didn't exist at all within the world, a discarnate soul who refused to be reborn. Meanwhile, in the same moment that Chunheng died, Patriarch Luochen was back in the Luochen clan in the Fallen Star Mountains. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and an uneasy feeling filled his heart. He looked around at the clan members around him, and could see that quite a few of the 11 cultivators sent out of the clan had been killed. However, when he saw that Chunheng's soul still existed, he felt slightly better. There are only 3 outer sect disciples. How could they have lasted so long? He muttered. So many clan members have been killed. Well, considering the level of Hunger's cultivation base, there's no way they could kill him. Most likely, he's already wiped them out and is on his way back. The uneasy feeling still lurked there inside of him, though. Eyes flickering, he sent a few more clan members out to investigate, all of whom were in the 7th level of chi condensation. Having done that, he took a deep breath. It doesn't matter now. The inverse bloodgrand magic only needs 1 more day of work. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the uneasiness he felt. He knew that there was no backing out of the plan now, and really no other option than to hold on for another day. Then everything would be worth it. In that same moment, Ho Yunfei was in a valley a bit more than 5 kilometers away from the border of Patriarch Luochen's security spell formation. His face was ashen, and he had reached the point where he couldn't take another step further. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he collapsed to the ground, chuckling bitterly. Junior brother, I'm sorry, I can't save you. He clenched his hands in anguish and helplessness before passing into unconsciousness. In another direction was Du Lingfei, her hair disheveled, her skin sallow. Her chi passageways were almost completely destroyed, and she cut a completely different picture than she had in the past, in her peak of beauty. Her eyes were lusterless, and she looked almost like the walking dead. However, a shocking level of willpower kept her staggering forward, clutching a jade slip in her hand. There was only one thought in her head, a thought that wouldn't leave. She had to break free and send word to the sect. She had to save Bai Xiaochun. She proceeded along one step after another. When she fell to the ground, she would crawl back to her feet. Her clothing was torn, her veins were bleeding dry, and she could barely see clearly. And yet, she kept moving forward. Time passed. Du Lingfei had long since forgotten about the injured state of her body. She wasn't thinking about her own life, nor could she even remember how long she had been walking. She proceeded along until suddenly she experienced a sensation like passing through a sheet of water. In that moment, her eyes began to shine brightly. "Am I out?" she murmured through parched, cracked lips. Trembling, she looked at the jade slip clutched in her hands. The jade slip which hadn't so much as vibrated once during the past half-month. But now, it vibrated, as though an invisible connection had suddenly been established, linking her to the sect. The Luochen clan has turned traitor. Elder brother Feng died in battle. I'm not sure if elder brother Ho is still alive, and junior brother Bai drew the enemy away so that we could escape. I am disciple Du Lingfei, and I beg of the sect to send backup immediately. As soon as she finished sending the message, Du Lingfei sagged down into a sitting position. Then she turned to look behind her, tears streaming down her face. She would never forget how Bai Xiaochun had returned to fight, as if he had veins of steel. She would never forget the tragic and moving image of him running out to draw the attention of the Luochen clan. She would never forget everything that had happened on their journey together. Junior brother Bai, elder brother Ho, you have to stay alive. Du Lingfei wept, her tears falling to the ground in front of her. Eventually, she couldn't hold on any longer, and collapsed into unconsciousness. As Du Lingfei was transmitting her message, the mission's office back on the Fragrant Cloud Peak in the Spirit Stream sect was as busy as ever. Outer sect disciples were running back and forth handling various tasks, and deep within the mission's office itself, there was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe who was in the middle of maintaining the records about various missions. Arrayed in front of him was a collection of thousands of jade slips, which contained the information of all sect disciples with open missions. Suddenly, one of the jade slips flickered with light. Expression the same as ever, the middle-aged man waved his hand, causing the jade slip to fly over into his hand. After scanning it with divine sense, his eyes went wide, and he shot to his feet. "The Luochen clan has turned traitor," he cried, panting. The enormity of such a matter could not be understated. Whether or not it was true or false, he absolutely had to report the matter to his superiors. Holding back such information was a crime punishable by execution, so he didn't dare to dally. He immediately produced a violet jade slip from his robe and transmitted the new intelligence. The report was instantly sent to the Hall of Justice. Of course, Chen Dejin worked in the Hall of Justice, but he had a very lowly position, and an intelligence report like this was something he didn't even qualify to look at. Almost as soon as the report arrived at the Hall of Justice, the entire organization sprang into immediate action. After all, the Hall of Justice was tasked with defending the entire Spirit Stream sect, and the efficiency with which they went about it was shocking. It only took the time it takes an incense stick to burn to verify the authenticity of the report. Then war drums began to sound through the entire South Bank. All of the disciples looked around in shock. The outer sect disciples didn't know the significance of the war drums, but the inner sect disciples on the 3 mountain peaks all knew, and it caused their expressions to flicker as they looked up from whatever they were doing. What happened? When the war drums beat, we can't return to the Spirit Stream sect until blood is shed, and the enemy clan is exterminated. Heavens! Even as everyone was reeling in shock, the voice of an old man suddenly filled the entire south bank of the Spirit Stream sect. "I am Xianxia of the Hall of Justice. All inner sect disciples of the South Bank's 3 mountain peaks are to immediately cancel all previous missions, activities, and secluded meditation sessions. You have 20 breaths of time to gather at the main gate. Tardiness will not be tolerated." Even as the words left his mouth, the inner sect disciples on Green Crest Peak, Fragrant Cloud Peak, and Violet Cauldron Peak immediately dropped whatever tasks they had at hand. Trembling, but without the slightest hesitation, they sprang into motion. Even people involved in important tasks didn't dare to tarry for even a moment. Everyone knew that Xianxia was an elder from the Hall of Justice, and that he was cold-hearted and merciless. He had a Taoist name in addition to his given name. He was known as Taoist Jackal. For him to take the lead in a sect affair meant that something completely infuriating had occurred. It meant that people needed to die. It meant that a clan needed to be exterminated. Rumbling sounds filled the air as countless figures appeared, speeding toward the main gate. Soon it became clear that among the 3 mountains of the South Bank, there were at least 2,000 inner sect disciples. Normally, it was a difficult thing to catch sight of 1 or 2, so the sight of so many left the outer sect disciples completely shaken. There were also several hundred disciples from the Hall of Justice, clad in black robes and led by an old man with bright red hair. That old man radiated intense killing intent, and he was none other than Xianxia. Soon, over 2,000 people were gathered around the main gate, all of whom wore grim and somber expressions. The Luochen clan has turned traitor. The sect leader has ordered that their clan be exterminated all the way down to the chickens and dogs. Activate the Dao Seed teleportation portal. Xianxia waved his sleeve, instantly causing a huge pillar of light to rise up from Mount Dao Seed, in the middle of the Spirit Stream sect. The light climbed up into the air, transforming into a huge teleportation portal, which instantly enveloped the 2,000 disciples. Rumbling could be heard as the teleportation process began. The outer sect disciples of the South Bank gasped, and suddenly, they were filled with sensations of deep pride regarding their sect. Compared to the Spirit Stream sect, the Luochen clan was small, with only one foundation establishment cultivator. And yet, for the sake of a few outer sect disciples, the Spirit Stream sect had mobilized 2,000 individuals. Then there was the violent and powerful Xianxia. All of that was a mighty threat, It was a threat to all of the Cultivator clans in the territory controlled by the Spirit Stream sect. The old saying asks, why use a battle axe to kill a chicken? In this situation, the Spirit Stream sect provided the answer, how else do you kill chickens than with battle axes? This was a sect that wouldn't hold back any resources, not even when it came to outer sect disciples. That in turn caused the outer sect disciples' loyalty toward their sect to reach new heights. The Spirit Stream sect had stood strong for 10,000 years, growing from a tiny little organization to its current height. Naturally, there were aspects to it that others would find astonishing. It was in this moment that, all of a sudden, there on the temple at the very top of Fragrant Cloud Peak, Li Qingho flew out, face grim, aura murderous. That aura swept out explosively, creating a wild tempest as he shot toward the teleportation portal. It only took Li Qingho a moment to reach the teleportation portal, where he hovered like an unsheathed blade, radiating an intense murderous aura. Xianxia looked over at him, and his pupils constricted slightly. Among the three peak lords on the south bank, Xianxia viewed Li Qingho as the most important. In fact, he was actually one of the most important people in the entire Spirit Stream sect. Not only was he a master apothecary, his profound natural talents were extremely rare. For example, he had only practiced cultivation for about 100 years, but had already reached late foundation establishment. In fact, it was even said that, within the entire sect, he was the most likely candidate to break through from foundation establishment and acquire a gold core. I heard that one of those 4 outer sect disciples is connected to Li Qingho somehow, Xianxia thought. At the same time, rumbling could be heard from the spell formation, and countless dazzling beams of light rose up. Instantly, the group of 2,000 cultivators, including Li Qingho, became blurry, and then disappeared altogether. The journey, which had taken by Xiaochun and the others several months to complete, occurred in only a few seconds, thanks to the activation of the Spirit Stream sect's teleportation portal. Rumbling like thunder filled the air over Du Lingfei's unconscious form. The sky dimmed as something like an invisible hand ripped open a huge rift, revealing the image of an enormous spell formation. It descended rapidly to the ground, causing everything to quake in a 50-kilometer area. Blazing, fiery lines appeared in the ground as the shape and design of the spell formation appeared on the surface of the land. Within that 50-kilometer area, all grass, rocks, mountains, everything turned into ash, vanishing in an instant. This spell formation was incredibly domineering and destroyed everything that got in its way. Du Lingfei was in that area and immediately fell under the protection of the spell formation, ensuring she wasn't harmed at all. Even as the land shook, numerous figures came into view. It took only a moment for the more than 2,000 inner sect disciples from the South Bank to appear. There was still enough teleportation power swirling around them for another teleportation to be carried out. But first, Xianxia and Li Qingho strode forward to the unconscious Du Lingfei. Several female disciples reached her ahead of them, covering her with a set of spare garments and also administering some medicinal pills. With the influx of spiritual energy, Du Lingfei gradually opened her eyes. Her expression was blank, but when she saw all of the forces from the sect surrounding her, she began to weep, and a feeling of excitement flooded through her. Furthermore, considering she was an outer sect disciple of Fragrant Cloud Peak, when she noticed Peak Lord Li Qingho standing there, even more tears welled up in her eyes. At the same time, disciples on either side of her helped her to rise to a sitting position. "Peak Lord, please rescue Junior Brother Bai," she implored, face ashen. "What happened to him?" Li Qingho said, stepping forward to stand directly in front of Du Lingfei. His eyes burned with fury and deep anxiety. Junior Brother Bai went out on his own to draw the Luochen clan cultivators away, so that Elder Brother Ho and I could escape. They started chasing after him. Weeping, she went on to explain the entire situation. Few of the surrounding 2,000 disciples knew by Xiaochun, but as they listened to Du Lingfei's tale, they were visibly moved. The intense and tragic events even caused them to gasp. They learned about how Feng Yan fell in battle to protect his fellow disciples, and how Ho Yunfei and Du Lingfei risked almost certain death to try to escape. They heard about how the Luochen clan sent out 2 waves of cultivators in pursuit, including several in the 8th level of qi condensation, and 1 in the 9th. Even these members of the inner sect would be hard-pressed to make it out alive under such circumstances. When Du Lingfei talked about Bai Xiaochun, they could sense how devoted and loyal he was. In fact, he was already the type of person who could be considered chosen. He had the option of fleeing on his own, but instead returned to save his fellow disciples. He fought enemies far more powerful than himself, then helped carry his 2 wounded companions for more than half a month, on a journey of nearly 5,000 kilometers. In the end, he chose to sacrifice himself rather than his principles, all to give his fellow disciples a chance to make it out alive. The result was that Du Lingfei was able to send her message. Were it not for that, the sect might not have learned about the traitorous actions of the Luochen clan until it was too late. It didn't take long before Bai Xiaochun's name had taken root deep within the hearts of the inner sect disciples. To them, he was profoundly devoted and loyal, an elegant and even heroic man, someone with veins of steel. The people from the Hall of Justice were completely shaken. Among their number was Qian Dejin, whose jaw dropped as he heard Du Lingfei's story. He almost couldn't believe that the Bai Xiaochun she was talking about was the same person in his mind. His impulsive plotting earlier had left him nervous about possible investigations on the part of the sect. Although he hadn't been absolutely sure that Bai Xiaochun was the little turtle, in his pettiness, he would rather kill the wrong person accidentally than risk the right person getting away. As of this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. With Feng Yan being dead, there was no way word would get out. Even the iron-hearted Ouyang Jie, Taoist jackal, couldn't help but sigh in response to the tale, and a gleam of admiration appeared in his eyes. Considering the level of his cultivation base, he could tell at a glance that Du Lingfei wasn't making the story up. Everything she had said, although perhaps not completely accurate, was the truth. The Spirit Stream sect cannot permit a disciple such as that to perish in this place. Ouyang Jie flicked his sleeve and immediately sent several hundred disciples out to search for Hou Yunfei and Bai Xiaochun. Li Qingho slowly looked off into the distance, eyes completely bloodshot, heart aching bitterly. Considering what Bai Xiaochun had done here, Li Qingho suddenly felt as if he had judged him incorrectly. At the same time, he knew that, considering the circumstances, Bai Xiaochun's chances of getting out alive were small, to say the least. And I was the one who brought you to this sect, he thought. His murderous aura exploded out with even more intensity. Taking a step forward, he drew upon some of the remaining teleportation power to suddenly vanish in the direction of the Luochen clan. Ouyang Jie sighed. After hearing Du Lingfei's tale, he knew that the situation did not bode well for Bai Xiaochun. Flickering into motion, he gathered the remaining forces and began another teleportation. Rumbling echoed out in all directions as Li Qingho and Ouyang Jie led nearly 2,000 disciples to appear in midair above the Luochen clan mansion in the Fallen Star Mountains. The cloud layers were ripped apart as the teleportation portal became a powerful attack bearing down with intense energy of heaven and earth. Cries of alarm rang out within the mansion as the spell formation descended upon it. Ru Yuyuumble. The spell formation landed, instantly shattering the limestone flooring, transforming it into ash. The mansion itself collapsed into rubble. Roars of rage echoed out as numerous figures flew out, expressions of fury and hopelessness on their faces. The guardian stone lions and the fruit trees from the courtyard transformed into puppets that instantly went on the offensive. Li Qingho was the first person to make a move. He waved his sleeve, causing the lions to explode loudly. As for the fruit trees, they trembled, and the fruit began to fall off their branches. However, even as the fruits fled, they were destroyed. Rumbling echoed out as the Spirit Stream sect disciples unleashed mass destruction. Li Qingho shot toward the center of the destroyed Luochen clan mansion. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he waved his finger, summoning a green fireball. His hair flew wildly about him as he then sent the fireball blasting down into the ground. Flames erupted, smashing into the rubble of the mansion and sweeping it away. The handful of enemy cultivators who had been attacking let out miserable shrieks as they were instantly incinerated. Next, Li Qingho lifted his right foot into the air and stamped it down hard. The land shattered, and a huge crevice was ripped open, revealing the necropolis down below. At almost exactly the same time, a vortex of blood spiraled out, followed by the Luochen clan's patriarch. When the man saw Li Qingho, his face filled with an expression of despair. The spirit stream sect had arrived too suddenly. The spell formation he was working on was on the cusp of being completed, and had anyone else arrived, he might have been able to delay them for long enough. But unexpectedly, the people who came were none other than Li Qingho and Ouyang Jie. The patriarch fell back, crying out miserably, "Flee! Anyone who can escape! Get out of here!" Trembling, the Luochen clan cultivators in the necropolis scattered in all directions. However, Ouyang Jie's face was expressionless as he waved his hand, sending the inner sect disciples after them in pursuit. Li Qingho's eyes locked onto Patriarch Luochen and the lake of blood that surrounded him. Ouyang Jie did the same, and then, flames of rage appeared in both men's eyes. "You slaughtered innocent mortals?" Li Qingho growled. "The heavens cannot tolerate the existence of a clan like yours." With that, he waved his sleeve, sending a destructive sea of flames out. At the same time, blood-curdling screams began to rise up as the spirit stream sect disciples began to slaughter and crush the Luochen clan cultivators. 2,000 people versus a few hundred. Patriarch Luochen could only watch as everyone in his clan was killed, both descendants from his own bloodline and members of other bloodlines. Screaming miserably, he fled at top speed in an attempt to escape. However, in that instant, he was overwhelmed by Li Qingho's sea of flames. Face extremely grim, Li Qingho clenched his hand into a fist. Rumble! Patriarch Luochen's screams intensified as he erupted into flames. His flesh and blood were incinerated, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to nothing more than ash. Li Qingho killed him with one attack. When the surrounding inner sect disciples saw that, they gasped in shock. Even Ouyang Jie's eyes went wide in astonishment. As Li Qingho hovered there in midair, he waved his hand again, sending the sea of flames exploding out again. The entire Luochen clan was engulfed, and everything began to burn. Li Qingho looked off into the distance, his expression somewhat disconsolate. Sighing, he said, "By Xiaochun, I, Li Qingho, have let down your Bai clan." In his bitterness, he flew off into the distance. He wasn't willing to entrust the search for Bai Xiaochun to others. If there was even the slightest hope that he was alive, he himself would search for him. Li Qingho left, flames rising high into the sky behind him. As for the inner sect disciples, expressions of excitement began to appear on their faces. Now more than ever, they realized how powerful and glorious their sect was. As Ouyang Jie watched Li Qingho leaving, his voice rang out to the surrounding disciples. "Split up and do everything you can to locate Bai Xiaochun. Whoever finds him will receive a reward of merit points from me personally. If you encounter any surviving Luochen clan cultivators, kill them." 2,000 cultivators spent an entire month searching the 5,000-kilometer area. They searched virtually every possible location, but no one ever found Bai Xiaochun. However, they did discover the corpses of the Luochen clan cultivators he had killed. As corpses turned up one after another, the inner sect disciples grew more and more shocked. Virtually all of the Luochen clan cultivators had been killed with a single blow. The inner sect disciples could scarcely imagine how an outer sect disciple in the 6th level of qi condensation could possibly have done something like that. Qian Dejin gasped over and over again, and suddenly realized it would actually be much better for him if Bai Xiaochun was dead. He himself was probably not a match for someone so violent and powerful. Li Qingho's fury caused him to grow more nervous, and he even began to wail inwardly. "Damn it," he thought. "Why didn't you tell me you had such connections? If you had, I would never have provoked you." Eventually they found the corpses of the 3 disciples who were in the 8th level of qi condensation, and they could only imagine what that bitter, intense battle must have been like. It left them reeling. Soon everyone came to the conclusion that Bai Xiaochun had most likely been killed in that nameless mountain range. That was a place rife with perilous beasts and numerous other dangers that could kill a person and leave no corpse behind. Eventually, they captured the two Luoqin clan disciples that Chen Hong had dispatched after Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei. When they learned that one of the people chasing Bai Xiaochun had been none other than the Luoqin clan's crown prince, who was in the 9th level of qi condensation, they all resigned themselves to the fact that Bai Xiaochun really must be dead. After the month of searching ended, everyone returned to the sect. Hou Yunfei had been found relatively early on, seriously injured, but alive. With the full power of the sect focused on healing him, he ended up being just fine. Both he and Du Lingfei had performed significant meritorious service for the sect, but that left them with no feeling of excitement. Instead, they felt sadness and couldn't stop thinking about the events which had occurred. Both of them wanted to go back to join the search efforts when they were underway, but their injuries were too serious. The only person who refused to give up on searching for Bai Xiaochun was Li Qingho. He journeyed alone into the nameless mountain range, where he searched for 2 full months. Other than a few places that even he couldn't enter, he searched the length and breadth of the mountains. Strangely, even though it seemed clear that Bai Xiaochun had to be in these very mountains, he couldn't find a single trace of him. It was almost as if Bai Xiaochun were currently in some other world. During the process of the search, he ended up fighting quite a few powerful beasts, and was even injured by some of them. 2 months later, it was with great bitterness that he stood in front of a certain tree with a blood-stained scrap of cloth stuck to it. "If I hadn't brought you to the sect," Li Qingho thought. When he closed his eyes, he recalled the image of Bai Xiaochun there on Mount Hood, looking scared to death of the lightning and thunder. He thought about how frightened he had looked at 10,000 Snakes Valley, about what had happened during the sect competition, and about how he had taken first place in all the stone steals. He sighed silently, seemingly growing older as he reached out and picked up the blood-stained cloth. He had already picked up 7 or 8 similar pieces of cloth just like this during his search. In the end, he left the jungle, transforming into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Thus ended the rebellion of the Luoqin clan. The Spirit Stream sect struck like lightning, completely wiping out the traitors. The matter caused quite a stir in the eastward lower reaches of the Heavenspan River. In the cultivation world of the Eastwood continent, which was one of the 4 great continents, countless cultivator clans and sects learned of the matter. As a result, the awe felt toward the Spirit Stream sect grew, a sect that was one of the 4 great sects in the Eastwood lower reaches. After an investigation by the Spirit Stream sect, they found some clues as to why the Luoqin clan had turned traitor. The bloodline seal was one reason, but there was an even more profound motivation. After piecing together various clues, the vast ramifications left the Spirit Stream sect shocked. If they hadn't stopped the matter when they did, the resulting chain reaction would have led to numerous other cultivator clans hearing about the matter and then following along in the rebellion. It would have been almost the same as a powerful enemy invading Spirit Stream sect territory, and would have led to grave repercussions, potentially even the destabilization of the sect. The news about the deeds accomplished by Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei quickly spread, as did the stories of Bai Xiaochun nobly sacrificing himself. The fact that he had refused to abandon his fellow disciples, and had even used himself as bait to lead the enemy away, left many people moved. The cultivation world was full of selfish people. Individuals like Bai Xiaochun were not common. The loss of such a disciple left many people, even the sect leader and elders, feeling very aggrieved. There were other implications that came along with the whole event. However, as more clues came to light, the Spirit Stream sect only grew more silent. For some unknown reason, they eventually stopped investigating. However, all of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect increased their level of vigilance to a point far beyond normal. Apparently, a storm was coming. The south and north banks together had 7 peak lords. In addition to that were the sect leader and other elders. After much discussion and research, they came to a unanimous decision. Du Lingfei, Hou Yunfei, as well as the perished Feng Yan, had all performed meritorious service. As for Bai Xiaochun, he had accomplished a tremendous service beyond the ordinary. The final decision was explained by sect leader Zhang Yuandong. A storm is coming. The most important thing is to lift everyone's spirits. For 10,000 years, the morale of our sect has remained high. Considering the tremendous service Bai Xiaochun has performed, at the cost of his very life, we can only repay his kindness by having a grand funeral. Those who contribute to the sect shall never be forgotten. In the following days, although the Spirit Stream sect didn't investigate any further into the reasons for the betrayal of the Luochen clan, they took every opportunity to spread the story of how Bai Xiaochun had sacrificed himself for his fellow disciples, and how he had nobly fought for the sect. As the story was propagated, more and more disciples from the various mountain peaks on both the south and north banks learned of the name Bai Xiaochun, and what he had done to save his fellow disciples. Of course, the sect itself wasn't ambivalent to such a devoted and loyal disciple. Li Qingho had eradicated an entire clan, and 2,000 inner sect disciples had been mobilized. Sending such a powerful force to handle the situation was truly like killing a chicken with a battle axe. Not only did all the disciples in the sect remember Bai Xiaochun's name, they were moved by how the sect reacted to the situation. Even though the sect had obviously reacted in such a way intentionally, that reaction was exactly what the disciples expected. For 10,000 years, that was the unchanging tradition of the Spirit Stream sect. Touch one of our disciples, and you will die, no matter how far you run. When a Spirit Stream sect disciple went outside of the sect, they were never alone. They were backed by the entire Spirit Stream sect. The sect was like a shield, eternally there for their protection. Because of that, the disciples were devoted to their sect, and would expend any and all effort, even give up their lives, to defend it, their home. That was the mighty Spirit Stream sect, which had started out 10,000 years ago as a tiny sect with only a few dozen people in it. In order to determine whether or not Bai Xiaochun was really dead, the sect leader asked for help from one of the sect's prime elders, who was adept at divining information from the heavens. Unfortunately, his divination magic did not reveal any hint that Bai Xiaochun was still alive in the world. The only thing he discovered was an aura of death, which seemed to prove that Bai Xiaochun had died in battle fighting for the sect. On a rainy morning a few days later, the mournful tolling of bells could be heard throughout the Spirit Stream sect. Countless disciples wearing black robes emerged silently from their residences, expressions grief on their faces as they gathered midway up Fragrant Cloud Peak. There, a gravestone had been erected, with a portrait of Bai Xiaochun on it, smiling happily. Big Fatty Zhang stood there in the crowd. He glanced at everyone around him, and then looked at the gravestone and Bai Xiaochun's name. As the rain fell and soaked his clothing, he wept, recalling all of his memories of the past. He thought about how they had eaten the various pilfered spirit treasures, about how they had laughed and joked together, about how they had sold spots in the outer sect, and about stealing chickens. Ninth Fatty, Big Fatty Zhang murmured, looking very sad. His heart felt empty, and the pain made the entire world seem dark. The other fatties from the ovens, Bai Xiaochun's elder brothers, were all filled with grief, and couldn't stop crying, including third Fatty He, Su Baokai, Chen Xiang, Zhao Yidua, and elders Su and Zhou, as well as everyone else Bai Xiaochun had come to know since joining the sect. All stood in the crowd, faces filled with grief. Zhou Xinqi came and stared silently at the gravestone. After hearing the story of what Bai Xiaochun had done, she couldn't help but think of how zealously he had searched for the chicken thief. Hou Yunfei came, propped up on the shoulder of Hou Xiaomei. He stood there, fists clenched, shaking in grief. Junior brother Bai. A bitter smile twisted his face. After returning to the sect, he began spending his days drinking. He just couldn't forget that moment in which Bai Xiaochun had led all the enemies away, using himself as bait. More and more people showed up, until the middle section of Fragrant Cloud Peak was densely packed with countless disciples, all silently looking at the gravestone. At the front of the crowd was Du Lingfei. Her face was pale, and it was impossible to tell the difference between the tears that streaked down her cheeks and the rainwater. She seemed to be in a daze, and while her face was as beautiful as it had always been, that beauty was now sad and poignant. You could have stayed alive, but here I am and you're gone. Du Lingfei's days had been spent in sorrow and misery recently. She had lost weight, and often dreamed about that moment in which Bai Xiaochun had returned, unshakable and determined. And then he had left, a scene which left her weeping and racked with pain. As the morning bells tolled, echoing about in all directions, beams of light shot toward the gravestone from all directions. Within them were the 7 peak lords, all of the Spirit Stream sect elders, and even the sect leader. They wore black robes, and as they gathered near the gravestone, their expressions were those of sorrow. As for Li Qingho, bitterness and self-reproach filled his heart. A moment later, the sect leader began to speak, his voice calm and slow. Bai Xiaochun was an outer sect disciple of Fragrant Cloud Peak in the Spirit Stream sect. He was a blazing sun in the Tao of medicine, a chosen among disciples. In his battle against the Luochen clan, he killed numerous Luochen traitors and sacrificed himself to save his fellow disciples. He was loyal to his sect and gave his life in the most tremendous display of meritorious service. Disciples of the Spirit Stream sect will remember his name for all eternity. His voice was filled with grief, and as his voice echoed out, Du Lingfei's tears flowed even harder. Ho Yunfei, Big Fatty Zhang, and countless other people were all weeping. On this day, I confer upon Bai Xiaochun the title of the Spirit Stream sect Prestige Disciple. In response to the sect leader's words, countless disciples were shaken. To hear the term Prestige Disciple left everyone moved. That position was a matchless honor within the Spirit Stream sect, and there could only be one Prestige Disciple within the sect within any generation. It was a position higher than the inner sect, and on equal standing with the legacy echelon. The status of Prestige Disciple was given to the dead, whereas the legacy echelon was for the most powerful among the living. Throughout the 10,000-year history of the Spirit Stream sect, there had only ever been 9 disciples with such a title, each and every one of whom had been conferred with it after dying in battle for the sect. As of this moment, there were now 10 such disciples in the history of the sect. Not a single person present felt the honor was inappropriate. Bai Xiaochun had earned it with his life. From the time he joined the sect until he sacrificed his life, continued the sect leader, Bai Xiaochun never had a master. Having given his life for the sect, I refuse to allow him to wander alone in the underworld. Therefore, I shall represent my dead teacher, Taoist Master Spirit Siv, to accept Bai Xiaochun as his apprentice. Henceforth, he can continue to pursue the great Tao in the underworld. In response to the sect leader's words, Li Qingho nodded, pain flickering in his eyes as he looked at the gravestone. And now everyone shall observe a moment of silence. With that, the sect leader closed his eyes and bowed his head, as did all of the other disciples present. After a few breaths of time passed, the moment of silence ended. Du Lingfei couldn't hold her feelings in any longer, and began to wail. In the same moment that everyone was observing the moment of silence, back in the nameless mountain range, Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his eyes and sneezed. The moment of the sneeze was the same moment that Bai Xiaochun woke up. His mind was still in the same state it had been when he was seriously injured and fallen into a coma. So as soon as he woke up, he subconsciously cradled his left arm and let out a miserable cry. However, as soon as that cry left his lips, he looked down in surprise at his arm, and then at the rest of his body. He began to poke and prod himself, and even opened his garments and looked at his soft, white belly. No injuries. Suddenly, his eyes flickered with fear as he recalled something that the old folks back in the village used to say. Supposedly, when someone died, their soul would enter the shadows of the underworld. At the moment, he obviously had no injuries, which meant that he must only be a soul. Shivering, he looked around and realized that everything around him was dead. Even all the plants and grass were withered up. Chun Heng's corpse was nowhere to be seen. As he looked around, he also noticed fog everywhere. He couldn't see much at all, and everything past a certain distance was a complete blur. A faint aura of death pulsed in the area, causing a cold sensation to wash through his body. That's it. It's over. I was so careful for most of my poor little life, only to end up losing it. Bai Xiaochun was now even more certain that he was now a lost soul. His face twisted bitterly, and he let out an anguished moan. I never even got to give Du Lingfei a chance to pay me back with all her heart. Elder brother Ho still has his promise to keep. People still don't know that I'm Lord Turtle, and there are still lots of spirit tail chickens to eat in the world. I haven't lived forever yet. The more he thought about it, the more it hurt inside. Tears began to well up in his eyes. However, even as he began to wail loudly, someone cleared their throat behind him. The sound came so suddenly that it startled Bai Xiaochun. "Who's there?" he shrieked, scrambling forward across the ground and then spinning around, a wooden sword appearing in his hand. He saw an old man standing over by where he had just been laying. He wore a long black robe and looked almost like a corpse as he stared at Bai Xiaochun in a very ghastly manner. His body radiated a strong aura of death, coupled with the copious amounts of wrinkles which covered his pale face. He seemed like he had just climbed up out of the grave. He perfectly matched his surroundings and looked utterly horrifying. As soon as Bai Xiaochun laid eyes on him, all the hair on his body stood on end, and he suddenly recalled countless scary stories about murderous ghosts. But then he realized that if he himself was dead, then he didn't have anything to worry about. Sticking his jaw out, he gave a cold harumph and then slowly rose to his feet. "All right then, you're a ghost. I'm a ghost. Since we're both dead and both ghosts, then who's afraid of who? Huh." He walked up to the old man, then circled around him with a low-pitched, quizzical whistle. "You must be a ghost who lives in these nameless mountains. No need to be nervous. I was just passing through and happened to die. I'll be on my way in a moment. I wonder if I can continue to live forever and practice cultivation now that I've become a ghost. Maybe I can become a ghost that lives forever." Suddenly, grief rose up once again in Bai Xiaochun's heart, and he sighed. The black-robed old man looked at Bai Xiaochun and frowned. Then, he spoke in a raspy voice. "How come you're not dead?" Bai Xiaochun started in surprise, then suddenly seemed to think of something. He bit down hard on his tongue, and when the pain coursed through him, he almost couldn't believe it. He bit down again, this time until tears poured down his cheeks. His expression lit with delight, and he literally began dancing up and down. He even threw his head back and laughed loudly. "I'm not dead. Ha ha ha. I, Bai Xiaochun, have a matchless cultivation base. I am invincible in heaven and earth. How could I possibly die?" He was so excited that he reached out to grab the old man's arm, except that his hand passed right through the man and grabbed nothing but air. At the same time, his hand suddenly felt extremely cold. Bai Xiaochun suddenly went stiff all over. He stared blankly at the old man, eyes wide, before screaming and leaping backward. A ghost! Back when he thought he was dead, he didn't think much of seeing a ghost. But at the moment he was terrified, as the stories of murderous ghosts once again began to flash through his mind. Soon, he reached the area where the fog grew thick, where he encountered some sort of invisible barrier that he could not pass through. Backing up to the barrier, he gripped his little wooden sword and stared at the old man, countless thoughts fluttering through his mind. Finally, a miserable expression filled his face. "Sir, do you have some unfinished business in life that I could help you take care of?" The black-robed old man had a strange expression on his face as he studied Bai Xiaochun. He couldn't help but muse that the young man standing in front of him seemed a lot different from the steel-veined fighter from before. They almost seemed like two different people. Eventually, a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. Perhaps only people with personalities like this can truly cultivate the undying live forever technique, he murmured. Feeling much more at ease, he shook his head and smiled. Then he turned and began to float off into the distance. The Undying Live Forever technique is divided into the Undying Codex and the Live Forever Codex. Each codex has 5 volumes. What you are cultivating is the most commonly circulated first volume of the Undying Codex, the Undying Skin. You've mastered the Iron Skin and have made headway with the Bronze Skin. As the old man floated off, his voice echoed behind him into Bai Xiaochun's ears. The Undying Codex breaks through the 5 shackles of mortality. The Live Forever Codex unravels the 5 seals of eternity. Work hard at your cultivation. If you can reach the level of Undying Gold Skin, you will make contact with the first shackle of mortality. Whether or not you can break through that shackle will depend on your own good fortune. Since we were brought together by fate, I will give you a medicinal pill. Furthermore, to help you make a breakthrough with your undying skin and achieve mastery of the bronze skin, I will give you this jade slip. Contains the 2nd volume of the Undying Codex, the Undying Heavenly King. If you succeed with the Undying Live Forever technique, you can form a core. By this point, the old man was so far away he couldn't be seen. However, as his voice echoed out, 2 beams of light shot through the air and came to hover in front of Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun watched in shock as the old man left. At this point, he realized that the reason he hadn't died, and had in fact completely recovered, was because the old man had saved him. And the reason for that was because Bai Xiaochun cultivated the Undying Live Forever technique. Although Bai Xiaochun feared death, he took matters of favors and debts seriously. He knew that he had been injured so badly in the fight that he most likely should have died. A tremor ran through him, and, taking a deep breath, he clasped hands and bowed deeply in the direction the old man had disappeared. "Senior," he called out, "many thanks for the kindness you showed in saving my life. May I respectfully ask your name?" "I am the Gravekeeper," the old man replied, his voice faint and ancient, almost as if it were floating through countless years of time. It was in that exact same moment that cracking sounds could be heard from the fog as it suddenly vanished. The area which had been separated from the rest of the world was now unsealed, and returned to its place. The wind blew, lifting Bai Xiaochun's long hair as he looked off into the distance. After a moment passed, he murmured, "The Undying Live Forever technique. 5 shackles of mortality and 5 seals of eternity." This was his first time hearing of such things. Finally, he took a deep breath and looked over at the medicinal pill and jade slip. He first took the jade slip, scanning it with divine sense. Inside was the 2nd volume of the Undying Codex. He put the jade slip away and then looked over at the medicinal pill. Although he was already a journeyman apothecary, he was unable to determine the pill's quality. He took it in hand and began to examine it. He was a cautious person by nature, and he knew that if the old man in the black robe had wished to harm him, he could have done so in a variety of ways. As such, the medicinal pill would most likely bring only benefits, and would not harm him. Muttering to himself, he looked around, then put the medicinal pill away and began to walk. As he proceeded along, he looked around at the jungle, and sighed emotionally. When he thought about the whole chase and battle with the Luochen clan cultivators, and the danger that had been involved, he couldn't shake the feeling of fear that remained in his heart. "I wonder how elder sister Du and elder brother Ho are doing. Did they make their escape?" At the moment, he didn't dare to use his jade slip to try to make contact with the sect. He was worried that the Luochen clan cultivators might still be around, and would detect the fluctuations of an attempted transmission. That could lead to a big problem. Patting his bag of holding, he produced Fengyan's windskiff, and after a quick test, confirmed that it was now functional. His eyes flashed with joy. Although he had his speculations about the current situation, he wasn't anxious to leave the area, so he found a mountain cave where he could rest for a bit. There, he produced his turtle walk, as well as the medicinal pill given to him by the black-robed old man. Soon, silver light flashed on the medicinal pill, and 3 spirit designs could be seen on its surface. Bai Xiaochun picked up the pill, and his eyes gleamed with determination as he popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, his body began to thrum, as though a burning fire were giving birth to an indescribable vital energy, which then coursed through him. He began to shake, and he gritted his teeth, unleashing the Undying Live Forever technique. Then he slapped himself, revealing that his skin was no longer pitch black, but instead, now contained a bit of bronze. That bronze color was reaching the point where he almost looked like a statue made of the stuff. The power inside of him grew more and more intense, and he felt stronger than ever. However, the energy of the medicine had not been exhausted. After performing the threefold spirit enhancement, the medicinal pill had reached an incredible level of quality. Even in the moment in which his skin was completely bronze, cracking sounds rang out from within him, as if something were breaking. Lines spread out rapidly across the surface of his skin, constantly increasing in number until they covered his entire body. An intense pain racked him, but he endured, and soon, those lines began to turn silver. The undying skin was broken up into the levels of iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Even the black-robed old man could never have anticipated that the medicinal pill he gave to Bai Xiaochun would receive a spirit enhancement, and would thus enable him to break through not just into the bronze skin level, but past it. Rumbling sounds echoed out from inside Bai Xiaochun for several days. More and more cracks appeared on his skin, and soon, pieces of skin began to fall off, almost as if he were molting. Furthermore, every falling piece revealed shining silver beneath it. After 10 days, the last bit of skin had fallen off. He was now completely silver, and although it was a dull silver color, when he opened his eyes, they shone with a bright silver glow. He suddenly burst into motion, causing a shocking boom to ring out. He was now at least twice as fast as he had been before. His eyes shone with joy as his right hand clenched into a fist and slammed into a nearby boulder. The boulder instantly shattered, not into large chunks, but into dust. This level of power exceeded his previous level by several times. Bai Xiaochun was panting excitedly. As of this moment, he was confident that if he fought Chen Heng again, the battle definitely wouldn't be as bitter. After some more tests, something even more shocking was revealed. His defensive levels with the undying silver skin were such that even his wooden sword with the threefold spirit enhancement was incapable of even scratching it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with excitement. After ceasing the operation of the undying live forever technique, his body returned to its normal pure and fair state. He changed his clothes, then began to speed off into the distance, looking very pleased with himself. After traveling through the jungle for a bit, Bai Xiaochun started noticing clues that told the story of what had occurred. He quickly became convinced that his suppositions were correct. After emerging from the nameless mountains, he pushed on at top speed for several days until he was back in the Fallen Star Mountains, where he discovered the ruins of the Luochen clan. It seems Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei really did get word back to the sect. When he thought back to the bitter events he had lived through, he sighed, then turned and leaped back up onto the wind skiff. Sitting down cross-legged, he set it whooshing off into the distance. "Back to the sect," he declared, eyes shining with anticipation. Then he realized that he most certainly had performed meritorious service for the sect, and would surely be handsomely rewarded when he got back. That got him even more excited. As he traveled along, he turned his attention to his bag of holding. As he sifted through and organized all of the other bags of holding he had collected from the Luochen clan cultivators, he found quite a few random items inside, as well as spirit stones. In one bag of holding, although he had forgotten who it had originally belonged to, he found the most valuable of all the items. It was a seed roughly the size of a human fist. It pulsed, almost like a beating heart, as though it contained something alive. However, the beating was growing weaker and weaker. After a bit of thought, Bai Xiaochun's skill with plants and vegetation led him to a shocking conclusion. This was a valuable and legendary spirit seed, which had supposedly become extinct long ago. It was known as a beast birth seed. According to the legends, if it absorbed another spirit creature's quintessence, it would be able to naturally reproduce that very same spirit creature. To those powerful beasts which had difficulty reproducing, beast birth seeds like this were virtually priceless. It was the same for cultivators who had powerful spirit creature pets. Cultivators like that all thirsted to possess successive generations of their powerful spirit creatures. Unfortunately, they were usually limited to a single pet, which meant that beast birth seeds were incredibly valuable to them. It was impossible to say how the enemy Luochen clan cultivator had come to possess such a valuable item. Presumably, it was some type of good fortune that person had come across. After all, the Luochen clan had been located in the Fallen Star Mountains, a place of boundless mysteries. After some more thought, Bai Xiaochun came to the conclusion that whichever Luochen clan cultivator discovered the beast birth seed likely didn't know what it was, which would explain why it hadn't been maintained properly. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun picked up some wood which was infused with spiritual energy. After carving it into a little box, he carefully placed the beast birth seed into it, whereupon the seed's life force fluctuations gradually stabilized. Bai Xiaochun put the wooden box away and took a deep breath. Then, he sent the wind skiff speeding over the horizon, following the same path they had originally taken, to make his way closer and closer to the spirit stream sect. A month passed by quickly enough. On the original trip, they hadn't possessed very many spirit stones, and thus had only used the wind skiff at night. But now, Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding was bulging with spirit stones, and he wasn't worried at all about wasting them. Therefore, it only took a month before the spirit stream sect's South Bank gate came into view. It's been more than half a year since I left. Finally, I'm back. Bai Xiaochun stood atop the wind skiff, hair whipping in the wind, looking every bit like a powerful master. However, he suddenly decided that it was the wrong image, and quickly changed back into the dilapidated, blood-stained outer sect disciple's robe that he had worn during his desperate battle with the Luochen clan. Now he looked like someone who had been willing to fight to the death for the sect. Upon his return, the bloodstains on his garments, and the various places where the cloth had been ripped and punctured, would bear clear witness to the dangerous crises he had faced. Feeling very pleased, he sent the wind skiff even closer to the sect. However, just when he was about to cross the border, an invisible barrier appeared, sending the wind skiff bouncing backward. Ha! He thought. The force of the rebound almost knocked him off the wind skiff. It was at this point that a beam of light suddenly shot toward him from the main gate. A young man appeared, expression placid as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Unknown fellow Taoist, what brings you to the spirit stream sect? Even as the words left his mouth, he looked at the wind skiff, and then at Bai Xiaochun's clothes, and his brow furrowed. You have a spirit stream sect wind skiff, and you're wearing the robes of an outer sect disciple? Plus the main gate of the spirit stream sect prevented you from entering. Who are you? The young man's eyes glittered coldly as he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Instantly, his cultivation base surged with the fluctuations of the 8th level of qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun backed up, looking at the shield in confusion. Elder brother, he said. What's going on? Why can't I enter the sect? I'm outer sect disciple Bai Xiaochun from Fragrant Cloud Peak. The young man frowned, and just when he was about to say something, he started in surprise. Hold on, you're Bai Xiaochun? The more he studied Bai Xiaochun, the more familiar he looked. He had attended Bai Xiaochun's funeral service, in which his portrait had been on display above his gravestone. A tremor ran through the young man, and when he realized that Bai Xiaochun's garments were stained with blood, he gasped. You're not dead. I'm not dead at all. Even as Bai Xiaochun stared in surprise, the young man excitedly pulled out a jade slip and sent a message back to the sect. As the news about Bai Xiaochun was being sent back, Li Qingho was in secluded meditation on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and a tremor ran through him. At the same time, the news was passed to the sect leader, whose jaw dropped. He immediately sent a stream of divine sense out to the main gate of the South Bank, and when he saw Bai Xiaochun, he was first shocked, then delighted. He immediately began to send notifications out into the sect. It only took a few breaths of time for gasps of disbelief to begin to rise up. The collective sound was so loud that it was even faintly audible outside of the main gate. Furthermore, bells began to toll. Bai Xiaochun? Didn't he die? How could he be alive? Countless people began to fly out from within the sect. Somewhat surprisingly, the very first in line was Ho Yunfei. When he emerged from the main gate and saw Bai Xiaochun, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. After the deadly chase they had both participated in, he never wanted to believe that Bai Xiaochun was actually dead. However, deep in his heart, he was sure that no disciple could have been made it out of such a bitter situation. Now he was so excited he began to cry. Junior brother Bai, he cried, laughing. He rushed forward and embraced Bai Xiaochun. "Elder brother Ho," Bai Xiaochun replied, blinking. By this point, he realized that the sect had thought him to be dead. He looked at Ho Yunfei, eyes brimming with happiness. "Come on, let's get back to the sect," Ho Yunfei said excitedly. He grabbed Bai Xiaochun and immediately headed back through the main gate. With Ho Yunfei there, Bai Xiaochun could now enter the sect. As for the young man from earlier, he followed along, clearly shaken. He had personally participated in the extermination of the Luochen clan, and had seen the evidence of the battle fought by Xiaochun, including the mangled corpses of the Luochen clan cultivators. To see that Bai Xiaochun had returned alive left him deeply astonished. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun walked through the front gate, more people began to rush toward him from all directions. Ninth Fatty, Big Fatty Zhang, Third Fatty He, and the other fatty elder brothers from the servants' district were so happy they were shaking. That was especially true of Big Fatty Zhang, who gave Bai Xiaochun a big bear hug, tears streaming down his face. Bai Xiaochun was moved. Seeing how many people were crowding around him, he suddenly felt as if everything he'd done really had been worth it. Then, a beam of light flew over, which was Li Qingho, who had an incredulous look on his face as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. In his hands was a bag, within which were all the blood-stained scraps of clothing he had gathered up when searching for Bai Xiaochun. He more than anyone understood the grave and deadly peril Bai Xiaochun had faced. Bai Xiaochun hurried forward, clasping hands and bowing to Li Qingho. "Greetings, Peak Lord." Li Qingho was normally a very calm person, but right now he couldn't stop himself from trembling. Reaching out, he placed his hand on Bai Xiaochun's head and said, "I'm just glad you're alive," Li Qingho said. "Just glad you're alive. This is my home," Bai Xiaochun said, puffing his chest out. "I'm willing to go through hell or high water for the sect." Then he waved his sleeve, deliberately revealing the numerous blood-stained holes in it. People continued to stream over from all three of the South Bank's mountain peaks. Everyone wanted to see Bai Xiaochun, and when they saw his dilapidated, blood-stained clothing, they were shocked. That was especially true when people began to spread the words he had just spoken. Everyone was shaken, and when they looked at Bai Xiaochun, in their hearts they felt that he was a true chosen of the sect. As the crowd built, the weeping voice of a young woman could be heard. It was none other than Du Lingfei. She had spent the recent days awash with tears, to the point where she had even lost weight. When she heard people saying that Bai Xiaochun had returned, her mind began to thrum, and she instantly dropped everything and raced over. When she actually laid eyes on Bai Xiaochun, even more tears began to flow. She hurried over and wrapped her arms around him, crying and laughing at the same time. She almost didn't seem to dare to believe that what she was seeing was true. In response, Bai Xiaochun felt a warm sensation in his heart. His hands almost began to move in the direction of certain bulging areas of her clothing. But then he remembered that there were lots of people watching, and he held back. "It's like I said, elder sister Du," he said coolly, lifting his chin. "If I, Bai Xiaochun, have only one breath of air left, I would never let anyone harm you." As the sappy words left his mouth, he seemed like he was looking down on the entire world. However, Du Lingfei went a bit limp, and deep within her eyes, the hidden emotions therein turned even sweeter than before. People from the Hall of Justice were also there, led by Xianxia. When he saw Bai Xiaochun, he looked shocked for a moment, but then profoundly pleased. That was especially true when he saw Bai Xiaochun's tattered state, and then heard the words he had just spoken to Li Qingho, upon which he nodded his head. "Bai Xiaochun, I am Xianxia from the Hall of Justice." When Bai Xiaochun heard the words Hall of Justice, his heart thumped, but then he thought back to the incredible service he had performed. Chest puffed out just like before, he clasped hands respectfully to Xianxia. Xianxia rarely smiled, but he was smiling now as he said, "Why don't you come back with me to see the sect leader and talk about what happened with the Luochen clan?" He waved his finger in Bai Xiaochun's direction, causing a spirit fog to appear beneath his feet, which sent him flying off into the distance with Xianxia. Li Qingho looked profoundly glad as he transformed into a beam of light that also shot away with them. As for all the other disciples, they watched Bai Xiaochun leave, and most heaved surprised sighs, and began to discuss the matter amongst themselves as they dispersed. Of course, the news about Bai Xiaochun being alive spread rapidly. Eventually, virtually everyone in the Spirit Stream sect came to know of the matter. Most people were very happy, but back in his immortal's cave, Qian Dejin was shaking, and a look of terror could be seen on his face. Damn it! I can't believe he's not dead. How could he have escaped from such deadly pursuit? He probably doesn't know that I'm the one who arranged for him to go on that mission though. Right? There's no way he could know. Various expressions flashed across Qian Dejin's face. Finally, he sighed, thinking about all the possible bad things that could happen. The Spirit Stream sect had 8 mountain peaks. 4 were on the north bank, 3 were on the south bank, and 1 was in the middle. That was Mount Daoseed, which was the public seat of the sect's power. Normally, sect leader Zhang Yuandong would handle sect affairs from that very location. Currently, bells were tolling as the lords of the various mountain peaks of the north and south bank sat tall and straight in the main temple hall. The sect leader was also there, sitting in the center position. Soon, Li Qingho and Ouyang Jie arrived with Bai Xiaochun. They left Bai Xiaochun outside of the temple hall, telling him to wait there as they went in. There were 4 disciples stationed as guards outside the temple, who cast curious glances Bai Xiaochun's way. Bai Xiaochun smiled back at them. This was his first time coming to this place. The spiritual energy was abundant, and the fragrant aroma of plants and flowers filled the air. There were no extraneous sounds in the air. Everything was calm and quiet, much different than Fragrant Cloud Peak. This was a very important place in the sect, and normally, any disciple who came here would act very cautious and discreet. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't seem to feel any pressure at all, and stood there looking very much at ease. The 4 disciples couldn't help but sigh at this, and mused that Bai Xiaochun really did deserve to be known as a big shot in the sect, someone who had performed an incredible service. After all, ordinary people could never act so casually in a place like this. The truth was that although Bai Xiaochun feared death, after considering the meritorious service he had performed, he knew that he wouldn't be dying here. Therefore, it was only natural that he wouldn't be afraid. He stuck out his chest, heart filled with anticipation over what his reward might be. Considering the level of service I provided for the sect, they'll have to give me a medicinal pill to increase my longevity by 100 years. They'll most likely give me 1 million merit points too, and probably an incredible immortal's cave. I'm sure to be promoted to the inner sect as well. Ha ha ha. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. After a long moment passed, however, no word came calling him into the temple. Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback. He continued to wait until he was yawning before, finally, a voice spoke in a somewhat begrudging tone. Bai Xiaochun, come in. His spirits instantly lifted. Taking a deep breath, he tried to look like the picture of a disciple who would go through hell or high water for his sect. Striding into the main temple, he clasped hands and bowed. Disciple Bai Xiaochun from Fragrant Cloud Peak, at your service. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, other senior members of the sect. After offering formal greetings, Bai Xiaochun looked up. He immediately caught sight of an old man sitting in the middle of the group. He looked threatening without being angry, and wore a long white robe. His cultivation base was completely unreadable. He was surrounded by 8 others, a group of 6 men and 2 women. Li Qingho and Ouyang Jie were among them, and all of them seemed to be measuring up this Bai Xiaochun who had somehow returned alive. Their eyes lingered on his garments. Considering the power of their eyesight, it was instantly obvious to them that Bai Xiaochun's clothing had not been intentionally torn, but that he had truly experienced a deadly battle. They also noticed how pure and fair he seemed. He spoke courteously, and was neither haughty nor overly humble. From the expression on his face, he seemed completely at ease. Although none of them reacted at all to what they were seeing inwardly, their impressions of Bai Xiaochun improved even more. However, a few were still somewhat suspicious of exactly what had occurred. Li Qingho looked at Bai Xiaochun and then slowly said, Bai Xiaochun, Please explain in detail everything involved with the mission to the Luochen clan, from start to finish. Looking very serious, Bai Xiaochun calmly recounted everything that had occurred, from beginning to end. He left out the incident with the black-robed old man. That was his secret to keep. He wove Feng Yan sacrificing himself into the story, as well as the various difficulties they had faced. He was an intelligent person, so he didn't mention anything at all of what he had done that was worthy of merit, but instead continued to praise Feng Yan, Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei. It's all my fault for being useless, he said. Elder brother Feng died trying to save me. It's all my fault. The more he went on in this way, the more the sect leader and the others' eyes shone with approval. Of course, these people had practiced cultivation for many years, and were as crafty as devils. From the moment Bai Xiaochun came back wearing that one particular set of clothing, they could tell what type of person he was. Even so, their praise only continued to grow. After he lost consciousness, he just woke up all healed? The sect leader thought, smiling. He didn't mind this version of Bai Xiaochun's explanation. After all, disciples always had secrets to maintain. It was best for them to feel like they belonged in the sect, and exercising absolute control of every aspect of their lives would only serve to have the opposite effect. After the story was finished, the sect leader said, Bai Xiaochun, your reward was already announced several months ago. Back then, you became the Spirit Stream Sect's prestige disciple. When the sect leader actually spoke the words prestige disciple, a strange feeling rose up in his heart. After all, this was the first time there had ever been a living prestige disciple. That was one of the reasons why the discussion had been so difficult earlier. The position of prestige disciple was extremely important, and had previously only been conferred upon people who had died in battle, never living disciples. And yet, here Bai Xiaochun was right in front of them, healthy and no worse for wear. That was one reason why all of them had been so shocked to hear the news that he was alive. Furthermore, it was a status that could not just be stripped away. The funeral service had been carried out, and the meritorious service performed. The group had been somewhat perplexed about what to do, and thus had left Bai Xiaochun waiting outside for some time. After much discussion, they decided that there was no way to change what had already been announced. In accordance with the sect rules, they would allow Bai Xiaochun to keep that position. Prestige disciple? Bai Xiaochun asked, looking shocked. He had never heard of any such title before, so he simply stood there, looking blankly at the sect leader and the other senior sect members. Although all of them had strange expressions on their faces, they didn't say anything else regarding a reward. Bai Xiaochun couldn't hold back from asking, that's it. That's it, replied the sect leader, smiling. Bai Xiaochun instantly started to get nervous, and then prepared to start explaining how difficult the journey had been, how many times he had almost died. Before he could start, Li Qingho, who knew Bai Xiaochun better than anyone, cleared his throat and said, Hurry up and thank the sect leader. The title of prestige disciple has only been given out 10 times throughout the history of the Spirit Stream sect. You are the only person to get it within the past 1,000 years. As the prestige disciple, you rank higher than the inner sect, and have the most prestigious glory in the entire Spirit Stream sect. Your descendants will all have special access to sect resources, and will be inner sect disciples from birth. The Spirit Stream sect will protect your bloodline for all eternity. Currently, there are 9 great clans who are part of the Spirit Stream sect, and all of them are prestige clans. It's a truly glorious and honorable position. When Bai Xiaochun heard the explanation, a somewhat sad expression appeared on his face. His spirits suddenly sank, and he looked miserably at Li Qingho, then back at the sect leader. He wasn't sure what to say. Although the position of prestige disciple seemed incredible, the truth was that it had been created for the descendants of people who had died. But he was still alive. Sadly, Bai Xiaochun was now in the unfortunate position of being jealous of his own progeny. Thanks, sect leader, he said sadly, lacking the energy to even speak. Sect leader Zhang Yuandong cleared his throat awkwardly. From this day on, you may address me as elder brother sect leader. The matter of having Bai Xiaochun become the apprentice of his own master had been made because he assumed Bai Xiaochun had sacrificed his life. But now that he was alive, it led to a very awkward situation. The sect leader, despite having many years of life under his belt, would now have a 20-year-old kid calling him elder brother. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Really? Bai Xiaochun asked, his eyes widening. All of a sudden, he felt much, much better. He had entered the temple hall with high expectations, only to have them cruelly crushed. That led to him being in a horrible mood. But now things had changed. Based on the meritorious service you performed, and considering that you had no formal master, I took the responsibility to accept you as an apprentice of my own master. Therefore, from now on you can call me elder brother. The sect leader couldn't feel more awkward. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and his eyes filled with excitement. He suddenly was filled with the sensation that the sect truly had treated him well. The sect leader's master would most definitely be ranked as a prime elder in the sect, which caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to radiate with excitement. From now on, he thought, nobody will dare to bully me, not with an awesome master like that. Ha ha ha! Heart leaping with joy, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. Many thanks, elder brother sect leader, he said, sounding elated. Elder brother sect leader, where exactly is our master? I would love to go pay my respects. A strange expression could be seen on the sect leader's face as he slowly said, there's no hurry in that. There was a portrait made of him before he passed away in meditation, which was enshrined on the backside of the mountain. I've already made arrangements for some people to escort you over there shortly. Bai Xiaochun felt as if he were being struck by lightning. Passed away in meditation, enshrined on the backside of the mountain. His jaw dropped as the words he had just spoken echoed in his mind. After a long moment, he pulled himself together. The master he had become apprentice to had already passed away. Bai Xiaochun was now starting to seethe with anger, and his mind was buzzing. Once again his heart sank, and he wanted to cry, although no tears would come. It was in a virtual daze that he allowed himself to be led to the rear of the mountain, where he paid formal respects to the portrait of his master. Afterward, he left Mount Daoseed and returned to Fragrant Cloud Peak. On Fragrant Cloud Peak, numerous disciples hurried over to offer greetings. Curious expressions could be seen in their eyes, and someone even kindly took him over to look at his own gravestone. When Bai Xiaochun saw the gravestone, everything seemed to go black. Eventually, he found himself back in his courtyard, sitting blankly in his log cabin, rage building up within him. I became the apprentice of a painting. Several days later, he was still there, looking miserable. Half a month passed before he managed to collect himself. Sighing miserably, he left his residence to look for Big Fatty Zhang, to reminisce about the past. However, as soon as he walked out, he ran into an outer sect disciple who instantly clasped hands and bowed deeply. Greetings, sect Uncle Bai. Bai Xiaochun took a few more steps, then stopped and turned around, eyes shining as he grabbed the outer sect disciple and pulled him forward. What did you just call me? Sect Uncle Bai. The outer sect disciple instantly replied. Sir, you're the junior brother of the sect leader. The disciple would naturally call you sect Uncle Bai. Bai Xiaochun's fists loosened, and his eyes began to shine even more brightly. His heart also started pounding. This new status of his wasn't all that bad after all. He had a terrifying level of seniority. Licking his lips, he began to laugh, which frightened the outer sect disciple so much that he started to edge backward, unsure of what madness had struck Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun suddenly stopped laughing. Clearing his throat, he put on the air of a senior sect member and nodded slightly at the outer sect disciple. Instead of going to look for Big Fatty Zhang, it was with keen anticipation that he headed toward the mission's office, because that was where the most people would be. Meanwhile, Li Qingho had returned to Fragrant Cloud Peak and was in secluded meditation. After seating himself cross-legged, he thought for a bit and then waved his sleeve. Expression serious, he began to concoct pills. Xiaochun is stubborn and mischievous. I need to prepare a life-saving magical item for him. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at equipment forging, but I can make a batch of 9 Ultimates pills to trade with the pill stream sect. When they find out I'm preparing a magical item for a chi condensation disciple, and a younger relative at that, they'll definitely rip me off. Li Qingho shook his head, but didn't mind. In order to concoct 9 Ultimates pills, he would have to use some of his own heartblood, but when the thought about how close Bai Xiaochun had come to dying, he settled his chi, cleared his mind, and began preparations to start concocting. Bai Xiaochun was the type of person who liked to find the fun in anything. Now that he had discovered the joy in being the junior brother of the sect leader, he couldn't be more happy. He strutted along the mountain paths of the sect until he saw the mission's office off in the distance. Clearing his throat, he straightened his garments and assumed the air of a senior member of the sect. Sticking his chin up, he clasped his hands behind his back and sauntered forward. The mission's office was one of the busiest places in the sect, and today it was as packed as usual. The clamor of outer sect disciples coming and going could be heard from quite a distance away. When Bai Xiaochun arrived, he stood there with a benevolent smile on his face, looking around at all the outer sect disciples. Almost as soon as he appeared, people noticed, and the disciples nearest to him, who were in the middle of discussing various mission-related topics, suddenly gaped. That's Sect Uncle Bai. Greetings, Sect Uncle Bai. Clasping hands in his direction, they called out, Greetings, Sect Uncle Bai. After hearing them, more people looked over, and soon, virtually all of the outer sect disciples in the area were clasping hands in greeting. Bursting with joy at hearing everyone call him Sect Uncle Bai, he strode forward, smiling, hands clasped behind his back as he said, Keep up the good work, everyone. The surrounding disciples looked at him enviously and began to murmur among themselves. Wow! Sect Uncle Bai is the sect leader's junior brother. There were a few honor guards stationed at the mission's office, and when they saw Bai Xiaochun walking up, they hastily rose to their feet and clasped hands in greeting. Virtually the entire mission's office lurched to a halt as everyone turned to look. Bai Xiaochun was only getting more exciting. Carry on, everyone, he said. There's no need to worry about me. I'm just here on behalf of Elder Brother Sect Leader to inspect the outer sect disciples of the Spirit Stream sect. Happiness blossomed in the depths of his heart. In response to his words, the surrounding disciples once again clasped hands, and even the elders from the mission's office came out and nodded politely to him. However, although Bai Xiaochun had clearly told them not to pay him any heed, he didn't leave. He strolled through the crowd, nodding to those he recognized and reveling in their calls of Sect Uncle Bai. Some of the disciples even said it 10 times. Soon, strange looks appeared on their faces as they realized that apparently, Bai Xiaochun had actually come to hear them call him Sect Uncle Bai. In the end, he decided not to push things too far. Waving at everyone, he swaggered away, and soon the mission's office returned to its normal state of affairs. What an awesome status, he thought, his eyes shining. Not only did he feel incredibly happy, most importantly, he could tell that his status was vastly removed from everyone else. Prestige disciple, junior brother of the sect leader. Might as well just say that nobody in the sect will ever dare to provoke me, right? Having reached this point in his train of thoughts, Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily and hurried off in the direction of the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. The 10,000 Medicines Pavilion was also packed. It didn't take long for him to get there, and when he did, he looked up at the 10 stone steels and listened to everyone call him Sect Uncle Bai. He stood there for quite a while, sighing, until strange expressions began to appear on the faces of the disciples. Reluctantly, he left. By that time, evening was falling, but he didn't feel tired at all, and went over to one of the locations where a lot of outer sect disciples resided. Su Baokai had just stepped out, and when he saw Bai Xiaochun, he immediately clasped hands. Bai Xiaochun thumped Su Baokai on the shoulder and then spoke in a wise, reprimanding tone. Ah, it's you, little treasure. After all the time I've been gone, you haven't made much progress with your cultivation base. We can't have that. You need to work hard at your cultivation. Su Baocai's jaw dropped, and he blinked. His heart trembled a bit after hearing Bai Xiaochun call him little treasure. At this age, only his father would call him something like that, and even then only in private. Despite feeling a bit odd, he didn't dare to say anything, and merely nodded in assent. As an important person like myself. Bai Xiaochun suddenly realized that with a position like his, it would be improper to simply refer to himself as I, and so he decided to try to make himself sound like an important person like Li Qingho. He cleared his throat. Clasping his hands behind his back, he stuck his jaw out and said, "As an important person like myself, I'm not very familiar with this area. Could you show me around a bit?" Su Baokai had no choice but to immediately begin to show Bai Xiaochun around. More and more disciples were returning home, and when they caught sight Bai Xiaochun, they looked a bit surprised. Many of them had already seen him earlier at the missions office and the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. Seeing him here caused them to exchange quizzical glances. However, they had no other option than to clasp hands and offer greetings. Bai Xiaochun once again reveled in the glory of this status. Joy surged in his heart at the sight of one outer sect disciple after another offering greetings. It was late at night before he finally left, feeling very pleased with himself. As he walked along, he saw the Spirit Tail Chicken Farm and decided to stop by. Before long, calls of Sect Uncle Bai could be heard. When he left, he held 2 Spirit Tail chickens in his hands. Ah, the perks of having status. When I wanted to eat chickens before, I had to steal them. Now I can just take them openly. Who would dare to provoke me now, huh? My elder brother is the sect leader. Bai Xiaochun hummed a little tune as he strolled back to his residence, emanating an air of pride and complacency. Early the next morning, when the sun had just risen, Bai Xiaochun crawled out of bed, feeling in very high spirits. Straightening his clothes, he looked at himself in his copper mirror and selected the best pose he could come up with, then stepped out. Then he went about doing things in a very serious way, as if it were his job. He didn't go to the missions office but instead visited many other locations on Fragrant Cloud Peak. He even went to watch the fighting competition. Throughout the day, he heard countless people call him Sect Uncle Bai. To him, it was almost as if he had become an immortal. His spirits were so high he nearly burst. And then, the 3rd day arrived. Then the 4th and the 5th. He strolled around the sect for more than 10 days in a row. By that point, virtually all of the outer sect disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak had called him Sect Uncle Bai and were on the verge of going crazy. To call a kid like him Sect Uncle might be fine if it only happened once. But the more they had to call it out, the worse they felt. Bai Xiaochun's days were long and fulfilling, and he especially liked it when he ran into people he knew. He would quickly hurry over and call out a greeting. One day he saw Zhao Yidua. Eyes shining, he hurried over and grabbed his arm and said, "Sect Nephew Yidua, long time no see. Don't rush off." When Zhao Yidua heard the term Sect Nephew, his face twitched. "Sect Uncle Bai, we've run into each other several times in the past few days." Bai Xiaochun blinked, then cleared his throat. It was at that point that he saw someone else nearby. Someone who had noticed him and was just turning to leave. "Eh?" he said. "Sect Nephew Xiang. Long time no see." He quickly released Zhao Yidua and hurried over to stand in front of Chun Xiang, face beaming. Chun Xiang seemed to be on the verge of going mad. He had run into Bai Xiaochun every day recently, usually at least 3 times. From what he had heard, it was the same with everyone who personally knew Bai Xiaochun. The person who had it worst of all was an unlucky fellow who called himself Lord Wolf, who supposedly was visited by Xiaochun dozens of times per day. "Sect Uncle Bai, I have something to take care of, I have to run." Chun Xiang promptly fled as though his life depended on it. 10 days later, the outer sect disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak had begun to pretend not to notice Bai Xiaochun. That of course left him less than pleased, and forced him to take the initiative more often. Bai Xiaochun grabbed one of Zhou Xinqi's former fans and said, "Aya, you seem so familiar. Come, as an important person like myself, I sometimes forget things. Have we met already?" The disciple looked downright wretched as Bai Xiaochun began to chat with him. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, and after the disciple had called him Sect Uncle by more than 30 times, Bai Xiaochun finally seemed pleased, and allowed the miserable-looking disciple to leave. However, such a strategy wasn't really viable long-term. After realizing that everyone was avoiding him, he decided that he needed to take more initiative. In the following days, he would frequently clear his throat to alert people to his presence. The results were only average, leaving Bai Xiaochun feeling quite down. Thankfully, there was another girl besides Du Lingfei whom Bai Xiaochun found quite charming. It was Hou Xiaomei, who would take the initiative to come find him every day. There was no need for him to clear his throat. She was so enthusiastic she could hardly stand still in front of him, and would follow him around fawningly and call him sect uncle. The other outer sect disciples felt a bit sick when they saw that, but Bai Xiaochun was delighted. Some time ago, Bai Xiaochun had provided her with some education regarding the mysterious little turtle of Fragrant Cloud Peak. She still adored the little turtle, and on one occasion when she was walking around with Bai Xiaochun, she asked him what he thought of the little turtle. The little turtle? He's mysterious and unfathomable. He is naturally talented, and in the 10,000-year history of the Spirit Stream sect, he is a rarely seen, grandiose figure. He's like a white cloud in a clear sky, someone that everyone can look up to. In the end, he coughed dryly. After uttering such grandiose words, Bai Xiaochun had to work hard not to just blurt out to Hou Xiaomei that he was the little turtle. However, he was still determined to find a time when he was the focus of all attention to tell Hou Xiaomei about his grand identity. I feel the same way, Hou Xiaomei responded, eyes glittering brightly. I've told a lot of people that the little turtle is oblivious to material rewards. He pursues the Tao of medicine and does not worry himself with worldly matters. He's definitely like a white cloud in a clear sky. For a while, there had been a lot of rumors that Bai Xiaochun was the little turtle. However, those rumors had eventually been refuted. Everyone had an idea of what they thought the little turtle looked like, and it definitely wasn't Bai Xiaochun. The fact that Hou Xiaomei responded in such a way didn't really register to Bai Xiaochun. He was currently thinking about one of the top 5 beauties of the South Bank, Zhou Xinqi. I wonder what it would be like to hear a proud chosen like Zhou Xinqi call me sect uncle, he thought. The mere idea got him excited, and from that day on, he began to search relentlessly for Zhou Xinqi. As the saying goes, everything comes to him who waits. One day, he looked up and happened to see Zhou Xinqi soaring through the air on her blue flying silk. Sect Nice Xinqi, he shouted. Zhou Xinqi's face twisted into an unsightly expression. She had heard about what Bai Xiaochun had been doing during the past month, and knew that all of the outer sect disciples had been talking about the matter in fearful tones. When the words, Sect Nice Xinqi, entered her ears, goosebumps sprang up all over her body. She immediately pretended as if she hadn't heard him and proceeded along her way. However, how could she have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would stubbornly run along beneath her, crying out at the top of his lungs. Sect Nice Xinqi, come on, have a chat with your sect uncle about life. He was actually bursting with excitement. He had been looking for Zhou Xinqi for quite some time, and having finally run into her, there was no way he would simply give up. Zhou Xinqi gritted her teeth and picked up speed. It was only by leaving Fragrant Cloud Peak that she was finally able to shake him. Bai Xiaochun watched as she flew away and sighed with regret. It doesn't matter. You can fly, but I'll be able to fly eventually too. One of these days, I'll get you to call me Sect Uncle Bai. Feeling a bit depressed, he looked up at the darkening sky and then went to look for Du Lingfei. As soon as she saw him coming, she covered her mouth with her hand as she laughed. Sect Uncle Bai, Sect Uncle Bai, Sect Uncle Bai. Bai Xiaochun's spirits instantly soared because of Du Lingfei's charmingness. A few days before, one of the sect elders had taken her as an apprentice because of the services she had rendered. Then she had been assigned to Eastwood City to serve as the Spirit Stream sect's emissary there. It was a great opportunity for Du Lingfei. After spending a few years in Eastwood City, considering her past experience and meritorious service, she would be directly promoted into the inner sect. Furthermore, she would have a lot of authority in Eastwood City, and access to even more abundant cultivation resources than were available in the main sect. Bai Xiaochun sighed with regret as he saw her off. Then he continued to wander around Fragrant Cloud Peak looking for interesting things to do. Time passed. A month later, the words sect Uncle Bai had become somewhat taboo. Whenever anyone thought of them, they would laugh bitterly. By that point, Bai Xiaochun finally came to the conclusion that it was time to call an end to the matter. I, Bai Xiaochun, am the junior brother of the Spirit Stream sect's sect leader. I am the sect uncle to all disciples, not just the disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak. I can't discriminate against the other mountain peaks. I need to go visit them too. After a bit of thought, he decided that it truly was the right thing to do. Thus, he headed toward Violet Cauldron Peak. 1 month later, the outer sect disciples on Violet Cauldron Peak were about to go crazy. Bai Xiaochun had virtually made a career out of being a sect uncle, and everyone there knew it. They quickly came to find that it didn't matter where they went. They were likely to run into a very pure and fair young man. Slender, with a certain proud look on his face that he tried to cover up, but was unable to. As he swaggered along, he would loudly clear his throat whenever he encountered another disciple. And if they pretended they didn't recognize him, he would immediately introduce himself. Their throats began to go hoarse from speaking the words, sect Uncle Bai, and yet, they had no choice but to continue doing so. After all, Bai Xiaochun was the junior brother of the sect leader, and in terms of seniority he outranked everyone. Any disciple who dared to offend him was essentially violating sect rules. Eventually, people went to Big Fatty Zhang to ask for help. In turn, he made a huge fanfare about seeing Bai Xiaochun off to visit Green Crest Peak. Another month passed, and the disciples of Green Crest Peak were also driven crazy. That was especially true of Chen Fei and his 2 friends, who were soon frightened out of their minds. Once Bai Xiaochun began to do the rounds at Green Crest Peak, he would frequently look for them. Despite the fact that they would instantly begin to blabber greetings to sect Uncle Bai, that didn't end things. Bai Xiaochun was quick to nitpick, and if they showed even an iota of disrespect, he would imply that he would report them to the Hall of Justice. Chen Fei and his friends began to shake with fear, and were soon treading on thin ice no matter where they went. In the end, they finally ratted out Chen Dejin. After giving them another good thrashing, Bai Xiaochun finally let them off the hook. Sighing, he left Green Crest Peak, all the while blaming himself for what was going on. The outer sect disciples all know me, but I haven't had a chance to meet any of the inner sect disciples. And then there's Chen Dajin. Does he really think I've forgotten about him? After a long moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun nodded deeply at the prospect of the immense pleasure he was about to experience. With that, he hurried off to find some inner sect disciples. In the following days, Bai Xiaochun made appearances on all 3 of the mountain peaks, most of the time in the areas occupied by the inner sect disciples. Considering his status, he could go almost anywhere in the Spirit Stream sect. However, he quickly lost interest. The inner sect disciples all happened to be in secluded meditation, and he hardly saw a single one even after a few months passed. That was especially true of Chen Dejin, whose Immortal's Cave was constantly under the protection of several spell formations. I refuse to believe this just a coincidence, Bai Xiaochun thought as he stood there in front of Chen Dejin's door. He tried to break through the spell formations, but considering they were there to protect the Immortal's Cave of an inner sect disciple, they were simply too powerful. Seeing that it was impossible for him to succeed on his own, he decided that it would be best to go get some help in breaking them open. However, it was at this point that 2 people appeared off in the distance, racing in his direction. They were inner sect disciples, one tall, one short, and as they closed in, they didn't even make a show of clasping their hands in greeting. The first one to speak was the tall one. Voice cool. He said, "Sect Uncle Bai, how about you give my clan's young lord a bit of face and forget about what happened with Chen Dejin? Oh, by the way, that young lord is none other than Shangguan Tianyu." From the young man's tone of voice, he made it clear what he expected Bai Xiaochun to do. Shangguan Tianyu was the most respected among the 3 great chosen of the 3 mountain peaks of the South Bank. Latent talent such as his had been rare for at least 1,000 years on the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect, and although he was only an outer sect disciple, there was no question that he would soon reach Foundation establishment. Because of that, Many of the elders in the sect viewed Shangguan Tianyu as being a bit different from everyone else. Many people even hoped that he would eventually be able to outdo the disciples of the North Bank, and as such, a lot of resources were being put into his training. That in turn caused Shangguan Tianyu to have a lot of fans, especially on Green Crest Peak. Bai Xiaochun's expression was the same as ever. In the past, he might have started to get scared. However, his general fear of death did not indicate that he lacked courage. In fact, as long as the situation didn't carry the threat of death, he was actually quite dauntless. Because of his current status, there was virtually nothing and no one in the sect who could threaten his life, and therefore, he simply turned his nose up and stared at the two newcomers with a slight smile. When you meet an important person like me, but fail to offer formal greetings, it shows what great gall the two of you have, doesn't it? He flicked his sleeve. Who might it be that egged you on into such impertinent disrespect? Might it have been Shangguan Tianyu? The two inner sect disciples' expressions flickered, and the tall one's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Bai Xiaochun. Sect Uncle Bai, he said. You do best to pick your words a bit more carefully. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, and before he could continue speaking, Bai Xiaochun suddenly vanished. A blast of wind swept across the inner sect disciple, who stared in shock as Bai Xiaochun appeared directly in front of him. His speed was so incredible that the two inner sect disciples hadn't even seen him move. Before they could react, Bai Xiaochun stretched his palm back and swept it toward the tall disciple's face, causing a sound like thunder to rumble out. Almost instantly, a protective shield sprang up from within the young man's robe, the result of a magical device given to all inner sect disciples. However, in almost the same instant that the shield appeared, Bai Xiaochun's palm landed, and it shattered into 1,000 pieces. It was completely incapable of standing up to the incredible power of Bai Xiaochun's palm. A massive slap rang out, and the tall disciple instantly saw stars. His mind thrummed, and he almost felt like he had been crushed by a mountain. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he slammed into the ground, tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut. After rolling along for several dozen meters, shrieking the entire way, he finally lapsed into unconsciousness. Everything happened so quickly that the short disciple could do nothing more than stand there, mouth agape, mind spinning. After a moment, he began to edge backward, glancing first at his unconscious comrade and then back at Bai Xiaochun. Then he took a deep breath and swallowed hard. Why you? You? He stammered, pointing shakily at Bai Xiaochun. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body power would be so shocking. It seemed on par with the 8th level of qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun turned slowly to look at the short disciple, and then said, Can an inner sect disciple really gesture so rudely to someone of the elder generation? Then he began to walk forward. Shrieking, the short disciple turned tail and fled. However, before he could get very far, the sound of a screaming wind filled the air as Bai Xiaochun bore down on him and once again unleashed a mighty slap. It was at that very moment that a stern, sinister voice rang out from down below. Stay your hand. Suddenly, a newcomer appeared on the scene. However, Bai Xiaochun paid him no heed. His palm moved too quickly, and the short inner sect disciple was sent flying. Teeth spun through the air, and blood spattered. The disciple's neck seemed to be on the verge of breaking as he flew off to the side, unconscious. With that, Bai Xiaochun shook out his hand and looked at the person racing up from further down the mountain. It was a middle-aged man with a cultivation base in the 9th level of qi condensation, a level of power similar to Chun Hung. The man glared furiously at Bai Xiaochun and said, Didn't you hear what I just said, Bai Xiaochun? Damn it! Bai Xiaochun lifted his chin, smiled, and interrupted. Sect nephew, are you looking to get slapped as well? From the actions of the two disciples moments ago, as well as this man's words, it was clear that they didn't have the least bit of respect for him and furthermore, even disdained him to some degree, as though they felt that they completely outranked him. Inner sect disciples like that were completely contemptible as far as he was concerned. Bai Xiaochun's words caused various expressions to flash across the man's face, and he bit back his next words. Bai Xiaochun's impressive display of fleshly body strength left him breathless and in complete shock. Now that the man thought about it, he realized that, considering Bai Xiaochun's status, it didn't matter what he did here, the Hall of Justice wouldn't care a bit. The middle-aged man stared at Bai Xiaochun for a long moment, suppressed his fury, and then explained his purpose in coming. Bai Xiaochun, my clan's young lord wishes for you to go offer him formal greetings. He had actually been sent by Shangguan Tianyu to order Bai Xiaochun go offer formal greetings. In his opinion, his clan's young lord was making a mountain out of a molehill. Bai Xiaochun had lucked his way into being an important person, and was more of a clown than anything else. He had killed a few weak members of some cultivator clan, and it was only by chance that the sect ended up making a big deal about him. That certainly didn't earn him the right to be given face by a young lord who was already making his meteoric rise, and would certainly reach the gold core stage and forge a legend in the future. In fact, this man actually felt that being sent to fetch Bai Xiaochun to come offer greetings was a bit below his status. Bai Xiaochun could already see how arrogant of a person Shangguan Tianyu was. Considering his own status, if he didn't come in person, or if he chose to just send a message, it might be acceptable. But instead, he actually wanted Bai Xiaochun to go visit him. Even if he's a chosen, do you really think an outer sect disciple can order me to offer him greetings? He should be the one coming to greet me. The middle-aged man flicked his sleeve, sending out a blast of wind. Bai Xiaochun, he grated furiously. For my clan's young lord to ask you to go visit him is a huge show of face. Do you know how many people wish they could go offer formal greetings? You. Before he could finish speaking, his face flickered, and he leaped backward. However, he was just a bit too slow. Bai Xiaochun appeared directly in front of him and reached back his palm. How dare you! The man's cultivation base was in the 9th level of qi condensation, and he unleashed all of its power, simultaneously performing an incantation gesture that summoned numerous wind blades. However, even as the wind blades appeared in front of him, Bai Xiaochun's palms smashed into them, crushing them like twigs. They couldn't provide even the slightest bit of protection. The palm proceeded onward almost as if nothing had attempted to block its way, landing almost instantly on the man's face. A slapping sound echoed out, followed by a scream. The middle-aged man staggered backward 30 meters or more before finally lurching to a stop. With that, Bai Xiaochun swished his sleeve and snorted arrogantly. You're not even as powerful as Chun Hung. No wonder you're such a lackey. Screw off. The man looked back at Bai Xiaochun in astonishment. He was shaking visibly, and his cheek was already swelling up. Blood oozing from between his teeth, he quickly fled. After the man left, Bai Xiaochun looked back toward Qian Dejin's Immortal's cave with narrowed eyes. He was the type of person who feared death, and as such, if someone tried to kill him, he would seek revenge upon them no matter what. It didn't matter if Qian Dejin asked for help from Shangguan Tianyu. There was no possible way Bai Xiaochun would let him off the hook. Although Bai Xiaochun's actions in the sect recently had seemed somewhat casual, he had actually long since carried out a thorough investigation about Qian Dejin. You think you can hide away in there? He thought. You think I have no way of making you show your face? With a cold snort, he turned to leave. Based on his current status, what happened next was no surprise. A jade slip from the Hall of Justice appeared, a mission. It took only a moment for it to pass into Qian Dejin's Immortal's cave, and hover in the air in front of him. It was just like what had happened with Bai Xiaochun. Qian Dejin was being forced to accept a very dangerous mission outside the sect. A bitter smile appeared on his face, as he realized that he had no choice but to emerge from hiding to carry out the mission. However, he still clung to the hope that being outside of the sect might help him avoid catastrophe. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the lengths to which Bai Xiaochun would go to exact his revenge. He had already arranged for several such missions to be assigned to Qian Dejin. Furthermore, he'd asked for some help from Ho Yunfei. The Ho clan had a foundation establishment patriarch and access to other deep reserves. Considering how important Bai Xiaochun was to them, and coupled with the urgings of Ho Yunfei and Ho Xiaomei, they had become a powerful ally. With the help of the Ho clan, It was a foreordained certainty that Qian Dejin would be struck with misfortune during the course of trying to carry out the missions. It wasn't that the Hall of Justice was unaware of what had occurred with Qian Dejin and how it led to Bai Xiaochun's fall in combat. However, despite the fact that the news was never spread publicly, internal records had been maintained. Now that Bai Xiaochun was back and wanted to settle accounts, there was little they could do to stop him. In fact, it was almost as if they owed him and were simply allowing him to do what he wanted. To top it off, there were even some people who had already come to view Qian Dejin as dead. In a certain location near the summit of Green Crest Peak was a solitary little path. At the end of that path was a pool of water, within which swam several golden-colored fish. Next to the pond was an immortal's cave. It was a somewhat remote and isolated place, very quiet, with abundant spiritual energy that clearly exceeded anything else nearby. On the bank of the pond sat a young man. He wore the long robe of an outer sect disciple, and was exceedingly good-looking, with long black hair, fair skin, and a refined, intelligent air. He was the type of young man that female disciples would sigh over constantly, whose phoenix-like eyes were delicate, and yet glistened with flickering light. Overall, he seemed completely unique. He currently held a fishing rod, which he would occasionally cast out into the pond, whereupon the fish would voraciously compete to gobble up the food attached to the end of the line. The middle-aged man who Bai Xiaochun had just slapped was hurrying up the path, face ashen. When he reached the end, he slowed down and respectfully clasped hands and bowed to the young man. "Greetings, young lord," he said through gritted teeth. "Young lord, Bai Xiaochun doesn't know how to appreciate favors. I carefully relayed your message, but instead of coming to offer greetings, he acted bossy and domineering. He thinks he can simply throw his weight around with impunity." The young man looked over, his expression seemingly ambivalent. "Well," he said coolly, "forget about it then. He's a nobody. It was mostly just on a whim that I thought to have him come offer greetings." The man nodded. "I think I understand what you mean, young lord. The reason he's a nobody is that the position of prestige disciple is only given to dead people, right? Plus, being the junior brother of the sect leader is a complete joke. In fact, his master is actually a corpse." The man chuckled coldly for a moment, but then shivered as he realized that the young man was staring at him with an icy expression. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man was struck with fear. Young lord. "It's true that he's a nobody," the young man said. "Not even worth paying attention to. However, the sect leader's master is a former patriarch of our sect. Do you really think you qualify to even mention him? Go to the frigid abyss and slap yourself for 3 months straight as punishment." With that, the young man looked away and continued to feed his golden fish. Trembling, the middle-aged man nodded in assent and quickly took his leave. Having settled the issue of Qian Dejin, Bai Xiaochun returned to Fragrant Cloud Peak. He wasn't worried at all about Shangguan Tianyu, considering the meritorious service he had performed for the sect. Unless he turned traitor, his life wouldn't be in danger at all. As time passed, he lost some of his excitement over being called sect uncle, especially considering that most people avoided him at all costs. In fact, he actually came to feel a bit melancholy. However, one day he happened to wander into the scripture pavilion, whereupon his spirits were lifted almost instantly. He found that as soon as he arrived, he was immediately granted a reading space alongside the lecturing elders, where he could look down upon the countless disciples in attendance. He fell in love with the experience almost immediately, after which he came to frequent the mountaintop sermon pavilion. There he would sit, occasionally giving a smile and a nod to disciples down below, eyes sparkling with satisfaction. He looked very much like the Foundation establishment elders whom he sat next to. The Foundation establishment elders didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and as for the disciples from the various mountain peaks, their spirits couldn't be lower, but they had no choice but to simply stare up angrily at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had found a new way to flaunt his status as the junior brother of the sect leader. When he came into the presence of the Foundation establishment cultivators, he would immediately call them elder brother and elder sister. Although they didn't say anything in response, strange expressions could be seen on their faces, and any nearby disciples would eventually be forced to utter the words, "Sect Uncle Bai." Things went on like that for some time until one day, Bai Xiaochun happened to run into Li Qingho. Unable to restrain himself, Bai Xiaochun immediately cried out in an amiable tone, "Hey, elder brother Li." Li Qingho looked a bit haggard. He had been working this entire time on concocting the 9 Ultimates pill, and was currently on his way out of the sect. As soon as the words entered his ears, his jaw dropped, and he looked around until his gaze came to fall on Bai Xiaochun. Then his cheek twitched. Although he had been spending all his time on pill concocting lately, he had heard about Bai Xiaochun's antics, which had turned into quite a headache. To hear Bai Xiaochun addressing him in such a fashion left Li Qingho glaring in shock. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Xiaochun regretted speaking them. Seeing Li Qingho's reaction then caused him to suck in a breath. After all, Li Qingho was the person he feared most in the entire sect. Grimacing, he shivered and quickly said, "Uncle Li, my mistake." However, there was really nothing Li Qingho could do, and he knew it. Glaring even harder at Bai Xiaochun, he decided to rebuke him a bit for his recent behavior. "I'm leaving the sect for a bit," he said. "At the soonest, I'll be back in a few months. At the most, a year. Don't even think of fooling around while I'm gone. Work hard at your cultivation." After a few more words of exhortation, he turned and left. Bai Xiaochun let out a long sigh of relief as Li Qingho made his way off into the distance. A glimmer of fear could be seen in his eyes, but at the same time, a bit of warmth and respect for one of his elders could also be seen. He couldn't help but remember what Du Lingfei said about the time he had gone missing, and how Li Qingho had spent 2 months searching for him on his own. Upon his return, Li Qingho had been in quite a sorry state, and seemed to blame himself for what had happened. After Bai Xiaochun's father and mother fell sick and died, he hadn't shown such warmth and respect to anyone. At some point, though, he had come to view Li Qingho as one of his own relatives. Because of Li Qingho's admonition, Bai Xiaochun changed his ways for about half a month. During that time, he ceased clearing his throat to attract attention, and instead focused his attention on Zhou Xinqi's Immortal's Cave. In all of the sect, she was the only person who knew him personally but refused to call him Sect Uncle Bai. After a few months passed, he started to get a bit depressed. After all, he could only catch sight of Zhou Xinqi whizzing around on her blue flying silk. Considering that he was incapable of flight, it didn't matter how much he chased after her. He could only watch in dismay as she flew away. There are probably only a few magical devices in the whole sect that qi condensation disciples can use to fly. Without a special technique like the one that Chen Hang used, the only way to fly is to get one of those magical devices. It's so unfair. My master should have gifted me with such an item. My master. Sighing, he walked along for a bit more before suddenly stopping in his tracks. Looking up in thought for a moment, he suddenly turned and headed toward Mount Daoseed. As the junior brother of the sect leader, he had unrestricted access to Mount Daoseed, and before long, there he was at the top of the mountain, where sect leader Zhang Yuandong's grand hall was located. Swaggering in, Bai Xiaochun called out, "Elder brother sect leader. Oh dear elder brother sect leader. I want to go offer incense to my master." Zhang Yuandong sat there in the hall cross-legged in meditation. As soon as he heard Bai Xiaochun's voice, he sighed. In recent days, so many people had come to visit him that he had lost count. He had heard all about Bai Xiaochun's doings, and had long since come to regret the situation. Unfortunately, as the old saying went, the timber had already been crafted into a boat, and there was little to be done. After all, despite Bai Xiaochun's peculiar preoccupations, he wasn't doing anything to hurt anyone. Hearing Bai Xiaochun continue to call out to him, Zhang Yuandong slowly rose to his feet, cleared his throat, and looked over solemnly. "Calm down, I heard you." Looking very charming, Bai Xiaochun hurried over and clasped hands in greeting. "Junior brother offers greetings, elder brother sect leader." Zhang Yuandong sighed inwardly. Although he knew what was going on, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly as he led Bai Xiaochun into the restricted area behind the mountain. In the Immortal's Cave in that area, a portrait was hung on the wall depicting a middle-aged man. The man smiled faintly as he looked off into the distance, emanating a unique aura that made his image look quite lifelike. Beneath the portrait was a small tribute altar, upon which could be seen some spirit fruits and spirit candles. The immortal's cave was simple but elegant, and filled one with a sense of incredible dignity. As soon as Bai Xiaochun entered, he hurried over to the portrait and plopped down into a kneeling position. Then he began to kowtow deeply, touching the floor with his forehead 9 times, his expression very solemn. Finally, he looked up at the portrait, his eyes radiating pious sincerity. "Master, apprentice has come to pay respects." Zhang Yuandong stood off to the side looking on. Although he knew Bai Xiaochun was stubborn and mischievous, he also could tell that he had a filial heart. Considering Zhang Yuandong's experience in life, he was able to tell from Bai Xiaochun's expression that the pious sincerity was real, and not an act. But then, Bai Xiaochun continued to speak. "Master, your apprentice has been going through some tough times. I can't even fly. Other disciples' masters have all given them magical items to help them fly, as well as life-protecting treasures. Sadly, I don't have anything. But that's fine, master. Your apprentice doesn't care about material things anyway. As long as I can burn some incense for you, sir, then I'm happy. Who knows, maybe your spirit in heaven will hear me and somehow manage to bequeath me with something." When Zhang Yuandong heard this, his eyes went wide. "Master, it wasn't very long ago that your apprentice gave everything to protect the sect, to ensure that its 10,000-year legacy continued on. To protect the honor of the sect, I was chased down relentlessly, and during that time, all of my magical items were lost or ruined. I came back to the sect without anything to call my own. My bags are empty. I'm more impoverished than a servant. I don't want you to feel any pressure, though, master. It's fine. Your apprentice isn't afraid of lacking defensive magical items. Even if I don't have a magical flight device, I'll still go through hell or high water for the sect. It's my duty. However, if enough time goes by and I haven't come to burn incense for you, master, then that will just go to show that my lack of life-protecting magical items and magical flight devices has caused me to lose my poor little life. At least then I will be able to personally go to reunite with you, sir." Even as he spoke, Bai Xiaochun looked out at his dear elder brother, sect leader, out of the corner of his eye. Zhang Yuandong's face twitched. He was truly stupefied. In all the years he had practiced cultivation, this was the first time he had ever encountered a disciple as outlandish as Bai Xiaochun. Chuckling bitterly in his heart, he looked up at the portrait of his master, and then thought for a long moment. It was true that when he had first been apprenticed to his master, he had been bequeathed with a protective magical device. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Zhang Yuandong looked over at Bai Xiaochun, his gaze softening. Before long, Bai Xiaochun and Zhang Yuandong left the immortal's cave. The entire time, Bai Xiaochun was looking at Zhang Yuandong out of the corner of his eye. Eventually, they reached the grand hall on Mount Daoseed, whereupon Zhang Yuandong stopped walking. Turning to look at Bai Xiaochun, he waved his hand, causing 2 streams of light to fly out, one of them gold, the other white. The golden light contained a palm-sized flying sword. However, its mere appearance caused the air around it to distort as it radiated waves of heat. It seemed completely extraordinary, and was covered with countless complicated magical symbols which glittered radiantly, and caused fluctuations to spill out in all directions. The white light contained a small shield, also palm-sized. It was made of white jade, and carved with extremely lifelike immortal cranes. It also radiated an intense warmth. Bai Xiaochun could instantly tell that they were extraordinary items. Eyes shining, he began to pant as he realized that there was something even more outstanding to the 2 items. Both of them were decorated with 3 unique flowing sets of lines. Zhang Yuandong looked gently at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes gleaming with encouragement. "Within the golden crow sword is sealed a golden crow," he said. "It contains the power of blazing fire, and can summon an illusory golden crow of the same cultivation base as the person summoning it. It can be used to fly, and can be used until the early foundation establishment stage. If it is destroyed, it will unleash incredible power. The Divine Crane Shield is a defensive magical device created from the soul of an immortal crane. It can protect you from any deadly crisis less powerful than Foundation establishment. My master performed threefold spirit enhancements on both of these items, but didn't dare to proceed beyond that. Back when I joined the sect, my master gave them to me, and I hereby represent him to bequeath them to you. Bai Xiaochun excitedly accepted the items and began to fondle them admiringly. Thank you, master. Thank you, dear elder brother sect leader. Because of the turtle walk, Bai Xiaochun understood quite a bit about spirit enhancement. He also was well aware that there was a Foundation establishment elder from Violet Cauldron Peak who was a skilled spirit enhancer. For a few merit points, that elder would help disciples perform spirit enhancements, usually no more than a 1- or 2-fold enhancement. Any higher than that, and the chances of failure mounted. The fact that these two magical items had both received 3-fold enhancements meant that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have to waste any fuel on his own 3-colored flame, and would also be able to freely use them in the public eye. After returning to Fragrant Cloud Peak, he immediately set to work familiarizing himself with the Golden Crow Sword and the Divine Crane Shield. As soon as he sent some spiritual power into them, they began to radiate intense heat. Now these are some treasures, he exclaimed. Taking a deep breath, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. A thrumming sound filled the air as the Golden Crow Sword transformed into a golden beam of light that shot off, leaving behind a wake of burning heat that caused everything around it to ripple and distort. With another incantation gesture, he sent more spiritual power pouring into the sword, whereupon the bright glow surrounding it expanded until the vague shape of a golden crow became visible. It was little more than an outline, but the instant it appeared, incredible pressure began to weigh down, and the temperature in the area increased rapidly. All of that caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to thump excitedly. Panting, he stared at the Golden Crow Sword, eyes shining more and more brightly. Soon, he began to laugh in excitement. This sword is way better than my little wooden sword. Wow, my master is awesome. With that, he dashed into motion, leaping up into the air and landing onto the back of the illusory Golden Crow. Although the Golden Crow was blurry and vague, its back was as flat and sturdy as a board, and when Bai Xiaochun sent some spiritual power into it, he felt almost as if he had become a part of it. After stepping onto the Golden Crow, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, which caused him to fly up into the air. Then he soared in a big circle around Fragrant Cloud Peak, whizzing through the air above the crowds. When people looked up in surprise, he would slow down, hold his head high, and puff his chest out. When cries of astonishment began to ring out, he would finally increase his speed again. I, Bai Xiaochun, can finally fly. Spirits soaring. He laughed inwardly as his tour took him over the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. However, it was only moments later, just as he was about to head toward one of the other mountain peaks, that the Golden Crow suddenly faded away, and the sword fell out of the sky. Bai Xiaochun screamed as he tumbled down along with it. Thankfully, what lay below wasn't a bottomless pit, but rather, one of the small paths that ran through the sect. He landed at a run, and only managed to gain control after several steps. Then he looked over and realized how high up this path was, and that if he had fallen off, even his undying skin wouldn't have saved him. His face went pale. That was way too dangerous, he thought, shivering. With that, he picked up the Golden Crow Sword. Probing his inner spiritual power, he realized that he had been almost completely drained, which was why he had ended up falling. For a chi condensation cultivator, flying on a sword took a huge amount of energy. Most who were in the 7th level of chi condensation would only be able to last for a few breaths of time before they had to stop. Even Bai Xiaochun, with his unusually refined spiritual power, couldn't even last 100 breaths. Fearful of falling to his death, he didn't dare to test the sword out anymore. Looking around furtively for a moment to see if anyone had seen what just occurred, he caught sight of a burly man off in the distance, who was staring at him, his jaw hanging open. When Bai Xiaochun saw him, his eyes widened and he hurried over. Whoa, aren't you sect nephew Wolf? When the burly man heard the words sect nephew wolf, he immediately shivered. Grimacing, he clasped hands and said, "I'm disciple Lu Urgu. Greetings, sect uncle Bai. I didn't see anything happen just now." Bai Xiaochun had encountered Lu Urgu when he was selling spots in the outer sect. Back then, the man had called himself Lord Wolf. Bai Xiaochun humphed a few times, then proceeded to frighten Lu Urgu a bit more to ensure that he wouldn't spread news of what had happened. Then he patted him on the shoulder, gave some promises to help him out in the future, and finally left. Lu Urgu wiped the sweat from his brow before hurrying off. As he walked along, Bai Xiaochun rejoiced that it was only Lu Urgu who had seen his slight mishap. If it had happened when he was flying around by the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion, his name would have been ruined forever. AI, people, you really can't become too famous. Then things just become difficult. Sighing to himself, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled back to his courtyard residence. After a bit of hesitation about what to do, his eyes flickered with determination. No, I have to focus on cultivation. Only being able to fly a little bit isn't inherently bad. But what would happen if I was fleeing for my life? What if I escaped my enemies only to fall to my death? That would be really pointless. With that, he once again began to study the golden crow sword and the divine crane shield. Just to be safe, I should paint these two magical items as well. That way, people will think it's just a hobby of mine. Then if I pull out other spirit-enhanced magical items in the future, they won't think too much of it. After some more thought, he prepared some dye from brightly colored plants and proceeded to paint the golden crow sword and the divine crane shield. After covering up the faint spirit designs, he tested out the two items one more time. Finally, he looked pleased. One of these days when my skill in the Tao of medicine is high enough, I'll enhance some plant-based dyeing materials, and then I can be completely confident. Bai Xiaochun was an inherently cautious person. Although he had run amok to some extent because of becoming the junior brother of the sect leader, he had a bottom line that he wouldn't cross. What a pity my cultivation base still isn't high enough. The last time I was following Xianxia around, it seemed that she was already in the 8th level of qi condensation. The only way to be able to use a flying sword for any length of time is to have a higher cultivation base. Determination filled his heart. After the incident with the Luochen clan, he had come to fully understand how brutal the cultivation world could be. He had also realized that the ability to flee at top speed was crucial when one's life was on the line. If he had been able to fly on a sword back then, he would have been able to escape with Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei no matter what the Luochen clan tried to do. I need to concoct pills, he thought, eyes gleaming. Considering his current status, although he couldn't get free ingredients from the sect, there were certain pill formulas that he could get for only a few merit points. In the following days, Fragrant Cloud Peak became a quiet place, and Bai Xiaochun was rarely seen. He acquired large amounts of medicine formulas, and also used the spirit stones and other items he had acquired from the Luochen clan members to go to the market and purchase a variety of medicinal plants. Then he made his way to the medicine concocting pavilion, where he went into seclusion to concoct medicine. Time flew by. A few months later, it had been nearly half a year since Bai Xiaochun returned to the sect. At first, the sect had been thrown into an uproar because of him, but then things had suddenly gone very quiet. Many people found it hard to adapt. At the same time, the fact that Bai Xiaochun had become a prestige disciple gradually spread outside of the sect. Soon, people all over the Eastwood continent came to hear of the matter. Of course, there were countless cultivator clans in the Eastwood continent, many of which were connected to the Spirit Stream sect in various ways. The Luochen clan had been only one among many such clans. To the disciples of the Spirit Stream sect, although the title of prestige disciple was to be looked up to, being the junior brother of the sect leader was even more impressive. However, to the cultivator clans at large, it was exactly the opposite. They would respect a prestige disciple far more than they would the junior brother of the sect leader. In fact, they almost didn't care at all about the sect leader's junior brother. In contrast, they would be driven to near madness by a prestige disciple. After hearing the news that Bai Xiaochun had become a prestige disciple, many patriarchs of the various cultivator clans got very excited. In their eyes, he was a virtual gold mine, a living prestige scion. If they could bring Bai Xiaochun into their clan, then his descendants would have almost limitless possibilities for the future. As the number of such descendants grew, and considering that the clan would have the support of the Spirit Stream sect, glory was guaranteed. To vassal clans in the cultivation world, it would ensure a meteoric rise like the fish who jumped the Dragon Gate. After all, the Spirit Stream sect had only ever had 9 prestige clans. Those 9 clans could often influence the decision-making process of the sect as a whole. Although such influence wasn't necessarily very vast, it was still worthy of consideration. Such a clan would form a part of an enormously powerful entity, and would be the subject of intense envy from other cultivator clans. In the past, most clans couldn't influence anything. They could only offer allegiance to the Spirit Stream sect and then perform various services with the hope of gaining prestige status. But now, Bai Xiaochun had appeared. Most wonderful of all was that he wasn't a member of any cultivator clan. He came from the mortal world and he had no Taoist partner. He was a free ticket to becoming the 10th prestige clan, and as such all of the cultivator clans in the Eastwood continent were thrown into a frenzy. Find the prettiest maiden in the entire Zhou clan. She'll be coming with me to offer greetings to fellow Taoist Bai. Feier, you're the pearl of the Zhao clan. You have to get on Bai Xiaochun's good side. If he takes a liking to you, all of the problems of our clan will disappear. Although the daughters of the Sun clan aren't particularly outstanding, we still qualify to compete. Prepare an amazing gift for me to give when I go offer greetings to fellow Taoist Bai. Countless cultivator clans sprang into action, using all sorts of methods, including calling upon their clan members who were already within the sect to try to get in touch with Bai Xiaochun. Even the North Bank was affected. Soon, the name of Bai Xiaochun could be heard in all parts of the Eastwood continent. The Hou clan was no exception. The middle-aged patriarch of the Hou clan summoned Hou Yunfei and Hou Xiaomei, whereupon he expressed his sincere wishes. Yunfei, you have an unusually close relationship with Bai Xiaochun. You have to help out the clan in this matter. I can tell that your sister has taken a liking to Bai Xiaochun. Find a good chance to act as a matchmaker between them. Hou Xiaomei's face reddened. Pouting coquettishly, she hurried off. Hou Yunfei was a bit worried, but he put on a bold face and nodded in agreement. A few days later, people from numerous cultivator clans began to show up, gathering on Fragrant Cloud Peak around Bai Xiaochun's residence. As news spread, some people even began to head toward the medicine concocting pavilion, waiting anxiously for him to come out of seclusion. A few days later, a boom echoed out from Bai Xiaochun's pill-concocting workstation. Moments later, he appeared, frowning and looking anxious. Although I'm pretty familiar with Tier 1 medicinal pills now, he lamented, Tier 2 pills are a lot harder. Other than cultivation, his time recently had mostly been spent on concocting medicines. In his attempt to produce some Tier 2 spirit medicines, he'd already used up most of the plants and vegetation in his bag. Unfortunately, the degree of difficulty he was working with was vastly greater than before, and despite being meticulously careful, he had failed consistently. Each time he found that he had used too many materials, he would make adjustments. And yet, even then, new problems would arise. Sighing in despair, he walked out of the medicine concocting pavilion and looked up to find a large host of people sitting there cross-legged. Most of them sat in groups of 3 to 5 with a few groups of 10 in sight. The majority were pretty young women, none of whom were familiar to Bai Xiaochun. They were all different shapes and sizes, but each one was beautiful in her own way. The lot of them were clearly vying with each other to be the most glamorous. And as soon as they saw Bai Xiaochun emerge, their eyes shone brightly. Most had older folks sitting next to them, who also seemed delighted to see Bai Xiaochun. In fact, they all rose to their feet and rushed over in a hubbub. Taken aback, and a bit unsure of what was going on, Bai Xiaochun subconsciously stepped back a few paces. Hey, hold on. What are you people doing? Fellow Taoist Bai, I'm Zhao Tianhai. Zhao Yidwa is my nephew. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Bai, you truly are a young hero, a man of striking appearance and talent. Fellow Taoist Bai, what a dragon among men, heroic and extraordinary. A single glance reveals that he's like a rock soaring among the clouds, someone with unlimited potential. Ahem. I am Sun Yunshan, and these young women are all beauties from my clan. Fellow Taoist, if I'm not mistaken, you're lacking in terms of maidservants. Correct. Fellow Taoist Bai, I am Zhoutian. A single glance at you, fellow Taoist Bai, and I can clearly sense your heroic spirit. You are obviously the future overlord of the Eastern cultivation world. We were destined to be friends at first sight. Look at these young women standing next to me. Every single one is a precious pearl of the Zhou clan. A clamor of voices rang out, each one trying to speak first and loudest. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he retreated a few more steps. However, it only took a moment for him to realize that these people had come to offer their clan daughters to him. He wasn't sure exactly why it was happening, but upon looking the young women over, he could see that all of them were exceptionally beautiful. In fact, many of them could be counted as being his type. The way they were being offered up seemed to indicate that if he didn't accept, he would be refusing to give them face. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun was on guard. Of course, he was adept at dealing with people, so he didn't let any hint of that show on his face. A broad smile appeared, and after exchanging some meaningless pleasantries with the spokesman from the various cultivator clans, he managed to extricate himself. However, before he could reach his residence, he ran into others who had stationed themselves along the way. All of them had similar words to speak with him, and offered him their clan daughters as well as other gifts and promises. Something big must have happened, but what? He thought. Could it be that they found out one of my ancestors was an immortal? Maybe I'm not from the mortal world after all. I'm actually descended from some exalted, powerful individual? Heavens! How could I not have been aware? Mind spinning, he hurried along until his residence came in view. However, it was surrounded by a crowd of individuals from various cultivator clans, all of whose eyes glistened with hope. It was as if the mere nod of Bai Xiaochun's head would cause them to do anything he wished. That was especially true of the young women. They all clustered around Bai Xiaochun, glaring antagonistically at each other, pushing and shoving each other back and forth. The sight of it all caused Bai Xiaochun's scalp to go numb. He was completely surrounded, and no matter which way he tried to move, he ran into something soft and warm. They even began to tug at his clothing, causing his heart to pound. Finally, a cold snort rang out, and Ho Xiaomei appeared. Glaring angrily, cheeks puffed, she stormed up to him, shoving the other young women aside. Get out of my way! What do you people think you're doing? This is Fragrant Cloud Peak of the Spirit Stream sect. Don't you bunch of old coots know how to keep your cool? Get out of my way, all of you. Hey you! Look at you! You're skinnier than a green bean. What are you shoving people around for? And you're fatter than a dairy cow. Get the hell out of my way. Ho Xiaomei sounded genuinely furious as she pushed aside all of the young women crowding around Bai Xiaochun. She was small and delicate, but she was fuming, and seemed to be filled with boundless strength. Facing such opposition, the other young women immediately surrendered and opened a path, crying out in confusion. Ho Xiaomei stormed forward with her hands on her hips, looking like a chili pepper, the words she uttered incisive and damaging. Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the moment to hurry into the courtyard. Once inside, he looked down to find that his garments had been tugged at so much that they were about to fall off. Absolutely terrifying, he thought, gasping. Heart pounding with residual fear, he looked back out through the main gate and saw Ho Xiaomei standing there verbally sparring with the other young women, standing alone against a crowd of dozens. Eventually, the responsible members of the cultivator clans couldn't stand idly by. They finally intervened and suggested to the young women that they leave. Clasping hands respectfully in Bai Xiaochun's direction, they promised to come back to visit at a later date. Soon it was evening. It was quiet outside of Bai Xiaochun's gate, but off in the distance, people from various cultivator clans were sitting cross-legged in meditation, seemingly guarding the area. All of these people had used various means and methods to come from afar, and also had ways to keep themselves from being driven away. Bai Bai Xiaochun was sure that something momentous had occurred. Looking at the quiet scene outside, he eventually dragged Ho Xiaomei into the courtyard. To outsiders, Ho Xiaomei was as fiery as a hot pepper, but as soon as Bai Xiaochun's hand made contact with her face turned bright red, and she felt dizzy. Her tiny frame almost went limp as Bai Xiaochun dragged her inside. When she spoke, her voice was as soft as the drone of a mosquito. Big bro Xiaochun. There are so many people around. What are you planning to do to me? Ha! Bai Xiaochun said, staring in shock. Seeing Ho Xiaomei's odd countenance, he could tell that something was wrong with her, and quickly slapped her cheek. When she didn't seem to recover, he slapped her again. Ho Xiaomei immediately regained her senses. What's wrong with you? She snapped, stamping her foot. However, realizing she had been the one in the wrong, she tossed a jade slip to him, and then turned heel and fled. As he watched Ho Xiaomei flee into the distance, Bai Xiaochun stood there wondering what was going on. Finally, he looked down at the jade slip and scanned it with spiritual power. As he did, his eyes went wide. After scanning it again, he stood there in the courtyard, breathing heavily. Prestige Clan. The jade slip had been sent to Bai Xiaochun by Ho Yunfei, with Ho Xiaomei being the messenger. The words contained within were the type that almost couldn't be uttered aloud. They explained why all of the Cultivator clans were so interested in Bai Xiaochun's status as a prestige disciple, and what had occurred as a result. They also explained that the Ho clan held an intense hope that Bai Xiaochun's descendants would also have the blood of the Ho clan running in their veins. Then Bai Xiaochun thought about how Ho Xiaomei had been acting just now, and he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Eyes sparkling, he thought, not about Ho Xiaomei, but about his own words from moments ago. Something momentous had occurred. How could I have imagined? And here I thought the reward for my meritorious service was basically useless. I thought that being the junior brother of the sect leader would make me a big hero in the sect, but I never thought that being a prestige disciple would make me so important on the outside. He licked his lips, and soon, his heart began to beat faster. I could pick any Taoist partner I wanted. All of their clan resources would be at my disposal. Finally, I have some real hope to live forever. Chuckling mischievously, his eyes began to shine. Previously, he had been worried about how to keep up his efforts to concoct Tier 2 spirit medicine. But now, people were essentially fighting over the chance to give him gifts. What a pity I can't accept them all, he murmured. But then, he was struck with inspiration. Wait a second. Why can't I accept them all? Clearing his throat, he entered his cabin to rest for the evening, thinking the whole time about what to do next. The following morning at dawn, he leapt out of bed, trembling with excitement. After pushing open the gate of the courtyard, he found a whole host of people from various cultivator clans waiting for him. Fellow Taoist Bai. Greetings, fellow Taoist Bai. Your humble servant has come upon the request of our clan patriarch to offer formal greetings. Everyone started talking at once, filling the air with a cacophony of sound. Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and flicked his sleeve. All right, enough is enough, he said, smiling so widely that his eyes became slits. Everyone come close. Whatever requests you have, we can talk them all out. With that, he randomly nodded in the direction of one of the clans. The responsible member of the clan rushed forward in delight, dragging a few young women with him. The women approached, looking a bit nervous. As for all of the other observing clans, they also seemed nervous, although for different reasons. They quickly began to transmit messages back home. Things went on like that for the next clan and then the next. One by one all day, Bai Xiaochun met with dozens of them. He didn't choose any of the clan daughters, and yet, neither did he refuse anyone. He merely told them that he needed some time to think, and that the matter was too weighty to decide on a whim. As for all of the introductory gifts, he didn't refuse a single one. I, Bai Xiaochun, always handle all matters in a just and fair manner. Considering that I haven't yet chosen which honorable clan to ally with in marriage, I truly am unable to accept your gifts. Those were the words he would speak to each and every clan. Of course, the more he spoke in such a way, the more the cultivator clans insisted that he accept their gifts. In fact, they grew even more polite. Many of them went on to say that even if no marriage resulted, they still wished to be good friends. Only then did Bai Xiaochun reluctantly accept the gifts. Although they might be fools, the people from these cultivator clans weren't stupid. They knew that when Bai Xiaochun said he needed to think about the matter, he was most likely just waiting to see which clan would make the best offer. That, of course, was within the purvey of expectation. Furthermore, all of them feared that if they didn't offer their gifts, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't even consider their clan daughter to be his Taoist partner. The result was that the next day, the crowds hadn't thinned at all, and in fact had grown more numerous. Furthermore, some of the cultivator clans even went so far as to say that even if their clan daughter couldn't become Bai Xiaochun's Taoist partner, they were still willing for her to be a maidservant to warm his bed at night. As long as she could pass on his bloodline, and he acknowledged them formally, that would be sufficient. All of the visiting clans continued to offer more and more gifts. In fact, it got to the point where Bai Xiaochun was getting a bit nervous. Eventually, he truly wanted to refuse, and yet wasn't able to. Fine, I guess I'll accept. Not accepting isn't really an option. Huh. For 7 or 8 days in a row, he continued to receive the clans and accept their gifts. Every morning at dawn, he would walk out to find a whole host of people waiting for him. 3 more days passed. When dawn broke, Bai Xiaochun pushed open the main gate, whereupon his jaw dropped. Shockingly, not a single person could be seen. Everything was peaceful and quiet. As far as the eye could see, the area was empty. The only things he could see were some 5-colored phoenixes, flying gracefully high above. The phoenixes were the beloved pets of Elder Zhou, and often soared above Fragrant Cloud Peak around dawn. They would usually fly together in a flock, and were especially beautiful. Many disciples were jealous of them. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his eyes and looked around. Thinking that perhaps he had opened the gate incorrectly, he went back in, closed it, and then tried again. However, the result was the same. What's going on? He thought, shocked. He quickly went off to find Hou Yunfei to ask for an explanation. Hou Yunfei sighed and looked at Bai Xiaochun. Last night, the sect leader issued a dermic decree. As your elder brother, he notified the cultivator clans that according to sect rules, you can't accept a Taoist partner within the next 100 years. Therefore, everyone had no choice but to leave. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Feeling very wronged, he said, "No more income, no more marriage." Hou Yunfei wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. A moment later, though, he thought of something and said, "Xiaochun, a friend of mine from Green Crest Peak told me that you and Shangguantian you have a beef with each other. Is that right? Well, just be aware that Chen Dajin isn't important at all. However you choose to deal with him, the sect will tacitly agree. But things aren't so simple when it comes to Shangguantian Yu." "What do you mean, not so simple?" Bai Xiaochun asked. "Is he more important than me or something?" Having been a member of the Spirit Stream sect for so many years, Bai Xiaochun was well aware of how the sect tried to train its disciples. They pushed them toward greatness, prohibited deadly conflicts, and encouraged both cooperation and competition. Sect rules governed basic behavior. The elders of the various mountain peaks, as well as the peak lords themselves, provided assistance and training. And the Hall of Justice was a looming threat to deter bad behavior. The sect essentially had all aspects under control. Of course, considering that between the north and south banks the Spirit Stream sect had several 100,000 disciples, it was obviously impossible to micromanage everything. Disciples would have conflicts and fights, and certain improper attitudes were impossible to control. However, the rewards and punishments in place were clear, and anyone who violated them would be strictly dealt with. Bai Xiaochun had performed an incredible service for the sect, possessed profound skill with plants and vegetation, and could unleash extraordinary battle prowess. The sect was naturally aware of that and valued him greatly. Of course, they didn't cater to his every whim like a servant. If people insulted or provoked him, they wouldn't leap out to protect him. No disciple enjoyed such treatment, neither Shangguantian Yu nor Bai Xiaochun. Because of that, Bai Xiaochun was of the belief that Shangguantian Yu, an arrogant, famous chosen who other outer sect disciple went so far as to call young lord, was still not worthy of his own attention. After a moment of thought, Hou Yunfei responded, eyes shining as he told Bai Xiaochun everything he knew. Shangguan Tianyu has great ambitions. He hopes that one day he will be able to enter the legendary legacy echelon. As such, he has continuously kept his cultivation base suppressed, keeping him between the outer and inner sects. When the next trial by fire for chosen from the north and south banks comes, he wants to take first place and enter the inner sect at the top. That will earn him the chance to enter the legacy echelon. Were it not for that, he would have long since applied for an ordinary trial by fire to enter the inner sect. After all, anyone who reaches the 8th level of qi condensation may do so. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun asked, how come everyone wants to get into the legacy echelon? Su Baokai told me that Zhou Xinqi, Lu Tianlei, and everyone else wants to. Members of the legacy echelon have a similar status to prestige disciples. However, it's a different branch within the Spirit Stream sect. You see, the Spirit Stream sect is different from other sects. We have two branches, one of which focuses on protecting the sect, and one of which focuses on increasing its glory and power. Everyone from the servants to the disciples in the 3rd level of qi condensation are lumped together in one lower group. Those from the 4th to the 8th level of qi condensation constitute the outer sect. At the 8th level, you can apply for a trial by fire to enter the inner sect. If you can reach foundation establishment, then you can become a foundation establishment elder, and maybe even a peak lord. After 2 60-year cycles pass, if you break through to the gold core level, then you can become a prime elder responsible for protecting and managing the sect. That is the first branch. The second branch is the legacy echelon. There is only one way to get in, and that is to break through to the gold core level before 2 60-year cycles pass. From then on, you will become a tool to ensure that our sect earns an even greater position in the cultivation world, that it acquires even more powerful resources and wealth. Anyone who takes first place in the chosen battles will be in line to enter the legacy echelon. I'm not really sure about the exact details, but I do know that there are rules about the whole thing. The only thing is, reaching the gold core level before 2 60-year cycles pass is very, very difficult. Of the members of the previous generation, the only person who has even come close is Peak Lord Li Qingho. That's why the sect favors him so much. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. This was his first time hearing an explanation of the legacy echelon, which also gave him a much clearer understanding of the sect itself. Soon he left, and as he made his way off, he continued to ponder the matter. Legacy echelon? Sighing, Bai Xiaochun left Hou Yunfei's residence and returned to his own courtyard. He looked up at the sky, then around at the surrounding scenery, and thought about the Cultivator clans. In his opinion, his elder brother sect leader had acted a bit domineering, and yet, even though it was now impossible to collect any more gifts, at least there was no need to return the ones he had already taken. Yeah, it's not my fault. It's the fault of elder brother sect leader's Dermic decree. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun felt a bit better. After organizing all of the gifts, he went down to the market to buy a large quantity of medicinal plant ingredients for Tier 2 spirit medicines. Then, he returned to the medicine concocting pavilion to continue his cultivation and concocting work. The truth was that originally, Zhang Yuandong didn't want to get involved in the matter with Bai Xiaochun and the Cultivator clans. However, the events had unfolded in shocking fashion. The previous 9 prestige disciples had all been conferred their titles posthumously, after being killed in battle. Furthermore, all of them had been members of various other Cultivator clans. Although none of them had ever had any direct descendants, they all had relatives among their various clans. Because of that, no problems had ever arisen, and their clans had smoothly transitioned into being prestige clans. Of course, the sect highly valued and also protected such clans. But now, Bai Xiaochun was a living prestige disciple, a terrifying status to say the least. At first, it hadn't been obvious, and time had simply passed by. Zhang Yuandong and many others never thought much about what it meant to have a living prestige scion in their midst, and how enticing such a person would be to the Cultivator clans. But then, the cultivator clans began to show up in great numbers. At first, Zhang Yuandong had merely observed the goings-on. As far as he was concerned, it didn't really matter which clan Bai Xiaochun picked. How could he have ever imagined that with all the competition, the clans would have gone to the lengths of offering their clan daughters as handmaidens, just to acquire someone with Bai Xiaochun's bloodline? Zhang Yuandong could only imagine what would happen if Bai Xiaochun's gave in to the temptation. If that happened, it wouldn't be long before he could sire hundreds of descendants. According to the clan rules, all first-generation descendants of a prestige disciple were automatically allowed to enter the inner sect and would receive special treatment and training. Furthermore, after those descendants began to propagate, there would be hundreds of branches of the prestige clan. Within a few hundred years, the entire spirit stream sect would be filled with the Bai clan. The final results would be grave indeed. In addition to all that, as long as Bai Xiaochun remained alive, all he had to do was continue to sire offspring, and the matter would never end. He would become a living nightmare for the sect. Because of such considerations, Zhang Yuandong held an emergency meeting with the sect elders, including the prime elders. Their joint decision was that Bai Xiaochun could not accept a Taoist partner for 100 years. Although it was a bit overbearing, Zhang Yuandong felt that there was no other option. He didn't want to bet everything on Bai Xiaochun's ability to resist temptation. He could only hope that after 100 years, Bai Xiaochun would grow up and be a bit more mature. Time passed. Soon a year had gone by. During that time, it was almost as if Bai Xiaochun had gone missing from the South Bank. Few people ever saw him. He spent all of his time concocting medicine and practicing cultivation. He rarely left the medicine concocting pavilion, where he worked hard at producing Tier 2 spirit medicine. His cultivation base had also slowly made progress. Soon, he was in the middle of the 7th level of qi condensation. Furthermore, he resolved one problem after another when it came to concocting Tier 2 spirit medicine. The truth was that most other journeyman apothecaries at his level would have long since concocted Tier 2 medicines. But Bai Xiaochun was stubborn, and refused to start concocting another batch without first resolving each and every problem he found in the previous batch. Eventually, after an entire year, he was finally convinced that he had resolved all of the issues regarding the concoction of Tier 2 spirit medicine. With all the problems gone, he began yet another batch. "Violet Qi Spirit Ascension Pills," he exclaimed, eyes bloodshot. They were a Tier 2 medicinal pill suitable for the 8th level of qi condensation and under. Following the recipe precisely, he selected numerous types of plants and vegetation, organized them carefully, and then began to feed them into the pill furnace. After carefully adjusting the earth flame, he kept a close eye on the pill furnace, occasionally adjusting the spiritual energy he fed inside. After 6 hours passed, the pill furnace suddenly began to shake. A strong medicinal aroma wafted out, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine brightly. Leaning toward the pill furnace, he slapped it on the side, whereupon 3 red medicinal pills flew out. "It worked!" he exclaimed excitedly. Grabbing the 3 pills, he looked them over. But then his eyes went wide. Hold on a second. Something's not right. According to the description, Violet Qi Spirit Ascension pills are supposed to be violet. How come these ones are red? After scratching his head for a moment, he lifted the pills up to his nose and inhaled deeply. The medicinal aroma was strong and contained plenty of spiritual energy. However, the smell was somewhat odd, and considering that they were the incorrect color, he didn't dare to consume them. Sitting there thoughtfully, he thought back to all of the various steps he had taken during the concocting process. 2 hours later, his eyes snapped open, and he laughed bitterly. "I put in a bit too much supergate flower pollen. That tainted the rest of the medicinal plant ingredients, producing this strange side effect." With that, he placed the 3 red medicinal pills off to the side, and once again began to concoct. This time, when the pill furnace began to shake, and the medicinal aroma spread out, a single violet medicinal pill flew out. After examining it closely, an expression of deep satisfaction appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. He quickly began another batch. In the following days, he continued to produce more batches, until he had a few dozen violet chi spirit ascension pills. That having been accomplished, he sat down off to the side, exhausted. After some rest, he produced the red pills and looked at them with some hesitation. As far as he was concerned, each and every one of the pills he had just concocted was very valuable, and furthermore, when it came to ingredients, he was already starting to run short. According to the concocting instructions, as long as the pill is formed, it counts as a success. These red-violet chi spirit ascension pills have a bit too much supergate flower pollen, which cause their color to change. However, all that means is that they will have lost some effectiveness. After a moment of hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a green bamboo needle. It was an item he had acquired from the sect for use in medicine concocting, which could be used to make a general assessment of whether any given medicinal pill was toxic or not. After carefully inserting the needle into one of the red medicinal pills, he waited for a moment, then pulled it back out. The bamboo needle looked exactly the same as before, as opposed to being black. "Not toxic," he said with a sigh of relief. However, out of caution, he still chose not to consume any of the red pills. Instead, he held them in hand as he left the medicine concocting pavilion. Outside in the dawn air, he began to walk down one of the small paths that wound through the sect. Up above, he could see a flock of 5-colored phoenixes gliding elegantly through the air, occasionally making piercing cries that echoed out. Ignoring the phoenixes, he headed toward one of the local spirit tail chicken farms, where he acquired a spirit tail chicken. After returning to his courtyard, he put the chicken down and then tossed one of the red medicinal pills out in front of it. The spirit tail chicken had originally been sitting there looking a bit tired, but then it caught sight of the red medicinal pill. A tremor ran through it, and it suddenly leapt to its feet, rushed forward and pecked down toward the pill. However, it was at this exact moment that an intensely powerful cry rang out from up above. Then, a powerful wind gusted by, and before the spirit tail chicken could reach the pill, it was blown off of its feet. A bit frightened, Xiaochun leaped backward. At the same time, the 5-colored phoenixes closed in from up above, eyes wide, fighting amongst themselves the entire way. Finally, one of the strongest among the group, a male, succeeded in shoving aside his companions, whereupon he snapped up the medicinal pill and swallowed it down. Looking with contempt at the spirit tail chicken that had been blown off to the side, the phoenix then flew up gracefully into the air. Xiaochun wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Eyes wide, he could do nothing but watch as the phoenix ascended upward. However, after flying only a short way, the elegant phoenix began to shake, and then let out a protracted wail. His eyes turned bright red as they filled with veins of blood. All of his feathers suddenly stood on end, making him look like a fireball that was about to explode. Even more shocking was that the powerful male phoenix's muscles began to swell and ripple. Cracking sounds emanated out as the entire phoenix grew larger. Most notable of all was how the feathered area between his 2 legs suddenly bulged with something hard and rod-like. A very peculiar expression could be seen on the face of the male phoenix as he looked around at the other phoenixes. The other phoenixes trembled and were about to scatter when the male phoenix charged madly toward them. Next, miserable shrieks began to ring out. Xiaochun stood there in his courtyard, looking on aghast as the bulging male phoenix violated all of the other phoenixes. Moments later, unsated, the phoenix turned in his direction, his eyes burning just as red as before, his entire body seemingly bursting with flames. Terrified, Xiaochun fled, barely able to hold back from screaming. Thankfully, the phoenix was actually targeting not him but the spirit tail chicken. Soon after, he watched as the male phoenix flew back toward the top of the mountain, clamoring loudly the entire way. Only after that did Xiaochun wipe the sweat off of his brow. Simply terrifying, he thought, looking down at the remaining 2 medicinal pills he held in hand. Just what kind of medicinal pills are these? His heart began to pound as he realized that they must be some type of aphrodisiac. Clearly, they were also very effective. That day was a day that would never be forgotten by the disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak. All birds on the mountain, regardless of what type they were were ravaged by Elder Zhou's maddened phoenix. Countless disciples watched as one bird after another let out miserable shrieks. Although the birds tried as best they could to escape, none of them were a match for Elder Zhou's phoenix. None managed to flee. The villainous phoenix didn't even spare the spirit-tailed chickens, much less the other birds that Elder Zhou had raised. Anything on the mountain with wings experienced a living nightmare that day. All of the disciples were talking about the matter, and their hearts trembled. Soon, word spread to Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak. Some people even came over to see the miraculous events which were unfolding for themselves. Did you hear that over on Fragrant Cloud Peak? One of Elder Zhou's phoenixes went mad? It started pouncing on any bird it saw. I saw it with my own eyes. What a savage phoenix. It didn't even spare the passing magpies. Just what was Elder Zhou doing, huh? How could he let his phoenix act like that? It was really infuriating, you know? That phoenix seemed really turned on. It pounced on some of those birds over and over again. It was brutal. When Bai Xiaochun heard the talk going around the sect, he began to tremble and even felt a bit guilty. It isn't my fault, he said to himself. It's really not my fault. I was trying to give that pill to the spirit-tailed chicken. That phoenix stole it. Feeling wronged, he hurried back to the medicine concocting pavilion. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that there was no way anyone would figure out what had happened. There he sat in the medicine concocting pavilion, sighing as he pulled out the remaining 2 red medicinal pills, which he then looked at thoughtfully. These medicinal pills are actually really powerful. Maybe I could use them as trump cards in a fight. If I ever run into some wild beasts in the future, I'll have nothing to fear. Well, if I want to use them as trump cards, then I better create another pill which can incite intense desire in females. The two can complement each other. Bai Xiaochun could well imagine how 2 such pills could work together. If he encountered some dangerous beast in the future, he would merely throw a pill in one direction and then run off in the other. It was an exciting prospect, but the downside was that he had no medicinal formula to work with. After pondering the matter for a while, and considering all of the various types of plants and vegetation that he knew about, he mentally prepared his own medicine formula. About the time that Bai Xiaochun was considering how to create his own medicine formula, Elder Zhou returned to his residence at the top of Fragrant Cloud Peak. There, he stared at the ravaged and listless phoenixes, and then turned his head to see the male phoenix off in the distance, pouncing on a spirit-tailed chicken. Miserable shrieks then began to ring out. Elder Zhou's mind almost exploded. Trembling violently, he stood there feeling as if the entire world were spinning around him. Enraged, he cried out, "Who did this?" Elder Zhou's voice filled the entirety of Fragrant Cloud Peak, echoing out in all directions. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of countless disciples as they heard his words. After all, the events of that day had shaken everyone. The other elders on Fragrant Cloud Peak were also shocked by the ghastly events. The male phoenix was one of Elder Zhou's beloved pets, and therefore, no one was willing to even get near it. If the maddened beast were to accidentally be harmed, Elder Zhou would certainly be incensed. Most importantly, Elder Zhou was the only person on Fragrant Cloud Peak who enjoyed raising fine birds, and considering it was his personal affair, no one was willing to interfere. As for the spirit-tailed chickens, Li Qingho was away, and his apprentice Zhou Xinqi had little power to do anything. Besides, the male phoenix was especially powerful, leaving Zhou Xinqi with no other option than to observe from afar. Her face flushed, not daring to even step forward. When Elder Zhou saw what was happening, he couldn't stop shaking. His heart twinged as he watched the clamoring phoenix, and when he looked around at the rest of the dispirited and listless birds, he wished to cry, and yet could find no tears. Considering Elder Zhou's skill in the Tao of medicine, he could tell at a glance that someone had given the phoenix some sort of medicine. I'll definitely find out who was responsible for this. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was in his workstation in the medicine concocting pavilion. Although he was mostly cut off from the sounds outside, Elder Zhou's enraged roar reached his ears, and his heart trembled. Then an outraged expression appeared on his face as he contemplated how he was truly being unfairly accused. He could only hope that it would be impossible to connect the matter to him, and that Elder Zhou wouldn't come after him. Scowling, he began to recall the exact steps he had gone through to create the aphrodisiac pill, and began to contemplate how to make it even more effective. After several days of study and contemplation, he went out a few times to purchase medicinal plants, and even spent some merit points to acquire a few other rare ingredients. Finally, he returned to the medicine concocting pavilion to attempt to concoct the pill. Soon, explosions began to ring out. In some ways, it was true that Bai Xiaochun had already created his own medicine formula back in the trial by fire to become a journeyman apothecary. However, that was more a situation of enlightenment and adjustments to an existing formula. It was different from the current situation, in which was truly inventing something new. The levels of difficulty couldn't even be compared. In fact, based on Bai Xiaochun's skill in the Tao of medicine at the time of his promotion to journeyman apothecary, he would never have been able to do something like this. But now, after a year of experience and further research into the Tao of medicine, he was more than ready to make such an attempt. Although he wasn't fully proficient, he had already begun to walk a path that other journeyman apothecaries couldn't even imagine. It was a path that only master apothecaries could attempt to understand. Time passed. Half a month later, Bai Xiaochun was still in the medicine concocting pavilion, immersed in his attempt to create a medicine formula. After numerous attempts, he was beginning to shape his ideas into one concise concept. Even as he excitedly began to concoct another batch, Elder Zhou stood atop Fragrant Cloud Peak, a pained expression on his face as he fed a medicinal pill to a weak, listless phoenix. "Relax and recover," he said. "All those things you did weren't in accord with your true desires. None of it was your fault. Just wait until you've recovered, and I'll take you to find the person who fed that pill to you. I don't care who it is. I will see to it that he pays the price." A brutal gleam appeared in Elder Zhou's eyes. During the past half-month, he had conducted a thorough investigation of Fragrant Cloud Peak, and had even made inquiries in the other mountain peaks of the South Bank. Unfortunately, he hadn't turned up a single clue. The only option he had next was to wait until the phoenix recovered, and then take it to search for the culprit. During the course of his investigation, he had come to find that Fragrant Cloud Peak had become a place that winged birds avoided like the plague. Because of the tragic events which had occurred half a month before, it was as if the air above the mountain had been filled with a shocking aroma. Any bird who smelled it wouldn't dare to draw near. Even the spirit-tailed chickens spent their days trembling and scared out of their minds. The disciples who cared for the chickens could only scowl miserably, not daring to give voice to their anger. As the matter festered, a whole series of rumors began to spread. "Do you remember what happened with the birds a few weeks ago? I heard that the bird in question ate some of Elder Zhou's medicine. That's why it changed so suddenly. The only thing I don't understand is that Elder Zhou is still pretty young. Why would he be concocting medicine like that?" "Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do you know why Elder Zhou likes to raise birds? There's a very tragic secret involved. The truth is that for his entire life, Elder Zhou has never had a Taoist partner. Ahem. You know what I mean, right? Heavens! How deranged. Could it be that because that bird couldn't take any more of Elder Zhou's torment, it finally went mad?" The more the rumors spread, the more exaggerated they became. Eventually, all of the disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak were spreading them. When each person passed the news along, they couldn't help but add details from their own imagination, until countless versions of the story could be heard. When Elder Zhou caught wind of it, he got so mad he very nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was of a mind to put an end to the rumors, but no matter how he tried to explain things to people, they would just look at him oddly. Although they quickly put respectful expressions on their faces, his explanations did no good, and the rumors continued to fly. Another half-month passed. One day, Elder Zhou appeared, bristling with a murderous aura, his expression unprecedentedly ferocious. The wave of his hand sent the recovered male phoenix flying out. Surprisingly, it was just as large as it had been before, and was actually a bit stronger. Clearly, it had actually profited from its previous disaster. When Elder Zhou saw that, he felt a bit better. However, the anger in his heart still needed an outlet. He had seen the fear in the eyes of countless disciples in the sect over the last month. Even members of his own generation cleared their throats in his presence, and wore odd expressions on their faces. And then there were the rumors, which left him seething in fury. At long last, he was able to bring his phoenix out into the open. "Find me the person who gave you that medicine," he said through gritted teeth. The phoenix let out a piercing cry as it flew up into the air. Elder Zhou followed along, his murderous aura growing more and more intense. Quite a few disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak were paying attention to the goings-on, and some of them even began to follow from a distance. Soon, it was obvious that the male phoenix was flying toward Bai Xiaochun's residence. When it arrived, it began to fly in circles up above. Then it turned and glanced at Elder Zhou, looking very maligned as it let out whimpering calls. Apparently, it was telling Elder Zhou that this was the place where it had consumed the medicinal pill. When the disciples who had followed along saw what was happening, their eyes went wide. But then they realized who the residence belonged to, and they blinked oddly. "That looks like Sect Uncle Bai's residence." "Yeah, it's definitely Sect Uncle Bai's." If the matter were blamed on anyone else, I might not believe it. But considering we're talking about Sect Uncle Bai, it actually makes sense. Elder Zhou hovered there in midair, trembling, eyes crimson. Gnashing his teeth, he growled, "Bai Xiaochun!" Now that he had found the culprit of the disaster, he scanned the area with divine sense. Having found that the residence was empty, he waved his right hand, producing a jade slip that, based on his authority in the sect, could track Bai Xiaochun down wherever he was. Soon, he found that Bai Xiaochun was in the medicine concocting pavilion. Normally, Elder Zhou was a calm person, but right now his face twisted with ferocious anger as he led his phoenix toward the medicine concocting pavilion. The surrounding disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak were starting to get excited. They began to send messages to their friends, and soon word was spreading throughout the mountain. "Hurry up! The culprit who drove that bird crazy has been found out. Sect Uncle Bai did it." Countless disciples, even some from the inner sect, all heard the news. Trembling with excitement, they hurried out to see what they could see. The feelings of torment they had experienced because of Bai Xiaochun now turned into anticipation. In fact, the more torment they had experienced, the more excited they were now. Chun Xiang rushed out, looking thrilled. Zhao Yidua raced out at about the same time. The two of them exchanged pleased glances, and then raced in Bai Xiaochun's direction as quickly as possible. Among the crowd was one particularly burly man, whose cheeks were wet with tears. It was none other than the self-proclaimed Lord Wolf Lu Ergu. Throwing his head back, he roared, "Judgment comes!" Even as all of Fragrant Cloud Peak was thrown into a commotion, Bai Xiaochun was there in the medicine concocting pavilion, looking excitedly at the pill furnace in front of him. It was trembling, and a strong medicinal aroma wafted out from it as several white medicinal pills appeared. These pills currently had no names, and were not meant to be consumed by humans. In fact, if you pushed down on them too hard, they would collapse into dust. They had only one use: to make male animals incredibly attractive to whoever consumed the pill. Bai Xiaochun had filled them with several powerful stimulants, and had even gone to the trouble of procuring some spirit creature ingredients from the North Bank. The cost was high, but he had succeeded. The pills were not weak by any means. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure exactly how powerful they were, he could well guess, and was sure that they weren't inferior at all. Actually, to ensure that they were as powerful as possible, he had even performed spirit enhancements on all of the ingredients before using them. Face bright with anticipation, he looked down at the white medicinal pills, trying to imagine the results of using the pills in concert with the aphrodisiac pills. He couldn't hold back from laughing. "This will be the pheromone pill. That sounds good. And the red one from before will be the aphrodisiac pill." After a bit more thought, he performed threefold spirit enhancements on all of them. In the briefest of moments, the medicinal pills completely changed. No longer were they low-grade, but instead, superior grade. As for their medicinal efficacy, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone at the mere thought of it. Humph! Now it doesn't matter what kind of beast I face. From now on, when I say jump, they'll jump. Coughing dryly, he put the medicinal pills away. Feeling very proud of himself, he was just about to go outside and take a walk when he heard an enraged roar echoing down from the sky. Bai Xiaochun! The shocking roar of fury caused even the trees in the area to tremble. Leaves fell, to be picked up by the raging wind, which swept them to and fro. When Bai Xiaochun heard the enraged cry, he was so scared he almost jumped straight up into the air. He looked up and saw the white-haired elder Zhou hovering up above, veins bulging out all over his neck and face. Elder Zhou seemed like a wild beast, and in fact actually looked quite similar to the way the phoenix had a month ago. Bai Xiaochun, it was you that harmed my phoenix. On this day, even if Li Qingho tries to interfere, I will teach you a harsh and bitter lesson. With another thunderous roar, he extended his right hand and made a vicious grasping gesture in Bai Xiaochun's direction. That gesture caused the air around Bai Xiaochun to begin to solidify. Bai Xiaochun trembled inwardly and let out a miserable shriek. A silver glow sprang out from his skin, and at the same time, a white light appeared further out as he activated the divine crane shield. From a distance, it almost looked like an eggshell. He's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me. As soon as the light enveloped him, he ignored the pressure crushing down from Elder Zhou and unhesitatingly shot off at the highest speed possible. "Eh?" murmured Elder Zhou. Although he hadn't used his full strength, considering he was in the early foundation establishment stage, even a fraction of his power should have been enough to prevent any qi condensation cultivator from breaking free. Looking at the light wreathed by Xiaochun fleeing off into the distance, he roared, "By Xiaochun, do you really think I don't know that you were out to harm me even when you were back in the ovens? I know that the ginseng root that was meant for my soup was eaten by you, all the way down to the spirit rootlets. I also know that it was your idea to make the bowls shallower. And now you went and fed some medicine to my phoenix. On this very day, I will ensure that you come to understand the severe consequences of stirring up trouble in our sect." With that, he gave chase. The truth was that all of the elders in the sect knew about the things that went on in the ovens. "You can't blame me," Bai Xiaochun shrieked miserably. "That bird of yours stole my medicinal pill. I really had nothing to do with it." Looking back over his shoulder, he saw the overly aggressive Elder Zhou, his cultivation base unfathomable. Bai Xiaochun immediately pushed forward with as much speed as possible, as if his life depended on it, rapidly transforming into nothing more than a set of afterimages. Up in midair, the male phoenix heard Bai Xiaochun's words, and his feathers immediately stood on end. Letting out a miserable squawk, he pointed his wings at Bai Xiaochun, and if he could talk, he would obviously be crying hysterically to everyone present that it was Bai Xiaochun who had given him the medicine. He most certainly hadn't stolen it. "Why you?" Seeing the phoenix falsely accuse him made Bai Xiaochun feel worse than before. How could he ever have imagined that, given how smart he was, he would one day be framed by a bird? Hatred filled his heart. Looking at the bird, he decided firmly in his heart that once this matter was resolved, he would ensure that bird felt what it was like to be humiliated. The bird might be a male, but Bai Xiaochun would find an even manlier bird to teach it a lesson. "How dare you quibble over meaningless details?" Elder Zhou said, picking up speed. As he shot toward Bai Xiaochun, he waved his sleeve, causing a massive power to shoot through the air. When it landed on Bai Xiaochun, however, he merely staggered a bit, and then picked up speed as if nothing had happened. The scene caused Elder Zhou's eyes to widen. He had used enough power to send any other outer sect disciple tumbling to the ground, and yet Bai Xiaochun treated it as if it were nothing. Bai Xiaochun was also shocked. The blow just now had shaken him down to his teeth and left him trembling. Looking back at Elder Zhou, he quickly produced the golden crow sword and poured some spiritual power into it. The golden crow materialized, and Bai Xiaochun transformed into a golden beam of light that shot up into the air. Elder Zhou snorted coldly, and also flew up, joined by his phoenix. All of the observing disciples in the area felt quite pleased at the ability to revel in Bai Xiaochun's misfortune. Seeing him flee madly for his life enabled them all to release a bit of the anger which had been festering inside of them. Wide smiles blossomed on the faces of Chen Xiang and Zhao Yidhua, and Lu Ergu, the so-called Lord Wolf, was so happy that tears streamed down his face. "The heavens do have eyes," he murmured. Flying through the air over Fragrant Cloud Peak, Bai Xiaochun let out a miserable cry. Anyone who wasn't watching what was happening but heard that scream would be completely shocked. "Elder Zhou, your bird's lying. I'm telling the truth, and he's making stuff up." Bai Xiaochun wanted to cry, but no tears would come. He stood atop the golden crow, pushing forward with everything he could muster. "Shut up," Elder Zhou roared. It was bad enough that Bai Xiaochun was constantly saying all kinds of things about his bird, but even worse, there were plenty of people who could hear it, and all of them had odd expressions on their faces. Elder Zhou's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, causing a blast of air to shoot toward Bai Xiaochun. "But it's true. Your bird is falsely accusing me." Bai Xiaochun just wanted to resolve the situation, and yet, the blast of air continued to close in, leaving him trembling in fear. Somehow pushing forward with even more speed, he managed to avoid the blast, and it smashed a sizable hole into a nearby boulder. Bai Xiaochun looked over his shoulder at the hole, and his scalp went numb. Finally, he decided to call upon his most powerful backer. "I'm the junior brother of the sect leader. I'm the apprentice of Taoist Master Spirit Civ. Nobody can help you now," Elder Zhou said, glaring. The truth was that he was actually losing a bit of face by personally chasing after Bai Xiaochun. What was even worse was that he hadn't even touched Bai Xiaochun, who was fleeing like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. It was truly a miserable sight. Somewhere on Fragrant Cloud Peak, Su Baokai looked up at what was happening, mixed emotions on his face. Of course, he wasn't worried about Bai Xiaochun. Rather, he felt bad for Elder Zhou, and couldn't help but think back to his own past. "Stop running, Bai Xiaochun," Elder Zhou cried, closing in like a powerful rock. Next to him, his phoenix continued to let out piercing cries, and occasionally pointed at Bai Xiaochun with his wings. "I'm a prestige disciple," Bai Xiaochun screamed. "I've shed blood for the sect. I've performed incredible service." As he fled for his life, his words echoed out even to Violet Cauldron Peak. Many people there looked up and saw Bai Xiaochun in full flight, and strange expressions quickly filled their faces. When they realized what was happening, they couldn't hold back from laughing. "That title is given to the dead," Elder Zhou growled. "I'm going to make you into a true prestige disciple." The truth was that he didn't really plan to kill Bai Xiaochun. He just wanted to teach him a very hard lesson. Hoping to scare him, he waved his hand again, sending out another blast of wind, which caused a vortex to spring up around Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun heard Elder Zhou's words, and then saw the wind vortex appear, he screamed even harder than before. He poured all of the spiritual power he could muster into the golden crow sword. Bai Xiaochun burst out from within the vortex, surrounded by golden light, shooting all the way to the midway point between Fragrant Cloud Peak and Mount Daoseed. It was only then that the light began to fade. Silver light glittered around him as he charged onward, screaming. He was well aware that Li Qingho wasn't in the sect at the moment, and that the only person who could save him was his elder brother's sect leader, which was why he was now heading toward Mount Daoseed. Elder Zhou was inwardly shocked that Bai Xiaochun had been able to dodge his attacks so many times, and was now sure that this was one of the reasons he'd been able to make it out alive when being pursued by the Luochen clan. However, considering that there were so many people watching, it left Elder Zhou with little face, and only served to fuel his anger. Unleashing all of his cultivation base, he shot after Bai Xiaochun once again. "Elder brother sect leader, save me," Bai Xiaochun wailed at the top of his lungs. Whistling through the air at top speed, he continued to evade Elder Zhou as he headed toward Mount Daoseed. His incredible agility made him very slippery. Of course, if Elder Zhou truly unleashed all of his Foundation Establishment divine abilities and techniques, he would probably have been able to pin Bai Xiaochun down. However, all he wanted to do was teach him a lesson. If he started using magical techniques and didn't rein in their power perfectly, he could very well deliver a fatal blow. However, at the moment, he couldn't even hit Bai Xiaochun at all. And yet, Bai Xiaochun was screaming miserably, which caused Elder Zhou to get even more angry. He quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing dark clouds to form in the sky above. Thunder crashed as lightning suddenly shot down toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were as round as saucers. The terrifying power he sensed within the lightning left his mind somewhat blank. Eyes bloodshot, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then pointed out. Instantly, violet qi appeared above his head, which shot toward the lightning. Elder Zhou was astonished. He'd set out to simply scare Bai Xiaochun, and although the lightning seemed like an attack, he'd aimed it to land next to Bai Xiaochun, not on him. But now, Bai Xiaochun was actually fighting back against it, causing Elder Zhou to suddenly try to rein the lightning in. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop all of it. Violet qi swirled up from Bai Xiaochun to meet the lightning, and as it did, the image of a cauldron appeared. When it slammed into the lightning, massive rumbling sounds echoed out, shaking everything in the area. The violet qi scattered, and as for the lightning, it dimmed by about half before slamming into the ground. Bai Xiaochun's face went pale, and he let out another plaintive scream. "Save me, elder brother! Save me, master! Oh, that the spirit of my master in the heavens would save me!" Elder Zhou stopped in place in midair, looking at Bai Xiaochun in surprise. Just now, he had managed to reduce the power of the lightning by about half, but even the remaining bit should have been enough to seriously injure any qi condensation cultivator. And yet, other than causing Bai Xiaochun's face to go pale and sending his qi and blood into chaos, it had done little else. That was violet qi cauldron summoning. Elder Zhou murmured to himself. Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei both said that Bai Xiaochun had gained enlightenment of violet qi cauldron summoning, but that level of power exceeds the 7th level of qi condensation. The battle prowess this kid can unleash with that technique is incredible. A strange light gleamed in Elder Zhou's eyes. Now that he realized Bai Xiaochun was a chosen of this caliber, some of his anger was mitigated. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun's ear-splitting screaming left him unsure of whether to laugh or cry. With a cold snort, he once again gave chase. I don't care if the phoenix was at fault, Bai Xiaochun was the main cause. This kid is stubborn and mischievous. I need to take the chance to scare him into restraint. Moments ago, the Foundation establishment cultivators of the 3 mountain peaks had been looking on, smiling with the realization that Elder Zhou was simply trying to frighten Bai Xiaochun. But then Bai Xiaochun suddenly fought back against the lightning, and their expressions flickered. Many were about to intervene, but then they realized that the lightning didn't harm him at all. Strange gleams appeared in their eyes. This kid is extraordinary. No wonder the Luochen clan couldn't chase him down and kill him. He has some very unique abilities. This young scion of ours might just be on the same level as Shangguan Tianyu. He's clearly surpassed Lu Tianlei and Zhou Xinqi already. As they looked on, nodding inwardly, sect leader Zhang Yuandong stood atop Mount Daoseed, watching the situation unfold with a strange look in his eyes. Even as Bai Xiaochun cried out at the top of his lungs, Zhang Yuandong was using divine sense to watch everything. He was shocked by what he saw Bai Xiaochun doing. Instead of immediately interfering, he waited, hoping to see Bai Xiaochun show off his full potential. Eventually, he began to nod with admiration. Finally, he flickered into motion, appearing directly in front of the madly fleeing Bai Xiaochun. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw Zhang Yuandong, he cried out, "Dear elder brother sect leader, Elder Zhou is trying to kill me. My poor little life is on the line." Even as the words left his mouth, he dove behind Zhang Yuandong to hide. Zhang Yuandong coughed dryly at Bai Xiaochun's woeful appearance. Smiling wryly, he looked up at the incoming Elder Zhou, who was glaring fiercely at Bai Xiaochun. A moment later, Elder Zhou came to a stop in front of him, where he clasped hands in greeting. These 2 men were wily old foxes, and as soon as their eyes met, they both knew what the other was thinking. Both of them were well aware that Bai Xiaochun's presence meant that the sect had another fearfully talented person in its ranks. That was something far more important than the trifling incident with the phoenix. If Li Qingho were in the sect, things would have been easier to keep under control. But with him gone, no one in the sect could really control Bai Xiaochun. That was especially true considering his recent achievements, coupled with the fact that he was a prestige disciple and the junior brother of the sect leader. Zhang Yuandong was fairly certain that if he tried to punish Bai Xiaochun would simply go to the portrait of his master to weep and complain. "Sect leader," said Elder Zhou, "please pay no heed to this affair and hand Bai Xiaochun over to me immediately." With that, Elder Zhou glared at Bai Xiaochun, chuckling cruelly. Bai Xiaochun's scalp immediately went numb, and he began to explain, "Your bird." As soon as Elder Zhou heard the word bird, his face began to turn green. Bai Xiaochun immediately bit his tongue and turned his pleading gaze to Zhang Yuandong. "Elder brother," he said, "I've shed my own blood for the sect. I've performed great services." Zhang Yuandong's face twitched, and he coughed dryly. "Elder Zhou," he said, "let's drop this matter. Xiaochun might be a bit naughty and mischievous, but he's a good person. How about this? If anything like this happens again in the future, I won't intervene at all, and you can handle the matter any way you see fit." Elder Zhou looked very torn, but eventually he nodded begrudgingly. Then he took his leave, casting one more glare at Bai Xiaochun as he did. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. He looked a bit suspicious. He was an intelligent person, and the way things had turned out seemed very sudden. Something seemed off. However, he wasn't completely sure of what it all meant, so he looked over at the sect leader. Zhang Yuandong looked back at him. "Those phoenixes were raised by Elder Zhou's former Taoist partner," he said coolly. "There was a battle once outside the sect in which that Taoist partner died in the process of saving Elder Zhou's life. Elder Zhou himself barely survived. The pain of losing his Taoist partner harmed his mind, and he nearly went insane. Most people think he's merely obsessed with plants and vegetation. What they don't know is that without that obsession, he wouldn't be able to suppress the insanity within. He uses that obsession to stave off the madness. In the future, don't provoke him. If he really goes mad, I might not be able to save you in time." Hearing this, Bai Xiaochun's spine tingled in fear, and yet, he couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Elder Zhou. Nodding vigorously, he said, "I really didn't give it the medicine. His bird really did steal it from me." Zhang Yuandong patted Bai Xiaochun's shoulder. "Karma exists everywhere. In this case, the karma was sown by you, so there's no need to think too much about the details." With that, Zhang Yuandong turned and left. Bai Xiaochun sighed at how unlucky he was, and began to contemplate ways to avoid Elder Zhou in the future. Then he cautiously returned to Fragrant Cloud Peak, where he went into seclusion in his residence. As for the thieving bird, Bai Xiaochun decided that considering how he needed to avoid provoking Elder Zhou, it would be best to cast aside any thoughts of revenge. "True men don't fight with birds," he told himself to make the decision easier to stomach. Sitting there in his log cabin, he produced several of the violet chi spirit ascension pills he had concocted. Thinking back to how Elder Zhou had attacked him during the chase, his eyes gleamed with envy. "Foundation establishment cultivators are pretty incredible," he thought, sighing. "He almost made me cough up some blood. Thankfully, I have my undying skin." With another glance at the violet chi spirit ascension pills, he looked around furtively to make sure he was alone, and then produced the turtle walk to perform some spirit enhancements. Soon, all of the pills had received threefold enhancements and contained faint silver designs on their surfaces. Bai Xiaochun sighed again. If only I had some fuel to make four-colored flame. Based on some discreet inquiries he'd made earlier, he knew that the sect did have fuel to make four-colored flame. However, it wasn't very plentiful and required an incredible amount of merit points to acquire. With the exception of certain unique medicines or certain cultivation practices related to fire, it was rare to ever need four-colored flame. It was generally impossible to procure such fuel from the market at the bottom of the mountain. The only place it usually appeared was at auction, and even then it wasn't commonly seen. I'm running low on spirit tales too, he thought. After some more thought, he finally popped one of the violet chi spirit ascension pills into his mouth and began to cultivate. Days passed. Bai Xiaochun practiced cultivation the entire time, occasionally consuming violet chi spirit ascension pills as he did. His cultivation rapidly progressed until eventually he ran out of pills. It happened late at night, when the clouds filled the sky obscuring the moon. Inside, rumbling could be heard, not within the cabin itself, but inside Bai Xiaochun's body. He began to shake as spiritual power built up inside of him, becoming a vast, dragon-like river that raged through all of his chi vessels. After completing a full cycle within him, his overall spiritual power expanded, surpassing his previous limit significantly. Filth oozed out from the pores all over his body, and an invigorating sense of buoyancy filled him. Enlivened, his eyes snapped open, and they shone like beacons in the dark of night. The 8th level of chi condensation. Laughing heartily, he rushed out of his courtyard to wash off. He had been in the spirit stream sect for years now, and although he was a lot tougher, he hadn't grown much physically, which left him feeling a bit depressed. In terms of his overall appearance, he was still just as pure and fair and just as skinny. Now that I'm in the 8th level of chi condensation, my controlling arts should be much more powerful. He waved his finger at a nearby boulder, which subsequently flew up into the air. In accord with Bai Xiaochun's will, it sped up, then slowed down as he experimented with both lightness and heaviness and lightness. What I'm most interested in, however, is what I accidentally unleashed when fighting Chen Heng, the human-controlling grand magic. Eyes shining with a bright light, Bai Xiaochun experimented a bit more, but made little progress. After all, controlling inanimate objects and controlling people were two different things. Finally, he decided to abandon the idea for the time being. Later, back in his courtyard, he stood there contemplating the matter. In the description of the Violet Chi Cauldron summoning art, it says that once you cultivate all the way to the 8th level, you can utilize a mid-grade version of Violet Chi Cauldron summoning. With that, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and waved his finger. Violet Chi swirled about, and after 2 breaths of time passed, a large violet cauldron appeared in front of him. This time it went much faster than before, at least twice as fast. Furthermore, it was larger than before, and it was much more corporeal. It was so clear that various magical symbols could be seen engraved on the surface of the cauldron. From the terrifying pressure that radiated from the large cauldron, Bai Xiaochun could tell that it was anything but ordinary. That pressure is far more powerful than before. He quickly probed his cultivation base. When he used Violet Chi Cauldron summoning in the past, it drew significantly on his spiritual power and would require a lot of cultivation to recover from afterward. But now, he still retained about 70% of his internal spiritual energy. I can use it 3 times in a row. Elated, he dispersed the violet cauldron and pulled out the golden crow sword. As the golden light spread, he stepped onto the golden crow and then flew out of the sect. Soon he was in the jungle outside of the sect. Up above, the sky rumbled with thunder, as though a storm were brewing. Sensing the impending danger of the storm, Bai Xiaochun quickly stopped in place and performed an incantation gesture, once again summoning the violet cauldron. Waving his finger, he sent it smashing into a nearby boulder. A boom echoed out, and the ground trembled, startling countless birds and animals. A crater appeared, with crevices snaking out from it for 30 meters in all directions. So powerful, he said with a gasp. After measuring himself up, he was sure that with his undying silver skin and Violet Chi Cauldron summoning, if he had to fight Chen Heng again, it wouldn't take much effort on his part to wipe him out. Or maybe not. He thought after a bit of hesitation. After all, fighting Chen Heng would still be quite dangerous, and would be best avoided. He could still lose his poor little life. The best thing would be to fight only enemies in the 7th level of Chi condensation. With the snap of a finger, I, Bai Xiaochun, could easily turn anyone from the 1st to the 7th level of Chi condensation into ash. He flicked his sleeve proudly, but unfortunately, there was no nearby fence to stand on. He was forced to remain on the Golden Crow sword, sticking his chin up, looking up at the clouds like a lonely hero. Finally, he turned the Golden Crow sword around and headed back toward the sect. However, it was at this point that countless lightning bolts formed overhead. Attracted by the Golden Crow sword, they began to descend toward Bai Xiaochun like silver snakes. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and moments later, agonized screams could be heard amidst the crash of thunder. Soon after, Bai Xiaochun hobbled back to Fragrant Cloud Peak, hair standing on end, face smudged with ash, heart pounding with residual fear. He crawled back into his courtyard and thought back to the rain of lightning he had just passed through, and shivered. Then he swore an oath to never again fly on a sword through a thunderstorm. That wasn't flying, that was risking one's life. Back in his log cabin, he grimaced in pain for quite some time before composing himself. Sitting down cross-legged on his bed, he looked at the rain falling outside, and then slowly rotated his cultivation base. Tier 2 spirit medicines are appropriate for the 8th level of qi condensation and lower. If I want to raise my cultivation base any further, I really need to concoct some Tier 3 spirit medicine. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered the matter. Tier 3 spirit medicines are even harder to concoct. The only way to do it with confidence is to first be very familiar with numerous Tier 2 spirit medicines. Without a stable foundation, the chances of success are small. With that, he opened his bag of holding and examined his current accumulation of resources. The result was a long sigh. Although he had collected quite a few gifts due to his status as a prestige disciple, he had consumed a terrifying amount of ingredients in his pill concocting efforts recently. The result was that his stores were running low. "I can't keep going on this way," he said, bowing his head thoughtfully. "I'll definitely run out. I'm already a pretty incredible journeyman apothecary. Maybe I should try to sell some medicine." That thought started to get him excited. By the next morning, the rain had stopped, and he left his residence to go to the market and ask some questions. After getting a clearer idea of the prices of various medicinal pills, he bought a huge batch of medicinal plants, and then went to the sect to buy more with merit points. Finally, he took another trip to the medicine concocting pavilion to begin working. Although Tier 2 medicinal pills would fetch a high price, they consumed a lot of ingredients. Furthermore, considering the way he concocted, they wouldn't be the best use of his time. Therefore, he chose to concoct some Tier 1 medicines that he was more familiar with. Over the course of the following days, he produced 3 different types of spirit medicines, each batch of which produced 8 or 9 pills. He also made 2 sticks of spirit incense. With that accomplished, he headed back to the market. The South Bank market wasn't very large. Other than a few shops set up by inner sect disciples and other senior members of the sect, most of the establishments were run by various cultivator clans from other parts of the Eastwood continent. It was like a little town, bustling mostly with outer sect disciples from the 3 mountain peaks. Having been there on numerous occasions, Bai Xiaochun was quite familiar with the place. After finding the shop he was looking for, he entered and cleared his throat, whereupon a salesperson approached. "Call the shop owner out," Bai Xiaochun said. "In addition to buying some ingredients, this time I want to sell some medicinal pills." With that, he sat down in a chair, smiling so broadly that his eyes turned into slits. A short time later, a middle-aged man wearing a long violet robe walked up. When he saw that it was Bai Xiaochun, he smiled. "Fellow Taoist Bai, I am your humble servant Sun Chun," he said, clasping hands. "I've heard many stories about you, fellow Taoist Bai, but was always worried about disturbing your peace, so I never went to offer formal greetings. I truly regret that now." Beaming, Sun Chun sat down across from Bai Xiaochun. Well aware of Bai Xiaochun's high position in the sect, he had no desire to offend him. Furthermore, the fact that he was a prestige disciple meant that the Sun clan still wanted to get on Bai Xiaochun's good side, despite the 100-year prohibition set in place by the sect leader. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily and then exchanged some pleasantries. Next, he pulled out 3 bottles of medicinal pills and 2 sticks of incense, which he placed on the table between them. Sticking his chin up, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Sun, How much do you think these are worth? Sun Chun picked up the medicinal pills, and after examining them, seemed pleasantly surprised. Although they were low-grade Tier 1 medicinal pills, they had an impurity level of only about 81 or 82%, placing them very close to the mid-grade level. The pills usually acquired by the shop tended to be low-grade pills with impurity levels of 84 or 85%. Looking up at Bai Xiaochun with shining eyes, he said, "Brother Bai, your Tao of medicine is quite refined. We would love to purchase all of your spirit medicines. How about we offer you 120 spirit stones? What do you say?" Bai Xiaochun was instantly delighted. That price was almost 4 spirit stones per medicinal pill, which was just about the highest price possible for low-grade Tier 1 medicinal pills. Actually, the production cost for such a pill was, on average, only about half a spirit stone. Thrilled, the two of them completed the transaction and then continued to chat a bit. Eventually they came to an agreement. As long as Bai Xiaochun continued to supply the shop with medicinal pills, he could acquire ingredients without handing over any spirit stones. In the end, Bai Xiaochun left feeling very pleased. More time passed. Months went by in a flash, during which time Bai Xiaochun continuously concocted Tier 1 spirit medicines to sell in exchange for ingredients. He also spent time familiarizing himself with Tier 2 spirit medicines. Gradually, he grew more and more adept. At the same time, his relationship with the Sun Clan's medicine shop grew more stable. The Sun Clan bought virtually all of his medicinal pills. One day during the course of doing business, Sun Chun took a few bottles of medicinal pills and handed some plant ingredients over to Bai Xiaochun. As they chatted, Sun Clan sighed and said, "Brother Bai, considering your skill in medicine concocting, why don't you concoct some Tier 2 spirit medicine? Every few years 100 clans auction is held, and as of today it's only about 3 months away. If you concocted some Tier 2 spirit medicine, I could help you put some of it up for auction. I'm sure you'd get a great price." After their months of doing business together, Sun Chun had come to find that Bai Xiaochun was cheerful and charismatic, and quite the joy to interact with, which was why he was being so helpful. Bai Xiaochun had also heard of the 100 Clans auction, which was arranged by roughly 100 of the Cultivator clans from the Eastwood continent. There were 3 locations where the auctions would be held. One was in the North Bank Market, the second was the South Bank Market, and the third was in the largest city of cultivators on the continent, Eastwood City. Bai Xiaochun had been in the Spirit Stream sect for several years already, and the last auction had been held around the time he had first joined the Outer sect. Back then, he had been mostly focused on stealing spirit tail chickens, and hadn't been interested in auctions. His interest having been piqued, he asked a few questions about when exactly the South Bank auction would be held, and then finally took his leave. After returning to the medicine concocting pavilion, he sat down cross-legged to think for a while before finally making a decision. What Sun Chun said makes sense. Instead of selling a little bit here and there, I might as well take advantage of the situation to sell something really expensive. Afterward, I can purchase a whole bunch of ingredients. After considering things, he thought of some various Tier 2 spirit medicines and finally decided to concoct the one he was most familiar with, the Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pill. Having made his decision, he went into seclusion at the medicine concocting pavilion and began to work on concocting Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pills. 2 months went by. After exchanging all of the medicinal pills he could for ingredients, he was able to concoct 3 bottles of Violet Chi Spirit Ascension pills, each one containing 10 pills. He also ended up with 1 pill whose color was different from the other light violet pills. This pill was dark violet, and didn't have a very strong medicinal aroma, as if it refused to let such an aroma waft out from within it. When that particular medicinal pill had emerged, the pill furnace had shaken in a way that was clearly different than the previous times. It was even been accompanied by a burst of earth flame. Upon closer examination of the pill, Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Mid-grade. I, Bai Xiaochun, have finally concocted a mid-grade spirit medicine. There probably won't be very many mid-grade spirit medicines at the auction. However, if I really want to cause a stir, I'll have to do better than this. After all, this auction only happens once every few years. There will surely be plenty of rare items up for sale. After some thought, he gritted his teeth and then took out the turtle walk to perform a spirit enhancement. After the threefold enhancement was completed, silver light glittered, and the spirit medicine was no longer mid-grade. It had broken all the way past superior grade to be premium grade. This type of premium grade pill was quite shocking, with an impurity level of only 10% or so. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased. The violet qi spirit ascension pill resting in his hand was now so dark it was almost black. It had 3 spirit designs on its surface, which were faint but clearly visible. Anyone who laid eyes on the pill would be able to tell that it was something extraordinary. Bai Xiaochun suddenly had the feeling that this pill was another tool he could use to become famous. Laughing proudly, he pulled out a little knife and carved a picture onto it, a lovely little turtle. Lord Turtle will once again make an appearance. Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet in excitement and anticipation. He took his medicinal pills out of the sect and returned 2 hours later in high spirits, looking very pleased with himself. He could still picture the shock on Sun Chen's face the moment he saw the 3 bottles of violet qi spirit ascension pills. The moment he noticed that there was also a premium-grade spirit medicine which had received a 3-fold spirit enhancement, his jaw had nearly dropped to the floor in astonishment. Only 1 more month to go until the auction, Bai Xiaochun thought, looking at the jade slip he held, which was his ticket to the auction itself. Throughout the following days, everyone was talking about the auction. Soon, the disciples of the 3 mountain peaks on the southern bank began to make various preparations, hoping to strike it lucky at the auction. The market also thrummed with activity. One of my clanmates from the North Bank said that in the last auction, a Yellow Springs flame went up for sale, a legendary item. It was only a spark, but could still be considered a unique treasure. One of the disciples from the North Bank bought it at an exorbitant price. There should be tons of unique treasures up for sale at this 100 clans auction, including a lot of shocking medicinal pills. That's because the outer sect chosen battles will be coming up. They only happen once every 30 years. You're probably right. The joint North and South Bank outer sect chosen battles are a grand occasion for the entire Spirit Stream sect. It's too bad that the top 10 from the South Bank haven't been able to match up to the North Bank for years now. I wonder if one of the South Bank's top 10 will be able to get revenge this year? Over the following month, talk of the auction grew more and more common throughout the sect. Bai Xiaochun heard much of the talk and noticed a lot of people discussing the joint North and South Bank outer sect chosen battles. However, he didn't pay much attention to such talk. Soon, the month had passed. One morning at dawn when Bai Xiaochun was meditating, his eyes suddenly opened, and he pulled a glowing jade slip out of his bag of holding. The auction is going to start, he thought, eyes shining with anticipation. He quickly hurried out of his courtyard and raced down the mountain. Along the way, he passed quite a few outer sect disciples, until he noticed a few beams of light speeding by overhead. He smacked his own forehead at the realization that he'd forgotten about being able to fly. Quickly performing an incantation gesture, he summoned the Golden Crow sword. Stepping onto the Golden Crow, he transformed into a beam of golden light that shot off into the distance. He soon reached the market. Head high and chest out, he entered the auction pavilion. It was a huge structure, with several thousand seats set up on the auction floor, as well as an open area behind the seats where a crowd of people stood, packed together tightly. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was whisked away by Sun Chun, who took him to a private room on the 2nd floor, and then left. The room was relatively small, with a narrow balcony, beneath which was the main auction floor. The auction stage was also clearly visible. This was not Bai Xiaochun's first time being present for such a lively affair. Instead of behaving like the Foundation establishment cultivators in the other private rooms, who stayed out of sight, Bai Xiaochun made sure to lean out of the balcony. Worried that people might not notice him, he began to clear his throat as loudly as possible. Soon, some people down below saw him, casting odd glances at him before turning away. Unfortunately, there were simply too many people present, so no matter how loudly he cleared his throat, the sound would only go so far. Off in the distance, he caught sight of Ho Xiaomei, as well as Zhou Xinqi and some of the other people he knew. However, they were too far away to notice him. Even after yelling at the top of his lungs, they didn't turn his way, and he started to get a bit depressed. Finally, he lost interest. In any case, sticking himself out of the balcony was a bit tiring. Furthermore, there was always the danger of accidentally falling. If that happened, then it would only take a day for everyone on the entire South Bank to hear about it. Time passed and more people showed up. After about an hour, the sound of a cauldron being struck rung out, and everything went quiet. Countless eyes were all fixed on the auction stage. Soon, a middle-aged man in a green garment appeared. Smiling, he stood there and greeted everyone with clasped hands. "I am your humble servant Xianxia. I presume many of you fellow Taoists are already familiar with me. I will be presiding over the auction today. The rules are the same as ever, all lots go to the highest bidder." Without any further ado, he waved his right hand, and a glowing door rose up on the auction stage. A young woman emerged, holding a platter, atop which was an oddly shaped rock formed of various metals. The rock glowed with garish, multicolored light that reflected within the excited, shocked eyes of the thousands of auction attendees. Bai Xiaochun looked closely at the rock, but couldn't quite tell what it was. However, other people in the crowd seemed to know exactly what it was, and were already getting excited. When Qianxia spoke, his voice was soft, but he boosted it with his foundation establishment cultivation base, ensuring that it spread out for all to hear. Lot 1 is a piece of auric ore. Minimum bid, 300 spirit stones. Bid increment is a minimum of 50 spirit stones. 350 spirit stones, someone cried out. 400. Almost as soon as the first bid came out, another topped it. Before long, the price reached 700 spirit stones, and the item was sold to a disciple from Violet Cauldron Peak. Bai Xiaochun looked at the piece of ore with wide eyes, trying to figure out why it could possibly be worth 700 spirit stones. Another thing he'd noticed was that after the auction had begun, a spell formation had been activated which amplified the voices of anyone calling out bids. "It's just a piece of metal," he thought a bit sourly as he sat there watching. More items appeared and were sold. One of them was a green horn from a juvenile dragon, which had apparently been struck by lightning, leaving sparks of electricity coursing along its surface. It fetched a price of 8,000 spirit stones, which left Bai Xiaochun completely shaken. After the auction had been going for about an hour, Qianxia's voice rang out with the following words: "The next lot is a bottle of Tier 2 spirit medicine, Violet Qi Spirit Ascension Pills, a total of 10. They are close to mid-grade with an impurity level of 81%. Minimum price 100 spirit stones. Bid increment is a minimum of 10 spirit stones." Bai Xiaochun instantly perked up and stared out at the auction floor in anticipation. Thinking nervously about how much he might make, he waited for someone to call out a bid. However, for some reason, the only thing that met his ears was silence. Even as his heart began to pound, someone called out an opening bid. 110 spirit stones. The bidder was an outer sect disciple, and the amount bid was apparently all of his savings. After calling out the bid, he stared around nervously. However, Bai Xiaochun was even more nervous than he was. That bottle of Violet Qi Spirit Ascension Pills had cost him about 50 spirit stones to manufacture, and if he sold it at the market, would fetch a price of 150 or 160. At the moment, all he could do was scowl at the audience in astonishment. Just when Qianxia was about to strike down with the auction hammer, someone else called out another price. Then more people jumped in. In the end, the price jumped all the way to 180 spirit stones. 180 spirit stones isn't bad. That's about 20 higher than at the market. Sighing in relief, he wiped the sweat from his brow. The truth was, the price the bottle had fetched earned him a tidy profit, although it didn't come close to the value of some of the other precious items which had gone up for bid so far. Soon, his second bottle went up and ended up selling for a slightly higher price, 200 spirit stones. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased. By the time the third bottle went up, the Qi condensation disciples were getting very excited, and more people jumped in on the bidding. In the end, Bai Xiaochun was ecstatic. The final price reached 230 spirit stones. More than 700 spirit stones. Now this is what I call an auction. I already have enough spirit stones to concoct a Tier 3 spirit medicine. Bai Xiaochun was an easy person to please. His sour mood from before was completely gone, and he sat there happily waiting for the premium-grade spirit medicine to appear. Considering the price the other bottles fetched, I think the premium grade might get 300 spirit stones. After a bit of hesitation, he changed his mind. 200 would be fine. He nodded confidently. Time passed. Bai Xiaochun sat there waiting until it was afternoon. There on the auction stage, Chen Song's expression suddenly turned a bit strange. Looking around at the audience, he cleared his throat. The next lot is something a bit interesting. It's a Tier 2 spirit medicine, also a violet chi spirit ascension pill. However, there's something different about it. Bai Xiaochun sat there anxiously on the balcony, mind buzzing with nervousness. People on the auction floor immediately got excited upon hearing Chen Song's announcement. The only ones who didn't care were the inner sect disciples whose cultivation bases were above the 8th level of chi condensation, who began to chat among themselves about other topics, or simply closed their eyes to rest. Please take a moment to examine the pill first, Chen Song said with a dry cough. Afterward, I will reveal the price. It was at this point that a pretty young woman emerged from the glowing door, holding a wooden box in her hands. Excitement built as everyone craned their necks to try to get a look at exactly what type of violet chi spirit ascension pill this was that would cause such a strange expression to appear on Chen Song's face. Bai Xiaochun was getting more and more nervous, and began to breathe heavily as he looked over at the auction stage. A moment later, the pretty young woman lifted the lid off the box and pulled out a dark violet pill. The medicinal pill was especially conspicuous considering the fairness of her skin. It glowed with a soft light, and the 3 designs on its surface were especially noticeable. Also visible was the little turtle etched next to the spirit designs. At first, silence prevailed, but then a huge commotion broke out. A 3-fold spirit enhancement. Heavens! Are my eyes deceiving me? That's insane. It's actually a Tier 2 spirit medicine with a 3-fold spirit enhancement. I can't believe somebody succeeded in doing such a thing. This is crazy. A spirit-enhanced violet chi spirit ascension pill. The voices of the flabbergasted outer sect disciples rose up into a cacophony that filled the entire auction floor. Damn it! Who actually did something like that? What a waste. A 3-fold spirit enhancement like that? What psycho had the inclination to do such a thing? Even the inner sect disciples who had been ignoring things up to this point looked over in surprise. When they saw the spirit designs running across the surface of the medicinal pill, their eyes went wide, and they gasped. Many of them even shot to their feet. It must be stated that the success rate of spirit enhancement was not very high. A 1-fold enhancement was difficult enough, and a 2-fold enhancement was even harder. As for a 3-fold enhancement, it all depended on luck. Even grandmasters wouldn't dare to claim the ability to succeed at a 3-fold enhancement. In the spirit stream sect, far too many people had destroyed magical items in the process of attempting 3-fold spirit enhancements, much to their heartache. Because of that, most people had a love-hate relationship with spirit enhancement. Whenever people did manage to succeed, they would arouse the envy of their contemporaries. For a magical item to successfully receive a 3-fold spirit enhancement would make it more powerful to a shocking degree, and would make many people desire to acquire it. But now, everyone was astonished to find themselves looking at a medicinal pill which had received a 3-fold spirit enhancement. Furthermore, it was a Tier 2 medicinal pill. If a gorgeous pattern were to develop on the wings of a butterfly, everyone would marvel at the spectacular beauty. But if such a design were to appear on the back of a pig, it could only be described as a huge waste. Mixed emotions could be seen on the faces of the onlookers as numerous thoughts ran through their minds. Many of them even clenched their fists into balls, causing veins to bulge out on their hands and faces. The inner sect disciples from Violet Cauldron Peak were especially pained, considering that they studied spirit enhancement as part of their cultivation. What luck! Somebody actually managed to perform a spirit enhancement on a medicinal pill, and then brought it here to sell. Damn it! If I were that lucky, I would definitely have a spirit-enhanced treasure. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators on the second floor were looking at the medicinal pill in front of them in shock. Bai Xiaochun sat on the balcony watching all of this happening, somewhat surprised. He looked blankly at the enraged crowd below, some of whom were turning red in the face. He suddenly had the feeling that he might have gone too far. He immediately put a look of righteous indignation onto his face and then pointed at the medicinal pill angrily. "Loser!" he shouted furiously. "What loser made that pill?" Off in the distance, Sun Chun was smiling wryly. When he first saw the medicinal pill, he had experienced the same feeling most people in the audience were feeling right now. But then he saw the way Bai Xiaochun was acting off in the distance, and his jaw dropped. A little bit of sweat even dripped down the side of his face. However, it was at this point that someone in the crowd with sharp eyes happened to notice the little turtle etched into the side of the pill. Why does that little turtle seem so familiar? Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, others in the crowd began to look more closely at the pill. At first, they had all been so surprised by the 3 spirit designs that they didn't look at anything else. But now they all noticed the turtle etching. That little turtle. Hey, I remember. Back on Fragrant Cloud Peak, the first place spot on all of the stone steels at the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion is occupied by a little turtle. This turtle looks just like that one. The style is exactly the same. That was etched by a person. The person who concocted that pill, and then went to the insane length of performing a 3-fold spirit enhancement, was none other than the mysterious and unfathomable chosen of Fragrant Cloud Peak, the little turtle. Cries of excitement rang up. After all, many disciples in the audience were from Fragrant Cloud Peak, and once they saw the little turtle, they were struck with astonishment. More and more people caught sight of the turtle, and gasps rang out. People even began to rise to their feet. Although not much news about Fragrant Cloud Peak's little turtle had spread lately, he was incredibly famous. Everyone in the sect knew about him, and many people continued to speculate all the time about who exactly he was. However, no one had been able to solve the mystery. The little turtle was simply too mysterious, so mysterious that apparently no one knew his true identity. He liked to keep an extremely low profile and was indifferent to the outside world, paying virtually no attention to it at all. But all of a sudden, he had made another appearance. Furthermore, he had chosen to completely shake the entire auction and shock everyone who attended. Xianxia was there in the crowd, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at the medicinal pill. Her chest heaved, and various emotions coursed through her. "So you finally show your face," she murmured to herself. "A chosen like you cannot remain hidden forever within the sea of people. You may want to remain out of sight, but your incredible talents have doomed you to be revealed, no matter how much you try to hide. I will find out who you are one day." Xianxia had spent a lot of time secretly investigating the little turtle. For a time, she had suspected Bai Xiaochun, but soon decided that it couldn't be him, and made up her own version of who the little turtle was. He was a cold, proud man who would never taint his own name because of a desire to be famous. Xianxia actually wasn't the only one who had come to such a conclusion. Most people felt the same, even Ho Xiaomei. Of course, much of that was because of how much Bai Xiaochun himself had propagated stories about the little turtle. Many people had even analyzed why he used a turtle as his mark. The explanation was that he had a reserved personality, but also maintained lofty aspirations. Like turtles, his medicinal pills would survive for thousands of years into the future. Ho Xiaomei stood not too far off in the distance, her eyes wide with adoration. Because of Bai Xiaochun's urgings, she worshipped the little turtle more than anyone else in the sect. In fact, she'd even found other disciples like herself and had formed something of a club, which they called the Little Turtle League. What? The little turtle? Ho Xiaomei nearly jumped up into the air in excitement as she pointed at the auction stage. The entire auction floor had devolved into chaos. Now, people no longer said even a single comment in anger or skepticism. Instead, profound expressions appeared on their faces. "He definitely pursues excellence to the extreme," A proud chosen such as the little turtle would never perform a spirit enhancement on a medicinal pill just to sell it at auction. He seeks the quintessence of the Tao of medicine. He did it as a means of research because of his incredible focus. Even the inner sect disciples who had been in such pain earlier were now heaving sighs and looking at each other in dismay. All of them had to admit they were incapable of pulling off a threefold spirit enhancement. Now I understand what type of chosen he is. He's not insane, nor is he showing off. He has grand aspirations. He's completely focused. He wants his medicinal pills to reach the ultimate pinnacle. Incredible. Shocking. This level of focus, this level of willpower, this type of perfect pill. We can all strive to imitate him. A threefold spirit enhancement can raise an object's quality by 3 grades. That means that this medicinal pill was originally mid-grade. The little turtle's skill in medicine concocting has already far surpassed my own. He definitely deserves his reputation. That medicinal pill should be kept as souvenir. I must have it. The inner sect disciples' eyes shone with a bright light. Although the pill wasn't suitable for them to consume, it could fill them with inspiration. Looking at a pill like that made them feel as if they were looking at a chosen who cared not for fame or fortune, who was completely focused, who strove only after the Tao of medicine. Seeing how quickly the conversation had changed, Bai Xiaochun, who had been joining along in the public outrage, suddenly stared around with wide eyes. After hearing what people were saying, his face began to turn red. Are they talking about me? He thought, trembling. He had never before realized how superior he was. Now that he suddenly saw the light, he had the urge to yell at the top of his lungs, to tell everyone around him that he was the famous Lord Turtle. However, it was at this point that Xianxia cleared his throat and smiled. As all of you can see, this pill has great symbolic meaning. Minimum bid, 500 spirit stones. Bid increment is a minimum of 50 spirit stones. Bai Xiaochun gasped when he heard the astronomical price. Most outer sect disciples couldn't even afford that many spirit stones. 600 spirit stones. 700 spirit stones. That pill contains the essence of the Tao of medicine. I must acquire it. 800. Who dares to top me? The inner sect disciples immediately began to call out prices, and soon everyone was in an uproar. Bids continued to be called out, and soon the price reached 1,500 spirit stones. Bai Xiaochun's throat was dry, and he was panting in disbelief. Crazy, he mouthed in excitement. They're all crazy. Wait, let's get a bit more crazy, people. Come on. Everybody join in. 1,800 spirit stones. That bid came from Xianxia, causing numerous people to look over in her direction. Bai Xiaochun even began to cheer her on. The price had already reached the limit of what was possible for inner sect disciples to afford. Although none of them wished to let the pill go, they had no choice but to sigh. After all, Xianxia was already a chosen in the Tao of medicine. Since she wanted the pill, none of the other disciples were willing to compete with her. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with the price, and had to hold himself back from running over to Xianxia, grabbing the auction hammer, and banging it down to end the bidding. However, it was at this point that the stubborn and determined voice of young woman rang out, fiery as a pepper. I am Ho Xiaomei of the Ho clan. I bid 3,000 spirit stones. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide as his mind filled with the thought of 3,000 spirit stones. He looked over at Ho Xiaomei, eyes shining, and suddenly felt the desire to run over, hug her, give her 3,000 thumbs up and tell her, great job. When the rest of the disciples on the auction floor heard that huge price coming out of Ho Xiaomei's mouth, the commotion instantly ceased, and jaws dropped. They looked over to find Ho Xiaomei standing there, hands on her hips, chest heaving, looking very fair and delicate. She was pretty, but had a proud look on her face, and looked like a blazing hot pepper. Sticking her chin up, she looked over at Xianxia with a look that said, I'm from the Ho clan, and I'm not scared of anyone. Plus, I'm rich. The overall effect wasn't off-putting, but rather made her seem quite cute. Quite a few people broke out into smiles at the sight, whereas others were even more shocked than before. 3,100 spirit stones. Zhou Xinqi said coolly, her expression growing a bit colder. The little turtle is very important to me, Hou Xiaomei said. I don't care how expensive it is. Any pill made by him must belong to me. Humph. For 1,000 spirit stones. I'm from the Hou clan, and I have plenty of money to go around. She especially emphasized the last sentence. Next to her, Hou Yunfei bowed his head in nervous embarrassment. He wasn't sure why his little sister worshipped the little turtle with such frenzied devotion. Zhou Xinqi's fans couldn't watch this go on, and many of them began to cry out that only a loser would spend so much money on a Tier 2 spirit medicine. Hou Xiaomei wasn't too happy to hear such things. Sticking her chest out and planting her hands on her hips, she barked, I've got a lot of spirit stones, so you can just bite me. As Bai Xiaochun watched the events unfold, he couldn't help but muse that he had made the right decision to pull Hou Xiaomei off the crooked path and onto the way of righteousness. Zhou Xinqi frowned. Unfortunately, she didn't have that many spirit stones, and so finally, she had no choice but to give up. Hou Xiaomei was delighted that Zhou Xinqi didn't make any more bids. The truth was that she didn't have as many spirit stones as she had implied. She had only said so in front of so many people in the hopes that it would force her clan's patriarch to accommodate her. In the end, Hou Xiaomei was very pleased to have won the threefold spirit-enhanced medicinal pill. Bai Xiaochun was also very pleased. Looking admiringly at Hou Xiaomei, he cleared his throat. In his opinion, considering how much she admired him, it would be improper not to tell her about his true identity. Having reached this conclusion, and seeing that the first day of the auction was coming to an end, he decided that now was the time to go out and proclaim his identity to the public. Meanwhile, backstage, various patriarchs from the Cultivator clans were gathered, having been tasked with standing guard over the auction. One of them was a middle-aged man, who was currently coughing dryly as he looked around wryly at his fellow patriarchs. Well, my granddaughter sure is stubborn. I'm afraid she's made a bit of a fool of herself in front of all of you. With that, he bitterly produced a large sum of spirit stones which he put off to the side. What an innocent girl! The other patriarchs all laughed good-naturedly. The first day of the auction was over, and although there were more days to come, Bai Xiaochun had already sold his medicinal pills, so he didn't plan to return. He walked over to the entrance of the auction and stood there watching everyone filing out of the auction house. Virtually all of them were excitedly discussing the matter of the violet chi spirit ascension pill. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun caught sight of Zhou Xinqi. He wanted to go encourage her not to feel disheartened, but as soon as he took a step forward to head in her direction, she looked over and saw him coming. Without another word, she transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place, feeling a bit depressed. But then he heard a voice coming from behind him. Big bro Xiaochun. It was Hou Xiaomei, who came bouncing over happily through the crowd, followed by Hou Yunfei, who was also smiling. Bai Xiaochun looked away from Zhou Xinqi and gave Hou Xiaomei a smile of praise. Looking very much like a member of the senior generation, he patted her on the head. Hey there, chaste little sister. I have to say you did a great job. The way you won that final item in the auction was very domineering. Hou Xiaomei's face turned bright red. Seeming to recall something all of a sudden, she pulled out the violet chi spirit ascension pill. Big bro Xiaochun, look, this medicinal pill was concocted by the little turtle. Would you like it? Here, take it. Didn't you say before that you also adore the little turtle? I bought this pill just for you. Anyone who saw the expression on her face would be moved. Holding out the pill to Bai Xiaochun, she looked at him with keen anticipation, as if he were the only thing that existed in the world. When Hou Yunfei saw this, his gaze softened, and he smiled, but didn't say anything. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Never could he have imagined that Hou Xiaomei's goal in winning the medicinal pill was to give it to him. It was very moving. Seeing that they were surrounded by quite a few people, he took a deep breath and put a solemn expression on his face. Eyes filling with determination, he clasped his hands behind his back like a powerful hero, a posture he had long since become very familiar with adopting. Xiaomei, he said, I need to reveal a very big secret. Ho Xiaomei looked shocked, as did Ho Yunfei. What secret? Ho Xiaomei asked curiously. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat loudly, stuck up his chin, and swished his sleeve. I, Bai Xiaochun, am he who shocks ghosts and gods, the preeminently famous, mysterious and unfathomable, the great and mighty, Lord Turtle. He then threw his head back and laughed uproariously. The words he had just uttered had been kept locked inside of him for far too long, and it felt wonderful to speak them out in the open, especially considering he was speaking them to the person who adored him the most, Ho Xiaomei, and in front of such a large audience of onlookers. Most importantly, it wasn't proper to allow the person who worshipped him the most fervently to be kept in the dark, especially when her idol was standing directly in front of her. Bai Xiaochun stared up at the clouds above, looking very lonely. However, his ears twitched a bit as he waited to hear the shocked reactions of Ho Xiaomei and the rest of the crowd. He was already formulating the words he would use in response to the impending commotion. However, after a very long moment passed, not a sound could be heard. Everything was completely silent. Surprised, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but look back from the clouds toward Ho Xiaomei and Ho Yunfei. Ho Xiaomei stood there with wide eyes, and Ho Yunfei was similarly shocked. As they stared mutely at Bai Xiaochun, the surrounding disciples looked on with strange expressions on their faces. The little turtle is indifferent to worldly affairs, someone said, like a cloud floating in the sky. Now sect Uncle Bai is calling himself the little turtle? Yeah, right. Come on, let's go. An unsightly expression could be seen on Bai Xiaochun's face, and he took a deep breath in preparation to make an explanation. Xiaochun, are you all right? Ho Yunfei asked. Worried, he patted Bai Xiaochun on the head. I really am the little turtle, Bai Xiaochun said anxiously. Oh, Ho Yunfei replied, a strange expression on his face. He quickly nodded. Sure. You're the little turtle? At this point, Ho Xiaomei gazed at Big Bro Xiaochun and softly said, Big Bro Xiaochun, you told me before that the little turtle is like a cloud in the sky, someone who doesn't care at all about worldly matters. Actually, in my heart, you're just as important as he is. You don't need to pretend to be him. But I really am the... Before he could finish speaking, Ho Yunfei looked at him somberly and clasped his arm. Xiaochun, we believe you. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. I really... Before he could finish, Ho Yunfei's expression turned more serious. Xiaochun, we really believe you. Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to glaze over as a feeling of disheartenment filled him. No matter how he tried to explain the situation, it wouldn't do any good. Things were going completely different than he'd imagined. Dejected, he turned slowly and trudged away, somehow returning to the sect. Back in his courtyard, he stared blankly up into the sky, an expression of grief on his face. But I really am Lord Turtle, he murmured, feeling very maligned. He had long dreamed about proclaiming his identity publicly, but now that dream was in tatters. After a while, he came to the conclusion that the problem lay in the fact that he had worked so hard over the years to inflate the image of the little turtle in the minds of the people. To them, the little turtle was a completely proud and extraordinary individual. More precisely, thanks to the tireless efforts of Ho Xiaomei, the little turtle had already been turned into something of a deity. After a while, Bai Xiaochun begrudgingly went to find Su Baokai to explain the truth. Afterward, Su Baokai stared at him blankly for a moment, and then nodded repeatedly and said that he believed him. Bai Xiaochun scowled miserably all the way back to his courtyard, where he once again stood there feeling empty. A few days later, Sun Chen came to visit. Bai Xiaochun immediately perked up. Suddenly, he had hope that Sun Chen would remember who it was that had delivered the medicinal pill up to be auctioned off. However, before he could even say anything, Sun Chen handed over the spirit stones, then clasped hands and bowed deeply. Expression solemn, he said, Brother Bai, I'm not sure which honored chosen concocted that pill. The Sun Clan patriarch was quite shocked by the matter. We know that the only way to contact that chosen is via you, Brother Bai. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been the one to deliver his medicinal pill. Brother Bai, Could you please pass word to him that the Sun Clan hopes to have a long-standing friendship with him? If he needs any help selling medicinal pills in the future, we will use all our power to help him. Another thing, Brother Bai. Could you please pass word to the Chosen that I understand he doesn't seek fame and fortune, and purposely avoids big commotions? He is like a cloud in the sky, seeking perfection in the Tao of medicine. A person like him will surely reach incredible heights in the future. Therefore, our Sun Clan would be happy to handle all matters relating to the outside world for him. Sun Chun clasped hands and bowed deeply once again. When he looked up, he noticed that Bai Xiaochun's expression was completely blank. When that expression didn't change, Sun Chun once again clasped hands, bowed, and then took his leave. Inwardly, he sighed as he thought about how high Bai Xiaochun's position was in the Spirit Stream sect, and how the mysterious, unfathomable figure that no one else knew actually had dealings with him. From the very beginning, he had never even considered that Bai Xiaochun might actually be the little turtle. Their personalities were too different. After all, it wasn't just Spirit Stream sect disciples who knew about the little turtle. The Cultivator clans on the outside were also aware of him. All of them had performed their own investigations and had come to similar conclusions as Zhou Xinqi. By the time Bai Xiaochun regained his composure, the moon hung high in the sky. Sighing deeply, he leapt up onto the bamboo fence that surrounded his courtyard. Clasping his hands behind his back, he looked up at the starry sky, his long black hair swaying in the wind and his robes rustling. I never imagined that deep within me was the desire to shun worldly matters. I am like a cloud which floats in the sky. I shouldn't have kept things hidden so well. Sometimes, being superior really is truly lonely. As he stood there in the moonlight, he flicked his sleeve and truly looked like a lonely hero. Now that he had plenty of spirit stones, Bai Xiaochun didn't want to worry about the issue of the little turtle anymore. His heart had already been pierced 1,000 times over by what had occurred. Now, the only thing left to do was go to the medicine concocting pavilion and heal by immersing himself in pill concocting. By this point, Bai Xiaochun's ability to concoct Tier 2 spirit medicine had been refined to perfection. His success rate was shockingly high, and he was already beginning to work on Tier 3 medicine. Rumbling sounds filled his workstation as he went about his work. On one occasion, something completely unexpected occurred when the pill furnace rocketed into the air and slammed into the wall, causing a huge boom to echo out and leaving a small crater behind. However, that was almost nothing compared to the time when a failed batch of pills exploded and sent out smoke that not even the workshop's protective spell formation could stop. It filled nearly half of the medicine concocting pavilion, causing everyone inside to run out, coughing and cursing the entire time. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun also ran out in similar fashion, and in the end, no one was completely sure who had caused the entire disaster. Feeling quite frustrated, Bai Xiaochun carefully returned to his workstation and began to work on another batch of Tier 3 spirit medicine. Gradually, a strange expression appeared on his face, as he realized he often tended to produce bizarre spirit medicines. For example, there was the time he created the medicine which had attracted hordes of ants. And then there was his aphrodisiac pill. The truth was, all of the strange pills he concocted were all terrifying. Could it be because I refused to use a set medicine formula in my concocting? Every time I do my work, I follow my instincts, and that's what leads to the strange transformations. Or maybe I'm just so naturally talented that God is jealous and intentionally causes problems for me. Currently, a few dozen brightly colored medicinal pills were laid out in front of Bai Xiaochun, which he looked down at, frowning. None of them were spherical. Some were cube-shaped, and others looked like malformed lumps of clay. Clearly, they were not ordinary spirit medicines, and yet, each and every one let off a strong medicinal aroma. Even if Bai Xiaochun were 100 times braver than he was, he wouldn't dare to personally consume any of them. It was impossible to say what unimaginable effects they might produce. I want to achieve the ultimate pinnacle in the Tao of medicine. I am like a cloud in the sky, floating about effortlessly, ignoring the material world. The Tao of medicine is a path strewn with obstacles, so I must not fear. I just have to endure. That is the new me, a new Bai Xiaochun. With that, determination appeared on his face. Looking as if he were searching for the deeper truths in life, he put the pills away and once again began his concocting work. He spent nearly half a day on the next batch. Unfortunately, he had reached the point where there were few types of medicine that he could continue to work on. It was simply too dangerous. His pill furnace would explode every time, leaving significant damage in its wake. Scowling, he paid some spirit stones in compensation, at which time he was politely asked to leave the medicine concocting pavilion. He was just about to call upon his status as the junior brother of the sect leader and demand to be allowed to stay, when he realized that Big Fatty Zhang had messaged him via Jade Slip. Apparently he'd come to Bai Xiaochun's residence looking for him, and was wondering where he'd gone off to. Seeing that Big Fatty Zhang had come to visit, Bai Xiaochun left the medicine concocting pavilion. Sighing, he began to walk down one of the narrow mountain paths. If I want to pursue the Tao of medicine to the pinnacle, then I will surely face obstacles along the way. I Bai Xiaochun am like a floating cloud. I will not surrender. Sticking his chest out and raising his head, he walked forward for a bit until he realized that something seemed off. At this time of day, the sect was usually a busy place. But right now, Fragrant Cloud Peak was very quiet. Looking around, he noticed that not a single disciple of the 6th level of Qi condensation or higher could be seen. Everyone present was of the 5th level or lower. Shocked, he hurried back to his residence. Even as he approached from a distance, he saw a tall, skinny young man pacing back and forth excitedly in front of the main gate. That young man was none other than Big Fatty Zhang, who had lost a significant amount of weight. Eldest brother, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in greeting, hurrying forward. 9th junior brother, Big Fatty Zhang replied, turning to look at Bai Xiaochun and laughing loudly. Big Fatty Zhang didn't care at all that Bai Xiaochun was now the junior brother of the sect leader. To Big Fatty Zhang, he was still his little junior brother. Bai Xiaochun dragged him into the courtyard, where they sat down to chat. Curious, Bai Xiaochun said, Eldest brother, you hardly ever come to visit. What brought you over? Is there something you need my help with? Just say the word. Bai Xiaochun had long since come to view Big Fatty Zhang as a true older brother. Whenever he thought back to their days together in the ovens, he was always left with a warm feeling. Big Fatty Zhang cleared his throat, but was unable to prevent the excitement and pride from showing on his face. Looking over, he slapped himself proudly on the chest. Back in the ovens, it would have resulted in the sound of jiggling flesh, but now only the creaking of bones could be heard. Even still, Big Fatty Zhang seemed enlivened. 9th junior brother, I have a huge secret to tell you. As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard that a huge secret was involved, his eyes went wide, and he began to pay rapt attention. Sounding very lofty, Big Fatty Zhang went on to say, From now on I, Big Fatty Zhang, am definitely going to be famous in the Spirit Stream sect. Everyone will know my name. Tons of disciples will be trying to get on my good side. In fact, even the Foundation establishment seniors will probably treat me with the utmost respect. Oh, Bai Xiaochun said, looking surprised. What's going on? Are you also the little turtle? Glowing with exuberation, Big Fatty Zhang took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Little turtle? PSHH. 9th junior brother, you know that my master is the Peak Lord of Violet Cauldron Peak, Su Meixiang, right? Bai Xiaochun nodded. He had known who Big Fatty Zhang's master was for some time, and also knew that she was the reason he had lost so much weight. She didn't like fat people, although that had also led Bai Xiaochun to consider some other strange possibilities regarding the situation. Do you know what my master is best at? Big Fatty Zhang continued. Spirit enhancement. And do you know what I'm studying from my master? Spirit enhancement. Ha ha ha. I, Big Fatty Zhang, happen to be blessed with incredible natural talent when it comes to spirit enhancement. My talent is so extraordinary that even my master was completely shocked and praised me to no end. Today, she actually said that it would only be a few more years before I'm the #1 Grandmaster of Spirit Enhancement in the entire Spirit Stream sect. Big Fatty Zhang rose to his feet, looking excitedly up into the sky, boiling with excitement. It was as if he were the most important being in existence. Bai Xiaochun blinked. Seeing Big Fatty Zhang's mighty pose, he quickly plastered an adoring expression on his face and exclaimed, "Spirit enhancement?" Bai Xiaochun's reaction made Big Fatty Zhang even happier. Slapping his shoulder, he said, "Ninth junior brother, from here on out, lots of people are going to be asking me to do spirit enhancements. If I don't like them, I'll refuse no matter what. If I do like them, then I'll charge them an arm and a leg. But you and Third Fatty are both from the ovens. For the rest of my life, I won't charge you a single spirit stone. We're family, so as long as you provide the ingredients, I'll perform spirit enhancements for you for free." Big Fatty Zhang seemed high-spirited and full of mettle. From the moment he arrived at Violet Cauldron Peak, he had felt suppressed. But now that he knew he had a talent for spirit enhancement, he was elated. This was actually the first time he had ever come to visit Bai Xiaochun. "Elder brother, you're incredible," Bai Xiaochun exclaimed, looking ecstatic. Come, said Big Fatty Zhang. "Give me something, anything. I'll do a one-fold enhancement right here. With one of my weapons, you'll definitely get into the South Bank's top 10 during the qualifying rounds a few months from now. Then you can represent the South Bank to fight the North Bank in the chosen battles." Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. Seeing how excited Big Fatty Zhang was, he fished around in his bag of holding for a bit, and then pulled out one of the Spirit Stream Sec's ordinary flying swords, of which he had a few. He quickly handed it over to Big Fatty Zhang. Big Fatty Zhang took a deep breath and then slapped his bag of holding, causing a few pieces of ore to fly out, which then floated around the sword. Then he closed his eyes and unleashed the explosive power of his cultivation base. Although his cultivation base couldn't quite match up to Bai Xiaochun's, he was already in the great circle of the 6th level of qi condensation. His hair whipped about as he waved his left hand, causing silver light to shine out. As soon as the light appeared, a wind sprang up, and the entire area seemed to fill with fluctuations of spiritual energy. The energy streamed toward the pieces of ore, which filtered the energy before it passed on toward Big Fatty Zhang's left hand. At the same time, the pieces of ore began to melt. In a short time, they were already half gone. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. This was his first time ever watching as someone performed a spirit enhancement, and the process was very different than when he used the turtle walk. Apparently, the spirit enhancer would communicate directly with heaven and earth, and then filter its explosive power through the ore to soften it. Soon, Big Fatty Zhang began to shake. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he took a deep breath, and his eyes snapped open. Then, blinding silver light shot out from his hand to sweep over the sword. Spirit actuation. The air seemed to vibrate as the silver light shooting out from Big Fatty Zhang's hand bored into the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword had turned silver. The sight was shocking to say the least, and Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp. Panting, Big Fatty Zhang handed the flying sword over to Bai Xiaochun. "Take it," he said, his voice brimming with confidence. "The sword's spirit has already been actuated. If you pour some more spiritual power into it to do a spirit test, the silver designs should appear." With that, he mopped the sweat off of his forehead. Bai Xiaochun took the flying sword and then excitedly poured some spiritual power into it. Instantly, cracking sounds could be heard as silver lines appeared on the surface of the sword. Moments later, though, they faded away, and then cracks began to spread out, as if the sword couldn't contain the energy of heaven and earth which had been imbued into it. A moment later, it had transformed into nothing but a lump of slag. "Ha!" Bai Xiaochun said, looking surprised. Big Fatty Zhang's jaw dropped, and the two of them exchanged glances. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, and was just about to say that it had been a low-quality sword to begin with, when Big Fatty Zhang grabbed it and looked it over with wide eyes. After a moment, he stamped his foot angrily. "I made a mistake. I didn't control the fusion with the spirit iron. The energy of heaven and earth was a bit too volatile. It doesn't matter. All right, ninth junior brother. Give me another flying sword. I'll try again." Big Fatty Zhang stared at Bai Xiaochun with bloodshot eyes. Bai Xiaochun produced another flying sword, whereupon Big Fatty Zhang took a deep breath. Expression very serious, he went through the process again, until the sword glowed with silver light. Then he handed it back to Bai Xiaochun. Why don't you do the test, eldest brother? Bai Xiaochun said hesitantly. Voice solemn, Big Fatty Zhang said, the first major rule of spirit enhancement is that unless the object belongs to the spirit enhancer, then he must not do the spirit test himself. It's a set rule that I can't violate. If I break the taboo, it will lead to endless troubles. Seeing how determined Big Fatty Zhang was, Bai Xiaochun nervously took the sword. He truly wanted it to work this time, otherwise it would be a significant blow to Big Fatty Zhang. After a moment of thought, he said, eldest brother, why don't you wait here for a moment? I'll go into my room to do the test. I think I put too much thought into it before and got too nervous.